9 Sun God King Chapter 2608 to Chapter 2663. The little white divine sun inside Xianxia's 9 Sun divine soul was created by him and by Suxin together. The sun seed was also provided by Suxin. His little white divine sun is still too small, so it cannot nurture a sun seed. He needs Suxin's help. Xianxia, I will give you the bloodline heavenly pattern box first. But you have to sign a soul contract with me and promise to give me white divine sun seed. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said. You want to give it to me now? This caused Xianxia to be somewhat surprised. He thought that he would have to wait until white divine sun seed is in his hands before he can carry out the transaction. How about it? Just sign a soul contract with me. I am worried that a senior from the 9 Sun Tiger race will come very soon. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor is also afraid that the bloodline heavenly pattern box will be discovered. To the raging Sun Tiger Emperor, the bloodline heavenly pattern box was useless, but it was also a hot potato. If they didn't handle it well, it might even bring them a fatal disaster. Therefore, he might as well exchange it for something of great use to him. Xianxia's seed was very useful to the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor. So long as he can obtain the sun seed, he can create a small white divine sun, it will be enough for him to use. Alright. Xianxia immediately signed a soul contract with Mad Sun Tiger Emperor. After the agreement, Xianxia obtained Mad Sun Tiger Emperor's bloodline heavenly pattern box. He now has one more bloodline heavenly pattern box. If the 9 Sun Tiger race comes and finds out that you have the bloodline heavenly pattern box, will they really fight over it? Xianxia asked out of curiosity. Hard to say. If they know, they will definitely want it. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said with bitter smile, if they want it from me, how can I not give it? Maybe they will give me some compensation, but I won't be willing. Xianxia said with smile, Tiger Emperor, don't worry, I will give you the sun seed as soon as possible. Oh, that's right, if they find out that you have white divine sun, will they fight over it? I have a way to fuse with white divine sun, that way they won't be able to fight over it. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said with smile. Xianxia can see Mad Sun Tiger Emperor's ambition, he clearly wants to evolve into a white tiger through white divine Sunday. Within the tiger race, white tigers are the royal race. If Mad Sun Tiger Emperor succeeds in evolving, he will also become a royal race member. Xianxia walked out of the 9 Suns heaven-raising pagoda after a private discussion with the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor. Just as he put away the 9 Suns heaven-raising pagoda, he sensed a weak spatial fluctuation. Such a weak spatial fluctuation inside the myriad world's divine sun meant that the newcomers had excellent control over the space power Upanishad. Someone's come in. Xianxia looked at the sky in astonishment and asked in puzzlement, how did they enter through spatial travel? The violent Sun Tiger the Arch frowned and said, if someone really did travel through space, then it's most likely from the 9 Sun sacred ground. The Sun Dragon race has the support of the 9 Sun sacred ground. Could it be the 9 Yang Tiger race? Asked Xianxia. No. Yang Tiger Emperor took out a small tiger carved from white jade, then sensed his surroundings and said, this is the tracking device they gave me. If they want to teleport over, my device will react. As long as I place it on the ground, they will be able to teleport here. Can I have a look? Xianxia has already opened his heavenly eye to carefully observe the positioning device. Here. Yang Tiger Emperor handed it over and said with smile, just don't break it. Xianxia took it and looked at it, then exclaimed in admiration, the refining technique is very brilliant. What is going on inside the 9 Sun sacred ground? How can they have such profound space Upanishad? He previously asked the foreign space race to help him make a spatial tracking device. It should be similar to this positioning device. It should be the 9 Sun Dragon race. Yang Tiger Emperor pointed at a direction and said, that is the area occupied by the dragon race. How did you divide the areas here? Xianxia asked. Dragon race, Heavenly Lion race, Elf race, Divine Moon Alliance, they occupied the largest 4 areas. The remaining small areas are for us. Yang Tiger Emperor said. Xianxia and Yang Tiger Emperor returned to the tiger group. Many Yang divine tiger in human form took out all kinds of materials from their storage magic tools. Most of them are stones, they are used to build houses here. Clan Emperor, the materials we use to build houses are not good enough. An old man walked over and said with sigh, this place is very strange. The stones we brought in became very brittle and easily cracked. How can this be? The stones we chose are very sturdy. Guangyang Tiger Emperor said in amazement, then how many stones do we have left? The old man pointed to the front and said, that pile of stones can be used, we can't build many houses. Even if we build them, they will rot very quickly. Xianxia said, Tiger Emperor, the crystal floor under our feet emits a very strange ray. Once the stone is penetrated by the ray, after a long time, its internal structure will weaken. If the time is even longer, the stone might turn into powder. This. What about wood? Guangyang Tiger Emperor said. Wood from outside won't work. Only the trees that grow here will not conflict with the rays here. Xianxia said. Xianxia said and took out a piece of wood. As soon as the wood was taken out, it quickly decayed and turned into dregs with a light pinch. Guangyang Tiger Emperor said with frown, don't tell me it needs iron? If it is ordinary iron, it might not work. It will also rust very quickly. Unless it is even better crystal moon divine iron, but the cost is very high. The old man said, he clearly tried it before. Xianxia nodded and said, that's right. Although the ray here is very strong, if we use it well, we can refine even better materials and grow even better flowers. Elder 2, go take a look at how Sun Dragon race build houses. Guangyang Tiger Emperor said. We just sent people to take a look, they also can't do it. Their houses are all transformed from magic tools, but there are only 1 or 2. Sun Dragon race, Heavenly Lion race, Divine Moon Alliance and Divine Sun Fairy race, none of them can build houses. Elder 2 shook his head and said, Clan Emperor, we have to think of a way. We can't just expose ourselves like this, right? Guangyang Tiger Emperor looked at Xianxia and said with mischievous smile, Brother Qin, I have long heard of your remarkable abilities, please give us an idea. Elder 2 also heard of Xianxia. He is now very afraid of Xianxia because he saw with his own eyes how Xianxia destroyed the bodies of tens of thousands of law enforcers. Xianxia said with smile, I heard you call me Mouse King. How can I, the Mouse King, possess remarkable abilities? Brother Qin, the title of Mouse King was not given to you by us. It was given to us by other people during the time when non-human race gathered. Guangyang Tiger Emperor said. Non-human race gathered? Xianxia has never heard of it before. It is the gathering of non-human race in heaven's god desolate. Sun Dragon race, Heavenly Lion race, Fairy race, and so on, as long as they are not weak humans like heaven's god desolate, they are all non-human. You are the strongest human in heaven's god desolate and in their eyes, they are all rats, so they call you Mouse King. Guangyang Tiger Emperor spread out his hands and said. What about Divine Moon Alliance? Are they also non-human? Xianxia is somewhat unhappy, humans are actually being pushed aside. Yes. Guangyang Tiger Emperor said. What about 9 Sun Royal race? Are they considered non-human or human? Xianxia also has 9 Sun Royal races bloodline. We have designated them as the royal race of human race, they are collectively called Mouse Royal race. Guangyang Tiger Emperor said with smile, Brother Qin, don't be unhappy, non-human race has always looked down on humans, you should know this. Xianxia curled his lips and said, what about those guys from Outer God Realm? If it's the Outer God Realm, then they are not human. Majority of Outer God Realm people are different from you humans. Guangyang Tiger Emperor said. Xianxia laughed self-deprecatingly and said, alright then, let me, the Mouse King, help you group of big cats build houses. However, I will help you build a mouse nest, do you want to live in it? Brother Qin, I knew that your divine ability is vast and omnipotent. Quickly build, we will definitely live in it. Guangyang Tiger Emperor is very happy, he patted Xianxia's shoulder again and again. Xianxia said, let me think, I have a general direction. He carefully thought for a while, then began carving runes in the air. His speed is very fast, in just a short period of time, a set of runes has been completed. Then he took out a rectangular box made from crystal moon divine iron, it is about 1 meter long and placed it on the ground. He placed the runes inside the rectangular box and very quickly fused with the crystal moon divine iron and branded them on it. Guangyang Tiger Emperor, Elder 2, as well as a few elders saw this scene and exclaimed in admiration again and again. Carving runes on a tool is actually done so easily, not even a special carving knife is needed. To them, this is simply a divine skill. This. What do you want to use it for? Guangyang Tiger Emperor asked. I just constructed this set of runes. Although this is the first time I am using it, the effect should be very good. Earlier, Qin Yun used the Imperial Heaven Inscription Spirit. Therefore, this set of runes contains a certain amount of Imperial Heaven power. He walked over and closed the lid of the box. Then he placed his hand on the lid and said, like this, inject divine power into the box and let the runes inside circulate. After the runes circulate, there will be a reaction. Very soon, golden red mist that can be seen with naked eyes poured into the box from all directions. After a while, Qin Yun opened the box. Inside the previously empty box, there is now a golden red rectangular stone. This kind of stone can be used to build houses here without any problem. Moreover, it will be very sturdy. Qin Yun took out the stone and said with smile, I will make more boxes for you, this way you can use them to make even more big bricks. Guangyang Tiger Emperor and those few elders are filled with admiration and repeatedly exclaimed in admiration. Elder 2 is very excited and asked, Sacred Master Qin, what kind of runes did you use just now? Why are they so mystical? Elder 2 is completely dumbfounded when he heard this. He is also an inscription master, but after hearing so many complicated rune combinations, he felt a headache coming on. This made him once again exclaim in admiration at Qin Yun's inscription technique. So many complicated runes were created so quickly. Qin Yun stored a lot of crystal moon divine iron, they were all given to him by Ming Yunyue. He didn't need much to make those boxes. He refined 10 of those boxes in one go. This way, he only needed to send out some mad sun divine tigers with vigorous divine power to use them, and he would be able to create a steady stream of usable large stone bricks. What Mad Sun Tiger Emperor and the others admire the most is that the stone bricks produced have a kind of adhesive rune that can tightly stick to each other. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor is very happy. He looked at the gradually built stone houses and said with a smile, looks like our Mad Sun Tiger clan is the fastest to build our small city. For example, the Sun Dragon clan and the others are originally from the core region of the Myriad Realms Divine Sun, but they are still unable to build houses here. This means that this Myriad Realms Divine Sun is indeed very different from other Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. If Mad Sun Tiger Emperor can build the city the fastest, just this sense of superiority makes him very happy. In order to speed up, Mad Sun Tiger Emperor took out a lot of Divine Universe Goldstones and bought those boxes from Qin Yun. 10,000 Divine Universe Goldstones for one, this price is very generous. Qin Yun doesn't need to pay anything, just a little bit of Crystal Moon Divine Iron. And this bit of Crystal Moon Divine Iron in Divine Moon of the Heavens is at most 1,000 Divine Universe Goldstones. With the help of Divine Universe Goldstones, Qin Yun also very diligently refined those stone creation divine tools. Furthermore, he also made different sized molds according to the Mad Sun Tiger clan's requirements. In just 4 to 6 hours, Qin Yun made more than 100 large and small stone creation divine tools. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor gave Qin Yun 1,000,000 Divine Universe Goldstones. This made Qin Yun rather surprised. This Mad Sun Tiger clan is actually so rich that they can casually take out 1,000,000 Divine Universe Goldstones. Using Mad Sun Tiger Emperor is also very simple. They only need to inject divine power. After consuming divine power, they can absorb the divine power here to recover. Elder 2 and Mad Sun Tiger Emperor both know that the most expensive part of a stone creation divine tool is that set of runes. The golden red stone bricks are formed by absorbing divine power from the runes and then condensing into stone bricks inside the mold. Qin Yun also said that it was formed by gathering a large number of complex and profound runes. Moreover, it was a rune that he created on the spot. What they don't know is that the most important thing is that Qin Yun possesses a large number of inscription spirits as well as Imperial Heaven divine power. The Imperial divine runes also played a big role. After Qin Yun's Heavenly Tao divine rune image evolved into the sacred Heavenly Tao image, it transformed into the Imperial Heaven divine rune. At the same time, it is also the Imperial Heaven inscription spirit. Looks like the Imperial Heaven Divine Power can easily mobilize the divine power of the four divine suns. Qin Yan was secretly delighted. It also meant that he was like a fish in water here. He could easily use the divine power here. The Mad Sun Tiger Emperor wanted to build a very big palace as the main palace of the city, and he was in charge of it. From time to time, Elder Tu would ask Qin Yan some questions regarding inscriptions. Qin Yan patiently answered all of them, allowing Elder Tu to benefit greatly. He wished that he could immediately take Qin Yan as his master. Elder, there are Sun Dragon race scouts nearby. A young man came over to report the situation. Don't worry, let them scout as they please. Let them know that our tiger race can build houses here. Elder Tu said with smile. They might be able to guess that I am here to help. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked at the Sun Dragon race. 9 Sun Holy Land sent people to the Sun Dragon race. Even with the help of the mysterious expert from the 9 Sun Holy Land, the Sun Dragon race can't build houses here. They can only rely on the house magic tools they brought in. It doesn't matter if they know that Sacred Master Qin is here. Maybe they will come to Sacred Master Qin to buy those chests. That's a big income. Elder Tu said with smile. Qin Yan owed Ming Yunyue a lot of Divine Universe golden stones. He is in a hurry to return them. Now, every bit he can earn is a bit. At this moment, another young man ran over and said, Elder Tu, we found out some news. Quickly speak. Elder Tu said. Didn't they release some house divine tools? Hee, now they are all broken. The young man said with smile, these 4 divine suns are very powerful. The light they emit can damage all kinds of divine weapons and divine tools. Refine the house into a magic tool and release it to stay when needed. And this kind of special divine tool magic tool is usually very expensive. It means that the materials used are sufficient and the defense is extremely strong. There are also enchantments and so on. Now they are all broken and they haven't even been released for long. This also surprised Qin Yan. He said, the divine power of the 4 divine suns is amazing. If it can be used, it can easily destroy other people's divine tools. Isn't that so? Elder Tu said with smile, looks like they won't have a place to stay very soon. Qin Yan's sound transmission divine pearl suddenly vibrated. It was a message from Yanglong Lingyu. Little brother Qin, are you at the tiger race's side? Did you make those stone bricks? Yanglong Lingyu asked. The Sun Dragon race obviously already knew about the situation with the tiger race. Therefore, Yanglong Lingyu guessed that Qin Yan was the one who helped the tiger race. That's right? Elder Lingyu, do you have a big shot from the 9 Sun Holy Land on your side? Qin Yan asked. Awesome. Little brother Qin is indeed powerful, to actually be able to build a house in this kind of broken down place. Yanglong Lingyu sighed and said, what big shot from the 9 Sun Holy Land? They're far inferior to you. They even said that we didn't prepare enough and didn't build a house for them. Let's move in. They are from the 9 Sun Holy Land, they should have brought some kind of house-type divine tools, right? Qin Yan said with a smile, they should have made sufficient preparations, right? Their trash broke not long after they were released. Yanglong Lingyu said in a very displeased manner, and they even said that our divine tools and magic treasures are trash, they are the same as ours. From Yanglong Lingyu's tone, it was obvious that he did not have a good impression of the dragons sent by the 9 Sun Dragon race. Do you need my help? Qin Yan asked. Not for now. I want to see how amazing they are since they are from the 9 Sun Holy Land. Yanglong Lingyu laughed, little brother Qin, if they bring the clan emperor to find you for help, you can just ruthlessly slaughter them. Don't give me face. That's not good, right? Your Sun Dragon race will hate me. Qin Yan said with a laugh. Little brother Qin, your words, how can we dare to hate you? With your relationship with the goddess and the fact that you are recognized by the myriad realm's divine sun, we won't hate you. Yanglong Lingyu said with smile. The Sun Dragon race lives in the core region of the ancestral god Sunday. And Xiao Yuemei, the 9 Sun goddess, lives inside the ancestral god Sunday. With this relationship, the Sun Dragon race truly doesn't dare to do anything to Qin Yan. Yanglong Lingyu cut off contact with Qin Yan. He only wants to understand the situation, he does not plan to ask Qin Yan for help. The main reason is that he hates the people sent by the nine-sun dragon race. Otherwise, with his relationship with Qin Yun, he would have easily asked Qin Yun to come over. Yo, what wind blew Bright Moon sect leader here? Violent Sun Tiger Emperor shouted from the distance. Bright Moon sect leader Wang Haoyue brought a few people and flew over. They landed near Violent Sun Tiger Emperor. And on the side, a very large palace is being built. Brother Violent Tiger, I heard that your race has an extraordinary person, so I came to take a look. After Wang Haoyue finished speaking, he swept his gaze over the crowd and said with smile, so this is how you made these stone bricks, truly wonderful. It can be seen that Wang Haoyue is also unable to build a house, so he can only come here to ask for help. Our race is full of tigers, how can there be any extraordinary person? We are all non-human race, of course only. Humans have extraordinary people. Violent Sun Divine Tiger deliberately spoke very loudly, he wants Qin Yun to hear that he is praising humans. Wang Haoyue looked at Qin Yun and Elder Tu's direction, he saw Qin Yun is wearing a sky hat, he is sure that Qin Yun is here. So it is the Divine King showing great divine ability, no wonder, no wonder. Divine King, long time no see, you have become even more handsome. If only I was half as handsome as you when I was young. After Wang Haoyue saw Qin Yun, he immediately walked over while chuckling. Bootlicker. Violent Sun Divine Tiger scolded with a smile and also followed Wang Haoyue. I am still not a Divine King, Bright Moon sect leader, don't randomly shout, it will bring me a fatal disaster. Qin Yun also chuckled and said. Who dares to provoke you in Heavenly God Desolate? Aren't they tired of living? Wang Haoyue has already arrived in front of Qin Yun and cupped his hands towards him. He has a favor to ask of Qin Yun, so he naturally has to say some good words. Bright Moon sect leader, are you here to ask Sacred Master Qin for help in building a house? Elder Tu said with a smile, look at our stone bricks, they were all made with Sacred Master Qin's help. Qin Yun said with a smile, Bright Moon sect leader, if you have something to say, just say it. Wang Haoyue smiled awkwardly and said, about this, we are indeed here to ask for your help. Sacred Master Qin, how much are you selling these stone brick tools? How much do you want? Qin Yun said with a smile. Wang Haoyue is the Bright Moon sect leader, he is a tycoon on Divine Moon of the Heavens. Ming Yunyue said that she would never know how much wealth Wang Haoyue has, so in Qin Yun's eyes, Wang Haoyue is a fat pig, it would be a waste not to slaughter him. Divine Moon of the Heavens is rich in Divine Universe metal stones, Wang Haoyue has a lot of them. Moreover, he is also a businessman, a very stingy kind. When he saw Qin Yun smile, he knew that he would inevitably be slaughtered. About this, we need about 200 of these tools. Wang Haoyue said with a smile, Sacred Master Qin, for the sake of the Saintess Yunyue, give me a generous price. Qin Yun released the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda and said, let's talk inside. Alright. Wang Haoyue is very happy because he believes that Qin Yun is discussing with him in secret because he wants to give a price different from the Tiger clan. After entering, Qin Yun said, 200 stone creation divine tools, 6 million, how about it? This is a very generous price. Wang Haoyue really wanted to leave. From his point of view, that kind of restriction was not worth that much. Although he acknowledged the ability of the stone creation divine tool, he still could not accept this price. How about this, a little less? 4 million. Wang Haoyue said. He could accept this price. The most important thing was to build a house. Otherwise, they would not be able to live here in peace. The environment inside the 4 Divine Sun is very special. It requires someone to stay here for a long time in order to use this special environment to create something valuable or discover the wonders of this place. Let's each take a step back, 5 million. Qin Yun said, the price I offered is really very kind. I originally wanted to sell it for 10 million but now I'll give you 5 million. Wang Haoyue cursed in his heart. Offering a very high price and then saying that it was less than half and even pretending to feel heartache. This was simply fooling people. How could he not see through this kind of trick? Moreover, he often used this kind of trick. Fine, 5 million it is. Although Wang Haoyue was very unhappy, he still maintained his smile. Oh right, Yunyue seems to owe you quite a bit of Divine Universe golden stones. How much does she owe you? Qin Yan asked. 6 million. Wang Haoyue said, took out a beast skin and said, this is the receipt of the loan. Qin Yan looked at it and indeed it was 6 million. Furthermore, Ming Yingyue used her own soul power and blood to sign it. What did she borrow it for? Qin Yan asked. How would I know? In any case, when she borrowed it, she said that she would return it to me with 500,000. It's written on the receipt. Wang Haoyue said with a smile, Sacred Master Qin, you want to repay her debt? I didn't expect that your relationship with her would reach this level. Qin Yan said, she and I are only friends. That's right, I want to repay this debt for her. Wang Haoyue was secretly happy and said with a smile, of course you can. Give me another one. 5,200,000 stone creation divine tools and I'll give you this receipt. Qin Yan also had 1,000,000 divine universe golden stones in his hands. This was given to him by the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor, but he did not want to give it away just like that. How about this, I'll give you 260 stone creation divine tools to repay the debt. How about it? Qin Yan said with a smile, of course, the stone creation divine tools I'll give you are all strengthened and will be a bit better. I'll give it to you, others won't have such treatment. Alright. Wang Haoyue also agreed very straightforwardly. He did not give the promissory note to Qin Yan. He wanted to wait until Qin Yan was done with the stone creation divine artifacts. Qin Yan entered the Nine Sun sky-raising pagoda and sped up his work. It wasn't difficult to make those boxes. As long as the crystal moon divine iron was heated, the crystal moon divine iron would be hammered into boards, and finally, the boxes would be assembled. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi could easily do it. In the Nine Yang divine spirit, they could use the flames of the divine universe purple sun to heat it up. With their help, the chests were quickly made. After that, Qin Yan used the Gemini treasure mirror to imprint the stone creation runes inside the box. Then he used mysterious fusion heavenly rune power to illuminate the runes inside the box. Wang Haoyue did not leave. Instead, he wandered around the violent Sun Tiger clan. He was looking at the usage of the stone creation divine tools. He also requested Qin Yan to make some stone creation divine tools of different sizes. Inside the Nine Sun divine spirit, Ling Yuner, Zi Qingqing, Long Tianji, and Shui Tianzi, as well as the little guy Yang Yang, all joined in to help make those boxes. Therefore, Qin Yan finished everything within 2 to 4 hours. Imprinting the runes is very simple for him. At most, he only consumed blood spirit power. This divine universe golden stone is very easy to earn. Qin Yan looked at the storage pouch with mischievous smile. It is filled with stone creation divine tools. When Qin Yan walked out of the Nine Sun heaven raising pagoda, he saw that half of a golden red palace has already appeared in front of him. It is not completely built, but it will be finished soon. Wang Haoyue pays attention to the Nine Sun heaven raising pagoda from time to time. When he saw Qin Yan come out, he immediately flew over with Elder Tuesday's Sacred Master Qin. How is the progress? You can take your time, I am not in a hurry right now. Wang Haoyue said with smile, if someone is in a hurry, it is the Sun Dragon clan and the others who are in a hurry. Those guys have been waiting on a few ancestors, they have been suppressing a belly full of anger. Even Wang Haoyue knows that the Sun Dragon clan has suffered a lot from entertaining the Nine Sun Dragon clan. I already have a lot of these stone creation divine tools, I just improved them according to your request. Qin Yan took out a few storage pouches and handed them over to Wang Haoyue. He said with smile, Bright Moon Sect Master, you can use them first. If you feel there is no problem, then give me the promissory note. Wang Haoyue looked at the inside of the storage pouches, there are stone creation divine tools inside. He also believes that Qin Yan will not swindle him, so he gave the promissory note to Qin Yan. Happy cooperation. Qin Yan said with smile, if there is any problem, remember to contact me. I will stay here for a few more days. I will go back and give it a try. Wang Haoyue immediately left and returned to his area. Wild Sun Tiger Emperor and Elder Tu did not ask Qin Yan the price, they only asked Wang Haoyue how many stone creation divine tools he wanted. He wants 260. Is this only for the Bright Moon Sect? Or the entire God Moon Alliance? If it is the entire God Moon Alliance, it might not be enough. Elder Tu said, the God Moon Alliance occupies a very large area. Just the Bright Moon sect's area is several times larger than our Tiger clan's. It should only be the Bright Moon sect who wants it. Qin Yan said with smile, this Wang Haoyue is very stingy. He spent so much blood, how could he let the other members of the God Moon Alliance benefit? Elder Tu nodded and said with smile, that's right. Now let's see when the Heavenly Lion race, Sun Dragon race and Divine Sun Fairy race will come. Maybe they have a way to build houses? Qin Yan shook his head and smiled, don't count on them, I have earned enough anyway. To Qin Yan, this is indeed a rather unexpected income. At least it helped him pay off most of his debts. When Ming Yongtian's business picks up, his debt to Ming Yingyue will more or less be paid off. Qin Yan is also somewhat tired, so he returned to the Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda to rest. There is no night here, it is always bright. The Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda has not been corroded by the light rays here. Qin Yan can still sense that the light rays can penetrate inside the Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. He cannot help but sigh at how terrifying the light rays are, their penetrating power is actually so strong. Xiao Yun, these 4 divine suns must have some kind of strange energy, causing the souls of divine sun descendants to be unable to survive here. Ling Yuner said. I've been to the core before, the core there is a moon. It's mainly caused by the energy released by that moon. Qin Yan shook his head, I still don't have any clues. I want to stay here for a few more days to figure out the reason. Qin Yan lied on the bed, closed his eyes and pondered. The Nine Sun Divine Spirit's little white divine sun is also releasing energy to help him recover. He only rested for 4 to 6 hours when he heard a very loud noise coming from outside. He frowned and said, what's going on? Don't tell me they are fighting? Qin Yan immediately got up and stood by the window to look outside. Inside the Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda, one can see outside but the outside can't see inside. There are many people outside. To be precise, they are Mad Sun Divine Tiger and Dragon in human form. They are not far from the Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda, they seem to be arguing. Elder Tu's tone is very bad, Sacred Master Qin is resting. Once he is well rested, he will naturally come out. Why do you want him to come out immediately? Why? Because we are strong. Our Nine Sun Dragon race is calling a little human for help, it is that human's honor. What's wrong with asking him to come out immediately? The one who spoke is a middle-aged man, his face is filled with arrogance. Qin Yan finally saw someone from the Nine Sun Holy Land, moreover, he is from the Nine Sun Dragon race. He opened his heavenly eye to take a look and cannot help but feel very puzzled. Because that middle-aged man's body is his true body, he can transform into a huge dragon. According to the information he has, the body of the Nine Sun Holy Land cannot come out, at most only the primordial spirit can come out. But what is going on with the middle-aged man in front of him? Qin Yan did not immediately go out. He wanted to see how strong this dragon from the Nine Sun Holy Land is. Xiao Yun, what is that guy's cultivation? Ling Yuner asked, can you see it? The distance is a bit far, I can't see it from here. Qin Yan shook his head. I feel that the strength of the Nine Sun Holy Land should be that their cultivation is higher than the outside world. Maybe they have already figured out the cultivation path of Divine Monarch and mastered many divine techniques in this area, that's why they are stronger. Ling Yuner said. But why is that? The Nine Sun Holy Land is also in the Divine Desolate. The Divine Desolate was born not long ago, why is the Nine Sun Holy Land so far ahead? Qin Yan could not understand this point. Time. Ling Yuner said, don't forget, when the Divine Moon transformation is in place, the time in the entire Divine Moon transformation is different from the outside world. That's why the Bright Moon sect appeared. Hearing Ling Yuner's words, Qin Yan nodded and said, it's very likely that this is the case. After the birth of the Divine Desolate, the time in the center region is different from the outside world. Tens of thousands of years or even hundreds of thousands of years may have passed in the center region. That's why the foreign space race said that the center region of the Divine Desolate is very strange, there are unusual spatial fluctuations. Ling Yuner said, this might be because of the power of time. Maybe it's because of this that it formed a very strong barrier, making it very difficult to enter and exit. Then why is the time in the center of the Divine Desolate so different? Qin Yan raised this question and also thought of a possibility. That is, there is a very powerful energy source in the center of the divine desolate, causing the flow of time to be very slow, which is why there is such a huge difference from the outside world. Nether sun can make time almost stop. Maybe there is a huge nether sun in the center of the divine desolate, a very, very big kind, which caused the time to be so different. Ling Yuner said with smile, Xiaoyun, that place is indeed a holy land, especially for you. Qin Yun walked to the first floor of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and said, without sufficient strength, I will be courting death if I go in. I will go out now and see how strong the 9-sun dragon race is. If I can understand it in advance, I must understand it as much as I can. The few dragons from the 9 Suns dragon race were all middle-aged men. They didn't look friendly at all, and all of them had fierce looks on their faces. They did not fight mainly because they were facing the Mad Sun Tiger clan. With the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor here, they did not dare to cross the line. Furthermore, the Sun Dragon Emperor was also here. The Sun Dragon Emperor and a few elders of the Sun Dragon clan were at the side. Young Dragon Ling Yu was naturally there as well. When he saw Qin Yun arrive, he immediately transmitted his voice to Qin Yun. Little brother Qin, those guys are from the 9 Sun Holy Land. Look at how arrogant they are. Young Dragon Ling Yu transmitted his voice. I saw it. This kind of guy's attitude is so bad, don't expect me to listen to them. Qin Yun replied and then walked towards Elder Tuesday. The few middle-aged men from the 9 Sun Dragon clan also saw Qin Yun arrive and stopped arguing with Elder Tuesday. Elder 2, Mad Sun Tiger Emperor and a few other elders of the Tiger clan immediately walked towards Qin Yun. It was obvious that they wanted to protect Qin Yun. In their eyes, Qin Yun had a very high status. People with ability were always very popular. The big shots of the Mad Sun Tiger clan were not stupid. They all knew that Qin Yun was very strong. Furthermore, he had unfathomable strength and terrifying potential. Therefore, they all hoped to maintain a good relationship with Qin Yun. The middle-aged leader of the 9 Sun Dragon clan wore red dragon-patterned armor and walked towards Qin Yun with an arrogant attitude. Qin Yun already knew that humans had a very low status in the eyes of these non-human races, especially the dragon race from the 9 Sun Holy Land. Long Yufeng, this is Sacred Master Qin. Please be more courteous to him. The violent Sun Tiger Emperor spoke. His voice was cold and carried a warning tone. What Sacred Master Qin? He's just a human. Long Yufeng's eyes were filled with arrogance as he sized up Qin Yun. Clearly, Long Yufeng did not know Qin Yun's background. The Sun Dragon clan did not tell Long Yufeng about Qin Yun in case they knew that Qin Yun had the Divine King Heavenly Seal and tried to snatch it. The Sun Dragon Emperor walked over and said, Sacred Master Qin, I heard that you have a divine tool that can make very good stone bricks. Yes, I sold it to the Wild Sun Tiger clan and the Bright Moon sect. They are currently using it and the effects are excellent. Qin Yun nodded. Hurry up and hand over the refining method. Long Yu had also seen the stone-making divine tool just now, and he really wanted it. Qin Yun said with a frown, this refining method was created by me, it is not passed on to others. Long Yufeng sneered and said, a puny human like you can create such a refining method? You must have gotten it by accident and kept it for yourself. Since you obtained it by accident, then it doesn't belong to you. You have to announce it. Why can't I create it? Qin Yun's voice turned cold as a faint killing intent flashed in his eyes. Big Brother Dragon, please follow the rules here. The Sun Dragon Emperor said. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor is in front of Qin Yun, if Long Yufeng wants to attack, they will definitely fight. Rules? The rules had always been set by the strongest. My fists are hard, so I'll make the rules. Long Yufeng pointed at Qin Yun and shouted fiercely, Human, hurry up and hand over the refining method of the stone-making divine tool and I'll spare your life. Long Yufeng was clearly planning on forcefully snatching it. This was because he had just heard that this kind of stone creation divine tool required several tens of thousands of divine universe metal stones. At the very least, it required 100 of them in order to quickly create a large number of stone bricks. That was several million divine universe metal stones. He felt that it was not worth it, but he wanted it very much, so he could only snatch it. In his eyes, snatching a human's belongings was not considered snatching at all. Guys from the Nine Sun Holy Land, are you all so arrogant? Qin Yan's eyes were already slightly blue, he was about to enter the Imperial Sky State. Arrogant? Do I still need to be arrogant towards a human like you? Long Yufeng sneered, you are just a Dao God Realm fellow, what qualifications do you have to make us be arrogant towards you? Long Yufeng did not surpass the Divine Heavenly Monarch, at most, he was only a 9-star Divine Heavenly Monarch and could be said to be very strong among the Divine Heavenly Monarchs. Furthermore, they came from the 9 Sun Holy Land, so their strength was definitely much stronger than the 9-star Divine Heavenly Monarchs here. Tiger Emperor, Dragon Emperor. I will give you face, if you let this guy leave, I won't waste my energy to teach him a lesson. If he continues to be arrogant in front of me, I will teach him how to be a human. Since this dragon has taken human form, he should be an honest human. Qin Yan's tone is filled with disdain. Oh? Just because someone called you sacred teacher Qin, you become arrogant to the heavens. You actually want to teach our 9 Sun Divine Dragon how to be a human? Long Fengyu cannot help but burst into laughter. The few middle-aged men behind him also burst into laughter. Sun Dragon Emperor said, Long Fengyu, if you don't want to complicate matters, it would be best if you leave immediately. Leave the stone creation divine tool matter to me. You don't know the immensity of heaven and earth, you should quickly leave. Sacred teacher Qin did not immediately beat you up because he is giving Sun Dragon Emperor face. If you don't leave, sacred teacher Qin will not be polite. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said. Long Fengyu said with sneer, doesn't this guy only know how to refine a few broken chests? How strong can he be? He is just a Dao God, he is not even a divine heavenly monarch. What can he do to me? All of you get out of the way, watch how I teach this arrogant human a lesson. Elder 2, Mad Sun Tiger Emperor, Sun Dragon Emperor and others repeatedly shook their heads and then got out of the way. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor and Elder 2 want to protect the house they are building, they cannot let it be destroyed. They are not worried at all, after all, Qin Yan is a 10-star heaven-defying thief who dared to fight against law enforcement realm. Not long ago, he killed several 10,000 law enforcement realm people in front of law enforcement great venerables. People like Sun Dragon Emperor and Mad Sun Tiger Emperor who have surpassed divine heavenly monarch realm cannot guarantee that they can defeat Qin Yan, let alone Long Fengyu. Qin Yan's eyes are like 2 blue stars, the imperial heaven divine power within his body is frantically rushing out. If it was before, he would need to borrow the power of extreme evil devil, but now he doesn't. Because he has the Divine King Heavenly Seal and it is inside the myriad realms Divine Sunday. For Divine Sun was created by him and his Divine King Heavenly Seal has already been refined inside the core of the 4 Divine Sun and has the imprint of the 4 Divine Sunday. Through the Divine King Heavenly Seal, he can easily obtain the divine power from the core under his feet. Moreover, all of his equipment are Sun Spirit or related to Divine Sun, he is invincible here. Qin Yan took out a hammer flickering with blue light. After pouring in Imperial Heaven Divine Power, the 9 Sun Divine Hammer has become very restless. You have a lot of equipment and they are also very good. You guys' luck is very good, you can always pick up this kind of good stuff. Long Fengyu's eyes are filled with greed, he stared at the 9 Sun Divine Hammer in Qin Yan's hand and said with evil grin, but a puny human like you is not worthy to use this kind of good thing. Long Fengyu looks like he is about to strike it rich, he very excitedly rushed towards Qin Yan. But just as he took 2 steps, he suddenly stopped. Qin Yan released supergravity and pressed down on Long Fengyu's body. Within the 4 Divine Sun, Qin Yan felt that his power has increased by a lot. He doesn't even need to release the Divine King Heavenly Seal, his body has an indescribable divine power from the 4 Divine Sunday. Therefore, his supergravity easily suppressed Long Fengyu. You. Long Fengyu's eyes suddenly became bloodshot. No matter how much strength he used, he was unable to break free from the gravity that was binding him. At this moment, his body suddenly swelled up. He wants to transform into a huge divine dragon and struggle free from Qin Yan's supergravity. Qin Yan shot forward like an arrow and swung his hammer horizontally, hitting Long Fengyu's head. Bang, the sound is very oppressive, the hammer heavily hit Long Fengyu's face. Long Fengyu's body has gravity, so he was not sent flying. The power of the hammer is very strong. When the Sun Dragon Emperor and others saw this strike, they felt as if they were being hit in the face. "Ah, you bastard, you are dead for sure, quickly kill him." Long Fengyu shouted in pain and anger. The few middle-aged men not far behind him are also unable to move at this moment. Moreover, there are golden-red tree roots under their feet. Those tree roots grew out from the golden-red crystal ground, emitting a golden-red light that tightly wrapped around the few middle-aged men. Qin Yan raised his hammer and smashed it at Long Fengyu again. Boom, this time a deafening explosion erupted. Qin Yan used the Heaven Extermination 9 style. "It's fine if you are arrogant in my territory, but you actually want to steal my things. I'll hammer you to death." Qin Yan tightly gripped the 9 Sun Divine Hammer and attacked with the Heaven Extermination 9 style, heavenly shaking, thunder collapse, setting sun, violent heavens. These moves repeatedly alternated and crazily bombarded Long Fengyu's body, shattering every inch of his bones. This kind of power caused the scalps of the Sun Dragon Emperor and the Wild Sun Tiger Emperor to go numb. They all agreed that even if they were to face Qin Yun here, their ending would be the same as Long Fengyu. They all knew that Qin Yun had the Divine King Heavenly Seal and the 4 Divine Suns were created by Qin Yun. Qin Yun could be said to be invincible here. As for Long Fengyu, he recklessly provoked Qin Yun. The Sun Dragon Emperor did not sympathize with Long Fengyu at all. Previously, Qin Yun had given Long Fengyu a chance. The Sun Dragon Emperor and the Wild Sun Tiger Emperor had kindly advised Long Fengyu to leave. Long Fengyu did not listen and insisted on provoking Qin Yun. "Sun Dragon Emperor, I'll give you face and spare his life. Bring him back." Qin Yun looked at the wounded Long Fengyu and said, "I hope I can teach him a lesson this time." "Bastard, wait for my boss, you will be in a miserable state." Long Fengyu could only use his mental power to congeal his voice. "I spared your life because I wanted to show off to your boss. Let him know that I am not to be trifled with. If he comes to provoke me, then you and your boss will become the energy of this place." Qin Yun is not afraid of the boss Long Fengyu spoke of. Long Yufeng was beaten by Qin Yun without any strength to resist. This made the raging Sun Tiger race and the Sun Dragon race feel that the Dragon race from the 9 Sun Sacred Ground was only SOSO. One must know that there were many mad Sun Divine Tigers present. When they saw the so-called 9 Sun Divine Dragon being beaten into a pulp by a human, they did not dare to look down on humans anymore. Qin Yun is a human and he is even called the Rat King by the non-human race. And right now, it is this Rat King that they look down on, that is pressing the 9 Yang Divine Dragon down with a hammer, beating it to the point that it has no way to retaliate. The few middle-aged men who came with Long Yu were entangled by the tree roots released by Qin Yun. They were not much better off. The suffering divine ability power released by Qin Yun is very strong and he can use the divine power of the 4 Divine Suns. Therefore, the suffering divine ability power has very strong penetrative power. It caused those few middle-aged men to struggle and scream in pain while being entangled by the roots. Of course, they were better off than Long Yufeng. At the very least, they could still stand. As for Long Yufeng, all the bones in his body had been shattered by Qin Yun. His entire body was like mud. Even if he transformed back into his dragon form, he would still collapse to the ground. Qin Yun was very heavy-handed. It was not enough to completely destroy the other party's body. Instead, there was a possibility of healing him. He hadn't completely offended the 9 Yang Dragon race yet. Also, he was giving the Sun Dragon race face. Otherwise, Long Yu would have died a long time ago. Furthermore, he could tell that the dragon sent by the 9 Suns Dragon clan was of poor quality. These people should not be core members, otherwise, they would not only have the cultivation of Shintianjun. Qin Yun also wanted to see how the boss behind Long Yufeng would handle this matter. If that boss came to fight, it meant that most of the dragons in the 9 Suns Dragon race had bad morals. If that boss could calmly handle the situation and negotiate with Qin Yun, it would mean that the 9 Suns Dragon race was still reasonable. "You're dead. Our boss won't let you off." A middle-aged man was released from the tree root by Qin Yun. He went over to help Long Yufeng up and said fiercely to Qin Yun, "Hurry up and get lost." Qin Yun said, "Quickly scram back and call your boss over. I want to see how your boss will take revenge on me." The Sun Dragon Emperor shook his head and said, Nine Suns Dragon Race, you better restrain yourselves. Divine Desolate is not as weak as you think. Your Sun Dragon Race has dealings with humans, how disappointing. You are a disgrace to the dragon race. A middle-aged man from the Nine Suns Dragon Race said angrily. The few middle-aged men supported Long Yufeng and left using teleportation treasures. Sun Dragon Emperor, if they bring that boss here and make things difficult for you, remember to come to me immediately. Qin Yun said. Brother Qin, don't worry about us. Our Sun Dragon Race comes from the ancestral god Sun. We are polite to the Nine Sun Dragon Race because we are giving face to the myriad realms divine Sun. Sun Dragon Lingyu said with smile, our Sun Dragon Race and the Nine Sun Dragon Race are about the same. It's just that they're in the Nine Sun sacred ground, and we're in the ancestor divine Sun. So that's how it is, then I feel relieved. Qin Yun said with smile. After that, the Sun Dragon Emperor also asked Qin Yun to buy the stone creation divine tools. He only wanted 100 of them. Nine Sun Dragon Race's people have already left and now they are trading with the Sun Dragon Race. Qin Yun originally wanted to give them some preferential treatment, but Sun Dragon Lingyu secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Yun, telling him to slaughter the Sun Dragon Race to death. Qin Yun really doesn't know if this Sun Dragon Lingyu is from the Sun Dragon Race or not. How could he let others slaughter them? Since Sun Dragon Lingyu is so enthusiastic, Qin Yun reluctantly accepted and sold 100 of them to the Sun Dragon Race for 3 million Divine Universe Golden Stones. Qin Yun, Zi Qingqing and the others began to get busy again. With the help of Zi Qingqing and the others, the boxes needed for the stone creation divine tools can be made very quickly. Qin Yun only needs to imprint the runes and it will be done. 100 is a piece of cake for Qin Yun and the others. After the delivery, Qin Yun immediately received 3 million Divine Universe Golden Stones. These guys are really rich. Qin Yun looked at the Divine Universe Golden Stones stored in a pearl of the Nine Sun Divine Spirit and sighed with emotion. Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi are also very tired. Qin Yun let them rest for a period of time. He doesn't plan to let them be tired during this period of time. Xiao Yun, don't you have automatic smoke-making equipment? Sister Qingqing and the others don't need to work hard at all, they can easily make unfettered smoke with those tools. Ling Yun'er said with smile, you can make this kind of tool. Then you just need to imprint the runes. That's right. That's not difficult. Qin Yun immediately began to ponder. He took out a piece of paper and began to conceive. Then he began to design the tool. Very quickly, he designed a tool that is as big as a house. This can also be considered a type of puppet. As long as the crystal moon divine iron is placed inside, the flame of the divine universe purple sun is drawn in, as well as the energy of the divine universe purple sun, the tool will automatically operate. At that time, Zi Qingqing and the others would only need to look at it from time to time. There is no need for them to be busy making that kind of box. This tool can make about 50 of those boxes in an hour. It can operate day and night. After Qin Yun finished designing, he immediately began to refine the necessary parts. He entered the warehouse of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and busied himself making the automatic tool. This tool is very simple for him. The automatic box is also very simple, so it is not difficult to make. Qin Yun busied himself for several hours and finally finished. He placed it inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit and handed it over to Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi to manage. He released the Heaven Leaping Shuttle from inside the Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. The Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda is a space and the Heaven Leaping Shuttle is another space. There are 2 layers of space between them, so even if someone shouted at him from outside, he would not know. After he came out of the Heaven Leaping Shuttle, he saw Elder Two pacing back and forth outside, looking very anxious. Qin Yun immediately put away the Heaven Leaping Shuttle and walked out of the Nine Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda. Sacred Master Qin, you finally came out. Elder Two promptly walked over with a smile. What's wrong? Is the boss of the Long Yu side here? Qin Yun looked around and saw a grand and imposing palace in front of him. It is the main palace of the Wild Sun Tiger clan, flickering with golden red light. If that guy really brings his boss here to cause trouble, our clan's emperor will be there to stop him. Elder Two said with smile, Sacred Master Qin, not long ago a little girl came to find you. She is from the Divine Moon clan. Where is she? Qinyan hastily asked, why did she come to find me? Of course it's for the stone creation divine tool. Elder Tu chuckled and said, the little girl from the Divine Moon clan asked me to tell you that she will bring her clan's emperor to discuss business with you. It seems like those rumors are fake, otherwise the Divine Moon clan would not have come to discuss business with Sacred Master Qin. Business? Qinyan curled his lips and said, Elder Tu, did you think that those rumors were true? No, I didn't mean that. Sacred Master Qin, don't misunderstand. Elder Tu chuckled and said, Sacred Master Qin, do you like tiger girls? There are also many outstanding tiger girls in our clan. After they transform into human form, they are as beautiful as flowers and jade, their bodies are, Tigress? I don't want to. Qinyan said with smile. Don't worry, our tiger girls are not tiger at all. I guarantee you will be satisfied. Elder Tu chuckled and said, definitely better than the dragon clan's dragon girls. The dragon ladies of the dragon race are all fierce. Qinyan waved his hand and said with smile, Elder Tu, did the little girl from the Divine Moon clan say her name? She said she is Divine Moon's heavenly daughter Yu Wulan. She also asked a lot about your situation because she found out that you fought with Long Fengyu. She is afraid that you will be injured by that guy. Sacred Master Qin, this little girl is very concerned about you. She is my sworn second sister. It is very normal for her to be concerned about me. Qinyan said with smile. So she is Sacred Master Qin's second sister. Then I was truly disrespectful to her before. Elder Tu's eyes are wide open, he is very shocked. Qinyan said with smile, it's no problem. While they are talking, Qinyan already sensed that someone is approaching. Yu Wulan is wearing light and elegant white skirt. Her beautiful face is covered by a thin veil, but it can still be seen that she is smiling sweetly. Beside her was Yu Xianxia, who was dressed in black armor. She wrapped herself up tightly from head to toe. In comparison, Yu Wulan who is beside her is even more eye-catching. Her white skirt is fluttering, her walking posture is as if she is dancing. Her long hair is slightly fluttering, her bright and beautiful eyes are like water. Even if one cannot see her appearance, it is still very shocking. Beautiful. Second sister. I was in seclusion doing something before, so I did not come out. Qinyan said with a smile. I know. Yu Wulan smiled lightly. Qinyan looked at Yu Xianxia and then at the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda. He said, please. Yu Wulan and Yu Xianxia walked into the 9-sun sky-raising pagoda. After Qinyan sat down, he looked at Yu Xianxia with a complicated feeling. Because Yu Xianxia had said before that she would no longer contact him. Now that she had suddenly come to find him, he was quite happy. What made him even happier was that Yu Xianxia actually placed her hands on her helmet and was about to take it off. When she took off her helmet, Qinyan could not help but be stunned. Auntie Xiao, why is it you? Qinyan said in shock. The person wearing black armor is actually not Yu Xianxia but Xiao Xianqin. Xiao Xianqin's appearance is beautiful, elegant and dignified. She has a mature and beautiful oval face and a playful smile. Her eyes are filled with tenderness as she said with a light smile, Xiao Yun, you actually didn't realize that it was Auntie Xiao. Could it be that you are not familiar with my aura after not seeing me for so long? Qinyan scratched his head and said with a smile, I thought it was Sister Xiangyun. Why didn't she come? It's not convenient for her to come. Yu Wulan's expression turned serious and said, Xiao Yun, Sister Xiangyun might not be able to let go of those things. I hope you can understand her. Sister Xiangyun doesn't hate you. She is still very protective of you. Xiao Xianqin sighed, in her position, there are some things that we might not be able to figure out. Qinyan asked Zi Qingqing and the others to come out and meet Yu Wulan and Xiao Xianqin. They have an extremely good relationship with each other. Yu Wulan and Xiao Xianqin also came for the stone-making divine tool. When they learned that Zi Qingqing and Shui Tianzi participated in the creation of the stone-making divine tool, they were very surprised. They thought that Qinyan had completed it by himself. If you want the stone-making divine tool, I'll give it to you. Qinyan said with a smile, creating this kind of thing is getting easier and easier for us. Soon after, Yu Wulan and Xiao Xianqin entered the 9-sun divine spirit to look at the tool. They casually played with Momo, Yang Yang, and the other cute little guys. They also brought many delicious fruits and some fruit tree seeds for Long Tianji to plant. Yang Yang and Momo are overjoyed because there are many new flavors of divine fruits to eat. Yu Wulan said that she would stay in the Nine Sun Divine Spirit for a period of time and impart the new chapter of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to Xianxia and the others. Xiao Xianqin came out to accompany Qin Yun and watch him imprint the runes. Aunt Xiao, your comprehension of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra is increasing, right? Qin Yun said with a smile, your Divine Moon Clan's progress is really fast. Xiao Xianqin nodded and said, ever since we entered the Moon Heart Sutra, our progress has indeed been very fast. Moreover, we have also collected many remnant sun souls, which will be of great help to our advancement. Remnant sun soul? Do you have it? Qin Yan asked. The remnant sun soul is very strange. In the divine desolate land, it looks like a very ordinary stone. As long as it goes to the divine moon, it will have a great change. It will become like a crystal and it will be soft. Xiao Xianqin shook her head. I don't have it in my hands. It's all stored in the Guanghan Palace. Qin Yan had planned to ask Ming Yunyue for it, but she said that it was not convenient. Later on, he did not ask. So this is the reason. It can only be used if the remnant sun soul possesses vitality. Moreover, only the creatures of our Divine Moon Alliance can awaken the remnant sun soul. It is extremely difficult to preserve it and it is not convenient to bring it out. Xiao Xianqin knew that Qin Yun is very interested in this matter, so she continued to talk about the remnant sun soul. After Qin Yun finished making a stone-making divine tool, he handed it to Xiao Xianqin and taught her how to use it. At this time, Yu Wulan from the Nine Sun Divine Spirit said that when she was teaching the new chapter of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra to Ling Yuner, she encountered a special situation and might have to stay inside for a period of time. Qin Yan relayed the matter to Xiao Xianqin and asked, Aunt Xiao, what's with the new chapter of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra? It's something that Sister Xiang Yun has just comprehended. It's very useful to us. It allows us to borrow the divine power of the divine moon of the heavens and the divine sun of the myriad realms. It allows us to cultivate a perfect body and an immortal soul. When Xiao Xianqin mentioned this matter, she was also rather happy. She said with a smile, as long as we cultivate to a certain level, we can become even stronger. Qin Yun said with smile, congratulations. Xiao Xianqin suddenly pulled Qin Yun's hands and gently bit her lips. This made her look even more beautiful and alluring. She said gently, Xiao Yun, our Divine Moon Clan can become even stronger in the future. Don't worry about us taking revenge on you. Aunt Xiao, what are you talking about? Qin Yan also gently held Xiao Xianqin's soft and delicate hands. Xiao Xianqin faintly sighed, because the sudden departure of the 5 kings of the Divine Moon Clan has dealt a great blow to the Divine Moon Clan. I'm afraid that some girls won't be rational and will cause trouble for you. But don't worry, I will definitely not allow that to happen. Really? Qin Yan said with a frown, I'm no longer the palace king of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace and I've also left the Heavenly Sword Formation. Is it to prevent this from happening? Could it be that a Divine Moon Clan woman has gone to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace? Xiao Xianqin shook her head, not yet. Sister Xiang Yun has already ordered that we are not allowed to go to the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. Qin Yan suddenly extended his hand and gently touched Xiao Xianqin's forehead. He asked, I remember that your Divine Moon imprints can allow you to contact each other. Why did it suddenly fail? It's Sister Xiang Yun's control that failed. Right now, we can no longer contact each other. Xiao Xianqin said, I wonder why her control suddenly failed. Qin Yan said, Aunt Xiao, is Sister Xiang Yun treating you well? She should know that your relationship with me is extremely good. I'm afraid that she will make things difficult for you because of this matter. Don't worry, she's very good to us. Xiao Xianqin smiled and said, actually, most of the sisters in the clan don't believe that you are that kind of devil. Instead, they believe that someone is framing you. Is that so? Is it because I'm too handsome? Qin Yan said with a smile, seriously, how can they relax their vigilance against me just because I'm handsome? Shameless. Xiao Xianqin said with a smile. Aunt Xiao, after the fake dark moon self-destructed, I once explained that I was framed. Now, I want to tell you more details about the inside story. Qin held Xianxia's hands tightly as he stared into the beauty's eyes and said seriously. Xianxia gently shook her head and said, "There's no need to explain. I believe you." She believed in Qin, so she did not need to know more details. She did not want to know too much. "Thank you for believing me, but I still want to explain clearly. I know that all of you will have some doubts." Qin did not want to be suspected. Xianxia smiled gently. Her jade-like hand gently caressed Qin's handsome face. Her eyes were filled with tenderness as she said with a faint smile, "Xiaoyun, we have never doubted you. There really is no need to explain." "Thank you." Qin also placed his hand on his face and pressed down on Xianxia's jade-like hand. He gently caressed the back of her hand and at the same time enjoyed the gentleness of her fragrant jade-like hand. "Xiaoyun, I am the Divine Moon Heavenly Maiden. I am ranked first in the 4 arts. After losing the 5 dukes, Sister Xiangyun decided to nurture me as the Divine Moon Clan's empress. It was also at that time that I told her everything that had happened between you and me." Xianxia's voice paused for a moment. Her eyes flickered with blurred emotions as she stared at Qin. She gently bit her lower lip as if she had mustered her courage and continued, "I also told Sister Xiangyun that I fell in love with you." "Aunt Xiao." Qin was startled as he stared into Xianxia's eyes. "I." Xianxia's jade-like face turned red and she could not help but lower her head. At that moment, Qin lowered his head and kissed her. When Xianxia felt it, she slowly raised her head and kissed Qin. The two of them hugged each other tightly and quickly fell into a frenzy as they rolled around on the bed. After the frenzy, Qin and Xianxia hugged each other and fell into a short period of beauty. "Hurry up and get up, we still need to make a stone-making divine artifact." Xianxia chuckled. "If Wulan knew that you and I were having sex, she would definitely laugh at me. I can't let her know." "Xiaoyun, you're not allowed to tell her either. It's nothing. She's teaching me the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra and you're cultivating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with me outside. This is very normal." Qin said with a chuckle. "Quickly get up." Xianxia pushed Qin off the bed. She was still somewhat shy. Qin and Xianxia got off the bed and put on their clothes. The automatic box-making divine tool had already made many boxes. It was just waiting for Qin to imprint the runes on them. "Aunt Xiao, Sister Xiangyun knows that you're in love with me. Why is she still nurturing you as the Divine Moon Clan's empress? That shouldn't be the case." Qin found it strange. "I also asked her why. She said that this was the fate of the Divine Moon Emperor." Xianxia gently shook her head and said, "I don't know what she means. In short, I can feel that she is very conflicted about you. She doesn't hate you, and from time to time, she will mention your kindness to the Divine Moon Clan. However, she wants to distance herself from you. Yu Xiangyun is the Divine Moon Clan's empress, she has already slept with Qin. As for Xianxia, the successor to the Divine Moon Clan's great emperor, she was now with Qin. Therefore, from Yu Xiangyun's point of view, this was fate. Could it be that she believes that I was framed? But they just don't come into contact with me." Qin frowned and said. "That might be the case, but she is the emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. After what happened to the 5th Duke, you still haven't gotten rid of the suspicion. She has to have an attitude towards you, so she temporarily distanced herself from you." Xianxia said. "Maybe there are other reasons." Qin felt that the matter was not simple. Whose idea was it to impersonate the Divine Moon race as the Arch and Second Sister? Sister Xiangyun's idea. She said that she wanted me to familiarize myself with going out as the Arch of the Divine Moon Clan. Xianxia said, "But no matter what, she asked me to do this to clarify the rumors outside." "But how is she going to explain this to the clan?" Qin said again. He felt that this matter is becoming more and more strange. Qin continued to complete the stone creation divine tools with doubts. Xianxia said, "Xiaoyun, don't think too much. Right now, you need to increase your strength as soon as possible." Qin nodded. Sister Xiangyun said that she doesn't want to owe you any more, so she bought your stone creation divine tool and will give you the divine universe golden stone. Xianxia said. I don't want it. Qinyan said with a smile, you are my woman, how can I ask you for the Divine Universe Golden Stone? Xianxia sweetly laughed a few times and said, Xiaoyun, I am not the Divine Moon Clan's emperor yet. This Divine Universe Golden Stone was given to you by Sister Xiangyun. She's not your woman, you have to take it, right? Name a price. Don't feel sorry for us, our Divine Moon Clan is very rich right now. Qinyan thought in his heart, Yu Xiangyun is really my woman. Alright, give me 1,000,000 Divine Universe Golden Stones and I'll make 300 Stone Creation Divine Tools for you. Qinyan said. Ah? Only 1,000,000? So cheap. Bright Moon sect leader said that he bought more than 200 Stone Creation Divine Tools and spent 5 to 6 million Divine Universe Golden Stones. Xianxia said with a frown, Sister Xiangyun is planning to give you 5 million but you only want 1 million. How am I going to explain this when I return? Are you really rich? Why do you have so many Divine Universe Golden Stones? Qinyan had originally planned to save some money for the Divine Moon Clan but now, it seems like the Divine Moon Clan doesn't lack any. There are so many. You must know that the Divine Moon of the Heavens belongs to our Divine Moon Clan. Furthermore, Fire Moon Divine Clan, Ice Moon Divine Clan, Thunder Moon Divine Clan and Wood Moon Divine Clan are now loyal to Sister Xiangyun and Sister Kiru. Xianxia said with a smile, those 4 moon clans will regularly hand over Divine Universe Golden Stones to us. I easily made these Stone Creation Divine Tools. If I sell them for 1,000,000, I will make a huge profit. Qinyan said. Qinyan lacked Divine Universe Golden Stones now but he could earn them himself. He could earn quite a bit by making stone-making divine tools here or selling cigarettes in the future. He originally wanted to help the Divine Moon Clan save Divine Universe Golden Stones but after knowing that the Divine Moon Clan did not lack Divine Universe Golden Stones, he accepted the 5 million Divine Universe Golden Stones from Xianxia. It's good that you accept it. This way, I can explain it when I return. Otherwise, if Sister Xiangyun asks, I won't be able to explain. When Xianxia saw Qinyan accept it, she immediately felt more at ease. Sister Xiangyun has repeatedly warned me not to owe you anything, so she requested me to let you accept those Divine Universe Golden Stones. No matter what, I have to thank her. Thank Sister Xiangyun for me. Qinyan said with a smile. Originally, he only wanted 1 or 2 million from Xianxia but she insisted on giving him 5 million. Qinyan continued to imprint runes as Yu Wulan continued to transmit her power into the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. With a great beauty like Xianxia by his side, Qinyan did not feel that his work would be boring. Qinyan spent half a day to complete the 300 stone-making divine tools. Furthermore, they were all of the better quality. The speed at which the stone bricks were made would be faster and the bricks would be even sturdier. This was also the reason why Qinyan took a long time. After finishing, Yu Wulan did not finish transmitting her power. She was still cultivating with Zi Qingqing and the others in the 9 Sun Divine Spirit. Qinyan and Xianxia soaked in the 9 Sun Sky Raising Pagoda and cultivated the 3rd level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Xianxia said that she wanted to try cultivating with Qinyan. Furthermore, this was a new chapter of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. It was said that no woman had ever tried to cultivate the 3rd level of this new chapter with a man. Cultivating the 3rd level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra required 2 people to be extremely intimate and the process was also very wonderful. Because Yu Wulan was about to come out, Xianxia and Qinyan did not continue for long before they immediately ended. Xiaoyun, don't tell Wulan about me and you. Don't tell anyone, understand? Xianxia kissed Qinyan's lips and warned, if you go around spouting nonsense, I'll ignore you from now on. Remember, you can't even tell Yulan and Yueme. I know. Qinyan caressed her face and said with smile, I am not that kind of blabbermouth person. Quickly wear your clothes. Xianxia hurriedly picked up her clothes and put them on. Then, she helped Qinyan eliminate the remaining fragrance on his body to prevent Yu Wulan from noticing anything amiss. Aunt Xiao, the cultivation just now is really different from before. Qinyan said with a smile, I feel like this will allow us to draw upon the Sun and Moon divine power faster when we cultivate together. Our souls, bodies, and Tao images will all be enhanced. When I have time in the future, I will find you to cultivate together. After Xianxia put on her clothes, she said lightly, even if I don't look for you, there will still be beauties who will cultivate with you. There really isn't. Qinyan curled his lips and said, it's my Tao spirit, that rogue spirit Ling Yin'er. Then. I heard that you have a very good relationship with Rujing. Did you often cultivate with her in the past? Rujing is Yun said. Rua, fusion. Yun said Rune Palace, she is Yun is because Yi Yaoshui has mysterious fusion heavenly rune, she can help a lot in Guanghan Palace. I have never cultivated with Sister Rujing. She is rather wild and unrestrained. When she is with me, she wants to enjoy more happiness, so she doesn't cultivate with me. Qinyan said, rest assured, I will definitely let them return to Guanghan Palace. Nothing will happen to them. Xianxia nodded, as long as they can return to Guanghan Palace, Sister Shangyun will definitely form an alliance with you. Aunt Xiao, can you let big Sister Shangyun talk to me alone? I have something to ask her, it's about Dark Moon and Blood Moon. Qinyan said with grave expression, this is very important, I need to get an answer from Sister Shangyun. I will go back and talk to her. Xianxia lightly nodded. She has already put on her armor. Qinyan and Xianxia put on their clothes. After tidying up, they let Yu Wulan come out. After Yu Wulan came out, she found out that Qinyan has finished crafting the stone creation divine tool. She is very happy, she hugged Qinyan and kissed his handsome face. Sister Wulan, among the 5 divine moon heavenly maidens, are Shu and Qi getting along well with you? Qinyan asked. Of course. The 2 of them are rather special. They can be said to be 1 or 2. Yu Wulan took out a pen and paper, wrote down their names and said, their names are Yu Shuqi. 2 people with the same name? Qinyan looked at the words on the paper. It was a homophonic combination of book and chess. Xianxia said, they are twins and they are very special. Their personalities are the same and both of them like the same things. Their style of doing things is exactly the same. Even when they speak, the 2 of them say the same things at the same time. Could it be that they are clones? Qinyan said with a smile, this is really interesting. No. They are twins but their 9 souls and 9 spirits seem to be connected together, so they have the same personality. Yu Wulan said, when you see them in the future, you will know how special they are. When Qinyan heard what Yu Wulan and Xianxia said, he knew that Yu Shuqi is very special. Alright, we need to go back and report. Sister Shangyun must be very anxious. Yu Wulan touched Qinyan's face again and said with a smile. When you see Big Sister and the others, say hello to her for me. Qinyan said. Tian Rolling used to be with you. Wulan, but this time, she did not come with her. This made Qinyan feel rather regretful. Alright. Yu Wulan and Xianxia walked out of the 9 Sun Sky Raising Pagoda. Qinyan felt some reluctance in his heart. Especially when he recalled the beautiful time he spent with Xianxia, he could not help but sigh with emotion. Xianxia and he have known each other for a long time and now they have finally reached this step. And he recalled that when he first met Xianxia, it was still his immortal King Fu Yun's life. At that time, he and Xianxia had conflicts and emotional entanglements. In Qinyan's life, he experienced many things. Xiaoyun, what are you thinking about? Ling Yin'er asked. In the past, she and Qinyan were connected by heart. She could know what Qinyan was thinking but later on, it was no longer possible. Ling Yin'er was also studying the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra in the 9 Sun Divine Spirit, so she did not know about Qinyan and Xianxia. Aunt Xiao gave me 5 million Divine Universe Golden Stones. She said that Sister Shangyun asked her to give it to me. Qinyan said, Aunt Xiao also said that she is the successor of the Divine Moon Clan's Emperor. Sister Shangyun is nurturing her as the Divine Moon Clan's Emperor. After Ling Yin'er was surprised, she said with a smile, this is a good thing. Sister Shangyun did not marginalize the women who have a good relationship with you because of you. On the contrary, she even put them in an important position. Qinyan shook his head, Sister Shangyun must have something in her heart that she did not explain to me. I have already asked Aunt Xiao to tell her to talk to me alone. If she can come, that would be for the best. Ling Yuner nodded and said, Xiaoyun, I will be cultivating the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with Sister Qingqing and the others during this period of time. Once I master it, I will try the new third level with you, hee. Alright. Qin Yan said with a smile. Ling Yuner is secretly discussing the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with Zi Qingqing and the others inside the Nine Sun Divine Spirit. The Sun and Moon Heart Sutra cannot be known by men, so they are all very private. When Qin Yan walked out of the Nine Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda, he saw that the Violent Sun Tiger clan's main hall has already been built. Now they are starting to build other buildings. After going out, he found out that the Heavenly Lion clan's emperor came here, but he has already returned, leaving only 2 old men here. The Heavenly Lion clan also wants to buy stone creation divine tools from Qin Yun. Those 2 old men are elders of the Heavenly Lion clan. Qin Yun sold 100 stone creation divine tools to the Heavenly Lion clan for 3 million divine universe golden stones. In this way, he has more than 10 million divine universe golden stones in his hands. It is more than enough to pay off his debt, and he still has some left over. All the powers that entered the 4 divine sun have already bought stone creation divine tools from Qin Yun, and now they are building their houses. Qin Yun's stone creation divine tool business has temporarily come to an end. He is inside the 9 Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda, researching the divine power of the 4 divine Sunday. He feels that the divine power of the 4 divine sun can be used to restrain the descendants of the divine sun. However, he still can't find an entry point. Fortunately, he has captured the souls of some divine sun descendants before, so he can use them for experiments. Qin Yan absorbed a large amount of the 4 divine suns' divine power in the 9 Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda and channeled it into the pill transformation heavenly furnace. He wants to condense an energy pill. This way, he can quickly extract the high-density energy of the 4 divine sun and conduct experiments. Qin Yan asked Xiao Xianxin to bring a message to Yu Shangyun. This is already 2 days ago. In these 2 days, Yu Shangyun did not come. And just as Qin Yun was busy concocting pills, he sensed that Yu Shangyun was at the top of the 9 Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda. He immediately brought Yu Shangyun in. She is at the top floor. Yu Shangyun did not take off her helmet. After she came in, she said coldly, if you have something to say, then say it quickly. Dark Moon and Blood Moon might not be dead. I suspect that they are trapped in the law enforcement realm's heavenly secrets sect. Qin Yun said, furthermore, their memories have been copied. Sister Shangyun, do you have their earliest soul-chasing talisman? The heavenly secrets sect is hidden without a trace. How are you going to find them? Yu Shangyun coldly snorted, Qin Yun, take care of yourself. Don't interfere in our divine moon clan's matters anymore. It's not like you're immortal. Do you really think that you can always successfully escape calamity after calamity? The divine moon clan's matters are Qin Yun's matters. Qin Yun said seriously, no matter what, I will definitely bring back the divine moon 5 kings. Yu Shangyun was wearing a helmet, so her expression could not be seen. However, she had fallen into a short period of silence. It was obvious that her emotions had changed. Qin Yun, if you continue to disregard everything and fight against powerful forces like this, you won't be able to live for long. If you weren't so nosy, you wouldn't have fallen into such a situation and wouldn't have been called the Rat King. Yu Shangyun's ice-cold voice trembled. Qin Yun said resolutely, it doesn't matter what others call me because those who understand me know what kind of person I am. You handed the Divine Moon clan over to me and I was harmed by a scoundrel, causing the kings to be in trouble. If I don't save them, this matter will not end. Yu Shangyun said, do you know? You have already lost a lot. You should have been a supreme divine king in the 9 Sun sacred land and not be ridiculed as the Rat King outside. Qin Yun finally got some information from Yu Shangyun. He could feel that Yu Shangyun was concerned about him. Thus, she didn't want him to waste his energy on her Divine Moon clan. Clearly, she knew many things. God's Desolate has 2 God Monarch heavenly seals. There is one in the 9 Sun sacred ground, and outside of the sacred ground, it is collectively known as the Divine Desolate Heavens. Your Divine King heavenly seal belongs to the Divine Desolate Heavens, said Yu Shangyun. Qin Yun took out his Godly King heavenly seal and said with a frown, 2 Godly King heavenly seals? Could it be that the one in my hand is incomplete? No, your Divine King heavenly seal is complete. Furthermore, it was nurtured by you. In the future, you will definitely be able to cultivate it to its complete state. Yu Shangyun also looked at the Divine King Heavenly Seal in Qin Yan's hand. As for the 9 Sun Sacred Lands Divine King Heavenly Seal, it was jointly created by Divine Desolate and 9 Suns. That Divine King Heavenly Seal is even stronger than yours. Qin Yan said with a sigh, so what? The strength I possess is not completely reliant on the Divine King Heavenly Seal. If you don't split your attention during this period of time, you will definitely be able to break through early and enter the 9 Sun Sacred Ground to obtain the Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal. That Divine King Heavenly Seal should have belonged to you, but now. Yu Shangyun did not continue, clearly very sad. Qin Yan said with a carefree smile, if it really belongs to me, no one can take it away. Yu Shangyun stomped her feet and coldly snorted, that originally belonged to you, but now it has been taken away by someone. It will be very, very difficult for you to take it back. From today onwards, don't waste your energy on other things. Focus on becoming stronger and snatch back the Divine King Heavenly Seal that belongs to you. Qin Yun looked at Yu Shangyun with a firm gaze. His voice was firm and steady as he said, how can that broken seal be more important than Fengyu and the rest? Right now, they are all under the effects of the Terminator Profound Kill Curse and are in deep slumber. I want to wake them up. He looked at the Godly King Heavenly Seal in his hand and gripped it tightly. He snorted coldly and continued, Fengyue, Shueyue and Huayue, they are all my friends. Elder Sister Rujing and Yao Xue are my lovers. Even 10 Divine King Heavenly Seals are not as important as them. Yu Shangyun faintly sighed. She became silent, no one knew what she was thinking at the moment. Because she felt indignant for Qin Yun. She felt terrible for Qin Yun losing the incomparably precious Godly Monarch Heavenly Seal. Also, Qin Yun's nickname, the Rat King, was circulating among the non-humans, which made her very angry. Although I became like that on that day, my mind was not occupied by the evil demon. I can completely control that evil demon's power. Sister Shangyun, do you believe me? Qin Yun asked. I don't know. Yu Shangyun said. Why are you avoiding me? Qin Yun's voice rose a few octaves as he pressed, why don't you discuss it with me? Yu Shangyun slightly lowered her head, remaining silent. Qin Yun suddenly opened his heavenly eye and saw that tears were flowing down the gentle and beautiful face with a hint of heroic and domineering aura behind the helmet. He didn't know when Yu Shangyun started crying, but he knew that Yu Shangyun's tears were flowing for him. Qin Yun, some things are not as simple as you think. Yu Shangyun raised her head and said. Is it because of Law Enforcement Realm, Heaven Secrets Sect and Mother Moon? Qin Yun asked again, is Mother Moon's evil side still alive? Yu Shangyun did not answer Qin Yun's question and said, this is the result of your sister Kiru's discussion. We don't need you to interfere in our matters anymore. Then what about Fengyu and the others? Qin Yun asked. You said that you would let them return. I will wait for them to return. And you must focus on 9 Sun Holy Land. Yu Shangyun said. All right. Qin Yun nodded and said. You are not allowed to take revenge on Law Enforcement Realm and Heaven Secrets Sect. Yu Shangyun said again. I can't agree to that. Law Enforcement Realm must die, Heaven Secrets Sect must be exterminated. Qin Yun said very resolutely, if I don't exterminate them, I, Qin Yun, am not a human. Yu Shangyun seems to be very angry and said, if you want to deal with Law Enforcement Realm and Heaven Secrets Sect, how much time and energy would you need to waste? And they are undying and indestructible. Qin Yun said, in my eyes, there is nothing that cannot be exterminated. Law Enforcement Realm and the others are descendants of Divine Sunday. Those fellows from 9 Sun Holy Land might be even more difficult to deal with than Divine Sun descendants. Alright, do whatever you want. Goodbye. Yu Shangyun said coldly, send me out. Give me the Blood Moon and Dark Moon soul-chasing talismans. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving. Qin Yun said indifferently, Sister Shangyun, please cooperate with me. He has never been unyielding towards Yu Shangyun and this is the first time. Although his tone is very calm, it is filled with a kind of majesty. I don't have it. Yu Shangyun can sense Qin Yun's might. You definitely do. Qin Yan said, if they are still alive, then I will go to Heaven's secret sect and quickly find them. I will let the 5 dukes reunite with you. Yu Shengyun gritted her teeth and shouted hysterically, Qin Yan, if you save them and you can't come back? How do you want me to face Yu Lan and the others, you bastard? You threw a group of women to me and you were always courting death outside. Do you think we are not worried about you? What if you die? What do you want us to do? In the great era of the gods desolate, without your protection, we will turn into dust in the end. Qin Yan also thought of this problem. He was silent for a moment and then said, I won't die. No, you are not immortal. Yu Shengyun shook her head. I promise you, before I have enough strength, I will not go to the Heaven Secrets sect. But you must give me the Blood Moon and Dark Moon soul-chasing talismans. Qin Yan said again. In the 9 Sun Holy Land, there is a Sun divine race. They also belong to the Yu clan and they are even stronger than our Yu clan. The Mother Moon's inheritance came from the Sun divine race. If you can defeat the strongest young expert of the Sun divine race, I will give you their soul-chasing talismans. Yu Shengyun said. All right. Qin Yan also agreed. Wait until you step into the Heavenly Monarch realm, then come find me. Yu Shengyun snorted, quickly send me out. Qin Yan sent Yu Shengyun out and watched her fly away from the top of the pagoda. It took a long time for his heart to calm down. Although he had appeared to be very calm just now, what Yu Shengyun had said had shocked him. There is actually an even more powerful Divine King Heavenly Seal inside the 9 Sun Holy Land. Yu Shengyun also said that the Divine King Heavenly Seal originally belonged to him and now it has been taken away. Yuner, there are many challenges waiting for us. Qin Yan let out a long sigh. Xiaoyun, Sister Shengyun should be feeling guilty. Because she feels that the matter of her Divine Moon clan has delayed your entry into the 9 Sun Holy Land and missed the opportunity to obtain the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Ling Yuner said, it seems like she really cares about you. She doesn't even want you to save the Dark Moon and Blood Moon. Qin Yan shook his head and said, she doesn't want me to save them because she plans to act on her own. I can't let her deal with those bastards from the Heaven Secrets sect. Isn't she also worried about you? She also doesn't want you to come into contact with the Heaven Secrets sect. Ling Yuner faintly sighed, you two are really something, why are you so contradictory? Can't you just join hands? She is even more unwilling. Because she thinks that if she dies and I am here, the Divine Moon clan will be fine. She also said earlier that if I die, the Divine Moon clan will be in great danger. Even she doesn't have the competence to protect the Divine Moon clan, but she believes that I can protect the Divine Moon clan. Qin Yan sighed and said, looks like the Divine Moon clan's crisis is not over yet. Then quickly become stronger and defeat that strongest young expert of the Divine Moon clan. This guy is definitely someone that Sister Shengyun hates very much, so she hopes that her man can defeat him. Ling Yuner said with smile. I suspect that the Divine Moon Alliance is backed by the Divine Moon clan. Qin Yan nodded. Qin Yan stood at the top of the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda and looked into the distance. He recalled what Yu Shengyun said earlier. At this moment, a graceful white figure flew into his line of sight and flew towards him. Princess Luo? Qin Yan saw Luo Yaofeng flying over. Luo Yaofeng and Yu Yaoyao were near the 4 divine suns. Yu Yaoyao also brought her dark Kunpeng over. He doesn't find it strange that Luo Yaofeng is currently inside the 4 divine suns. Luo Yaofeng's white dress fluttered in the wind as she slowly landed on the 9 Sun Heaven Raising Pagoda and landed beside Qin Yan. Her body has a very unique elegant temperament. Her beautiful eyes flickered with gentle ripples. Coupled with the sweet smile on her face, she is as beautiful as a gentle wind that can blow people's hearts. This gentle and dignified beauty was once the 9 Heavens Devil Slayer and 9 Heavens Goddess. And now she is Luo Yaofeng, the Divine Desolate's Wind God. Brother Yun. Big Brother Emperor. Luo Yaofeng grabbed Qin Yan's hand with a charming smile and shook his arm. In front of Qin Yan, she is gentle and beautiful but also has the innocent and lively side of a young girl. My Princess Luo, Brother Yun, I am no longer the Emperor of the Divine Moon clan, I am just a Mouse King. Qin Yan laughed at himself. That is also the most handsome Mouse King. Luo Yaofeng giggled, then hammered Qin Yan's chest and said with a sweet smile, looks like my brother Yun has not been defeated. How could my brother Yun lose to those despicable bastards? Qin Yun gently caressed her face and said with a smile, of course. Oh, that's right, Beauty Luo, where is Yu Yao Yao? Isn't she with you? She's with the dragon race. Luo Yaofeng giggled and said, Yao Yao said that she once wanted to take you in as her follower but you didn't agree. I don't want to be a good mouse king, why would I want to be her follower? Qin Yun chuckled and said, why? She still hasn't given up? Luo Yaofeng laughed tenderly and said, yes, she really hasn't given up. It's not enough for her to have a dark Kun Peng, she also wants to take in a mouse king like you. Qin Yun pinched Luo Yaofeng's nose and said, someone wants to take your brother Yun as her little brother, how can you still laugh? What do you mean take it down? You make it sound like I'm very interested in her. Qin Yun rolled his eyes and said, a woman like Imperial Yao Yao has a very strong desire to control. Otherwise, she wouldn't be able to control a dark Kun Peng. In her eyes, I'm no different from the dark Kun Peng. She definitely wants to tame me. Luo Yaofeng said with smile, you haven't been in contact with her for long but you seem to understand her quite well. She indeed told me that she wanted to tame you and make you her loyal and devoted little brother. Qin Yun knew that Imperial Yao Yao had not given up. He thought that after he displayed that kind of astonishing ability, it would make Imperial Yao Yao give up on the idea. She seems to be afraid of provoking the law enforcement world. When I was resisting the law enforcement world, she kept trying to dissuade me. Qin Yun spread his hands and said, why does she want to tame me now? That's because later on, the more she thought about it, the more she felt that you are better than the dark Kun Peng and you are also very handsome. So she wants to take you down and keep you by her side. Luo Yaofeng played with the ends of her hair and said with a smile, my brother Yun, your charm is really great. That little demon girl can't forget you. Qin Yun's actions in the Heavenly Emperor City had frightened Imperial Yao Yao. However, this also aroused Imperial Yao Yao's desire to tame Qin Yun even more. Imperial Yao Yao calls herself Heavenly Venerable Imperial Beast, she must be an expert in beast taming. She wants to tame me like a beast, does she not see me as a human? Qin Yun curled his lips and said, what is this little demon girl thinking? Brother Yun, you can definitely take care of her. I believe in you. Luo Yaofeng looked at Qin Yun with eyes filled with encouragement but her face is filled with a mischievous smile. Qin Yun could not help but pinch her face and scolded with a smile, my Princess Luo, do you have that much confidence in me? After all, even Sister Xiangyun has been taken down by you, how can I have confidence in you? Luo Yaofeng giggled and said. Is that so? I haven't taken you down yet. I can't even take you down, so I definitely can't handle Imperial Yao Yao. Qin Yun said with a mischievous smile. Luo Yaofeng's eyes suddenly flowed with charming waves, she pouted coquettishly and said with a charming smile, then why aren't you taking her down? I'll take her down for you. Qin Yun patted her butt and said with a smile, take your head. Hurry up and tell me about that little demoness. I don't want to have a conflict with her. After all, her dark Kun Peng is very scary. Luo Yaofeng hugged Qin Yun's arm and entered the nine-sun heaven-raising pagoda together. Yao Yao's origins are very mysterious. Although I didn't get anything out of her, she definitely has a close relationship with the law enforcers. Also, she knows a lot about the nine-sun sacred ground. Luo Yaofeng said, I suspect that she might have come from the nine-sun sacred ground. After leaving the nine-sun sacred ground, she often came into contact with the law enforcement world. Is that so? Is she from the nine-sun sacred land? Qin Yun sat on a relatively wide chair. Luo Yaofeng also sat down and squeezed with Qin Yun. The Sun Dragon race and the Heavenly Lion race are somewhat afraid of her. I don't know why. If you know a dragon from the Sun Dragon race, you can ask. Luo Yaofeng said again as her hands started moving around Qin Yun's body. Qin Yun grabbed one of her messy hands and hugged her waist. He pinched her slender waist, causing her to let out a tender cry. Ignore her for now. It's impossible for her to tame me. Even if I, Qin Yun, am the Rat King, I won't submit to her skirt. Qin Yun said with a smile, besides, I still have the beautiful Princess Luo by my side to help me. I'm not afraid of her. Qin Yun placed his hand on Luo Yaofeng's waist. As he gently rubbed it, he also probed her divine power. Brother Yun, what are you probing? Luo Yaofeng lifted up a portion of her clothes, revealing her jade white waist. She grabbed Qin Yan's hand and placed it on her navel. She said with a smile, "Come, this way I can probe even more carefully." Qin Yan curled his lips and said, "There's no need to probe. I can already tell that you have already surpassed Shen Tianjun. How did you do it so fast?" "Secret." Luo Yaofeng smiled tenderly and said, "It's my turn to probe you." As she spoke, she placed her hand on Qin Yan's abdomen and touched his sturdy abdominal muscles. Luo Yaofeng did not probe at all. Instead, she was kneading and pinching. Qin Yan knew that Luo Yaofeng was playing with him. He already knew that this female devil slayer had a mischievous side. At this moment, he is also playing with her, poking her waist. The two of them are playing around intimately on a large chair. Suddenly, a voice shouted from outside, "Sacred Master Qin, Long Yufeng is back. He is at the dragon race's side. I heard that he brought a very strong boss." Qin Yan immediately got Luo Yaofeng off his lap and tidied up his clothes. Luo Yaofeng also tidied up her clothes. Her face is filled with a mischievous and sweet smile. She really likes to play around with Qin Yan like this. It makes her feel very happy. And this kind of experience is what she lacks the most in her life. "Brother Yun, don't be afraid, I'm here. Whoever dares to bully my brother Yun, I'll kill him." When Luo Yaofeng spoke, although she has a charming smile on her face, her beautiful eyes are filled with ruthlessness. "You might not be my match." Qin Yan said with a faint smile, "Princess Luo, don't underestimate your brother Yun. If it's in bed, I might not be your match. But in a fight, I can definitely beat you." Luo Yaofeng said with a smile. "Bad." Qin Yan patted her butt and scolded with a smile, "Who did you learn this from?" Luo Yaofeng said with a charming smile, "Is there even a need to learn?" Qin Yan and Luo Yaofeng chatted and laughed as they walked out of the floating cloud pagoda. After going out, Elder Tu is stunned because he did not know that there was a woman beside Qin Yan. "This young lady is?" Elder Tu asked. "Hello old grandpa, I am brother Yun's good friend." Luo Yaofeng said with a smile. "This is Elder Tu of the Wild Sun Tiger race." Qin Yan said. Elder Tu said with a smile, "So it's Sacred Master Qin's friend. That's good. I didn't expect Sacred Master Qin's friend to be so strong." With a glance, he could tell that Luo Yaofeng's strength was not ordinary. She might be on the same level as him. Luo Yaofeng looked in the direction of the dragon race and said, "Yao Yao should also be on the dragon race's side. The guys from the 9-Sun dragon race are definitely not weak. Our spies have heard that the boss of the Longyu side is from the royal family of the 9-Sun dragon race. He is a fire dragon." Elder Tu said, "After transforming into human form, he is a young man." Qin Yan said with a smile, "Fire dragon? Then I'm even less afraid. I'm an expert at playing with fire. Sacred Master Qin, this time it's the royal family of the 9-Sun dragon race. You must be careful." Elder Tu warned with a worried expression. At this moment, an aura suddenly attacked. Qin Yan and company immediately looked at the top of the 9-Sun heaven-raising pagoda. There stood a person wearing black armor. It was Yu Shangyun's unique attire. Qin Yan immediately opened his heavenly eye to take a look. It was not Xiao Xianqin but Yu Shangyun had personally come. "It's the Divine Moon Race's emperor," Elder Tu said in a low voice. Qin Yan nodded and flew up with Luo Yaofeng. He also brought Yu Shangyun into the 9-Sun heaven-raising pagoda. "Sister Shangyun, why did you suddenly come here?" Luo Yaofeng asked. She is still somewhat shocked because she already knew that Yu Shangyun wanted to sever all ties with Qin Yan. A royal family member of the 9-Sun dragon race has arrived. "Qin Yan, that guy is here to find you." Yu Shangyun said, "The Long Yufan that you injured before is the subordinate of that royal family member." "Sister Shangyun, how much do you know about that guy?" Qin Yan asked. "His name is Long Tianyan. Previously I asked you to defeat the strongest young expert of the Sunin divine race. He is from the same generation as this Long Tianyan from the 9-Sun dragon race. But this Long Tianyan's strength is inferior to the Sunin divine races." Yu Shangyun said. "If Long Tianyan wants to fight with me, then I can test my own strength." Qin Yun is rather looking forward to it. If you want to fight, it's best if you don't use the extreme evil devil power. Yu Shengyun warned, it's not that you can't use it, but you should choose the right time to use it. It's best if people forget that you have this kind of power. Luo Yaofeng said with smile, Brother Yun, many people think that you have a devil spirit in your body. They say that after you enter that state, you are no longer you but a devil spirit. If you don't use it, they will think that you can't enter that state again. Yu Shengyun nodded and said, Qin Yun, it's best if you let people think that you can't enter that state again. If they watch that state a few more times, maybe they will find a way to restrain it. I understand. Qin Yun said. Long Tianyan should be here soon. If you can avoid fighting, don't fight. If you fight, don't lose. After Yu Shengyun finished speaking, she let Qin Yun send her out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. After Qin Yun sent her out, Luo Yaofeng said with smile, Brother Yun, you are really awesome. I thought that Sister Shengyun would ignore you. I didn't expect that she would throw herself into your arms so quickly. What nonsense are you talking about? Qin Yun curled his lips and said, we are both 9 heavens goddesses, but Sister Shengyun can provide me with a lot of useful information. I also told you about Imperial Yao Yao. Luo Yaofeng is very unconvinced and said with smile, how about this, I'll help you capture Yao Yao. Qin Yun is completely speechless. He shook his head and smiled. Then, he took out a set of white inscription master robe and put it on. He put on a sky hat and heaven-trampling divine boots. His cultivation is relatively low. If he doesn't compete in equipment, he will definitely suffer a loss. A member of the 9-sun dragon race's royal family? Let me see how strong this guy is. Qin Yun walked out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, Luo Yaofeng followed behind him. Brother Yun, Yao Yao is coming. Luo Yaofeng said in low voice. Qin Yun also looked towards the direction of the dragon race. There are indeed many powerful auras rushing over. At this time, Yang Long Lingyu sent a sound transmission to Qin Yun. Little brother Qin, run. Yang Long Lingyu's urgent voice came from the sound transmission divine pearl into the island's mind. A member of the 9-sun dragon race's royal family is here. The master of the dark Kunpeng seems to be coming for you. The master of the dark Kunpeng is Imperial Yao Yao. It seems like even Yang Long Lingyu and the others don't know Imperial Yao Yao's identity. Does the master of the dark Kunpeng know Long Tianyan? Qin Yun asked. The dark rock was very famous, especially in the circle of beasts. It was a very famous existence, and many beasts would pale at the mention of it. What shocked them the most was that the dark Kunpeng had a master, and a mysterious woman at that. A person who could subdue the dark Kunpeng must have grasped a secret technique to subdue beasts. Therefore, the Sun Dragon race had an inexplicable fear towards the imperial demon. What does Long Tianyan plan to do? He wants to kill me, right? Asked Qin Yun. I don't know. Anyway, they're on their way to you. Little brother Qin, listen to me, quickly hide, don't meet him. Yang Long Lingyu is also worried about Qin Yun. Elder Lingyu, don't worry about me. I'll be fine. Qin Yun was very calm. Within the 4 divine suns, even if he couldn't beat his opponent, he definitely wouldn't lose. Long Tianyan, a group of powerful dragons of the Sun Dragon race, and Imperial Demon Yao came from afar. The other races within the 4 god suns also rushed over. The divine sun elves were the first to arrive, but they didn't approach. Clearly, they were worried that a battle would break out. Divine sun elves did not buy stone creation divine tools from Qin Yun because they can use a secret technique to grow trees on the golden red crystal ground. The elves now lived in the trees they had planted. Within the Mystic Moon Alliance, only the Bright Moon Sect and the Mystic Moon Clan had purchased divine tools from Qin Yun. The other Moon Clans didn't buy it because the territories they obtained were all given to the Divine Moon Clan. Those Yu clansmen had already left the 4 divine suns and returned to the divine moons of the heavens. Therefore, on the Mystic Moon Alliance's side, only the Mystic Moon Clan and the Bright Moon Church came. The news of Qin Yun beating Long Yufeng from the 9-sun dragon race into mush has already spread among the 4 divine suns. The Heavenly Lion Clan, they all were rather gutsy. Not only did they dare to approach, they even started chatting with the Wild Sun Tiger Clan. After all, the heavenly lions were heavenly lions, not the dragon tribe. Naturally, they were not afraid of the Nine Sons dragon tribe. Long Tianyan is wearing a golden flame armor and a golden dragon crown on his head. He is releasing a very weak heavenly divine power. This is also the part that attracted Qin Yin the most because the golden dragon crown is a very powerful divine tool. After Qin Yin saw the golden dragon crown, his gaze shifted to Long Tianyan's face. He is a handsome man with jade-white skin. He looks weak and delicate, he does not have the powerful and overbearing aura of the dragon race. There were a few middle-aged men beside him, including Long Yufeng. Previously, all of his flesh and bones had been shattered by Qin Yin, but now, he was fine. He must have used a good pill to recover so quickly. Long Tianyan came by himself. The middle-aged men beside him were the ones from before. He held a sword inlaid with glowing gems in his hand. The scabbard was very beautiful, with all kinds of gems shining brightly. It was very eye-catching. It had to be said that Long Tianyan's entire body exuded the splendor of jewels, but he was not ordinary at all. Instead, he made people admire him. Yu Yaoyao came with him. She is wearing a black dress and her long red hair made her look even more gorgeous. She floated over and landed on the ground. Her beautiful light pink eyes stared at Qin Yin. A faint smile also appeared on her peerlessly beautiful face. "Boss, it's that guy who injured me." When Long Yufeng saw Qin Yin, his eyes immediately turned red. He pointed at Qin Yin and shouted angrily. Long Tianyan is also sizing up Qin Yin. He did not show any intention of fighting. After sizing up Qin Yin for a while, he said with a faint smile, "In the end, you are still a little divine king. Even if your cultivation is low, your strength is definitely not weak." Little divine king, this is the first time Qin Yin heard such a title. Boss, he is the little divine king? Could he be that mouse king? Long Yufeng looked at Qin Yin, his eyes filled with anger and fear. Qin Yin never expected that the title of Mouse King would spread so quickly. Even a dragon from the Nine Sun Holy Land called him that. What is a little divine king? Luo Yafeng asked. There is still a great divine king in the Nine Sun Holy Land. That great divine king's divine king heavenly seal is even stronger. Long Tianyan replied. There are actually two divine kings in the divine desolate, one big and one small. It is very obvious that Qin Yin, this little divine king, is definitely inferior to that great divine king. This little divine king is just a mouse king. Long Yufeng gritted his teeth and cursed in a low voice. He is no longer as imposing as before. Especially after knowing that Qin Yin is a little divine king, he felt a lot more fear from the bottom of his heart. Qin Yin looked at Long Tianyan and said, "It was your subordinate who was in the wrong first, that's why I attacked. I didn't kill him because I gave face to the dragon race. I, Qin Yin, and the dragon race have an extremely deep relationship. I don't want to make things so stiff with you all." When he was created in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace, it was a primal chaos divine dragon that nurtured him. Then this matter will end here. Long Tianyan nodded and said, "Since you are a little divine king, you are also someone recognized by the Nine Sons. Furthermore, these 4 divine sons were created by you, that's why they became so miraculous. Our dragon race also doesn't want to be enemies with you. As for me, I also admire you very much." Long Tianyan did not show that he wants to fight with Qin Yin. Everyone is quite surprised, even Qin Yin himself is prepared to fight. Your subordinate offended me, I injured him, so we are even. Qin Yin said. I didn't manage my subordinates properly, this is my fault. I, Long Tianyan, apologize to you here. Long Tianyan's attitude is extremely good, this caused Qin Yin to feel very surprised. Especially young Long Lingyu, who told Qin Yin to run, he is now somewhat embarrassed. He did not expect that Long Tianyan would not attack and even apologize. Not only that, Long Tianyan even told Long Yufeng to apologize to Qin Yin. After Long Tianyan finished dealing with it, he said with a smile, Little Divine King, with your equipment, could it be that you want to fight me? Yes, I thought you were as rude and unreasonable as your subordinate, so I was already prepared to fight you. Qin Yin spread his hands and said with a smile, it's best if we don't fight. You can't beat our boss. Long Yufeng said. Long Tianyan shook his head and smiled. Not fighting is indeed the best. Otherwise, those fellows outside will definitely be extremely happy. Those guys outside? Qin Yin said with frown. Who else is outside? Who else could it be? Of course it's those bastards from the law enforcement world. Behind them is the very heaven god race. Long Tianyan sighed. If they attack, it will be a fierce battle. Qin Yin said, aren't the creatures of your Sun Holy Land not allowed to come out? Why are there suddenly so many of them? They can come out, but there are certain restrictions. As for those of us who could come out, we were able to break through the restrictions and escape. After we come out, it will be very difficult to go back, so we will stay outside for a period of time. Once the passage is opened, we will be able to meet up. Holy Land. Long Tianyan looked at Mad Sun Tiger Emperor and asked, 9 Sun Tiger race still not here? Mad Sun Tiger Emperor shook his head and said, they still haven't contacted us. He then looked at Heavenly Lion race and Divine Sun Fairy race and asked, there is no news from the powerful Holy Land races behind you? Heavenly Lion Emperor and Divine Sun Fairy Emperor shook their heads. The grading divine race behind our Divine Moon Alliance will arrive very soon. Wang Haoyue said. Long Tianyan said with frown, they shouldn't be here yet. I left a bit later than them, they should have arrived earlier than me. Maybe they were attracted by the colorful world outside, that's why they didn't come. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said with laugh. Yu Yaoyao said, it's also possible that they are all finished. Long Yufeng retorted, impossible, how can they be finished so easily? Those who can come out from the Holy Land are all veterans of hundreds of battles. Even if they are killed, their souls are immortal and indestructible. Immortal and indestructible souls. This caused Qin Yin to be secretly apprehensive. The souls of the creatures from the 9 Sun Holy Land all have this kind of soul. Weren't you beaten to a pulp by that Mouse King? Yu Yaoyao said with laugh. He is a young divine king, he has the divine king heavenly seal, moreover he created these 4 divine sons and can borrow the divine power of the 4 divine sons. It is normal for me to lose to him. If it were any other human, no one would be a match for me. Long Yufeng was quite knowledgeable. Long Yufeng is quite knowledgeable and knows how strong Qin Yin is. Yu Yaoyao looked at Luo Yaofeng and said with smile, Luo, you and him exchange a few moves. Long Tianyan said with smile, Yaoyao, this lady Luo is not a human, she is one of the 9 heavens goddesses. If you let her fight with Long Yufeng, she will be bullying him. After knowing that Luo Yaofeng is one of the 9 heavens goddesses, Long Yufeng originally wanted to speak but he immediately swallowed his words. He even took a few steps back, clearly he is afraid of Luo Yaofeng. Sun Dragon Emperor asked, how many people from the great heaven divine race have come? How is their overall strength? There are a lot of them and there are at least 15 law enforcement great venerables. If the 9 Sun Tiger race, 9 Sun Heavenly Lion race and 9 Sun Fairy race do not come, it will be very difficult for us to stop them. Long Tianyan said. What if the grading divine race comes? Wang Haoyue asked. That is still not enough. The great heaven divine race is very strong, their clan emperor is the disciple of the great divine king. Long Tianyan's expression is grave as he said, for a large group of great heaven divine race to come out from the Holy Lands, they must have the help of the great divine king. Yu Yaoyao said, could it be that the 9 Sun Tiger race and the others were ambushed and defeated by the great heaven divine race? Very likely. Long Tianyan sighed, looked at Qin Yin and asked, young divine king, can you let the 4 divine sons release a barrier to prevent the enemy from invading? Qin Yin shook his head and said, I have never tried. But I can go to the core region, I have been there before. Qin Yin has already been to the core region, this caused all the experts present to be extremely shocked. From their point of view, the core region of the 4 divine sons is very special and very difficult to enter. Oh? What is the core region like? Sun Dragon Emperor hastily asked. The thing floating in the core region is not a sun but a golden red moon. Qin Yin said, the core of the divine sun is a golden red moon, what do you think? Since these few powerful races can come here, they all have a good understanding of divine Sunday Sun Dragon race, Heavenly Lion race and divine Sun Fairy race were all born in the core region of 3 divine Sunday. And Violent Sun Tiger race was born in the core of Violent Sun Divine Realm, so they are very clear about the situation of the core. Xianxia said that the core of the four Divine Sun is a big moon. This is indeed unbelievable. How can our Divine Moon Alliance put a moon inside? If we had this kind of ability, we would be invincible. Wang Haoyue waved her hand and said. Long Tianyan is very astonished. He looked at Xianxia and asked, Young Divine King, is the core of the four Divine Sun really a moon? Or is it just like a moon? It really looks like a moon and it doesn't have any heat or strong light that a Divine Sun core should have. I have been to the cores of the previous 3 myriad realms Divine Sun, they were all fireballs, the ones inside the 4 Divine Suns are not fireballs. Xianxia said. Xianxia has a good understanding of the Divine Sun core, so when he first saw the core of the 4 Divine Sun, he was also very shocked. These 4 Divine Suns are indeed different. Not to mention that the souls of Divine Sun descendants can't reproduce here, even the core is different. Wang Haoyue said. Sacred Master Qin, what did you do when you created this myriad realm's Divine Sun? Elder Tu asked curiously. Everyone knows that Xianxia used the law enforcement realm's small Divine Suns and cooperated with the other 3 myriad realms Divine Suns to create 4 Divine Suns. It can't be said that he created it by himself, but when he participated, he put in a lot of effort, causing the creation of the myriad realms Divine Sun to be very different from before. Xianxia shook his head and said, I only started, I left the rest to the 3 myriad realms Divine Suns. I really don't know why the 4 Divine Suns became like this. Actually, he knows a bit and thinks that it has something to do with his Imperial Heaven divine art. Therefore, he plans to participate in the creation of the 50,000th universe Divine Sun next time, this way he can further confirm it. Let's not talk about this first, we are currently facing the threat of the law enforcement realm and great heaven divine race. We must block them and not let them enter the Divine Sun, otherwise this place will be a disaster. If young Divine King can let the 4 Divine Suns release divine power to resist, we will have a lot easier time. Long Tianyan said. How about I enter the core to take a look? But I can't guarantee it. Qin said. Long Tianyan nodded. Then let's go in and give it a try. If you really can't do it, come out as soon as possible. I'll go with you and take a look at the core. Xianxia said. She really wanted to see the golden red moon. All right. Xianxia nodded. Previously, there were rumors that Xianxia and Xianxia had a feud. The big shots present had more or less believed it. Now that he saw that Xianxia wanted to enter the core of the Divine Sun with Xianxia, he knew that their relationship was not as bad as the rumors said. Of course, very few people knew about the intimate relationship between Xianxia and Xianxia, and this was something that many people could not even imagine. Xianxia stored the 9 Sun heaven-raising pagoda and brought Xianxia to the mysterious teleportation formation. The area where the transmission array was located was under the control of the Mystic Moon Alliance. Xianxia and Xianxia stood on the teleportation array and were activating it. Prepare for teleportation. Xianxia said. Let's begin. Xianxia nodded. Xianxia activated the teleportation array and arrived at the core of the 4 Divine Suns in the blink of an eye. After entering, Xianxia immediately saw that the core in the middle of the core area is indeed a golden red moon. There is only one core inside the 4 Divine Suns. No living being inside the core has appeared, so it is completely empty. Sister Yu is inside the core. Xianxia said. Xianxia, do you really not know what you did when you created the 4 Divine Suns? Xianxia asked. I'm not sure yet. In short, the reason why the 4 Divine Suns are like this is definitely related to me. Xianxia is truly unable to be sure. He can only wait until he creates the 50,000th world god sun and give it a try. Xianxia flew towards the golden red moon. Xianxia flew together with him. Her body released a very strong divine moon power and entered the golden red moon. That Long Tianyan is pretty good, he actually didn't fight with me. Xianxia also released his mental power to contact Yu. Yes, I'm also very surprised. This guy is not simple, he can tell that you are not to be trifled with. Xianxia said, or maybe his nature is like this, he doesn't like to become enemies with others. Xiaoyun? Why are you back? Yu's voice sounded. Sister Yu, did I disturb your sleep? Qin Yan said with a smile. No, I'm bored. Yu sighed lightly and said, I don't know how long I'll have to stay in this damned place. Yu Shangyun said, Yu, it's very important for you to enter the core of the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Not only will you obtain a great improvement, the Myriad Realms Divine Sun will also transform because of you. Sister Shangyun, you also came in? Yu was somewhat surprised, especially when she saw Qin Yan and Yu Shangyun together. She thought that Yu Shangyun completely ignored Qin Yan. Qin Yan roughly explained the situation outside. Yu already knew that there are many powers that want to enter the four divine suns. Now that she knows the situation, she is not surprised. Yu, can you control the four divine suns to defend yourself? It would be best if you can block them from entering. Yu Shangyun said, if you really can't do it, then don't force yourself. You are safe in the core region. Cultivate in peace first. I can use the four divine suns to block foreign objects from entering. However, I can't stop the souls of those divine sun descendants from entering. Yu said. I'm not afraid of that. If the souls of divine sun descendants come in, they won't be able to reproduce. They won't be able to use the four divine suns to create a body inside. There's no need to be afraid of them. Qin Yan said with a smile, if they dare to fly in, I'll capture as many as they come. He continued to experiment with a large number of souls of divine sun descendants. The main purpose is to develop that big smoke. Alright, when do we start the defense? Yu asked. Start now. Yu Shangyun warned, if you can't withstand it during the defense, then you have to end it decisively. Don't affect yourself. Yu replied. At this moment, Yu Shangyun and Qin Yan have already landed on the golden red moon. On the myriad heavens divine desolate, when one looks up at the myriad heavens divine moon, they can see a pattern on the surface of the myriad heavens divine moon. This golden red moon also has the same pattern as the myriad heavens divine moon. Therefore, it is very similar to the moon, only the color is different. Sister Xiangyun, is this a moon? Yu asked. Although she is inside the core, she is very puzzled about it. She also does not understand the reason. Yes. Yu Shangyun nodded and said, this reminds me of a legend. Back when I was in the 9 heavens, I heard that legend from the 9 heavens goddess. What legend? Asked Qin Yan hurriedly. The core of the divine sun is the moon, so this divine sun is of the Yin attribute. Simply put, it is the mother divine sun. Yu Shangyun said, and this kind of Yin divine sun will evolve into a mother sun in the future. After Yu and Qin Yan heard this, they are extremely shocked. Then is there anything particularly powerful about the mother sun? Yu asked. I don't know what kind of ability Mu Yang has. Back then, when I was in the 9 heavens, the heavenly universe divine sun wanted to create a mother sun. Yu Shangyun sighed, unfortunately, the heavenly universe divine sun of the 9 heavens did not succeed in the end. Qin Yan asked, what's the situation in the 9 heavens? The 9 heavens celestial divine sun has self-detonated. The energy should be absorbed and devoured by the myriad heavens divine desolate. Yu Shangyun said, back then, the heavenly universe divine sun wanted to create a mother sun, it should be to continue and prevent the descendants of the divine sun from invading. Strange, after I participated in the creation of the myriad realms divine sun, I actually created such a special myriad realms divine sun. Qin Yan is also thinking about what he did in the past that led to this kind of result. Yu said with smile, Xiao Yun, make another one next time. Next time, it will be Sister Yang's turn to enter the core of the divine sun. Qin Yan recalled that Yang Shiyu entered the 5 divine sun, so he must participate. At this moment, his sound transmission divine pearl vibrated. It is Yang Long Lingyu. Little brother Qin, the Sun Yin divine race people are here. Yang Long Lingyu said, these guys are not as polite as the white-faced man. In short, the Sun Yin divine race people are very annoying. After you come out, it's best if you don't see them. Sister Shangyun, the Sun Yin divine race is here. Is the guy you want me to defeat also here? Qin Yan asked. After defeating the strongest youth of the Sun Yin divine race, Yu Shangyun promised to give the Blood Moon and Dark Moon soul-chasing talismans to Qin Yan. She nodded and said, he is the one leading the team this time. This person is very strong and he is not as easy to talk to as Long Tianyan. Don't fight him for now, you can't beat him now. Qin really wants to give it a try, especially after hearing Yu Shengyun say that he can't beat him. Leave the protection of the 4 divine sons to me. You guys go out and do your own things. Yu said. She is rather happy to see Qin and Yu Shengyun reconcile. Send us out. Qin said. You guys come closer and hold hands. This way, it will be easier for me to lock onto you and send you out. Yu said with smile. Yu Shengyun immediately grabbed Qin's hand and asked Yu to teleport them out. After teleporting out, Qin and Yu Shengyun will be in the Mystic Moon Alliance's territory. Here, the Sun Yin divine race will also join in. You go back to the tiger race. The Mad Sun Tiger Emperor is still quite strong. Moreover, the 9 Yang tiger race behind them also makes the Sun Yin divine race somewhat fearful. Even if the Sun Yin divine race people want to cause trouble for you, they will have some misgivings. Yu Shengyun said. They want to cause trouble for me? Qin said with frown. You have the Divine King Heavenly Seal in your hands, they might want to snatch it. Yu Shengyun said, in short, you have to be careful. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor and the others felt relieved seeing Qin return. They were worried that Qin would go to Dragon Race or Mystic Moon Alliance. Qin continued to stay in Violent Sun Tiger Clan's territory, making Violent Sun Tiger Emperor and the others very happy. They promptly led him into the Grand Hall. The stone bricks used to build this hall were made by Qin's stone creation divine tool. After entering, Qin discovered that these stone bricks can store and absorb the divine power of the 4 divine sons. This way, the divine power inside the house will be even more abundant. After entering the inner hall of the palace, there were invisible rays of light that contained incredibly dense divine power. After absorbing it into one's body, one would feel a very different feeling. Sacred Master Qin, a house made from these stone bricks will have a great formation that can condense divine power. It is truly wonderful. Elder Tu is full of praise, causing him to feel even more admiration towards Qin. When Qin created these stone bricks, he did not expect that they would have this kind of ability. This can be considered as an unexpected gain. Have you figured out the divine power of the 4 divine sons? Qin asked. He still has not completely understood the characteristics of the 4 divine sons. What we know now is that this divine power has very strong penetrating power, especially when it comes to souls. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor said. Is this the reason why the descendants of the divine sun are unable to reproduce? Qin slightly frowned and pondered. Qin cannot understand why the myriad realms divine sun he created would be so special. Moreover, it is highly possible that it is the legendary Mother Sunday. We will definitely figure it out in the future. The souls of the descendants of the divine sun are unable to reproduce here. They will not be able to dominate the myriad realms divine sun. Violent Sun Tiger Emperor sighed and said, finally there is a divine sun that they cannot destroy. The mad god sun they were in previously had been occupied by the descendants of the god sun for too long, and they had been unable to kill the descendants inside the mad god Sunday. In the end, they could only watch helplessly as the violent divine sun was destroyed, forcing them to leave their own divine world. Oh, that's right, is the 9 Sun Tiger clan still not here? Qin asked. That Sun Yin divine race is already here. The frenzied Sun Tiger Emperor snorted, the Sun Yin celestial tribe is so annoying. They are so arrogant and don't even look at us. I think they are just farts. These 4 divine sons were created by you, Sacred Master Qin, but you are not as arrogant as them. From the looks of it, they seem to want to monopolize the 4 god sons. They want to dominate the 4 divine sons? Where did this come from? Qin's expression changed. He said coldly, I will never allow such a thing to happen. Elder Tu also said very angrily, they said that our tiger race should not appear here. You even said that our tiger clan would turn this place into a foul atmosphere. Then did they mention dragon race? Asked Qin. With Long Tianyan here, they didn't say anything. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said, as for Heavenly Lion race and Divine Sun Fairy race, they mocked and ridiculed them. After Qin heard this, he became very unhappy. He said coldly, with these people here, it will cause chaos within the 4 god sons. I participated in the creation of the 4 god sons. If they cause trouble here, I will definitely drive them out. Sacred Master Qin, forget about it. Those guys are not weak. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor shook his head and said with sigh, let's wait for our 9 Sun Tiger race to come. How many of them are here? Qin Yan asked. If the Suning divine race causes trouble within the 4 god suns, he will not let them off lightly. Quite a lot of them, dozens of them, and all of them are very strong. They are not as weak as Long Tianyan's subordinates. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said, Long Tianyan's subordinates are weak chickens like Long Yufeng, and there are only a few of them. But the Suning divine race is different, every single one of them is stronger than Long Yufeng. This is within the 4 god suns, I am not afraid of them. If they dare to say anything disrespectful to you in front of me, I will definitely take care of them. Qin Yan groaned. The Heavenly Lion race and the Divine Sun Fairy race are living beings in the core region of the Divine Sun. Although Qin Yan is not very familiar with them, he feels the need to protect these 2 powerful races. After all, they are races created by the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Qin Yan's Divine King Heavenly Seal is closely related to the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Moreover, the powerful races within the Divine Sun core are all acquainted with the 9 Sun Divine Maiden. The defense of the 4 god suns has already been activated, Yu Yu is putting in the effort. This way, it won't be easy for outsiders to attack. Qin Yan and Mad Sun Tiger Emperor are talking in the inner hall of the Great Hall. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. After opening the door, Erhuzi is standing outside. That Long Tianyan is here, he is waiting outside the Great Hall. Erhuzi lightly yelled. Invite him in. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said. Yes. Erhuzi immediately ran out. Not long after, Long Tianyan brought Long Yufeng and a few middle-aged men in. Long Tianyan's expression is not very good, clearly he is suppressing his anger. Long Yufeng and the other middle-aged men beside him have even more angry expression. Long Tianyan is a gentle and refined man, it can be seen that he is not a person who is easily angered. To be able to make him so angry, it means that he has encountered something very excessive. Long Tianyan, what's wrong? Qin Yan asked. Don't mention it, I miscalculated. Long Tianyan let out a long sigh and waved his hand, I really did not expect it to be like this. Qin Yan and Mad Sun Tiger Emperor looked at each other, they already realized that this matter is not simple. Will it affect us? Mad Sun Tiger Emperor asked. It will affect us greatly. Long Yufeng replied from the side, soon, you and we will all scram out of the 4 god suns. Who said this? Mad Sun Tiger Emperor's expression sank and he shouted coldly. Yin Tianyi said it, he is the boss of the Sun Divine race. He is the same as our boss, he is also from the Tian generation. Long Yufeng said. Although Long Tianyan and Yin Tianyi have different surnames, they have the word Tian in their middle. It can be seen that all the major powers of the 9 Sun Holy Land have agreed on this. And this person is the person Yu Shangyun wanted Qin Yan to defeat. Qin Yan is very calm and said, Long Tianyan, is the Sun Divine race really that arrogant? Why did they drive us away? Long Tianyan shook his head and sighed, 9 Sun Heavenly Lion race, 9 Sun Tiger race and 9 Sun Fairy race did not come. Do you know why? Because they have given up on the 4 god suns and did not inform you. On the way here, they were already dealt with by the Sun Divine race. Settled? Qin Yan asked, was he killed, or what? They did not fight, they just came to an agreement. In short, the other races have already left. And our 9 Sun Dragon race will also have to leave. Long Tianyan sighed. You were forced to retreat by them? Qin Yan asked in a calm tone, he is not surprised. Yes. Let me put it this way, the Sun Divine race sent a lot of people here because the clan emperor of the Sun Divine race is the disciple of the great Divine King. Long Tianyan said. Wait, isn't the clan emperor of the great Heaven God race, who is colluding with the law enforcement world, also the disciple of that bullshit great God King? Asked the Wild Sun Tiger Emperor. Yes, these 2 clan emperors are the disciples of the great Divine King. So they are in cahoots. They want to drive us away and then the 4 god sons will belong to the Sun Divine race and the great Divine race. Long Tianyan said. Fuck their grandpa. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor furiously cursed, why? Because your 9-son tiger race doesn't want the 4 god sons anymore. Long Yufeng spread out his hands and said. They don't want it, I want it. I used to be inside the Divine Sun, I like this place, I want to stay here. Whoever wants to drive us away, I will fight them with my life. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor is very angry, fuck the 9-son tiger race, they let us in but in the end they are scared, aren't they playing with us? Qinyan calmly said, Long Tianyan, does your dragon race really want to leave? If the dragon race, heavenly lion race and divine sun fairy race leave, then this empty territory will belong to me. We don't want to leave. But if we don't leave, we will have to face the sun divine race and the great divine race. Long Tianyan helplessly said. So you are saying that you are afraid? Qinyan said with smile, I overestimated you before. Long Tianyan helplessly spread out his hands and said, Young divine king, we are not you, so we are not as fearless as you. The Mad Sun Tiger race is also not afraid. Qinyan said with smile. Young divine king, fighting against those 2 strong races won't bring you any benefits. Moreover, those 2 races clan emperors are coveting your divine king heavenly seal. Their master is the great divine king. If one of them can become the young divine king, then their master and disciple will dominate the entire divine desolate. Long Tianyan said. Dominate? No one can even think about dominating divine desolate. Divine desolate does not belong to anyone, it belongs to all living beings. If you decide to leave, sign a contract with me and transfer your territory to me. Qinyan said. Elder 2, go find Sun Dragon Emperor, Divine Sun Fairy Emperor and Heavenly Lion Race Emperor. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said. Long Tianyan hastily said, our dragon race will stay. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said with smile, that's right. Sacred Master Qin is the creator of the 4 divine suns, with him in charge, what is there to be afraid of? Elder 2 quickly called the big shots of the other races over. When it came to the matter of withdrawing, they were all very angry. They were all reluctant to leave because the 4 divine suns were indeed very good. Everyone, if you like staying here, then stay. Don't care about the 9 sun holy lands. You are you, they are them. You must understand that you are all born from the myriad realms divine suns, your duty is to protect the myriad realms divine suns. And now, you are staying here to protect the young 4 divine suns. Qinyan said to the few big shots. Little brother Qin is right, we worked hard to get here. Moreover, the construction is almost done, why would those bastards let us go? Who do they think they are? Yang Long Lingyu immediately supported Qin Yun because he can see that Qin Yun wants to fight against the Sun Yin divine race. Qin Yun emphasized on protecting Myriad Realms divine sun because he wants to tell Sun Dragon race and Heavenly Lion race that behind them is Myriad Realms divine sun and not 9 sun holy ground. They have dealings with 9 sun holy ground because of Myriad Realms divine sun's instructions. However, Qin Yun believes that the tribes in 9 sun holy ground are not reliable. Especially now, they have swindled the Heavenly Lion race. Sun Dragon race is better off, at least Long Tianyan has arrived. The other tribes gave up on the 4 divine suns without even informing the Heavenly Lion race. This also made the Heavenly Lion race wait foolishly. They even spent a lot of divine universe golden stones to buy divine tools to build houses and wait for 9 sun holy ground to send people over. Since they have decided to withdraw but did not inform you, it is clear that they do not care about your feelings at all. Qin Yun said to the Heavenly Lion race emperor. That's right, these cowards, why are they afraid of the Sun Yin divine race? They did not even come and are scared. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor has a bad temper, he is also very angry. Heavenly Lion race and Divine Sun Fairy race are also the same because they did not receive any notification. If Long Tianyan did not inform them, they would not have known about this matter. Young Divine King, do you really want to fight against the Sun Yin divine race? Sun Yin divine race does not need to do anything themselves, just let the Mystic Moon Alliance take action and it will be very difficult for us to resist. Long Tianyan is somewhat worried. Don't worry, the Mystic Moon Alliance is not stupid. Qin Yun said, we all have a share of the 4 divine suns, no one can think of monopolizing them. Don't even think of letting those scoundrels from the law enforcement world in. Qin Yan participated in the creation of the four divine sons, so his words have a lot of weight. This is mainly because he can obtain even greater power inside. Suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the main hall. Everyone immediately went out and saw a few people wearing black gowns riding a black war horse with sharp horns on its head and scales all over its body. It's the Sun Yin divine race. Long Tianyan said in low voice. These few Sun Yin divine race people are riding on the majestic war horse with their heads held high and chest puffed out. They are all young and their eyes are filled with coldness and contempt. Is this the Mad Sun Tiger race? Listen up, the 9 Yang Tiger race behind you has already given up on the territory of the 4 God Sons. You have 6 hours to scram. Also, all the houses here belong to the Sun Yin divine tribe. If you dare to damage the houses here before you leave, don't even think about leaving. The young man who was the leader of the group said in a fierce tone. The Mad Sun Tiger monarch flew into a rage and shouted, "You bastards! You are the ones who should be kicked out of the 4 divine sons. Let me tell you, the 9 Yang Tiger race is the 9 Yang Tiger race, and my Raging Sun Tiger race is my Raging Sun Tiger race. If they don't want the territory of the 4 divine sons, that's their business." What did you say to us just now? The young man who was the leader of the Sun Yin divine tribe shouted angrily. I called you bastards, so what? The frenzied Sun Tiger Emperor had had enough of the Sun Yin celestial tribe. I entered the 4 God Sun realm earlier than you. What right do you have to ask us to leave? You bastards don't deserve to be in the 4 God Sons. You are digging your own grave. The young man from the Sun Yin divine tribe shouted coldly as he jumped off his horse. He gripped the long spear in his hand and pointed it at the frenzied Sun Tiger Emperor. Long Tianyan took a step forward and appeared in front of the frenzied Sun Tiger Emperor. His eyes flashed and 2 rays of fiery light shot out towards the young man's long spear. Whoosh! After the fiery light hit the young man, the flames suddenly surged and burned the young man's long spear like a huge wave. Moreover, it formed a scorching shockwave that sent the young man from the Sun Yin divine tribe flying. Sun Yin divine tribe, the 4 God Sons do not belong to you. You have no right to decide who will leave. Long Tianyan placed his hands behind his back and a strong dragon might exuded from his body as he looked at the few people from the Sun Yin divine tribe. Long Tianyan, so you are the one who caused trouble. If you have the guts, just wait and see. The young man who had been burned was not injured. He jumped onto the horse and left with the few people beside him. In this way, the few people thought that Long Tianyan had allied with the other races to resist the Sun Yin divine tribe. The Sun Yin divine tribe wanted to drive away the other races and then invite the law enforcement world and Great Heaven divine tribe to come in. Qin Yan could not allow this. The 4 God Sons were created by him and the law enforcement world was his enemy. He could not allow them to come in. Young divine king, try not to do anything. If we can deal with it, you don't need to do anything. As long as you don't do anything, you won't become a target. You just need to stay behind the scenes. You are afraid that the Sun Yin divine tribe will hunt me down? Qin Yan asked with a smile. I am indeed a bit worried. Long Tianyan nodded. All the big shots present could see that Long Tianyan was expressing goodwill towards Qin Yan. Fine. Qin Yan said, if you can't defeat the Sun Yin divine tribe, it won't be too late for me to take action. Qin Yan heard that Long Tianyan's strength is not as strong as Yin Tianyi of the Sun Yin divine tribe. Moreover, Yin Tianyi has brought dozens of experts from the 9 Sun holy ground and each of them is very strong. The youth who wanted to attack Mad Sun Tiger Emperor just now is not weaker than Mad Sun Tiger Emperor. If they fight, even if Mad Sun Tiger Emperor can win, he will definitely be seriously injured. If it is one-on-one, Sun Dragon Emperor and Divine Sun Elf Emperor would not be able to gain any advantage against that youth. Long Tianyan's strength is pretty good, he can force back that youth but he can't injure him. From this, it can be seen how strong that youth is. Of course, if Qin Yan takes action, he can also suppress him. After all, the 4 God Sons are his territory and he can borrow the divine power of the 4 God Sons. Yin Tianyi will definitely arrive very soon. I don't know if I can avoid a big battle. I don't like fighting at all. Long Tianyan looked into the distance and let out a long sigh. Oh, that's right, where is Miss Yu? Wasn't she with you before? How come I don't see her? Xianxia asked. She is at the Divine Moon Alliance. Her relationship with Xianxia is pretty good. Yao Yao can be considered a strange woman, her strength is not weak, you don't need to worry about her. Long Tianyan said. How do you know her? Xianxia is somewhat amazed, he did not expect that Yao Yao would know so many young experts of the Nine Sun Holy Land. Long Tianyan only shook his head and said, her identity is rather special. In short, the law enforcement realm has some relationship with her, but it is not very good. The law enforcement realm sealed Yao Yao's dark Kuan Peng, so their relationship is naturally not very good. However, the law enforcement realm does not dare to touch Yao Yao. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor cursed in low voice, Sun Yin divine race bastards, they are too arrogant. Not only do they want to drive us out, they also don't allow us to tear down the houses that have already been built. They all know that it is not easy to build these houses inside the four god suns, they need that kind of stone creation divine tool. Long Tianyan said, the four god suns are so spacious, if they want to build more buildings, they will need even more stone creation divine tools. Therefore, they think that it is better to directly snatch the ones that have already been built. Sun Dragon Emperor said, how can the Sun Yin divine race be so arrogant? Are they also like this inside the Nine Sun Holy Land? It has always been like this. As long as you are seen as weak, they will trample on you. Long Tianyan said. To put it bluntly, they bully the weak and fear the strong, right? Xianxia said with a smile, has this group of people never suffered a loss before? Long Tianyan nodded and said, in the Nine Sun sacred ground, their tribe emperor is the disciple of the great godly king. On top of that, the overall strength of the Sun Yin divine tribe is extremely strong. Therefore, they could do whatever they wanted in the Nine Sun sacred ground. Now that they have left the Nine Sun sacred ground, all living beings in the divine wilderness are as weak as ants in their eyes. Naturally, they will be even more arrogant. Let's wait for them to come. Let us teach them the rules of the God desolate heavens. Don't think that this is the Nine Sun sacred land, where they can't do as they please. Yang Long Lingyu said. Everyone waited outside the palace for the Sun Moon Holy Tribe to arrive. They had already decided to chase the Sun Moon Holy Tribe out and only allow the Mystic Moon Alliance to remain. Not long after, the Sun Moon Celestial Tribe arrived with a grand entrance, a few 100-meter tall black ball floated over from the distance and it is surrounded by people. That black ball is none other than a black nether moon, it is releasing cold and gloomy mist. Xianxia is here, that black nether moon is where he is staying. Long Tianyan's expression changed and said in a deep voice, the Sun Yin divine tribe did not only send a few dozen people, they sent a few hundred. The Mystic Moon Alliance also arrived but they did not fly, instead they walked over from the ground. Xianxia's strength is indeed very strong, he actually used a nether moon as his residence. Yu Shangyun, Xiao Shanqin and Yu Wulan are all there but they did not enter the nether moon. Previously, Violent Sun Tiger Emperor thought that Long Tianyan was a coward and would be intimidated by Xianxia to leave the four divine suns. But now that they saw Xianxia's nether moon, they realized why Long Tianyan was so cowardly. Because Xianxia is indeed very strong. Long Tianyan, didn't you say that you would bring the Sun Dragon race out of the four divine suns? Why are you still staying here and not leaving? Overlapping voices came out from the nether moon. Those voices are very ice-cold, like a burst of cold wind whistling over. Because I suddenly don't want to leave. I like the environment of the four divine suns, I want to stay here. Long Tianyan replied in a loud voice. Oh? So you gathered these weaklings to throw away their lives? Xianxia said with sneer, all of you, listen up, the four divine suns belong to me, Xianxia. If you don't scram in half an hour, I will seal you here forever. The four divine suns don't belong to anyone, they themselves have their own life force. Long Tianyan said, Xianxia, I advise you not to be too arrogant. This world is boundless, you are not the strongest. From now on, the four divine suns belong to me, Xianxia. This world is indeed very big and we are the strongest. You can't find a race stronger than us. Xianxia was really daring but Long Tianyan could not refute him because the Sun Yin divine tribe was indeed very strong. The Nine Sun Dragon tribe did not dare to say that they were stronger than the Sun Yin divine tribe. Did you hear what I said just now? Why are you still standing there? Get out of the four divine suns, this place does not belong to you. If you stay here any longer, you will only pollute the air. Xianxia said again. When he spoke, the huge nether moon trembled slightly and released his voice. Combined with the mental power released by the nether moon, his voice seemed to reverberate in the depths of one's mind. Xianxia was very strong. Even though he was facing Long Tianyan, he did not give him any face and directly told him to get out. We will not leave. Long Tianyan raised his voice and shouted, the four divine suns do not belong to you. Not leaving? Do you really want to be sealed here forever? Xianxia laughed. Long Tianyan, I really did not know that you could be so strong. I thought that you were always a soft loach. The Sun divine tribe suddenly burst into laughter. Long Tianyan's face is very ugly. He is not good at dealing with this kind of situation. His character was originally very gentle and reasonable. Facing the strong and unreasonable Xianxia, he also did not know how to deal with it. Let me do it. Xianxia patted Long Tianyan's shoulder. Originally, Long Tianyan did not want Xianxia to come forward because it would provoke Xianxia even more. Long Tianyan, you coward, you are quite capable to be able to gather these weak tribes. I have underestimated you. Xianxia laughed. In that case, you must be ready to fight with us. Xianxia looked at the nether moon in the sky and secretly used the nether moon divine power and shouted, Sun divine tribe, go back to where you came from. The four divine suns do not welcome mad dogs like you. Hearing Xianxia's voice, the big shots of the Mystic Moon Alliance's face changed. Previously, they thought that the Sun Dragon tribe and the other tribes were gathered by Long Tianyan and that Xianxia would not participate. But now, Xianxia suddenly came out to speak. It is obvious that he has participated. What they did not know was that Xianxia was the one who asked the other tribes to stay behind to fight against the Sun divine tribe. Who do you think you are? Is there a place for you to speak here? Xianxia can see Xianxia inside the nether moon, but he doesn't know that Xianxia is the young divine king. You are the one who should shut up, you mad dog. I participated in the creation of the four divine suns. There is no place for me to speak here, it is not up to a mad dog like you to decide. Xianxia said with sneer. Xianxia, I, Xianxia, have seen many mad dogs like you in my life. Many of them were killed. Of course, I don't want to kill you because the blood in a mad dog like you is too smelly and will dirty my hands. Xianxia's words were directed at Xianxia. It could be said to be a direct provocation, equivalent to a declaration of war. At that moment, the hundreds of people from the Sun Holy tribe were enraged. They circulated their divine powers from afar and formed an invisible air wave that engulfed the area. That chi wave also contained a furious roar. Just the aura and the sound waves alone made people feel as if they were a flood or a ferocious beast rushing over in a grandiose manner. Xianxia immediately rushed out. The 9-sun divine spirit on his wrist shook. One of the beads surged with divine sun power and transformed into a purplish-blue shield. It was like a huge wall blocking in front of him. Boom, the chi wave attacked the sun heavenly shield released by Xianxia and produced a deafening sonic boom. Xianxia's sun heavenly shield was supported by the few divine suns inside the 9-sun divine spirit. The divine powers released by the hundreds of Sun divine tribe people were actually unable to break through Xianxia's sun heavenly shield. Even Long Tianyan was shocked by this kind of power. The elders of the other powerful tribes already knew that Xianxia's strength was not weak, but now they are still shocked. It must be known that if that divine power had attacked, the buildings on the Wild Sun Tiger tribe side would have been destroyed and the weaker ones would have been seriously injured. Xianxia is inside the four divine suns, he can use the divine sun power more easily. Moreover, he has not used the Sun Soul and the Divine King Heavenly Seal. Xianxia is not sure how strong he is inside the four divine suns. Even if he does not use the extreme evil devil power, the power he can release will be very shocking. Xianxia's voice came out from the nether moon and said coldly, Xianxia? Is it that Mouse King? Little Divine King's Divine King Heavenly Seal is in your hands, right? That's really great, it's simply delivered to my doorstep. Mad dog, get out of the four divine suns. When Xianxia spoke, his voice was accompanied by a shockwave that rushed towards the nether moon. The shockwave brought along a divine imperial power, it is like a burst of blue wind that blew towards the nether moon. The nether moon, which is spewing black gas, sensed a powerful divine power approaching. Suddenly, a black bubble rushed out and enveloped the entire nether moon. Bang! Qin Yan's eyes flashed. He strengthened the shockwave and added Imperial Heaven divine power. This time it was Qin Yan's turn to use sound wave attack. It collided with the nether moon's defensive bubble and produced a burst of muffled sound. Qin Yan's attack is also not weak. It actually pushed the huge nether moon back several hundred meters. If it did not have any defense and was hit head-on, the nether moon would have been seriously injured. Mouse King, you damned stinking mouse, not only do you possess the Divine King Heavenly Seal, you are also so insolent. Xianxia is very angry, so what if you participated in the creation of the 4 divine sons? I'm strong, so the 4 god sons are destined to be mine. Only I have the talent. You mad dog, the longer you stay in the 4 god sons, the dimmer the 4 god sons will be. I have no choice but to say that the stench on your body is very strong. Qin Yan said with sneer, I was the one who created the 4 divine sons, so I can use their divine power. You're out here. Mad dog, apart from barking here, can you mobilize the divine power of the 4 god sons? Xianxia said coldly, Rat King, you should respect the 9 sun sacred ground. Insulting the Sun Moon Divine Tribe was equivalent to insulting the tribe emperor of the Sun Moon Divine Tribe. The emperor of the Sun Moon Tribe was the disciple of the great Divine King. Do you know the consequences of offending the great Divine Lord? Rat King, don't think that you can be on equal footing with the great Divine King just because you possess the Divine King's Divine King Heavenly Seal. You aren't even fit to carry his shoes. Qin Yan suddenly laughed out loud. Ayaya, the Xianxia who was flaunting his prowess just now actually brought out their clan emperor and then brought out the great Divine King behind the clan emperor. Xianxia, oh Xianxia, are you really that incompetent? For why did you bring out all the big and small mad dogs behind you to scare people? I'm quite envious that you have a backer. I, Qin Yan, don't have anything. However, I am my own backer and I rely on my own strength. This kind of feeling is quite good. Xianxia also realized that bringing out the great Divine King to scare Qin Yan was equivalent to showing weakness. Rat King, open the barrier of the 4 god sons and hand over the Divine King Heavenly Seal to me. I can let you safely lead the 4 god sons. Xianxia said coldly, this is my last chance for you. Ignorant mad dog, you don't even know the situation of my Divine King Heavenly Seal and you don't even know the situation of the 4 god sons. Qin Yan mocked, your 9 sun sacred land doesn't know anything. Those who truly understood the Divine King Heavenly Seal would never think of snatching it away because only he could use the Divine King Heavenly Seal in Qin Yan's hands. When I live, the Divine King Heavenly Seal exists. When I die, the Divine King Heavenly Seal dies. My Divine King Heavenly Seal was born because of me, no one can obtain it. Qin Yan also realized that this Xianxia was an extremely arrogant and conceited person. He had killed quite a few of such people. The ignorant one is you. Divine kings are divided into big and small. The great Divine King is in the 9 sun sacred land, that means he is the supreme one. And you, your position is not right, no one will acknowledge you. Xianxia groaned, the Rat King will always be the Rat King. Don't think that you can become the Divine King of the Divine Desolate just because you created the Divine King Heavenly Seal. You are not worthy. Qin Yan held the sun-suppressing divine arrow in his hand. He wants to see how powerful the sun-suppressing divine arrow can be inside the 4 god sons. Now the Sun Yin divine race and Qin Yan are fighting, the Mystic Moon Alliance is just watching from the side. Wang Haoyue and Yu Shangyun are the big shots of the Mystic Moon Alliance. They hope that Qin Yan can win because even they hate Xianxia very much. Otherwise, Yu Shangyun would not have let Qin Yan defeat Xianxia. She can't fight Xianxia herself but she wants to get rid of this hateful guy. At this time, she can only hope that her man can help her vent her anger. Right at this moment, the red-haired and beautiful Yu Yaoyao suddenly flew over. Yaoyao, what are you doing over there? Xianxia is like a dog whose tail has been stepped on, he shouted loudly. Tianni, I want to talk to Qin Yan. I don't want you to fight. Yu Yaoyao said. You know this Rat King? How can you be so close to him? Xianxia gnashed his teeth, his voice is filled with killing intent. Qin Yan tightly held the sun-suppressing divine arrow and is storing power. Yu Yaoyao has already arrived. Miss you, if you don't want us to fight, then kick that mad dog out of the four gods' sons. Qin Yan said coldly, if you want to persuade me to retreat, then you should also scram. When everyone heard Qin Yan's words, they can't help but feel apprehensive. Because Qin Yan's words are so unpleasant to hear, it can be said that he is not giving this mysterious beauty any face. Especially Long Tianyan, he knows that Yu Yaoyao's identity is not simple. Even they have to be polite to Yu Yaoyao. Even Yin Tianyi has to be polite to Yu Yaoyao. Qin Yan, I just want to tell you that if you offend the Sun Yin divine race, even the myriad realms divine sun will not help you. Yu Yaoyao said. I won't help, I won't help. In short, I will not let these mad dogs cause trouble inside the four gods' sons. Qin Yan said, Miss Yu, what else do you want to say? Yu Yaoyao is taken aback. She believed that her words were equivalent to praising Qin Yan. However, not only did Qin Yan not appreciate it, he even said such words that did not give her any face. Not only was Imperial Yaoyao dumbfounded by Qin Yan's words, the other bigwigs were also stunned. Especially Long Tianyan and Yin Tianyi, who knew that Yu Yaoyao had a very strong background, as well as Luo Yaofeng and Yu Shengyun, they more or less knew that Yu Yaoyao was not to be trifled with. Not to mention the mysterious and powerful background behind her, just the fact that she had a dark Kunpeng was something that no one dared to provoke. Back then, in order to seal the dark Kunpeng, the law enforcement world had used a lot of resources to succeed. It was impossible for the current law enforcement world to seal the dark Kunpeng again. Qin Yan is not afraid of Imperial Yaoyao at all. In his eyes, this mysterious woman is only SOSO. If not, she would not have watched helplessly as her dark Kunpeng was sealed. Imperial Yaoyao's dark Kunpeng was released by Qin Yan. If not for Qin Yan, it was unknown how long the dark Kunpeng would have been sealed. It was unknown how much of its flesh would have been cut off and how many of its bones would have been shattered. Yaoyao, you've also seen the face of this kind of person. You'd better stay away from him and not have any dealings with him. Yin Tianyi's heart was blooming with joy. In his opinion, Yu Yaoyao would definitely fly into a rage. Yu Yaoyao gently bit her lips. She can feel Qin Yan's disdain towards her. She feels very sad in her heart. At the same time, it also aroused her desire to win Qin Yan's favor. She only sighed softly, not angry, and then flew away. She didn't go to Yin Tianyi's side, but flew to an empty space not far away, clearly not standing on either side. Yin Tianyi, you guys better leave quickly. Within the four divine sons, you are not a match for the young divine king at all. Long Tianyan shouted coldly, if we fight, you will definitely lose. Yin Tianyi laughed loudly and said, Long Tianyan, you are actually so cowardly that you admit that Mouse King is the young divine king. He was a mere rat man, how could he be worthy of being called little divine king? Only the emperor of the Sun Moon tribe is worthy of the position of the young divine king. Qin Yan gripped the sun-suppressing divine arrow tightly and began accumulating power. His sun-suppressing divine arrow has the ability of 10,000 devour. When it is shot out, it can quickly devour the surrounding energy, allowing the entire divine arrow to possess a stronger penetrative power. Furthermore, after hitting the target, the condensed energy inside the sun-suppressing divine arrow will explode. The energy will explode through the runes inside the sun-suppressing divine arrow and the power will be extremely formidable. Although Qin Yan has not used the sun-suppressing divine arrow for a very long time, the sun-suppressing divine arrow has always been placed in the divine sun of the nine sun divine soul. Therefore, the sun-suppressing divine arrow had been absorbing the energy of the divine sun to improve itself. Now, it was not a weak divine weapon. Qin Yan's target is the gigantic nether moon. Mouse King, I want to see how you are going to take us down. Yin Tianyi laughed loudly and said, we are inside the nether moon, why don't you kill your way in? You can't enter the nether moon, so how are you going to chase us out? The people of the Sun Yin divine tribe were waiting to see Qin Yan make a fool of himself. Yin Tianyi said again, so what if you participated in the creation of the four divine sons? We have the strength to enter, but you don't have the strength to defeat us. As long as you have the strength, you can do whatever you want. That's right, as long as you are strong enough, you can indeed do whatever you want. Qin Yan laughed coldly and threw the sun-suppressing divine arrow. When the black sun-suppressing divine arrow flew over, its speed became very slow, as if it was flying very slowly. This is because Qin Yun deliberately increased gravity. He released a formless gravity that wrapped around the sun-suppressing divine arrow. At the same time, he controlled the sun-suppressing divine arrow to absorb the divine power of the four divine suns. After absorbing the divine power of the four divine suns, the sun-suppressing divine arrow burst out with divine power. It wanted to fly out, but the gravity shrouded it, causing it to fly very slowly. Qin Yun has two reasons for doing this. First, he wants the sun-suppressing divine arrow to absorb enough energy. Second, once he removes the gravity, the sun-suppressing divine arrow will immediately shoot out. Its speed and power will be even more astonishing. The divine power of the four divine suns is indeed very unusual. Especially after the sun-suppressing divine arrow absorbed it, it caused the entire sun-suppressing divine arrow to quickly expand. Not long after, the sun-suppressing divine arrow became more than 100 meters long. Qin Yun is also unceasingly releasing supergravity to imprison the sun-suppressing divine arrow. This way, it can form an even stronger elastic force. Mouse King, don't tell me you want to use this broken thing to attack our nether moon? Truly ridiculous. Xianxia thought nothing of it because he can sense that the sun-suppressing divine arrow doesn't have any energy aura at all. The reason why the sun-suppressing divine arrow doesn't have any energy aura is mainly because its devouring power is too strong. It can absorb any aura, making it impossible for it to leak out. Qin Yun's aura concealment method is to use the nether sun to absorb all the divine power aura on his body and not let it leak out. The more one can't sense the sun-suppressing divine arrow's aura, the more terrifying it is because no one can see how much energy is stored inside the sun-suppressing divine arrow. After the sun-suppressing divine arrow became bigger, it can absorb even more energy. And that energy comes from the four divine suns. It is very compatible with the sun-suppressing divine arrow. Yu Shengyu knows that Qin Yun's attack is very dreadful, so she secretly contacted Wan Haoyue and asked him to inform the leaders of the Divine Moon Alliance to prepare for defense. Qin Yun is very good at destroying and capturing all kinds of celestial bodies. A mere little nether moon is nothing in front of him. Many big shots present are looking at the slowly flying black arrow. Although it looks very big, it gives people a kind of soft feeling. It doesn't have any sharpness. Mocking me inside the divine sun I created, I really don't know where you get the confidence to look down on me. I can only say that you are too arrogant, causing you to be hopelessly stupid. Qin Yun opened his heavenly eye and saw the surging energy inside the sun-suppressing divine arrow. He feels that it is about time. Because you are the Mouse King. No matter what you do, you will never be able to get rid of your identity as a mouse man. You were born with a lowly bloodline, this is branded in your soul. A human like you is destined to be looked down upon by us. Xianxia's arrogant and mocking laughter can be heard. Also at this time, Qin Yun released the super-strong gravity. The slowly flying sun-suppressing divine arrow has been trying to break free from the gravity, so it has been releasing a very strong momentum to break free. Now, after Qin Yun released the gravity, the arrow suddenly shot out. It is truly like an angry arrow released from a bowstring. It let out a dreadful and shocking sharp hissing sound. At the same time the hissing sound burst out, the sun-suppressing divine arrow pierced through like lightning. In an instant, it pierced through the bubble barrier released by the nether moon and pierced through the entire nether moon. The moment it pierced through the nether moon, everyone sucked in a mouthful of cold air. That powerful nether moon is like a piece of paper in front of that huge arrow. It is also at this moment that everyone sensed the sun-suppressing divine arrow erupting with divine power aura. It is truly terrifying to the extreme. It is as if a divine sun is roaring furiously. What erupted out is actually the divine power of Divine Sunday. This is not the end. After the sun-suppressing divine arrow pierced through the nether moon, the accumulated energy inside it suddenly exploded. An incomparably loud trembling sound caused the golden-red crystal ground to tremble unceasingly. The nether moon actually cracked and exploded in an instant. Countless fragments accompanied by a violent energy wave rushed out in all directions. The nether moon was shattered by the arrow. Xianxia's arrogant voice has already turned into an angry shout. The most terrifying thing is the sun-suppressing divine arrow's devouring power. After hitting the nether moon, the accumulated energy exploded out. After the divine arrow shrunk, it entered the moon's core and directly extracted the purest energy from the moon's core. Qin Yan stood below and gently waved his hand. A black shadow flew back. The black sun-suppressing divine arrow is like a long spear in his hand. It spewed out a black baleful aura, causing people's hearts to tremble. When Qin Yan held the sun-suppressing divine arrow, he knew that the divine arrow just ate something good. It directly swallowed the moon's core of the little nether moon. You all know nothing about my power. Qin Yan sneered. The divine might of the imperial heaven was released from his body. That kind of aura that looks down on all living things in the world swept out in all directions like a gale. It is extremely terrifying. All the big shots present are dumbfounded. They previously had an estimate of Qin Yan's strength, but now, it seems that they still underestimated Qin Yan's strength. Even Yu Shengyun felt that she knew nothing about Qin Yan's strength. Qin Yan's strength cannot be measured by normal cultivation realm. Because he is currently the only person in the world with 10 Dao images. And those 10 Dao images were cultivated by him through untold hardships and suffering all kinds of trials and tribulations. Yu Yaoyao sighed and said, even if I let the little Kunpeng come out, I am afraid it will not be able to do anything to him. It seems like he is really not afraid of anything. Yin Tianyi and the group of Sun Yin divine race people were blown away by the explosion of the nether moon. In the sky inside the 4 divine suns, there are several pairs of heavenly eye doppelgangers. Qin Yan very quickly found Yin Tianyi's traces. Yin Tianyi is wearing black armor. In his hand is a sharp long sword that looks like it is glittering with jewels. His thin handsome face is filled with anger and killing intent. Yin Tianyi's whole body is steaming with anger. His messy hair is fiercely fluttering. His bloodshot eyes are filled with malevolence and ruthlessness. Qin Yan, I will cut you into pieces. Yin Tianyi furiously roared and immediately rushed towards Qin Yan. Indeed, someone who has surpassed the divine heaven monarch realm. But, his divine power does not seem to be very strong. Qin Yan immediately sensed Yin Tianyi's divine power. Although Qin Yan is still very far from that realm, when he helped Heavenly Ghost Ancestor before, he had a deep understanding of the state of Heavenly Ghost Ancestor's divine power. It was also because of his help that Heavenly Ghost Ancestor got rid of that state and restored his divine power to its peak. And Yin Tianyi seems to be facing a similar problem to Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. His divine power is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. His aura is very scary, but his divine power lacks vitality and explosive power. Qin Yan looked at the incoming Yin Tianyi and secretly mobilized the divine sun power within the 9 sun divine soul to form a sun heaven shield. Yin Tianyi shot forward like a violent lightning, his sword stabbed towards Qin Yan's head. Sword chi fluctuated in the air, accompanied by a burst of Yin cold power. Qin Yan released the sun heaven shield to block in front of him. The luxurious divine sword shimmering with jewels stabbed the sun heaven shield. The sword trembled and divine power roared like a raging wave, forcing Qin Yan to retreat several steps. Yin Tianyi was also sent flying by the sun heaven shield's power. He retreated even further than Qin Yan. Qin Yan released the sun heavenly shield in a calm and collected manner, yet it blocked Yin Tianyi's terrifying sword strike and even sent Yin Tianyi flying. This guy has some skill. Qin Yan thought in his heart. If he did not have the sun heaven shield, he would not have been able to escape unscathed. Yin Tianyi's sword has completely locked onto Qin Yan. Moreover, his footwork can shuttle through space. This means that even if Qin Yan uses transcending space step to dodge, Yin Tianyi can shuttle through space to pursue him. This kind of sword technique can be said to completely lock onto the enemy, causing the enemy to be unable to dodge and can only block. After Qin Yan saw the brilliance of the sword technique, he decisively released the sun heaven shield to block and used it to push Yin Tianyi away. Yin Tianyi was not only pushed away, the powerful divine power and aura that he accumulated because of his anger was also dispersed by this shock. He is like a deflated balloon. In battle, not only is one's strength important, one's mentality is equally important. In battle, Qin Yan was most adept at crushing the enemy's mentality, causing them to be thrown into disarray, causing them to be unable to unleash their powerful strength to the fullest. After Yin Tianyi was sent flying, everyone exclaimed in admiration. Yin Tianyi, whose cultivation level was much higher than Qin Yan's, was actually at a disadvantage in their first clash. While everyone is exclaiming in admiration, Qin Yan stepped through space and appeared beside Yin Tianyi. Yin Tianyi is after all the strongest young man in the Sun Yin divine race. He can sense the fluctuation in space and know that Qin Yun is coming. At this moment, he does not dare to underestimate Qin Yun, otherwise he will be finished. After sensing the fluctuation in space, Yin Tianyi quickly circulated all the divine power in his body and formed a protective shield. At the same time, he also used exquisite footwork to shuttle through space to avoid the attack. The moment Yin Tianyi disappeared, Qin Yun's sun-suppressing divine arrow pierced through space. When everyone saw this scene, they could not help but suck in a cold breath of air. Just a little bit more and Yin Tianyi would have been pierced by that terrifying black arrow. He might have exploded. Previously, Yin Tianyi was very arrogant and constantly mocked Qin Yun as the Rat King. But now, he was being beaten like a rat by Qin Yun. The sun-suppressing divine arrow flew back to Qin Yun's hand. Yin Tianyi hid far away. He had just flown out of the Nether Moon ruins and did not pay attention to the number of people from the Sun Yin divine tribe. But now that he paid attention to it, he found that it was almost done for. Only his soul was left flying everywhere. The moment Mingyu was destroyed, her body exploded with a powerful force. The divine power of the sun-suppressing divine arrow was also terrifying. Hence, the physical bodies of the sun-suppressing divine tribesmen were instantly destroyed. Yin Tianyi's equipment is very good, so he was not injured. Sun Yin divine race suffered a great loss this time. They mocked and ridiculed Qin Yun, but now their bodies were destroyed by the Mouse King. This is a great irony. The arrogant aura of the Sun Yin divine race has completely disappeared along with the explosion of Little Nether Moon. Yin Tianyi finally realized how terrifying the little divine king is. He still underestimated the strength of the person who possesses the divine king heavenly seal. He originally looked down on humans. Moreover, in his opinion, only the great divine king is considered a divine king. The little divine king is just an improper person and his cultivation is low. He is not even a Xianxia monarch, so he can't be that strong. But Qin Yun's strength is even more terrifying than many people who have surpassed Xianxia monarch. Mouse King, you have some ability but you only have this kind of strength when you are within the 4 divine suns. If you are not within the 4 divine suns, you are not even a fart. Yin Tianyi sneered and the space around his body suddenly fluctuated violently. Yin Tianyi wants to escape. Although Yin Tianyi is arrogant, he is also very afraid of death. Moreover, he is not stupid. He knows that if he continues, his body will definitely explode. Even if his soul is still there, it will take a very long time for him to recover to his peak state. Therefore, he can only use his spatial divine tool to escape from the 4 divine suns. No, if I go out, my strength will be even stronger. I can only obtain the divine power of the 4 divine suns inside the 4 divine suns. After I go out, I can obtain the divine power of 4 myriad realms divine suns. Qin Yun said indifferently. Then if you have the guts, come out and fight with me. Yin Tianyi laughed loudly and said, I will leave first. If you can catch up to me, consider yourself awesome. Yin Tianyi wants to escape but he is actually so arrogant. Qin Yun said with sneer, I participated in the creation of the 4 divine suns, this is equivalent to my territory. I am the master of my territory, it is impossible for you to escape. Yin Tianyi laughed loudly a few times, then his body merged with the fluctuating space. He wants to travel through space to escape from the 4 divine suns. However, the spatial fluctuation is still continuing. Although Qin Yun's control over space is inferior to the foreign void race, other than the foreign void race, very few people can surpass him. Even the space god admires Qin Yun's space heavenly rune. Qin Yun's eyes flickered, his heavenly eye instantly condensed a space heavenly rune and imprinted it on the area where the spatial fluctuation is. The space heavenly rune is like a huge net, it covered the area where Yin Tianyi disappeared. Suddenly, a large amount of divine sun divine power rushed over like a gale and poured into the space heavenly rune. In the blink of an eye, a spatial crack appeared in the fluctuating space. Qin Yun spread his 5 fingers and grabbed towards the spatial crack. An extremely strong suction force rushed out of his palm. A terrified scream echoed through the air. Yin Tianyi unexpectedly fell out of the spatial crack. Yin Tianyi screamed in despair after being thrown out of the spatial crack. He wanted to resist but discovered that his body is firmly pressed down by an invisible pressure, causing him to lie on the ground, unable to move. Also at this moment, Qin Yun suddenly dropped down from the sky. The heaven-trampling divine boots on his legs are spewing out terrifying divine power. Xianxia's body is filled with 4 divine sun divine power. He now discovered that when he is fighting, the 4 divine sun divine power will unknowingly enter his body. It is as if his body is connected to the core of the 4 divine sun divine power. He can use the entire 4 divine sun divine power to fight. The only thing lacking is that his body is not strong enough to withstand the entire 4 divine sun divine power. Otherwise, the power he can erupt with would be even stronger. Is this the power of divine sun? Truly terrifying. Xianxia sighed in his heart. This is completely different from when he obtained divine sun power through the divine king heavenly seal on the ground. At this moment, it is as if there is a 4 divine sun divine power continuously pouring out to him. Only now did he realize that the divine sun divine power he obtained from the ground through the divine king heavenly seal is very weak. The true power of the myriad realms divine sun can truly destroy heaven and earth. Boom, Xianxia dropped down. Before his feet even landed on Xianxia's body, an incomparably scorching flame burst out. Xianxia's body was destroyed in an instant, not a bit of it remained. His soul was not destroyed, it is very agile and very fast. It is impossible to lock onto the location of his soul and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. It seems like the souls of the living beings in the 9 Sun Holy Land are similar to the descendants of the Divine Sun. Xianxia said in his heart and then looked at Long Tianyan and others. Yu Shengyun also said that the souls of the races in the 9 Sun Holy Land are immortal. Xianxia has been completely defeated. Yu Shengyun told Xianxia to become a divine heaven monarch before finding Xianxia. But now, not even a few days have passed and Xianxia's body has been completely destroyed by Xianxia. Hundreds of Sun Yin divine race people, including Little Nether Moon, have been destroyed by Xianxia. Xianxia alone defeated hundreds of Sun Yin divine race people. This kind of strength caused Long Tianyan and Yu Yaoyao to feel fear. Everyone, although I, Xianxia, participated in the creation of the 4 divine suns, I will not monopolize the 4 divine suns. Since you have the heart to come here, then cultivate and develop here with peace of mind. I hope that you can make good use of the environment inside the 4 divine suns to strengthen your race and protect the myriad realms divine suns. Xianxia's calm voice spread to all directions. The 4 divine suns were created by him but he has no intention of monopolizing it. This means that he really does not care. This is much higher than Xianxia. Xianxia is just an outsider. He did not do anything but wanted to monopolize the 4 divine suns. He even expelled other races and mocked Xianxia who participated in the creation of the 4 divine suns. He is truly reckless. The big shots present finally saw the spirit of a divine king. In front of Xianxia, Xianxia is simply a clown. Young divine king, the 4 divine suns are so unique and wonderful and you also participated in the creation. Even if you occupy the largest territory, we have nothing to say and this is also a matter of course. Long Tianyan said. Sacred Master Qin, there should be a territory for you inside the 4 divine suns. And it should be the largest. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor said. Soon after, Heavenly Lion Race, Divine Sun Fairy Race and Divine Moon Alliance all expressed their willingness to let Xianxia occupy the largest territory. Xianxia said with smile, the 9 divine suns above the heavens divine desolate belong to all living beings. And in the future, you will have to protect the heavens divine desolate, so you will naturally occupy the largest territory within the divine sun. Then don't you want it? Wang Haoyue said, this is a good place. The heavens divine desolate has the 9 divine suns. I, Xianxia, have my 9 divine suns. I don't need it. Xianxia's words caused the group of big shots to be extremely shocked. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor is very excited because he knows that Xianxia definitely has a white divine sun and he will definitely obtain the white divine sun's sun seed in the future. The Sun Moon divine tribe had been annihilated. Although they had cooperated with the Mystic Moon Alliance, the Mystic Moon Alliance had only watched from the sidelines and did not offer any help. From this, it could be seen how much the Sun Yin divine tribe was hated. Even the Mystic Moon Alliance hated them. Now that the Sun Yin divine tribesmen had been killed, the Mystic Moon Alliance was overjoyed. The reason the 9 Sun Sacred Ground was able to rope in these powerful races from the outside world was mainly because of the divine techniques they possessed. When Xianxia fought with Xianxia before, although he saw that Xianxia's divine power had a huge weakness, compared to those experts who had already surpassed the Heavenly Lord realm, he was still much stronger. At the very least, he was slightly stronger than Heavenly Ghost Ancestor. However, from Qin Yan's point of view, the Nine Suns' sacred ground had yet to fully grasp the new realm. After the annihilation of the Sun-Yin divine tribe, the four celestial suns returned to their original state and the various tribes continued to develop their territories. As for Qin Yan, he remained at the violent Sun Tiger clan's side. After Long Tianyan bade farewell to Qin Yan, he actually wanted to leave the four divine suns. He said he wanted to go out and scout for information. Long Tianyan knew that the Sun-Moon divine tribe would not let this matter rest and Yin Tianyi would definitely return. Other than that, there were still the law enforcement world and the great heavenly god clan outside. Under Yu's control, the defensive barrier released by the four divine suns is very strong. The extreme heaven divine race and law enforcer world are unable to attack. Of course, their souls could pass through, but they couldn't do anything after entering. They might even be captured. In the past, as long as the souls of the descendants of the divine sun entered a divine sun, they would be able to create a body within that divine sun and then reproduce. Very quickly, a large number of descendants of the divine sun would appear. They couldn't do anything inside the four god yang, so they could only worry outside. Qin Yan released the Nine Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda and entered it. He planned to stay for a few days and collect enough four divine sun divine power before leaving. He still had a lot of things to do, so he couldn't stay here for long. If he collected enough for God Sun divine power, he could study the four God Sun divine power even if he was outside. Qin Yan is at the highest level of the Nine Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda. He is controlling the pagoda to absorb the four divine sun divine power from all directions. Inside the Nine Sun Heaven-Raising Pagoda, absorbing the divine power of the four divine suns was even faster. Inside the pagoda, Qin Yan used the power-storing divine pearl to collect and store the divine power of the four divine suns. His strength-storing divine pearl was also very big. It was like a big watermelon. After absorbing the divine power of the four divine suns, it became golden red. Qin Yan was quietly in the pagoda when he suddenly sensed someone at the top of the pagoda. Through the third eye clone in the air, he could see a man in black armor standing on the platform at the top of the tower. It was Yu Xiangyun. Yu Xiangyun had promised that as long as Qin Yan defeated Yin Tianyi, she would give Qin Yan the Blood Moon Dark Moon soul-chasing talisman. Qin Yan was somewhat worried that she would not come. After all, he knew that Yu Xiangyun did not wish for him to go to the Heaven Secrets sect right now. Qin Yan let Yu Xiangyun in. After Yu Xiangyun came in, she saw Qin Yan collecting the four divine suns' divine power and asked, "Are you leaving?" There are still many things waiting for me to do." Qin Yan nodded. Yu Xiangyun took out two talismans and handed them over to Qin Yan. She did not say anything, but it can be seen that she is not very willing. The main reason is that she believes that Qin Yan's current cultivation is too low and cannot fight against the Heaven Secrets sect. "Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. I am very clear about the strength of the Heaven Secrets sect. I will be careful when facing them." Qin Yan took the two soul-chasing talismans and tested them. There is no reaction. "No matter what, you must live," Yu Xiangyun said. "That's for sure." Qin Yan kept the soul-chasing talismans and asked, "Is Sister Kiru alright?" "She is in the moon's core of the divine moon. She should be coming out soon. She might not be able to meet you for the time being," Yu Xiangyun said. "Both of us have our own difficulties, so sometimes we have no choice. Do you want to see Fengyu and the others?" Qin Yan can now see that Yu Xiangyun does not really hate him. It is just that for some reason, she must maintain a distance from him. Yu Xiangyun shook her head and said, "No need. Think for yourself, as long as they can still be saved, you don't need to be too anxious. No matter what, they are my friends. I just want them to get better as soon as possible." Qin Yan sighed and said, "If they were still conscious, they definitely wouldn't want you to take risks out of desperation to save them," Yu Xiangyun said. Qin Yan said with a smile, "Sister Xiangyun, you really don't have to worry about me." Yu Xiangyun only lightly sighed and then asked, "Have you and Xianqin cultivated the third layer of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra?" Qin Yan is startled. He did not expect Yu Xiangyun to suddenly ask this question. "No, she and I didn't do anything." Qin Yan promised Xiao Xianqin that he would not speak of their matter. You can't hide it from me, Yu Shangyun said. We really didn't, Qin Yan said with a sincere expression. She didn't let you say it, right? Yu Shangyun said, I understand her, otherwise I wouldn't have nurtured her as the successor of the clan emperor. Qin Yan did not say anything else, he only said, thank you for trusting her. Your Divine Moon clan must have many other outstanding women, but why did you choose her? She was not born in the Divine Moon clan. It was decided by your sister Kiru. And I also think that Xianqin is very suitable. Yu Shangyun said, of course, why did Xiao choose her? This involves some of our Divine Moon clan secrets, I can't tell you. Yu Shangyun took out a piece of paper and handed it to Qin Yan. Some mental cultivation methods were written on it. Qin Yan looked at the mental cultivation methods and said with a frown, is it related to the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra? This is something I've newly comprehended. This is a small part of the mental cultivation method, you need to cultivate it yourself. Yu Shangyun said, I'm currently cultivating another method of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. I can't cultivate it with you for the time being, otherwise, I would have taught you how to cultivate it. This? Qin Yan really does not understand Yu Shangyun. Not long ago, she was still maintaining a distance, but now, she actually wants to cultivate with him. What happened to severing all ties? Try it with Xianqin yourself, I'll let her talk to you about something. Oh right, don't tell her that I know about you too. Yu Shangyun said, you can't tell her that I gave you this mental cultivation method. Qin Yan nodded. Also, don't touch Luo Luo for now. Her current condition is very unstable, so she can't cultivate to the 3rd level yet. Otherwise, it will affect her cultivation. Yu Shangyun warned in a stern tone. I've never had such thoughts. Qin Yan laughed dryly and explained, my relationship with her is very good, but we haven't developed to that stage yet. Yu Shangyun asked, did you notice that she's very different during this period of time? Doesn't she look like a female cat in heat? Qin Yan was taken aback. He opened his mouth to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Yu Shangyun's sudden question caused him to be dumbfounded. Is that so? Yu Shangyun asked. She is indeed a little mischievous and likes to play with me. Qin Yan also recalled that Luo Yaofeng was indeed becoming more and more intimate with him. Furthermore, she was taking the initiative. She cultivates another technique in the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. This kind of technique is a test of willpower. After cultivating that kind of divine technique, she will miss her sweetheart very much. However, once she has sex with her sweetheart, her cultivation will fail and it will have a great impact on her. Yu Shangyun said. Why does your Sun and Moon Heart Sutra sound like an evil technique? Qin Yan felt a headache coming on. That Luo Yaofeng actually cultivated this kind of technique, and he was even Luo Yaofeng's sweetheart. She thought that she wouldn't fall in love with a man, but now it seems that she was wrong. Yu Shangyun said. Qin Yan scratched his head and said with a sigh, this really has nothing to do with me. I've never flirted with her. Sigh, she came to me on her own. No matter what, you must not cross that line during this period of time. Yu Shangyun warned. Did she suddenly become so strong because she cultivated this cultivation technique? Qin Yan asked. That's right. If she cultivates it to perfection, she will become even stronger. At that time, you can do whatever you want. However, when the time comes, you will definitely not be able to handle it. Yu Shangyun snorted lightly. Qin Yan hurriedly waved his hand and said, I'll avoid her when the time comes. Yu Shangyun said, you can't avoid it. As long as she recognizes you as hers, she won't let you off. Qin Yan shook his head and sighed, this Princess Luo is really something, what is the point of cultivating this kind of cultivation technique? Oh right, Imperial Demon Yao is very strong. Think of a way to capture her and bring her to the Divine Moon clan. The 5th Duke is not here, I need a powerful woman like her to hold down the fort. This will help me reduce the pressure. Yu Shangyun said, send me out, take care of yourself. After Qin Yan sent Yu Shangyun out, he felt a headache. Yu Shangyun actually wanted him to capture Imperial Demon Yao. Great Beauty Yuner, tell me, what's going on with this woman Yu Shangyun? Qin Yan asked Ling Yuner to come out. After the delicate and charming long-legged fairy came out, she took the paper in her hand and looked at the mental cultivation method written on it. She giggled and said, Sister Xiangyun might have thought it through. Thought it through? Qinyan frowned, as if he was pondering over this sentence. He felt that there was a hidden meaning behind this rogue fairy's words. Qinyan continued to collect the divine power of the four divine Sunday. He wanted to go out and contact Chu Wuxing, the king-level hidden assassin of Heaven's Secret, to see if he has any news about the Heaven's Secret sect. Not long after Yu Shengyun left, another woman who gave Qinyan a headache came. Luo Yaofeng came. Qinyan could only let her in. Ling Yuner also returned to the Nine-Sun Divine Soul. Upon seeing Qinyan, the originally elegant and quiet Luo Yaofeng's eyes immediately revealed a faint charm. Brother Yun, you are truly too strong. You defeated that hateful Yin Tianyi. Luo Yaofeng said with a charming smile. She walked over and hugged Qinyan's arm. What about Imperial Demon Yao? Qinyan asked. She left. Luo Yaofeng said with slight anger. Didn't you see how you treated her before? You actually didn't give her any face. Who told her to know a bastard like Yin Tianyi? Qinyan curled his lips and said. What, you want to get her back now? I'll help you. Luo Yaofeng said with charming smile. Princess Luo, will definitely succeed. Greatest Heaven Sect Big Sister Shengyun, she was here? Luo Yaofeng took a few deep breaths and said with a frown, that's not right, I don't smell any fragrance on her. Qinyan spread his hands and said, she came but she didn't take off her helmet. Luo Yaofeng smirked and said, Brother Yun, you're still lacking a little. Now that you've reconciled with her, why don't you take the initiative and be more forceful, and, hee. Qinyan narrowed his eyes and looked sideways at the mischievous Luo Yaofeng. He had deliberately patted Luo Yaofeng's shoulder to test her reaction. Luo Yaofeng did not mind. Instead, he was a little happy. Princess Luo, when did you become so wild? Qinyan said with a smile, I don't remember you being like this before. I prefer the gentle and quiet you. It's all because of you. You changed me. You even asked me why I became like this. Luo Yaofeng chuckled and said, Brother Yun, I'm still your Princess Luo. With that said, she held Qinyan's hand and murmured, Brother Yun, let me see if you're injured, okay? Otherwise, I will be very worried about you. Qinyan could only gently embrace Luo Yaofeng as he recalled what Yu Shengyun had warned him about. Luo Yaofeng was indeed a rare beauty. Furthermore, she was once the Nine Heavens goddess, the Nine Heavens shadow god king. She was a powerful woman. Qinyan looked at her and suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion. Such a powerful woman was actually so concerned about him at this moment. At the same time, Luo Yaofeng's entire body became blurry, and her body could not be seen clearly. Qinyan did not know why, but he could not help but feel like he had lost his soul. Furthermore, he was very confused. At this moment, Ling Yuner's voice sounded in Qinyan's mind, Little Yun, wake up. You can't do it now. Sister Shengyun said that Princess Luo practices the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, don't be affected by her. Qinyan was jolted awake. He suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Because just now, he was completely out of control. The lust in his body surged violently, as if it had reached its peak, causing him to completely lose control. This seemed to be caused by the mysterious soul power that Luo Yaofeng exuded. Not only that, when Luo Yaofeng shook hands with him, he seemed to have lost his mind and was completely controlled. After Qinyan was woken up by Ling Yuner, he realized that both of them had fallen into the same state. He abruptly stood up and controlled his nether sun and nether moon to devour the strange energy that was drifting around his body and soul. Luo Yaofeng's eyes were filled with worry. Qinyan released the pain divine power and injected it into Luo Yaofeng's body bit by bit. Brother Yun, what are you doing? Luo Yaofeng's soul and body suddenly felt a sharp pain as he became much more clear-headed. Qinyan said solemnly, we were nearly in danger just now. What happened to our souls? After Luo Yaofeng thought of something, she immediately pinched her arm to make herself feel pain. She gently bit her lips and said with a charming smile, Brother Yun, your willpower is really firm. Compared to you, I'm still a little worse. It's your fault. Qinyan curled his lips and said, what kind of cultivation technique are you cultivating? The soul power released from his body is so bewitching that I feel like I've lost my soul. Is that so? Luo Yafeng's eyes flickered and she seemed to be very happy as she said, it's really like this. It seems like I've made some progress in my cultivation. This is simply an evil technique. Qin Yan said with a speechless expression. When I cultivate to perfection, Brother Ayun, you will know how powerful I am. Luo Yafeng's gentle eyes are filled with tenderness. Qin Yan calmed himself down. Previously, he did not believe Yu Shangyun's words, but now, he was frightened. I almost caused your cultivation to be affected just now. It seems like it's better if we keep our distance. Qin Yan did not even dare to look at Luo Yafeng. Quickly tell me, what did Sister Shangyun tell you? Luo Yafeng walked over and patted Qin Yan's shoulder as she asked with a smile. She said that you've been a little different recently, a little wild. She also said that your cultivation technique is very strange and told me to keep my distance from you. Otherwise, your cultivation will fail and it will bring you serious injuries. Qin Yan said with his back facing Luo Yafeng. Luo Yafeng immediately appeared in front of Qin Yan and said with a tender snort, did she really say that? That's right. Qin Yan nodded. Humph, isn't she the same? She also cultivates the Jade Moon Heart Sutra and she doesn't dare to approach you either. Luo Yafeng pouted coquettishly, she deliberately avoided you because of this reason. What Jade Moon Heart Sutra? Qin Yan said in surprise. He also recalled that Yu Shangyun had previously said that because she cultivated a special cultivation technique, she could not cultivate together. It's the evil technique you're talking about. This can make us very strong, but at the same time, it will also torture our hearts. Luo Yafeng sighed faintly, especially for a woman with feelings in her heart. That is the most unbearable. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, I'm not your lover? Humph, my heart is already yours. You still don't want to admit it? Luo Yafeng spat and gently pinched Qin Yan's waist. Qin Yan spread out his hands and said, all right, all right. Sister Shangyun really cultivated the Jade Moon Heart Sutra? Luo Yafeng said with a smile. Before she started cultivating, she said that she didn't have any feelings and wouldn't fall in love with anyone, so she was very suitable for cultivation. After that, even she didn't expect that she would feel so bad. Other than the two of you, who else cultivated? Qin Yan thought of something bad. And Tianjuru, your sister Kiru. Luo Yafeng said, we are all goddesses of the 9 heavens. We have rich cultivation experience, so we first cultivated this evil cultivation technique. Yu Shangyun had just told Qin Yan that Xiakiru would not see him for a period of time. Qin Yan sighed and said, no wonder they took the initiative to avoid me. Why would they cultivate this evil cultivation technique? Because it can become stronger. Especially when it is cultivated to perfection. Luo Yafeng's beautiful eyes flickered with tenderness once again. You clearly knew that there was danger, why did you take the initiative to approach me? Qin Yan turned his head and avoided her gaze. Luo Yafeng mumbled, I was arrogant. I thought that my mental fortitude was very good. Furthermore, I thought that I only liked you a little and wouldn't wait for you to have deep feelings for me. Fortunately, your mental fortitude is good. Otherwise, you would have been in danger just now. I'm in danger? Wait, isn't it you who will be in danger? Qin Yan immediately realized something. Didn't Sister Shangyun tell you? The one in danger is a man. And it will be quite miserable. Luo Yafeng suddenly said guiltily, Brother Ayun, I almost harmed you. Qin Yan took a few deep breaths. He is speechless. The one in danger was actually him, no wonder Yu Shangyun hid far away and even found excuses for himself. I'm fine now. Fortunately, I'm quite honest. Qin Yan said with a dry laugh, Princess Luo, it's best if you wait until your cultivation is perfect before coming to find me. Alright, I'll definitely protect you when the time comes. Luo Yafeng chuckled and said, Brother Ayun, quickly send me out. Qin Yan immediately sent Luo Yafeng away. He suddenly wanted to check his luck and see if there was any peach blossom calamity or something like that. After Luo Yafeng left, Qin Yan focused on gathering the divine power of the 4 divine sons. This continued for 2 days without anyone disturbing him. Qin Yan had long since prepared for Xiao Xianqin's arrival. She knew that Qin Yan wanted to leave and was very reluctant, but she also knew that Qin Yan had something very important to do. Before leaving, she and Qin Yan once again cultivated the third level of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. During this cultivation, Qin Yan secretly circulated the mental cultivation method given to him by Yu Shangyun. This time, it actually had an unexpected effect. Qin Yan is now at the Tao God realm. He wants to cultivate divine Tao heavenly pills for his Tao idol. He has 10 Tao idols, so he has to cultivate 10 different divine Tao heavenly pills. He had thought that he would cultivate them one by one when cultivating. And now, he discovered that his divine hammer Tao idol, divine saber Tao idol and divine cauldron Tao idol were all condensing their own divine Tao heavenly pills. Could it be because these 3 Tao idols are all divine weapons? Qin Yan thought to himself. At this moment, he gently hugged the beauty in his arms. She had already woken up. Xiaoyun, it's very effective this time. You've cultivated 3 divine Tao heavenly pills in one go. Xiao Xianqin is still very happy, her jade-like face is filled with a gentle and beautiful smile. Qin Yan kissed her face and said, Aunt Xiao, I'm going to leave for a period of time. Don't worry about me. Although Xiao Xianqin was reluctant, she knew that Qin Yan was shouldering a great responsibility. The two of them got up and Qin Yan sent her off. These past few days, the law enforcement world and the great heaven divine race have been unable to break the defense of the 4 divine sons. This made Qin Yan feel relieved and he can leave with peace of mind. He bid farewell to Wild Sun Tiger Emperor and others and left the 4 divine sons. The big shots of Sun Dragon Clan, Heavenly Lion Clan, Divine Sun Fairy Clan and Mystic Moon Alliance have already left. Only their elders are stationed here. In the future, they will build a teleportation formation to facilitate entry and exit. In the Mystic Moon Alliance, Wang Haoyue has already returned. However, Yu Shangyun has not left. She wants to stay here with Xiao Xianqin for a period of time. Because the core of the 4 divine sons is a moon, it has great research value for them. After Qin Yan left the 4 divine sons, he immediately contacted the 2 brothers Tian Rui and Tian Yu and asked them about the recent movements of the law enforcement world. Tian Rui immediately told Qin Yan some things. What surprised Qin Yan is that the law enforcement world actually created a sect called the Greatest Heaven Sect. It attracted geniuses from all the various races in the Divine Desolate. Moreover, it clearly stipulated that they don't want humans. This Greatest Heaven Sect must have a lot to do with the Great Heaven Divine Race. The appearance of the Greatest Heaven Sect caused a lot of turmoil among the various races in the Divine Desolate. Because the Greatest Heaven Sect has a very attractive place, they have a kind of pill. After eating it, it can allow Shen Tianjun to quickly break through and step into a whole new realm. Most of the higher-ups of the various races are Shen Tianjun. They will always reach the peak of Shen Tianjun and breaking through is a very big hurdle for them. If they can easily break through, they are willing to pay a great price, not to mention becoming a disciple of the Greatest Heaven Sect. There must be a purpose for the Greatest Heaven Sect to absorb so many divine monarchs, mainly to control the Divine Desolate. Currently, many powerful races have appeared in the Divine Desolate. Most of these races are favored by the Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. As long as they are not particularly lazy and cultivate hard, they will become stronger sooner or later. These races are very difficult to defeat. If the forces in the 9 Sun Holy Land want to dominate a region, they must deal with these large and small races. In addition, the races in the Myriad Realms Divine Sun Land are also the targets of the 9 Sun Holy Land. Now they have begun to take action, but the people they sent to do things are not reliable. For example, Yin Tianyi of the Great Yin Divine Race, as well as the people sent by the 9 Sun Heavenly Lion Race and 9 Sun Tiger Race, they did not win over the strong races in the Divine Sun Land and left a very bad impression. Long Tianyan is a little better, but the Sun Dragon Race may not surrender to the 9 Sun Dragon Race. At most, they will cooperate with each other. The Greatest Heaven Divine Race and the Law Enforcement Realm want to use this method to control the Divine Desolate? They are too naive. Qin Yan knows what the Greatest Heaven Divine Race and the Law Enforcement Realm are planning. The Greatest Heaven Sect wants to win over the divine monarchs of the various races. In this way, they can use these divine monarchs to enter the interior of the various races and control them. Those races are not so easy to control. There are many factions in each race and the battles are very fierce. If the members of the powerful races join forces with outsiders to fight for power, they will often be suppressed by other factions in the race. Xiao Yun, you can't underestimate the temptation of the greatest heaven sex pill. They don't need to completely control the various races in the Divine Desolate, as long as they can infiltrate a small part of it, that's enough. In this way, they can control a small part of the strong races and attack other strong races, causing chaos in the Divine Desolate. Ling Yin'er said. That's right, some great powers are like shit-stirring sticks, they want to make the whole world a mess and sow discord everywhere. This way, these great powers can benefit from it and it is very difficult for other powers to grow up against them. Qinyan nodded and said, the Myriad Realms Divine Court should not allow this to happen. The current strength of the Myriad Realms Divine Court is not weak. If they act, they can ensure that there will not be war everywhere in the Divine Desolate. Qinyan and Ling Yun'er analyzed the intention of creating the greatest heaven sect and felt that this was a great hidden danger and it was very likely to be the root cause of the turmoil in the heavens. After leaving the four divine sons, after Qinyan learned about the greatest heaven sect, he planned to go to the greatest heaven sect immediately. If possible, he would find a way to get rid of the greatest heaven sect. Due to the elimination of the All Heavens Emperors and the All Heavens God Kingdom, the reputation of the law enforcers was greatly affected. Coupled with the appearance of the All Heavens God Wilderness, the power of the heavenly rules orthodoxy was gradually weakened. Many things that happened in the Gods Desolate were beyond the control of the heavenly rules and orthodoxies. The heavenly rules orthodoxy was unable to do anything to Qinyan. Their prediction of Qinyan's fate was greatly off. In addition, the appearance of the alien Void tribe also caught the law enforcers off guard. Also, the internal situation of the four spirit sons was something that the law enforcers could not predict before. Qinyan is heading to Divine Court City to meet with Tian Rui, Mingyong Tian, and the others. Mingyong Tian would open a shop in Divine Court City, while Sky Sharp, Tianyu, and Yu Yan would secretly help him. He had previously contacted Tian Rui and found out that Mingyong Tian's cigarettes were almost sold out. Qinyan had earned more than 10 million Divine Universe Goldstones from selling the Stone Creation Divine Artifact previously. Even after paying off the debt, he would still have a few million in his hands. But these millions weren't considered a lot. It was said that it wasn't just the Heaven's Divine Moon that produced Divine Universe Metal Stones. There were even places in the Heaven's Divine Desolate that had people digging up Divine Universe Metal Stones from underground. Some people guessed that the Heaven's Divine Wasteland had already quietly transformed once, and the entire Heaven's Divine Wasteland had advanced, which was why the Divine Universe Metallic Stones appeared underground. The use of the Divine Universe Golden Stone was extremely great, especially for the realm after Shintianjun, it was of great help. Qinyan could only use multiple Divine Universe Goldstones to refine a single pill, allowing Heavenly Ghost Ancestor to recover to his peak after cultivating. Just as he was planning his future development plans, Yunlong suddenly sent him a message. Yunlong was the shopkeeper of the Immortal Heaven Pawnshop, and Qinyan had already handed over all matters of the Immortal Heaven Pawnshop to Yunlong and the rest to handle. Only when something big happens, Yunlong and company will contact Qinyan. Boss, our Immortal Heaven Pawnshop is being attacked. Yunlong said. Is it being besieged by the law enforcement world? Qinyan asked anxiously. From his point of view, only the law enforcement world could threaten the Immortal Heaven Pawnshop. It's not that easy for the law enforcement world to besiege us. It's a woman who is attacking the Immortal Heaven Pawnshop. Yunlong sighed, I don't know where this woman came from, she's not weak and she's constantly scolding you. Yunlong knew that there were many women around Qinyan, so he said, MOG said that it might be because of your romantic debt. Let me ask you, do you know that woman? What's her name? Qinyan asked. He was also very puzzled. He had never caused any romantic debt. If he had to say which woman would dare to attack the Immortal Heaven Pawnshop, it could only be Yu Yao Yao. He didn't give Yu Yao Yao a good look before, so he suspected that he had angered her. However, he also thought that Yu Yao Yao wasn't angry at that time and seemed rather calm. We asked but she didn't say. As she attacked, she scolded you as a beast, saying that you are worse than an animal, saying that you are some kind of traitor. Yunlong said, Boss, do you want to take her down? Do you want to take her down? Qin Yin wanted to rush back to the Divine Court City, so he couldn't go to the Immortal Heaven pawnshop for the time being. I don't know. In short, she's very strong. If we were to fight her alone, we might not be her match. Yun Long said such a powerful woman should be very famous. Let Granny Mog investigate and see if this woman is from the Divine Moon race. Qin Yin thought that it might be a woman from the Divine Moon race. When the Divine Moon race returned to the Divine Moon, many women had greatly improved in the Moon's core. And previously, Qin Yin was framed by the Heaven Secrets sect, causing the Divine Moon race to lose 5 kings. Many of the Divine Moon race women believed that Qin Yin was framed, but there were also a few who didn't believe it and thought that Qin Yin was a bad guy. Xiao Xianqin and Li Shuang had previously told Qin Yin to pay more attention. Maybe some Divine Moon race women would come looking for him for revenge. Not long after, Mog sent a message, Xiao Fuyun, that woman should be from the Divine Moon race. She can borrow the divine power of the Divine Moon, so she is extremely strong. How did this bunch of girls from the Divine Moon race suddenly become so terrifying? That little girl outside is very terrifying. Even if we old fellows join hands, we might not be able to take her down. After hearing the news from Mog, Qin Yin is secretly alarmed. He asked, is she a divine heavenly lord or has she already surpassed him? Even if she didn't cross the heavenly monarch realm, she is still an 8 or 9-star heavenly monarch, maybe even a 10-star heavenly monarch. Mog said, little floating cloud, did you let down that little girl? It should be a misunderstanding caused by me in the Divine Moon race. Ignore her, control the Imperial Heaven pawnshop and leave. Qin Yin said, have the Imperial Heaven pawnshop go to the vicinity of the Divine Court Heavenly City. I am on my way there. All right. Mog replied. Qin Yin also has a headache. Sure enough, there is a Divine Moon woman who doesn't trust him and even went to the Imperial Heaven pawnshop. There are not many women in the Divine Moon race who have this kind of strength. Who could it be? Ling Yuner asked. Qin Yin took out a sound transmission divine pearl and contacted Li Shuang. Li Shuang's position in the Divine Moon race is very high, she has a very clear understanding of the Divine Moon race. When she received Qin Yin's message, she was very surprised and said that she would immediately investigate. Qin Yin finally returned to the ground and arrived at the Divine Court Heavenly City. It is now night time, he can see the bright and huge Divine Moon hanging in the sky. After he returned, he went to Ming Yongtian's shop. The location of the shop is very good, it is very close to the teleportation formation and it is located at the corner of a very wide street. The shop is built in an ancient style, it is not luxurious at all. It is completely wooden in color, it is tens of stories tall, several buildings are connected side by side, the entire corner belongs to this shop. There is also a very large courtyard at the back, there are more than 10 small buildings with 3 to 4 stories, there are also small lakes, small bridges, and so on. The reason why Ming Yongtian was able to get such a good position is also because of Qin Yin's backing. Of course, only a few people, such as the Divine Judge and the Spatial God, know that the boss behind this shop is Qin Yin. The shop is named Yunyue House because of the bright moon saintess Ming Yunyue's name and Ming Yongtian is responsible for managing it. As a result, it is very natural for the Bright Moon Saintess's shop to sell cigarettes. No one will suspect Qin Yin. Ming Yunyue knows that Qin Yin can make cigarettes. She has some special cigarettes that Qin Yin gave her, she smoked them herself. What surprised her is that Qin Yin can make a large number of cigarettes by himself. It can be said that all the cigarettes in the Divine Court Heavenly City are sold by Yunyue House. Moreover, there are people from other cities who come to buy elegant cigarettes. Yunyue House's cigarettes are named elegant cigarettes. They are different from carefree cigarettes. Overall, they are better than carefree cigarettes and slightly more expensive. After Qin Yin returned, he immediately gave a batch of elegant cigarettes to Ming Yongtian and asked him to arrange for them to be sold. Qin Yin is in a small building in the backyard of Yunyue House. Tian Rui, Tian Yu, and Yu Yan are all in this small building. As they smoke, they are telling Qin Yin about the information they have gathered. Boss, because Yunyue House's business is booming, there are at least 2 king-level heavenly secret assassins eyeing Yunyue House. Tian Yu said, I heard this from a heaven-level assassin. What is their purpose in targeting Yunyue House? Qin Yin asked. They all suspect that Yunhui House's elegant cigarettes are not made by the Bright Moon Sect Palace. They probably want to steal the secret recipe for making elegant cigarettes. Tianrui said. Within the Greatest Heaven sect, there would definitely be a large number of law enforcement descendants of the Divine Sun God. If the business of the elegant smoke could reach the Greatest Heaven sect and stabilize, then Qin Yun would be able to gradually paralyze the Greatest Heaven sect with the highly addictive big smoke. According to the intelligence we have spied, the Greatest Heaven sect is mainly responsible for the law enforcement. There were also many Shintian lords from the law enforcement realm, most of whom were descendants of the Divine Sun God. They also want to learn the divine techniques of the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. Tianrui said. Tianrui, you should find a way to sneak into the Greatest Heaven sect as soon as possible and get a good position in the Greatest Heaven sect. Maybe it will be very useful in the future. Qin Yin said with smile, this shouldn't be difficult for you, right? It's not difficult. I will act as soon as possible. Tianrui nodded. Qin Yin gave him a big box of special supply cigarettes and said with smile, this is for you to build relationships. Tianrui smiled and said, boss, don't worry, I won't use it all. Xiao Yan, help me deliver these Divine Universe golden stones to Yunyu. Qin Yin handed over a storage bag to Yu Yan. There was a special spatial magic treasure inside the storage bag, which was used to store the Divine Universe gold stones. Yu Yan took the storage bag and immediately left for the Moon of Heavens. Qin Yin told Tianru to be careful and then let him go to the Greatest Heaven sect immediately. Tianyu, on the other hand, remained in Divine Court's Heaven City or went to the Divine Moon of the Heavens to gather intelligence. After Mingyong Tian obtained a large batch of elegant cigarettes, he started his business again. Qin Yin didn't have enough good medicinal herbs on hand, so he couldn't make any special tobacco. He needed to wait for the Divine Alchemist to grow it. The Odd Space Ancient City was very close to the Divine Court Heaven City. During this period of time, Alternate Space Ancient City was also building teleportation arrays everywhere, which could shorten the distance between the cities in Divine Wilderness. The Gods Desolate was extremely vast and most of the regions were devoid of life. Currently, most of them were concentrated in some treasure lands. The so-called treasure land was located in an area that had a natural array formation and some naturally formed resources. For example, some places would have a divine spring or an underground divine river flowing through. This place was very suitable for growing medicinal herbs. There were also some regions that could produce divine flames. Those divine flames could be used to refine weapons and pills, or for fire cultivators to cultivate with. Apart from that, there were also lightning, ice, and other extreme regions that were suitable for living beings who cultivated in these aspects. After arriving at Strange Space Ancient City, Qin Yin learned that several batches of magic mirrors have been sold and some people are already using them. Tianrui, Tianyu, and Mingyong Tian all had magic mirrors in their hands, so they could fully activate them now. Qin Yin had previously turned it off, mainly because Yu Yan often took selfies for him, and some of the selfies were very popular. Mingyong Tian also posted quite a few selfies of himself, mainly photos of him smoking and acting cool. The magic mirror also added a group chat function. Qin Yin created a group and pulled Mingyong Tian and Yu Yan into it, allowing them to post as much as they wanted. The spatial god also wanted to pull Qin Yin into the Myriad Realms Divine Quartz group of gods, but Qin Yin refused. He didn't want to go in yet. He did join the Nine Yan Divine Palaces group, which was created by White Death and the Little Palace Spirit. Qin Yin only went in to take a look without saying a word. On the Magic Mirror platform, it gradually became lively. Many people were asking for the Mystic Moon Clan's chat group. They all agreed that there would definitely be selfies of various beauties in the Mystic Moon Clan group. There are still too few people using it. Qin Yin casually looked at it. The content that he could see was still relatively little. Then, he was pulled into a strange group by Murong Darren. The group leader was called Brother Dominating Heaven. It was created by Su Xiaoba. Hong Yan, Huazhong, Shimen Dazhuang and the little black donkey were all inside. As soon as Qin Yin entered, he saw that the little black donkey had sent many pictures of food. Shimen Dazhuang and the little black donkey also asked Qin Yin one after another. Especially the little black donkey, it asked Qin Yin if he had any special delicacies. Qin Yin only sent a haha and then turned it off. And Wukong handed over a locator to Qin Yun and said with a smile, "Brother Qin, this locator is very difficult to make. Even in the 9-layer space, it can still be tracked. So powerful? Thank you, brethren." Qin Yun looked at the locator. It was a very small and exquisite ring. This can be hidden in one's flesh and blood. Furthermore, it will never be detected, it is very safe. And Wukong said. Qin Yun had previously told An Wukong the main use of this thing. Qin Yun said, "Brethren, is your magic mirror useful inside the Divine Sun? It's best if it can be used in the Divine Yang core." He thought of the 9 suns goddess who was one of the 4 divine suns. It was very boring to stay inside, and his heart ached. If they could use the magic mirror, they would not be so bored, and they could also communicate with the outside world. That's not a problem. We've already considered the races within the Divine Sun realm. And Wukong smiled proudly. This is a piece of cake for us. Qin Yun was in great need of spatial tools. He then asked An Wukong if he could create a teleportation formation that he could carry with him and then teleport things back to Heavenly Divine Court City. After he finished making those cigarettes, he had to make a trip back to give them to Mingyong Tian. This made him feel that it was rather troublesome. If he had a transfer formation, he would be able to send the item back to Mingyong Tian as soon as he released it. It's possible, but we need a large number of transcendental divine stones. Come to think of it, it is very strange. The number of divine universe golden stones is increasing, but the number of divine universe golden stones is decreasing. And Wukong was also very helpless. Even the alien void race could not obtain a large number of divine universe golden stones at once. Transcendental Divine Stone. The transcending space divine stone is getting more and more expensive. Moreover, the price is clearly marked. 10,000 divine universe golden stones can only buy 1 tael of transcending space divine stone. It's said that the law enforcers got quite a bit of it before. Qin Yun was given a fright as he said, 10,000 divine universe gold stones for 1 tael? How many transcendental divine stones do I need to make that thing? I need at least 10,000 taels of transcendental divine stone, and it has to be a high-grade transcendental divine stone. And Wukong sighed and said, "The demand for the divine stone is very high. I suspect that the law enforcers have already plundered a large number of them, which is why there are very few of them on the market. 10,000 taels, that's 100 million divine universe gold stones." Qin Yun is alarmed and jumpy, he cursed in low voice, "This law enforcement world is hoarding a large amount of transcendental divine stone, they must be doing something else." And Wukong said in a deep voice, "Brother Qin, I suspect that the law enforcers want to open a spatial passage to the 9 Sun sacred ground. From what I know, the 9 Sun sacred ground is isolated by a very strong spacetime seal, making it difficult to enter and exit." Spacetime seal? Is it formed naturally? Qin Yun and Ling Yun'er had guessed before. I'm not sure. In short, the living beings in the 9 Sun sacred ground really wanted to come out. Maybe after the law enforcers contacted them, they really have a way to open the passage. There really is a way to open the passage. And Wukong said, "Brethren, continue to pay attention to this matter. I will think of a way to get transcendental divine stone." Qin Yun said, "We still haven't found anything that can replace transcendental divine stone. With the current firmness of divine desolate space, only the energy released by the transcendental divine stone can easily tear open the space." And Wukong said, "Also, the energy released by our spatial origin stone can easily travel through space." Qin Yun has always wanted a spatial origin stone, but it is a very rare thing. It can be said to be the root of the alien void race. After bidding farewell to An Wukong, he looked around but did not see the Imperial Heaven pawnshop. Then he took out the magic mirror and contacted Yun Long and the others. The Imperial Heaven pawnshop has now turned into a small heavenly universe divine Sunday. If it appeared in the vicinity, it would be very easy to see. "Boss, we can't go over yet. We have some urgent matters here, we can't go over yet." Yun Long's voice came from the magic mirror. "What urgent matter?" Qin Yun wants to return to the Imperial Heaven pawnshop to contact Heaven Destroyer and ask if he has finished making the heavenly pig roar. "Someone wants to pawn a divine sun for us. The divine sun is deep in the sky, we are rushing over." Yunlong replied. What? Pawn a divine son? Who is so awesome? Qinyan said in amazement. Someone actually wants to pawn a divine son. It's just a small divine son. We will have to go and take a look to know the specifics. Yunlong said with smile, Boss, don't worry, we will surely capture that divine son. Qinyan is also very curious about what kind of divine son it is. If it is just an ordinary small divine son, it can only be used to feed his small nether Sunday. Qinyan used the magic mirror to find Li Shuang and contacted her. Then he also contacted Little Phoenix and Namgong Shuiru through Li Shuang. Guanghan Palace's women are not unfamiliar with the magic mirror. Back in the Immortal Desolate, they often used it. Moreover, it was Qinyan who gave it to them. Now they are using the magic mirror that Qinyan asked the space god to give them. Qinyan, you said that a divine moon woman attacked the Imperial Heaven pawnshop before? I haven't found out who it is, but I can roughly guess who it is. Li Shuang lightly sighed and said, it might be the Super Heaven Genius of Divine Moon Clan. Only. She has always been with Huayu. Super Heaven Genius? Then contact her and explain it to her. Qinyan is also secretly amazed. Divine Moon Clan is truly full of talented people. I contacted her, but it seems like she doesn't hate you. So I can't be sure that it was her. I will continue investigating. Alright. Contact me again if there is any progress. Qinyan went to Strange Space Ancient City and asked in Wukong to send him to the vicinity of the ancestral god Sunday. He wants to find Xiao Yuemei and deliver the magic mirror to her. He also wants to ask her about the situation inside. The situation inside the ancestral god's sun is very bad. Inside the ancestral god's sun are the Sun Dragon race, and outside the ancestral god's sun are the descendants of Divine Sunday. There are many of them and they are becoming more and more powerful. Luckily they can't leave the ancestral god Sunday. Qinyan quietly entered the ancestral god Sun's inner region and was not discovered by the Sun Dragon race. The large fireball inside the ancestral god Sun's inner region seems to be even more intense than before, especially that kind of multicolored light. Even if Qinyan was hit by it, he would feel very scorching and uncomfortable. Qinyan saw that Xiao Yuemei is very active and realized that she has not been sleeping for a long time. It means that she is constantly communicating with the outside world. Yuemei, when will you come out? I want to rub your face. Qinyan said with smile. He also misses Xiao Yuemei very much. I also want to go out, but I can't go out now. Xiao Yuemei sighed in vexation and said, Brother, I heard that you have encountered many setbacks in this period of time. I have heard all the rumors about you in Divine Moon Clan. Are you all right? I'm fine, don't worry. Qinyan said with smile. It's good that you are fine. You finally killed that heavenly venerable emperor. I knew that you would be able to kill him. Xiao Yuemei lightly sighed. Unfortunately, I can't go with you to kill that bastard. Qinyan shook his head and smiled. Yuemei, there are many bastards in Heavenly Divine Desolate. You will have the opportunity to go with me in the future. Oh, that's right. How do you know what is happening outside? Tingting told me. She even said that you are her cousin. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. Tingting? Is it Yang Dragon Tingting? Qinyan also recalled that lively Sun Dragon race dragon girl. When he first went to Heavenly Divine Moon, he met Yang Dragon Tingting. It is her. I am not too bored here. Apart from Tingting chatting with me, there is also Yu Qing, that dragon girl baby. Moreover, I can also contact Elder Sister, Master Sister, and the others. Xiao Yuemei said with smile. So Yuelan and Sister Shuyan already know about my situation? Qinyan asked. Indeed. They are very worried about you. They want to go out and ask you about the specific situation. Xiao Yuemei said. Qinyan took out a magic mirror and said, Yuemei, this is a magic mirror. With this thing, you can frequently contact the outside world and also understand the situation outside. Ah? Heavenly Divine Desolate also has a magic mirror? Brother, did you do it? How did you do it? The space inside Heavenly Divine Desolate is very firm. This is very difficult to do. Xiao Yuemei said in amazement. Qinyan gently threw the magic mirror. After Xiao Yuemei locked onto the magic mirror with mental power, she sent it into the large fireball-like core. I don't have that kind of ability. It's the work of the outsiders. Qinyan said, alright, I will go to Sister Shuyan and Yuelan's place and deliver the devil mirror to them. I really want to go out and let you pinch my face. Xiao Yuemei mumbled to herself. She really wants to go out and have fun with Qinyan, but now she is trapped inside the core and can't go out. Xiao Yuemei can only reluctantly send Qinyan into the second divine Sunday. She can directly send Qinyan to the core of the second divine sun through the ancestral divine sun, so it is very easy for her to talk to Xiao Yuelan. Qinyan arrived at the core of the second divine sun, which is above a large fireball. That sun-like fireball was extremely huge, and it was burning with flames. A person suddenly appeared on it, but the heavenly lion race near the core did not notice. Even if he discovers it, it doesn't matter. Qinyan's relationship with Heavenly Lion Clan's emperor is pretty good. Moreover, there is also Heavenly Lion old ancestor here, he is also Qinyan's old friend. Xiao Yuelan knows that Qinyan is here. Clearly, Xiao Yuemei told her. Xiao Yun, quickly give me the devil mirror. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, Yuemei just told me that you brought me the devil mirror. Yuelan, are you very comfortable inside the core? Qinyan released the devil mirror and let Xiao Yuelan receive it. I can't hug my little husband, I feel very uncomfortable. Xiao Yuelan bitterly sighed, little husband, I really want to go out, I am bored to death here. I really miss Chuqian and those other little sisters. Yuelan, don't tell me you don't miss me? Do you only have those little sisters in your eyes? Qinyan said with smile. You are mine anyway. What is there to miss? Xiao Yuelan said with charming smile, Xiao Yun, Sister Shangyun let you take over as the emperor, how do you feel? Qinyan sighed and said, don't mention it, I have let her down. Xiao Yuelan cried out in alarm, ah? Could it be that those rumors are true? It's not that, let me tell you a bit. Qinyan already wanted to confide in Xiao Yuelan about this matter. Xiao Yuelan became very angry after hearing this, her voice is filled with dense and cold-killing intent as she said, this damned heaven's secret sect, wait for me to go out, I will flatten them. They actually cursed Yaoshue and Fengyue with such a malicious curse. Xiao Yuelan, Yi Yaoshue, Immortal Rujing, and those few kings have very good relationship with each other. Now that she knows the details, she is very angry. Qinyan did not tell Xiao Yuemei before because he was worried that Xiao Yuemei would not be able to control herself. One must know that Qinyan was harmed once back then and Xiao Yuemei went on a killing spree everywhere. She slaughtered all the factions that harmed Qinyan, she is very ruthless in her way of doing things. Heaven's secret sect has hidden themselves very deeply and their strength is unfathomable. Qinyan shook his head and said, even Sister Shangyun doesn't want me to go to Heaven's secret sect now. Then wait for me to go out. So long as I go out of this core, I will become even stronger and flatten that Heaven's secret sect will not be a problem. Xiao Yuelan very confidently said. We will talk about it when the time comes. Qinyan replied. What do you mean we will talk about it when the time comes? Promise me that you will wait for me to go out first, don't go by yourself. Xiao Yuelan very earnestly warned, I am your wife, we husband and wife have not fought together for a very long time. Qinyan looked all around and said, but when will you come out? I am afraid I won't be able to wait. In short, I will go out as soon as possible, I won't let you wait for too long. You go investigate Heaven's secret sect and law enforcement realm first, after I go out, I will bring you to kill them. Xiao Yuelan's words are very domineering, it can be seen that after she comes out of the Divine Sun core, she will become very strong. Oh that's right, where is Yu Shaoling? She should be with you right? Qinyan asked, with her accompanying you, you won't be so bored. Xiao Yuelan said with smile, Shaoling knows that you care about her so much, she will definitely be very happy. She went to sleep, after I go out, she will also become very strong. Yuelan, have you contacted Sister Yu? Qinyan asked. I just contacted her. We already know about the situation of the four divine sun. I didn't expect that place to be so special. Xiao Yuelan knows about the matter of the four divine sun, then Lui Shuyan and Xiao Yuemei must also know about it. Do your 9 sun divine daughters know about the 9 sun holy land? Qinyan asked again. The 9 sun holy land is clearly closely related to the myriad realms divine Sunday. As 9 sun divine daughters, they should more or less know about it. Speaking of this matter, Xiao Yuelan's voice became solemn and said, Xiao Yun, the matter of the 9 sun holy land is not that simple. It's not as simple as you think. That great divine king should be the strongest in the 9 sun holy land, right? Qin Yan is secretly alarmed. Xiao Yuelan indeed knows a lot about the 9 sun holy land. It's hard to say. The specific situation of the 9 sun holy land will only become clear when all 9 myriad realms divine sons appear. Xiao Yuelan said, in short, our 9 sun divine daughters need to handle the matters of the 9 sun holy land and it is very complicated. Soon after, Qin Yan talked about the matter of Imperial Yao Yao and the Dark Kuan Peng. He also said that Yu Shangyun hopes to bring Imperial Yao Yao to the Divine Moon clan. After Xiao Yuelan heard this, she said in astonishment, Imperial Yao Yao? Is her surname Yu? Could it be that mysterious ancient Yu clan? Ancient Yu clan? What is their background? Qin Yan hastily asked. I'm not too sure either. I only know that ancient Yu clan members are immortal, their bodies and souls are indestructible. Their own strength is not very strong but they can become very strong through other aspects. For example, Imperial Yao Yao, she has a dark Kuan Peng. Xiao Yuelan said, in my inherited memories, there is a legend. It mainly says that the descendants of the Divine Sun were most likely created by the ancient Yu clan to control the Divine Sun. But later on, the ancient Yu clan lost control of the descendants of the Divine Sun. Ah? Why is this legend in your inherited memories? Did the myriad realms Divine Sun give it to you? Qin Yan asked. He also knows that as the 9 sun divine daughters grow up, they will have some memories in their minds. These memories mainly come from the myriad realms Divine Sunday. I don't know. In short, this is only a legend, it is not accurate. Xiao Yuelan said, since Sister Shangyun has taken a fancy to this Imperial Yao Yao, you should think of a way to capture her. I approve your action. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, what approval? Xiao Yuelan said with smile, let's get Imperial Yao Yao to Divine Moon clan first. Wait for me to go out, I will properly dig out some secrets from her body. Xiao Yuelan is anxious to play with the devil mirror and contact her little sisters. Therefore, she hurriedly sent Qin Yan off to the core area of the 3 Divine Sun and to Luiyue Shuyan. What Qin Yan did not expect is that the core where Luiyue Shuyan is located actually has a passage that leads to the core. Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei's core is a place that others cannot enter but Luiyue Shuyan's core can. Luiyue Shuyan knows that Qin Yan has arrived, so she opened a passage for him to enter the core. The core is a large fireball, it is the energy of the Divine Sun's core. However, the core is not hot at all. The space inside is as big as a large hall, it is very spacious. Sister Shuyan, why can the 3 Divine Suns core come in? Yuelan and Yuemei's can't? Qin Yan fell down from the top of the fireball and arrived at the core. He is very shocked. Luiyue Shuyan is wearing a simple and elegant white dress. Her charming and enchanting face has a faint smile, she looks very pure and elegant. Her beautiful eyes are filled with tenderness as she looked at Qin Yan and said with a gentle smile, I am their master big sister, naturally I have to be stronger than them. Unknowingly, Qin Yan embraced the beautiful dreamy beauty in his arms and confided many things to her. Luiyue Shuyan and Qin Yan are sitting on a soft cushion. The beauty is leaning on Qin Yan's bosom, looking at the devil mirror in her hand while earnestly listening to Qin Yan's narration of what happened outside. Qin Yan discovered that the things that Luiyue Shuyan knows are different from Xiao Yuelan. For example, Luiyue Shuyan doesn't know about the ancient Yu clan. However, she knows the secret of the moon's core. Moreover, she knows more than Yu Shangyun. Xiao Yuelan and Xiao Yuemei don't know the reason for the formation of the moon's core, they also don't know the situation. Luiyue Shuyan already knew but she didn't tell her 9-sun divine maiden. When Qin Yan saw Luiyue acting so mysteriously, he became even more curious as to why she was hiding it. Alright, I won't tell anyone. Qin Yan nodded. Where's Yuner? Luiyue Shuyan asked. She is cultivating Sun and Moon Heart Sutra with Sister Steamed Bun and others, she doesn't know. Qin Yan said in low voice, Sister Shuyan, why is the matter of moon core of 4 divine suns so important? Sister Shangyun said she once heard a legend that if the core of the divine sun is the moon, then it has something to do with the mother sun. Lu Yushuyan nodded and said, that is not a legend, it is real. The reason why the moon core appeared in the four god suns has a lot to do with you. Because you are the yang seed of Mother Yang. What? I'm the yang seed of the Mother Yang? Qin was alarmed as his face was filled with astonishment. Yes. Of course, you weren't born as the yang seed of the Mother Sun. It was only because of the secret help of the 9 suns and your own hard work that you became the yang seed of the Mother Sun after many years. Lu Yushuyan gently held Qinyan's hand and said softly, don't worry, this won't affect you. You didn't even realize you were a yang seed, did you? Qinyan was still very alarmed. He took a few deep breaths and said, then what's the use of this Mother Sun? Why can't we let Yuan and the others know about this? It's not that I don't trust them, but this is very important. The more people who know about it, the easier it will be for it to leak out. Currently, only you, me, and Ruru know about it. Lu Yushuyan said, there can only be one Mother Sunday. If 2 Mother Suns appear at the same time, they will repel each other and cause great chaos. Could it be that as long as you go through me, you can create another Mother Yang? Qin said with a frown, I plan on participating in the creation of the myriad world's divine sun again. Will I create another Mother Sun? Lu Yushuyan shook her head and said, I'm not too sure. When you created the myriad realm's divine sun, the 9 Yang Law Spirit participated and this was mainly led by the 9 Yang Law Spirit. 9 Yang Dharma Spirit? Is this the 9 God Sun's consciousness body? Qin looked all around and said in low voice, can it hear our conversation? Lu Yushuyan said with smile, of course not, the existence of the 9 Yang Dharma spirits is similar to the heavenly rules Tao orthodoxy. Although they have consciousness, they are not like us living beings. The 9 Yang Dharma spirits are mainly responsible for the operation of the 9 suns. In that case, does the 9 Yang Dharma spirit know how to create the Mother Sun? Qin still does not know the use of the Mother Sun. Of course I know. The Mother Sun is very useful. As long as there is the Mother Sun, it will not be invaded by the descendants of the Divine Sun. In the future, when the 9 Divine Suns of myriad realms come out, even if the other 8 invade the Divine Sun's descendants, the Mother Sun will still be fine, there will still be hope. Lu Yushuyan said. As Qin nodded, he pondered and said, if another Mother Sun appears, will the existing Mother Sun be affected? Yes. It could even be swallowed by the other Mother Sun, or both sides would be heavily injured. They were all destroyed in the end. Lu Yushuyan tightly held Qinyan's hand and said, Xiaoyun, you are the key to creating the Mother Sun. If this matter spreads out, you will face even greater danger. Qin also understands the importance of this matter. In the future, if the other Divine Suns of myriad realms and Divine Desolate are invaded by the descendants of the Divine Sun, then the Mother Sun will be the only pure land. Furthermore, the energy produced by the Mother Sun might be able to suppress the crazy reproduction of the descendants of the Divine Sun. Sister Shuyan, can the divine power of the Mother Sun restrain the descendants of the Divine Sun? Qin asked and then took out a power-storing divine pearl. This is the one he collected from the 4 Divine Suns. I also don't know. I only know that the 9 Yang Dharma spirit attaches great importance to the Mother Sun. That's why it allowed the powerful races of the 9 Sun Holy Land to come out and help the other Divine Sun races enter the Mother Sun to protect it. Lu Yushuyan looked at the power-storing divine pearl and said. Qin lightly groaned and said, what exactly is going on with the 9 Yang Dharma spirit? It actually allowed the Great Yin Divine Race and the Great Heaven Divine Race to participate. The Great Heaven Divine Race and the Law Enforcement Realm allied together, and the Great Yin Divine Race is also in cahoots with them. Soon after, Qin once again told Lu Yushuyan everything that happened inside the 4 Divine Suns. After Lu Yushuyan finished listening, she frowned and said, could it be that the powerful races inside the 9 Sun Holy Land have already lost control? Lost control? Could it be that the powerful races of the 9 Sun Holy Land listen to the 9 Yang Dharma spirit? Qin said in shock. There is a time difference inside the 9 Sun Holy Land. The time inside and outside the 9 Sun Holy Land is different. The time inside the 9 Sun Holy Land is longer, so they are developing very well. Once they come out, they will have all sorts of advantages. And the powerful races inside the 9 Sun Holy Land are also the main power to protect the Divine Desolate. Lu Yushuyan's face is filled with doubt. She shook her head and said, they shouldn't be like this. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, they protect the divine desolate? You haven't seen the faces of the grading divine race. They think that the humans inside the divine desolate are all rats. And because I am very strong, they call me the Rat King. How can my Xiaoyun be the Rat King? Lu Shuyan pursed her lips and smiled. Her lily-white hand touched Qin Yan's cheek and then kissed his cheek. Sister Shuyan, you are the nine-sun divine maiden, you should be able to communicate with the nine-sun Dharma spirit, right? Ask it what exactly is going on. Qin Yan lovingly caressed Lu Shuyan's dreamy and beautiful face. And, when the next mission comes, I will ask it. Lu Shuyan nodded and said, Xiaoyun, don't worry too much about this matter. The nine-sun Dharma spirit also knows that some groups are not reliable. Therefore, the ones protecting the divine desolate and the myriad realms divine sun are not only the nine-sun holy land, there are also the myriad realms divine court, the powerful races inside the divine sun core, as well as us, the nine-sun divine maiden. Qin Yan said with smile, and me. Lu Shuyan lightly smiled and said, the nine-sun Dharma spirit never planned to let you protect the divine desolate and the myriad realms divine Sunday. From its point of view, this is a waste of talent. It hopes that you can find a way to restrain the divine sun descendants. This is a very important responsibility. Thinking about how to fight against the divine sun descendants, the pressure on Qin Yan is not small. The souls of the divine sun descendants are very difficult to destroy. The nine-sun Dharma spirit miscalculated. The souls of the living beings inside the nine-sun holy land are also undying and indestructible. Now they are uncontrollable and can even move around in the divine desolate. Qin Yan let out a long sigh. The nine-sun Dharma spirit will definitely be able to handle this matter. Don't worry. Lu Shuyan kissed Qin Yan. They affectionately hugged and kissed each other, entering a sweet and perfect state of tenderness. Qin Yan and Lu Shuyan became intimate for a while, then let Zi Qingqing, Shui Tianzi, Long Tianji, and Ling Yuner come out. Back then, when Lu Shuyan was using the alias Xiao Feng, she often guided them inside Qin Yan's nine-sun divine spirit, so their relationship is very good. Now as soon as they met, they hugged each other. They haven't seen each other for a long time. After they met, they talked about many things. After chatting for a long time, they reluctantly bid farewell. Lu Shuyan warned Qin Yan a few more times before teleporting him to the core region of the Four Divine Sunday. The core region of the Four Divine Sun is empty, no living being has been born yet. If a living being was born, it would definitely be different. After all, it is a Mother Sunday. After you obtained the Devil Mirror, she is very happy. She immediately contacted the Guanhan Palace and Xiaoyuan and Xiaoyume. Qin Yan and Yu exchanged a few words and then teleported out. After delivering the Devil Mirror to the four nine-sun divine maidens, Qin Yan is now in the deep space. He took out the Devil Mirror and contacted Yunlong shopkeeper Yunlong. How are things on your side? Who wants to pawn a divine sun? What kind of divine sun is it? Qin Yan asked. Boss, you must come to us. That divine sun is very strange and that person's asking price is very high. He asked for 30 million divine universe golden stones. Yunlong said, we can't be sure if that divine sun is worth that price or not. 30 million divine universe golden stones is not a small number. However, the value of a divine sun is not just 30 million. Qin Yan immediately rushed to the Imperial Heaven pawnshop. The Imperial Heaven pawnshop is in the deep space, it is quite far away from Qin Yan. In order to hurry over, Qin Yan let little Queen Ant bring him through the dark space to the direction of the Imperial Heaven pawnshop. After little Queen Ant sent Qin Yan off, she let him arrive in the pitch-black void. From here, he can see a ball of blue light in the distance. It is the Heavenly Universe Divine Sun where the Imperial Heaven pawnshop is located. The distance is very close, Qin Yan will be able to rush over very quickly. The reason why the Imperial Heaven pawnshop came to the void to trade is mainly because that divine sun is very special. Even if it was released in the deep space, it would not cause too much of a commotion. If it was released in the divine desolate, it would definitely cause a great commotion and be discovered by many experts. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and flew over. He wants to see that strange divine sun, but after approaching, he did not see it. Could it be that it wasn't released? Qin Yan took out the devil mirror and contacted Yun Long to ask about the situation of the Divine Sun boss. The Divine Sun has been taken away by that person. He is in our pawnshop's living room, hurry up and come in. Yun Long urged. Qin Yan approached the Imperial Heaven pawnshop, with a thought. The Imperial Heaven pawnshop sent him in and he arrived at the luxurious waiting room. After coming in, Qin Yan saw an old man with a ruddy face. He is in high spirits. Although this old man has white hair, his entire body is brimming with vigor and vitality. It seems like he can still live for several tens of thousands of years. Xianxia, seeing the old man's face, Qin Yan cannot help but think of the old fox he met many years ago. Qin Yan, you did not expect that I would still be alive. Xianxia saw Qin Yan's shocked expression and laughed loudly. Long time no see, you are still the same as before, no matter where you go, you are always the most unrestrained one. Back when Qin Yan was still in Immortal Weapon Palace, he knew Xianxia. At first there were some contradictions but later they gradually became friends. You want to be a Divine Sun for our pawnshop? Qin Yan walked over, patted Xianxia's shoulder and said with smile, I really did not expect that not only did you not die, you even became so strong. Qin Yan did not have many Divine Universe Golden Stones in his hands, but the Imperial Heaven pawnshop should have quite a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones. However, those Divine Universe Golden Stones were all from the Ancient Desolate. Most of the things that the pawnshop recycled were sent to the Ancient Desolate lands for Heaven Destroyer and the others. Heaven Destroyer had business in the Ancient Wasteland. There were some things that could only be found in the Divine Wasteland, or it could be said that the restrictions of the Ancient Wasteland were too great, causing them to be unable to obtain the resources they needed. They could only obtain them through the pawnshop. The Heaven Destroyer obtained these items through the pawnshop. Then he would do business in the Ancient Wasteland. And Xianxia came to pawn the Divine Sun in his hands because Ancient Desolation informed Yun Long and the others. In other words, the Divine Sun in Xianxia's hands is something that Ancient Desolation needs. Of course we can eat it, but we have to appraise it first. The Cloud Dragon said. He had a better understanding of the number of Divine Universe Golden Stones in the pawnshop. Then let's go out, I will release it again for you to see. Xianxia nodded. Qin Yan and others followed Xianxia out. Xianxia released his Divine Sun. It is very small, only a few hundred meters wide. Even the bigger meteorites were bigger than this Divine Sunday. The celestial Divine Sun that the Immortal Pawnshop was in was also considered a relatively small Divine Sun, but it was still very large. Furthermore, it had been deliberately shrunk. Is it only that big? Qin Yan looked at the Divine Sun that flickered with lightning. It looked like a lightning ball. Boss, do you see if there are any other problems with this Divine Sun? If there are hidden diseases, or if the internal structure is unstable, then it's not worth it. Yun Long said, we don't know how to see the Divine Sun. Although there is an instrument to test it, I don't really believe it. It's not small anymore. This is a little Thunder Sunday. Although it's not as good as those big Divine Suns, it's still very powerful. Xianxia said with smile, Boss Qin, you are a knowledgeable person, you should know the value of this little Thunder Yang. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and said, there is no problem with this Divine Sun, there is a very small core inside, the overall structure is complete. I will give it to you, I won't redeem it later. Xianxia patted Qin Yan's shoulder and said with smile, Boss Qin, quickly trade. Brother you, I remember that you're a person who doesn't want to be taken advantage of. This little lightning god sun is worth a lot of money. You pawned it for 30 million Divine Universe Goldstones and didn't even redeem it? Qin Yan was puzzled over this matter. Haven't you seen it already? There is no problem with this Divine Sun, I promise I won't swindle you. If you are afraid I will cheat you, why don't you just sign a soul contract? Xianxia rubbed his hands and said with a smile, Boss Qin, this is a friend's price. That's why I'm giving it to you. Qin Yan looked at Yun Long and nodded at him, take it. Xianxia took out a treasure box, a storage magic tool specially used to store Divine Sunday. He smiled and said, this treasure box is used to store Divine Sun, 10 million, you can also take it. Qin Yan could not help but scold with a smile, brother you, looks like you're still the same. Can't you be more generous and give us this box? Mr. Qin, I'm also short of money. Xianxia said with a wry smile. Soon after, Qingyu and Yunlong signed a soul contract and completed the transaction. Qingyan brought Qingyu to a living room inside the pawnshop and took out wine and dishes to entertain Qingyu. "Brother Yu, there are only two of us here, you can now tell me why you pawned that little thunder god's son at such a low price." Qingyan said with smile, he feels that this matter is definitely not that simple. Qingyu said with mischievous smile, "Because I stole that little thunder god's son, this kind of thing is not easy to sell, so I reluctantly sold it at a low price." "But you don't look like you are enduring pain, it seems like you very easily got that little thunder god's son." Qingyan laughed loudly and said, "Brother Yu, where did you steal this little thunder god's son?" Qingyu smiled mysteriously and said, "You will never guess where I got it." Qingyan thought about it and said, "Law enforcement world?" Qingyu shook his head and said, "I don't dare to steal law enforcement world's divine son, maybe their divine son contains a lot of divine son descendants' souls." Hearing Qingyu's words, Qingyan is quite surprised that Qingyu knows about this matter. Qingyu's current strength is not weak, he also knows about the divine son descendants' souls, indicating that he must have had a fortuitous encounter to have his current strength. "Did you steal it from the greatest heaven sect?" Qingyan said again, "The greatest heaven sect is now a major force in the divine desolate." Qingyu shook his head again and said with smile, "Boss Qin, it seems that you are somewhat ignorant and ill-informed. The divine desolate is so vast, it is changing every day. Every moment, powerful creatures are born. The greatest heaven sect is powerful but it is not the strongest." Qingyan did not refute Qingyu. "The divine desolate is really too big, maybe there is a place that no one has ever been to, there is a very powerful race. Or there are also powerful creatures lurking deep underground. In short, there are a large number of powerful races in the divine desolate, all of which belong to non-human races." "Well, I can't guess where you stole it from." Qingyan could only admit defeat and said with smile, "Brother Yu, quickly say it." Qingyu shook his chopsticks and said with smile, "I stole it from the Great Sun Underworld. Haven't you heard of the Great Sun Underworld?" "Great Sun Underworld?" Qingyan has never heard of it. He took out the magic mirror and searched it, there is no relevant information. Although there are not many people using the magic mirror at present, it is also a lot but he still can't find anything. This is an existence that can create divine sun. I stole that little divine sun from there. The Great Sun Underworld has a huge underground city deep underground, they created the divine sun there. Qingyu said. Qingyan said in surprise, "The divine desolate has such a powerful force that can create divine sun, it is really amazing." Creating divine sun is not difficult, it is not easy either. The nameless old man can create primal chaos divine sun but it requires a lot of divine universe golden stones and also a lot of time. In the divine desolate, there are indeed some forces that have mastered the method to create divine sun, such as the law enforcement world. They can also create some relatively ordinary little divine Sunday. To tell you the truth, I am a disciple of the Great Sun Underworld. There are 4 palaces under the Great Sun creation underworld: Fire Palace, Thunder Palace, Ice Palace and Purple Palace. I am from Fire Palace. Qingyu said with mischievous laugh, "Thunder Palace just created little thunder god sun, it was me who killed it, the Fire Palace stole it secretly. Therefore, when I return, I'll have to split the profits with them." "Ah? Aren't you afraid of being discovered?" Qingyan is even more shocked, this Qingyu actually stole things from his own sect, moreover it is such a big one. We in Thunder Palace cannot exist under the same sky, moreover they don't have any evidence, they can't do anything to us. Qingyu curled his lips and said, "The divine sun we created before was also secretly tampered with by them, it can be considered that courtesy demands reciprocity. Fights within sects are often very chaotic." "Oh that's right, after the Great Sun Underworld creates divine sun, what do they mainly use it for? Can they create a lot of divine sun?" Qingyan asked, he wants to understand a bit more. "We can only create some relatively small divine sun. Compared to the 40,000 divine sun you created, it is not even worth mentioning." Qingyu laughed in self-mockery and said again, "We mainly help people customize them. For example, this little thunder god sun is made by law enforcement. Law enforcement world will offer 80 million divine universe golden stones, including the treasure box containing the divine sun. Law enforcement world needs divine sun, this is very normal. They had 10,000 small divine sun before, but they were all taken away by Qin Yun. Of course, each and every one of those 10,000 small divine sun are very ordinary. They are not as good as the small thunder god Sunday. Brother Yu, is the existence of the great sun underworld not targeted by the law enforcement world? Qin Yun is very curious about this because this is a rather heaven-defying existence. I am also very curious. Not only the law enforcement world did not interfere with the great sun underworld, they even did business with the great sun underworld. Therefore, I believe that the relationship between the great sun underworld's upper echelon and the law enforcement world's upper echelon is very good. Maybe there is a beneficial relationship. Ying Qingyu guessed. While Qin Yun and Ying Qingyu are eating and drinking, they suddenly sensed a bit of vibration. Although it is very weak, it attracted Qin Yun's attention. Brother Yu, did you feel the vibration just now? Qin Yun asked. Your pawnshop is inside a heavenly universe divine sun. Such a big thing, if it moves, it will more or less vibrate. Ying Qingyu doesn't care at all. My pawnshop is not moving. Qin Yun said, if there is vibration under this kind of situation, what does it mean? It means that someone is trying to destroy your pawnshop. Ying Qingyu put down his chopsticks and said with grave expression, let's go out and take a look. Maybe they are targeting me. Because he stole the small thunder god's son and came here to dispose of the stolen goods, it is very likely that he has been tracked. Therefore, he is worried that he is the one attracting trouble. Qin Yun and Ying Qingyu immediately left the dining hall. After coming outside, they saw Yun Long and Emoji are here. Who is attacking us? Qin Yun asked. It's that girl from Divine Moon Race. She came again. She is truly unwilling to give up. This girl is very strong. We originally wanted to go out and capture her together, but now we discovered that even if we joined hands, we are not her match. She took out a magic mirror and handed it over to Qin Yun. An image appeared on the mirror. There is a woman wearing a skull mask. She is constantly attacking the Imperial Heaven pawnshop with her palm. Every time she pushes her palm, a red energy ball will shoot out. Those energy balls bombarded the Imperial Heaven pawnshop's barrier and caused a very strong explosion and vibration. I will go out and meet her. Qin Yun said, patted Ying Qingyu's shoulder and said, Brother Yu, this is not caused by you, don't worry. Not necessarily, Divine Moon Race also has a deal with us. If this woman was nearby, she might have seen the small thunder god's son I released. Ying Qingyu said. You have a cooperation with Divine Moon Race? Divine Moon Race wants to buy Divine Sun from you? Qin Yun said in amazement. The skull-masked woman is wearing a white dress. Together with the skull mask on her face, she looks very strange. Her palms shot out red light balls that contain divine power. They flew out and collided with the defensive barrier of the pawnshop. As soon as Qin Yun and Ying Qingyu came out, they immediately sensed the dreadful divine power, causing Ying Qingyu to shiver in fright. Boss Qin, this woman looks very strong. I am not her opponent, I will leave her to you, quickly bring me in. Ying Qingyu decisively became terrified because from that level of divine power, it can be seen that this woman is at the peak of Shen Tianjun. Her existence. Qin Yun unhappily glared at him, then controlled the Imperial Heaven pawnshop to lock onto Ying Qingyu and teleported this cowardly old man into the pawnshop. The skull-masked woman's divine power is indeed dreadful, but it has not surpassed Shen Tianjuan's. If it surpassed Shen Tianjuan's, then her divine power would be even more dreadful. After surpassing Shen Tianjun, the aura of divine power would be very different. As long as one is familiar with it, they can easily distinguish it. Qin Yun released the Sun Heavenly Shield and flew over. He wants to clearly understand this woman's identity and explain to her so that she doesn't continue to misunderstand. Li Shuang contacted him before. She suspects that the woman attacking the Imperial Heaven pawnshop is a genius of Divine Moon Race. This genius has a very good relationship with Hua Yu. It can be said that she was brought up by Hua Yu. Their relationship is very deep. But Li Shuang cannot be sure that she is the super genius because she has never shown any resentment towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun stealthily approached. At the same time he contacted Li Shuang with the Devil Mirror and asked her name. Her name is Mujin from Mu Hibiscus Flower. It is the name Sister Hua Yu gave her. Li Shuang said, Qin Yun, I am still not sure. I will find her and have a chat. Qin Yun only asked for the name. He did not tell Li Shuang that the divine moon race woman is attacking the Imperial Heaven pawnshop. And, if it is her, I won't blame her. Qin Yan replied, you should be busy, if there is anything, contact me. Qin Yan cut off the connection and continued flying towards the skull-masked woman. At this moment, the aura outside was extremely chaotic. The energy ball that the woman had shot out with her palms seemed to be endless. When it collided with the barrier of the immortal pawnshop, it created a violent shockwave. In such an environment with such chaotic energy aura, it is best for Qin Yan to conceal himself. After he becomes invisible, coupled with his restrained aura, it is very difficult to sense him. Just as Qin Yan was confident that he would not be discovered, the skull-masked woman suddenly looked over. Qin Yan was alarmed. He was not sure if the woman had discovered him, but she had indeed looked over. The eyes under the mask flickered with a bright and sharp light, as though they could pierce through the firmament. When Qin Yan made eye contact with the woman, he became even more alarmed. Then, he confirmed that he had been discovered. He really didn't expect this woman's perception to be so strong. Not only could she notice him approaching, she could even lock onto his position. While Qin Yan was alarmed, the woman suddenly disappeared. They're coming. Qin Yan immediately waved his hand and prepared Sun Heavenly Shield to block in front of him. Boom, a loud explosion shook the area. The Sun Heavenly Shield that Qin Yan released through his arm suffered a violent impact, shaking his arm to the point of numbness. That divine power was truly terrifying to the extreme. At this moment, Qin Yan could confirm that this divine power came from the divine moon race. Mog was also certain that she came from the divine moon race. Moreover, this kind of divine power was cultivated through the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra. Qin Yan could sense it. You've finally come out. The woman shouted coldly, today, I will enforce justice on behalf of the heavens and kill a hypocritical evil devil like you. The woman's tone is very ice-cold, but her voice is the kind that should be very sweet and gentle. It can be seen that this woman is not fierce. It is only because she is too angry that she is filled with killing intent. Mu Jin, is that you? Qin Yan suddenly said, Huayu once mentioned you. You evil devil, you are not allowed to call my name. Don't try to confuse me. I won't fall for your tricks. The woman shouted angrily. Qin Yan is now certain that this woman is Mu Jin. Indeed, she is the super genius that Li Shuang suspected. Boom, Mu Jin struck out with her palm. The speed of her palm is very fast and her attack is very fierce. At the same time her jade-like palm landed on the Sun Heavenly Shield, a red light burst out from her palm. A wave of divine power surged out from her palm and then fiercely exploded. Even though Qin Yan has the Sun Heavenly Shield to block it, he was still sent flying by the palm. Mu Jin can't see the Sun Heavenly Shield, but she can sense that there is an energy shield blocking it. She originally thought that she would be able to break it with a single palm, but she did not expect it to be so sturdy, causing her to be sent flying. Mu Jin, listen to my explanation. Huayu is not dead, she is only under the law enforcement world's evil curse and is currently in deep sleep. Qin Yan hurriedly explained and released supergravity at the same time. This is deep space. Even if a great battle broke out, it would not cause any big commotion, nor would it cause any damage. It would not be discovered by others. Gravity from all directions squeezed Mu Jin in the middle, making her unable to move. I don't believe you. Unless you let my sister appear in front of me again. Mu Jin shouted angrily, Qin Yan, so many of us sisters trusted you so much. I never expected you to be such an evil devil. Didn't big sister Xianxia tell you? I didn't do those things at all. Qin Yan could not hurt Mu Jin. After all, she did not know anything. This was just a misunderstanding. That's because she can't be ungrateful. It's true that you have helped our Divine Moon clan many times, but you are no longer the Qin Yan of the past. You have already been possessed by an evil spirit, you are an evil spirit. Mu Jin gritted her teeth and shouted. It could be heard that she was also very sad at this moment. After all, Qin Yan had a very high position in the hearts of the Divine Moon clan's women. He was once someone they admired greatly. And at this moment, Mu Jin truly believed that Qin Yan had turned into an evil spirit. Qin Yan really did not know what to say. He could not let the sleeping Huayu come out, otherwise she would be in great danger. Huayu and the others are all asleep. I can let you go see her. Xianxia hurriedly explained, after you see her, you will understand. I don't believe you, this must be a trap. Mu Jin said coldly, you are already an evil spirit, I don't believe the words of an evil spirit. I can sign a soul contract with you. Xianxia could only do this. Humph, you have a lot of methods, a soul contract can't restrict you at all. Mu Jin still did not believe it. Although she was restrained by the supergravity, the divine power in her body was still very violent. Xianxia could not increase the gravity to suppress her, otherwise he would hurt her. Mu Jin was so concerned about Huayu, their relationship was definitely not ordinary. Xianxia could not hurt her, otherwise he would not be able to face Huayu in the future. Mu Jin's white dress suddenly turned red. With a loud boom sound, the supergravity released by Xianxia seemed to have been torn apart by Mu Jin. Although Xianxia did not use all his strength to suppress her, she was still able to break free. This meant that the divine power that Mu Jin erupted with was truly terrifying. Evil spirit, you are nothing more than this. Mu Jin suddenly charged at Xianxia, a wooden saber that looked like it was made of wood appeared in her hand and she slashed at Xianxia. The saber slashed down, tearing out a black saber energy, bringing with it an extremely terrifying energy wave that enveloped Xianxia's body. Xianxia directly used Void Step to dodge. He did not fight Mu Jin face to face. He asked Ling Yan'er to use the magic mirror to contact Li Shuang and told her to immediately rush over and tell her that Mu Jin was here. Mu Jin is very good at fighting, her divine power is extremely strong. It is just that her combat experience is not rich enough, otherwise Xianxia might really be injured by her. In the deep sky, 4 divine suns and divine moon of the heavens can be seen. Li Shuang is on the divine moon of the heavens. When she learned that Xianxia and Mu Jin are fighting, she immediately entered a formation. After the formation was activated, the entire formation became very bright and shot out a beam of light towards Xianxia's location. Li Shuang is on that beam of light. Not long after, Li Shuang, who was wearing black battle armor, appeared on the battlefield with a cold and solemn expression. She appeared in front of Mu Jin with a black heavy sword in her hand and shouted, Mu Jin, what are you doing? Sister Li Shuang, you. Why are you here? Mu Jin looked at Xianxia, she immediately guessed that it was Xianxia who called Li Shuang over. Xianxia did not kill Sister Huayu, Sister Huayu is still alive. I can take you to see Sister Huayu. Li Shuang said again. Sister Li Shuang, why do you still believe this evil devil? He must have used some kind of demonic art to deceive you. Mu Jin shouted loudly, we can't believe this evil devil anymore, he is no longer Xianxia, he has been possessed by an evil devil. Go back. Don't cause trouble for Xianxia in the future. Li Shuang shouted very sternly. I must exterminate this evil devil. Not only will I avenge Sister Huayu and the others, I will also avenge Xianxia and free him. Mu Jin gritted her teeth and looked at Xianxia, then flew away. Li Shuang immediately followed and used the magic mirror to contact Xianxia. She told him not to worry and promised that Mu Jin would never attack the Imperial Heaven pawnshop again. Xianxia watched Mu Jin and Li Shuang leave and cannot help but let out a long sigh. This is also something he has been very worried about. If he wants to completely dispel the misunderstanding, he can only dispel the Terminator profound killing curse. Law Enforcement World, Heaven Mystery Sect, Northern Heavenly Venerable Xianxia. Only by finding him can we dispel the Terminator profound killing curse. Xianxia is anxious to find Heaven Mystery Sect, he also wants to quickly wake up Huayu and the others. Xianxia returned to the Imperial Heaven pawnshop and asked Junlong to send Qingyu away. He then entered the conference room of the Imperial Heaven Inner Palace, took out the booklet and contacted Heaven Exterminator. Grandfather, how are you at Ancient Desolate? Xianxia saw Heaven Exterminator's image appear and felt a lot more relieved. Not bad. Still the same as before, hiding from pursuit from time to time. Heaven Exterminator said with smile, I heard shopkeeper Yunlong say that you got a pretty good divine son, right? A little thunder god son. Is it useful to you? Xianxia asked. Xianxia had already used up the heavenly pig roar in his possession. He wanted to find Heaven Destroyer to ask if he had any more heavenly pig roar rune crystals. Grandfather, when I faced a large group of law enforcers, I had no choice but to throw out all my talisman crystals. Xianxia recounted his bitter experience with 4 divine sons. After Heaven Exterminator heard this, he said in shock, "That's pretty good." A few heavenly pig roars were enough to destroy a large group of Divine Sun descendants. It's worth it. Is that so? Xianxia was worried that Heaven Destroyer would blame him for being wasteful. You don't know, but in the ancient wasteland, the law enforcer realm doesn't dare to send too many people to chase after me. They're worried that I'll take them away in one go. Heaven Destroyer chuckled and said, "The few heavenly pig roars you threw out destroyed their fleshly bodies. They definitely won't dare to come again in the future. They sent so many people to surround you." Xianxia thought about it and agreed. He said with a smile, "Grandfather, did you make them suffer greatly in the ancient desolate land?" "Of course. Now that they are chasing me, they are only sending out a few stronger fellows. They don't dare to come in groups anymore," Heaven Exterminator said. "How is the power of the law enforcement world in the ancient wasteland? Is the ancient desolate's law enforcement world the same as the gods' desolate?" Xianxia asked curiously. "They're not the same, but they're connected. But as for the Heaven Secret Sect, they should be the same." Heaven Destroyer's tone turned serious as he spoke of the Heaven Secret Sect. "Grandpa, I came to find you this time because I want to ask you if you have heard of the Nine Sun Sacred Ground." Xianxia then talked about the region in the center of the Divine Desolate. Heaven Exterminator listened patiently and sighed, "Looks like God Desolate is not going to be peaceful. The Nine Sun Sacred Ground is a huge hidden danger." "What do you mean?" Xianxia had the same feeling. The Sunin Divine Tribe and the Great Heaven Divine Tribe were originally created by the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit to protect the divine wilderness of heavens and the myriad realms of Divine Sunday. However, these two powerful tribes want to dominate the divine wilderness of heavens. After the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit created them, he was unable to control them. He let out a long sigh because these two powerful races would definitely be powerful enemies that he would have to face in the future. Why is the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit so careless? Xianxia had previously learned from Lu Yu and Shu Yan that the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit was not able to control everything. If he were to commit such a mistake now, it would bring great chaos to the divine wilderness. Heaven Destroyer said, "Maybe Nine Yang Dharma Spirit has his own considerations. Even if he can't control the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, the powerful clans in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground might go against the descendants of the Divine Sun God in the future. In the future, Xianxia would definitely have to face the powerful races in the Nine Sun Sacred Land, especially the Great Divine King." Clearly, he had obtained the recognition of the Nine Yang Dharma Spirit to become the Great Divine King. He still didn't know what kind of person the Great Divine King was. All he knew was that the two tribe emperors of the Great Divine King and the Great Divine King were his disciples. From the way these two clans acted, their clan emperors were definitely not good people. All the clans in the Nine Suns Sacred Ground have immortal souls. Could it be that the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit created them based on the descendants of the Divine Sun? Xianxia asked, "Grandfather, do you think that the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit is also secretly studying the descendants of the Divine Sun? And there's a lot more. It is very likely that the clans in the Nine Suns Sacred Ground were created based on the descendants of the Divine Sun. As for the specifics, I haven't seen them yet, so I can't be sure." Heaven Destroyer is also very worried about Xianxia. He warned, "Little demon, in the future, you must be careful, you must be careful. The clans created by the Nine Suns Dharma Spirit might be even more destructive." Xianxia nodded and said, "I know." "Grandfather, do you still have Heavenly Pig Roar?" "Not at the moment. Talisman crystals are still very difficult to make. Not only do you need materials, you also need time. Be patient and wait," Heaven Destroyer said. "I am also not in a hurry. Grandfather, you should first make the talisman crystals that you want to use. If there is a chance in the future, teach me the method to make talisman crystals," Xianxia said with smile. "Go to the ancient platform, I have something else to give you," Heaven Destroyer said. "It's a talisman, get it first." Xianxia immediately went to the ancient platform. The ancient platform could teleport things to and from the ancient desolate land. After Xianxia arrived at the ancient platform, he waited for Heaven Destroyer to deliver the talisman. Not long after, the ancient platform's formation lit up and a white talisman appeared. This talisman was originally yellow, but because it is very old, it started turning white. Qin Yan picked it up and opened his heavenly eye. He can only see very few runes. The runes are seriously damaged. Qin Yan asked Heaven Destroyer, "Grandfather, what talisman is this? Don't look at how old this talisman is. This talisman is not simple. Carefully look at the runes, what did you discover?" Heaven Destroyer said. The fact that Heaven Destroyer can make talisman crystals means that he is a very strong inscription master, his level is very high. Qin Yan carefully observed the runes and discovered that although the runes are damaged, the parts that are not damaged are slightly trembling like zither strings, releasing weak energy fluctuations. Generally speaking, after a rune is damaged or destroyed, energy cannot flow inside the rune. As a result, the rune will become very dark and even disappear. And now the runes on the talisman in Qin Yan's hand are seriously damaged, but they are still releasing energy fluctuations. This means that the damaged runes are absorbing energy. It must be known that this talisman is very old, but the vitality of the runes is still very active. It is very inconceivable. Qin Yan informed Heaven Destroyer of his discovery. Heaven Destroyer said with smile, "You can discover this, your level is very good. What do you think? Is this a bloodline heavenly rune?" Qin Yan took a deep breath and asked. This is a bloodline heavenly rune. Someone used bloodline heavenly rune to make talismans, but I don't know what use this talisman has, unless you can restore it. Heaven Destroyer said, "According to my experience, this is not an offensive type talisman. It is a functional talisman. Bloodline heavenly rune can be used to make talismans." Qin Yan cannot help but exclaim in admiration. "Grandfather, where did you get this talisman?" Qin Yan feels that restoring it is very difficult because MOMO has not made any progress in bloodline heavenly rune. In the past, Qin Yan mainly relied on MOMO to repair damaged runes. And MOMO is completely powerless in front of bloodline heavenly rune. "I found this talisman in a palace inside an ancient city in Ancient Desolate. That palace is very dreadful. I came out with great difficulty and almost died inside." Heaven Destroyer recalled and said with face full of fear, "I came out alive mainly because I have this talisman in my hand. If it wasn't for the talisman in my hand, I would have been dead." Ancient city? Palace? What kind of place? Qin Yan is even more shocked. Heaven Destroyer said that his soul is undying and indestructible. If even he feels that he is about to die, it means that his soul is also on the verge of dying. That is a very famous dangerous place in Ancient Desolate. When I was being chased, I wanted to lure the people who were chasing me inside and play them to death. But they didn't fall for my trap, so I went in myself and almost died inside." Heaven Destroyer said. "I found this talisman in a place inside and managed to avoid all kinds of attacks from killing formations." "So you are saying that this talisman is a protective talisman?" Qin Yan is even more curious. "I am not sure. You have many bloodline heavenly runes in your hand, you should properly study them. If you restore them, you will understand them even more clearly." Heaven Destroyer said. "Alright." Although Qin Yan has many bloodline heavenly rune boxes, he can't even open a single one. His understanding of bloodline heavenly runes is still very little. Qin Yan and Heaven Destroyer cut off communication. Qin Yan stored away the talisman and left the Imperial Heaven pawnshop. After leaving the pawnshop, he immediately returned to Divine Court Heavenly City's Yunue brothel. He asked for a secret room to thoroughly study the talisman. This is just a very ordinary talisman paper. Qin Yan previously thought that this talisman paper was very special, but after carefully examining it, he discovered that it is just a very common talisman paper. This very ordinary talisman paper has been preserved for so many years without decaying after being inscribed with bloodline heavenly runes. Moreover, it has become very durable. No matter how much strength you use, you can't tear it apart. So mysterious. Qin Yan took out a large pair of scissors and tried to cut a corner of the talisman paper but failed. This discovery caused Qin Yan to be very pleasantly surprised. Before, he thought that something that can contain bloodline heavenly runes must be very durable. But now it seems that even a very ordinary talisman paper can contain bloodline heavenly runes. Moreover, the talisman paper has become even stronger than a specially refined talisman paper. Qin Yan took out all the bloodline heavenly rune boxes in his hand. Although he can't open them now, The surface of these boxes have naturally produced runes that have certain characteristics of bloodline heavenly runes. Although the runes on the surface of the boxes are not genuine bloodline heavenly runes, they can still be used as reference. What caused Qin Yan to be surprised is that after he took out all the boxes, the talisman paper in his hand began to emit intense white light. Don't tell me that by sticking it on the box, the runes inside the talisman paper can repair themselves? Xiao Yun, quickly try sticking the talisman paper on the box. Ling Yun'er hastily said. All right. Qin Yan immediately tried. First, he stuck it on the first bloodline heavenly pattern box, but there was no reaction. Then he turned around and stuck it on a purple box. Not long after sticking it on the purple box, the talisman paper suddenly flickered with purple light. The originally pale yellow and white talisman paper suddenly turned purple. It looks like a piece of cloth flickering with purple sparkling and translucent light. Moreover, it has become a lot thicker. What is going on? Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked at the talisman paper. He saw that there are many runes appearing on the surface of the talisman paper. Those damaged runes are being repaired very quickly. In just a short while, the red light on the talisman paper disappeared and turned into a purple talisman. Is it still the same talisman? Qin Yan pinched the talisman in his hand and secretly tried to activate it. However, he is unable to activate the runes inside. This is not an offensive type talisman. What kind of talisman is it? How do I use it? Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and tried to see through the hidden runes inside. He can't see any hidden runes, but he can faintly see the word defend. Qin Yan also learned about ancient Yu clan not long ago. It is the mysterious and formidable ancient clan that Yu Yao Yao belongs to. This talisman is from ancient times. Now that it has been restored, Qin Yan can see the word Yu on it. This caused him to immediately think of ancient Yu clan. But Qin Yan still doesn't know how to use this talisman. Heaven Extermination said before that it is because of this talisman that he could come out alive from an ancient city in ancient desolate, otherwise he would have died long ago. Should I ask you Yao Yao? Xiao Yun, maybe she knows about bloodline heavenly rune. Ling Yun'er said. Where should I go to find her? Qin Yan shook his head and said, this woman always wants me to be her subordinate, I should try my best not to get in contact with her. Qin Yan tightly grasped the talisman and continued probing it. He poured in divine power, trying to forcibly activate the talisman. He tried for a while but didn't succeed. He only found out that the talisman is even more durable than before. It is very hard to destroy. This talisman is so hard to destroy, it must be some kind of protective talisman. Qin Yan secretly guessed. If it is an attack-type talisman, it should be thrown out to destroy itself. While Qin Yan is fiddling with the talisman, the sound transmission divine pearl suddenly vibrated. Most of the people contacting him now are using the magic mirror. If they are contacting him through the sound transmission divine pearl, it is possible that they haven't used the magic mirror before. Qin Yan has given the sound transmission divine pearl to many people. He doesn't know who is contacting him. After taking out the sound transmission divine pearl, Chu Wuxing's voice came through. Chu Wuxing is a king-level hidden assassin of Heaven's Secret. He said that he would return to Heaven's Secret sect and now he has finally come out. Chu Wuxing now calls Qin Yan boss and said, Boss, I am at Yunyue house. Alright, I will go out now. Qin Yan is also at Yunyue house. Chu Wuxing can directly find him here. It is clear that Tian Rui and the others told him. Qin Yan arrived at a secret small hall and saw a white-clothed old man. Chu Wuxing is now dressed in an imposing manner. It seems like he has meticulously dressed himself up, making him look like an otherworldly expert, like an old man who has lived in seclusion for many years. Boss, I heard about your matter in Four God's Son. Chu Wuxing directly told Qin Yan about this matter. Clearly, he knows a lot about this matter. Old Chu, long time no see. Have you heard about what happened to me in the Four Spirit Sons? Qin Yan said with a smile. He used the heavenly pig roar to destroy the bodies of a large number of divine sun descendants in the Four Divine Sons and then defeated Yin Tianyi. These were all major events. At that time, the 18th sect master who led the team to the Four Divine Sons was a law enforcement great sovereign. You had previously entrusted Tian Rui to investigate him, but even Tian Rui did not know much about him. Chu Wuxing took out a small booklet and handed it to Qin Yun. He said, "This is the relevant information about the 18th sect master." Qin Yun took out a box of cigarettes and handed it to Chu Wuxing. Chu Wuxing immediately took out a cigarette and lit it. He smiled and said, "Boss's cigarettes are still the best to smoke. I have to say, Yunhua brothel has been targeted by many king-level assassins recently." Yunhua brothel sold a large number of easy cigarettes. The law enforcers were very fond of smoking. Naturally, they had also smoked easy cigarettes from Yunhua brothel. They were full of praise for it. Qin Yun opened the booklet and looked at the information about the 18th sect master. Back then, the 18th sect master kept calling him a bastard, so Qin Yun must take revenge on him. The law enforcers won't dare to hunt you down on a large scale anymore. Instead, they plan to promote you to a beyond 10-star anti-heaven thief. "Boss, this will be very disadvantageous for you," Chu Wuxing said again. "Why?" Qin Yun asked. "Because as long as they can capture a beyond 10-star anti-heaven thief like you, they will be able to obtain very generous rewards. They will be able to obtain a divine weapon bestowed by a heavenly ruled Tao orthodoxy. A divine weapon bestowed by a heavenly ruled Tao orthodoxy can be considered as half a heavenly universe divine tool," Chu Wuxing said with an envious expression. "Did you get any information after returning to the Heaven Secrets sect?" Qin Yun asked Chu Wuxing to inquire about Blood Moon and Dark Moon, as well as Northern Heavenly Venerable Xianxia. Chu Wuxing said, "I didn't get any information about Blood Moon and Dark Moon, but I learned that Mother Moon is in the Heaven Secrets sect. She is an old woman with a very high position." "Are you sure it's Mother Moon?" Qin Yun slightly frowned. "Yes, it's Mother Moon. Her moon divine power is very strong and very pure. Of course, this Mother Moon shouldn't be the one you know. The one you know is already dead. This Mother Moon of the Heaven Secrets sect is very mysterious," Chu Wuxing said. Qin Yun had previously speculated that the Mother Moon in the moon was very likely an avatar with an independent personality. As for the Mother Moon in the Heaven Secrets chapter, it was the true body. "I also heard that the Mother Moon in the moon is a created soul body. Just like you, she was created in the Heaven Creation Divine Palace. But this is only a clone, the real Mother Moon is in the Heaven Secrets sect." Chu Wuxing patted Qin Yun's shoulder and said, "This kind Mother Moon must have been created by the previous Heavenly Tao. That's why she is so good. Unfortunately, she is completely dead. The good Mother Moon is dead, but the bad one is still in the Heaven Secrets sect. It is this bad Mother Moon who used a superb method to plant fake Blood Moon and Dark Moon in the Divine Moon clan." "Is there any other news?" Qin Yun sighed. "That kind Mother Moon was not bad after all. Unfortunately, she is completely dead. He can only mourn in his heart. It's about the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. The law enforcement realm has joined forces with the Nine Sun Sacred Ground and created the greatest heaven sect," Chu Wuxing said. "I know this. Also, the Sun-Yin divine race is also a strong race in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. I even fought with them." Qin Yun nodded. Chu Wuxing said, "Boss, it is very difficult to leave the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. But the law enforcement realm set up a super teleportation formation to bring out the strong races in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground. Their main goal is to create chaos in the Divine Desolate." "Did they collect a large amount of transcending space divine stones?" Qin Yun groaned in low voice, "They made transcending space divine stones so expensive." Chu Wuxing nodded and said, "That's right. Once the law enforcement realm brings out the strong races in the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, the Divine Desolate will become even more chaotic. Moreover, humanity will be suppressed again. Let's see if the Myriad Realms Divine Palace can withstand it." Qin Yun believes that the Myriad Realms Divine Palace will be able to do something. There is one more thing. Northern Heavenly Venerable Xian Killer has left the Heaven Secret sect. There are 6 king-level secret agents accompanying him. I don't know why he left the Heaven Secret sect." Chu Wuxing said in deep voice, "Boss, I originally didn't want to tell you this because it will be very dangerous if you go looking for him now. It will not be easy to capture Xian Killer." Qin Yun's expression became serious and said, "Xian Killer must have come out to do something. Old Chu, you must investigate this matter thoroughly." Boss, if you know where Shan Killer is, please contact me before you attack him. I hope you can listen to me because this matter is very important. Chu Wuxing said with a serious expression. All right. Qinyan nodded, then took out a storage ring and gave it to Chu Wuxing. He said, this is a spatial locator. Take it with you. Next time you enter the Heaven Secret Sect, I will be able to track you. You made it so quickly? Chu Wuxing took a look and said in amazement, this is the method of the foreign void race. Did they help you? I saved the foreign void race. Isn't it normal for them to help me make this thing? Qinyan said with smile. It seems like the foreign void race was truly released by you. I heard that many big shots believe that you can't do it with your strength, so they don't believe that you did it. Chu Wuxing said with smile. Qinyan indeed can't do it, it is mainly because of Momo's contribution. Old Chu, help me investigate Ancient Yu Clan and Dark Kuan Peng Master Yu Yao Yao. Qinyan said. Boss, you already know that Yu Yao Yao is related to Ancient Yu Clan, do you still need me to investigate? Chu Wuxing found this unexpected because Ancient Yu Clan is very mysterious. I do. Because I only know about Ancient Yu Clan. Qinyan spread out his hands and said with smile, I believe that law enforcers and Heaven Secret Sect know even more. Chu Wuxing said, Ancient Yu Clan is not too mysterious, they are indeed very powerful. As far as I know, there are people from Ancient Yu Clan in both law enforcers and Heaven Secret Sect. Moreover, they are all high-ranking people, their identity is very mysterious, I can't confirm which one is from Ancient Yu Clan. Qinyan knows that Ancient Yu Clan is not simple, they have actually infiltrated Heaven Secret Sect and law enforcers. Then help me investigate Yu Yao Yao. Qinyan wants to know more about Yu Yao Yao, only then can he feel at ease letting her enter Divine Moon Clan. Alright. Chu Wuxing nodded. Oh that's right, what does Heaven Secret Sect think about the 4 Divine Sons? 4 Divine Sons are very special, law enforcers and 9 Sun Holy Lands want to seize them, they must know something about them. Qinyan said. Chu Wuxing said, they call the 4th Divine Sun Calamity Sunday. As for what is so special about it, they really don't know. Because law enforcers have never carefully probed inside, they can't find anything even after sending their souls inside. Calamity Sun, hearing this name, Qinyan felt that 4 Divine Sons might bring about some kind of disaster. Maybe it would be a calamity for law enforcers and Divine Sun descendants. Boss, I came out this time because Heaven Secret Sect wants me to protect a guy from the extreme Heaven Divine race. He wants to participate in the non-human races gathering, it will be very lively. Boss, are you interested in going to that non-human race gathering? Chu Wuxing said. Go with you? If I am exposed, won't you also be exposed? Qinyan shook his head. Of course not, I can't go with you. You can think of a way to go. Chu Wuxing said with smile, truth be told, I just want you to go and mess up the gathering. That way the boring gathering will end very quickly, otherwise they will hold it for a very long time. Qinyan is ostracized by the non-human race, he is even called Mouse King. Hearing Chu Wuxing's words, he really wants to go and take a look. Alright, I will go. Qinyan said with smile. Have you thought about how to sneak in? Do you want me to help you? Chu Wuxing said with smile. The person Chu Wuxing wants to protect is from the Great Heaven Divine race and they sent a king-level heavenly secret assassin to protect him. That person must be very important. Old Chu, what is the main purpose of the non-human races gathering? Have you participated in it before? Qinyan asked curiously. Chu Wuxing shook his head, I haven't. But I know a few things. It's all about the non-human races competing and then talking about how they suppress humans or how they trade with each other. In short, it's very lively. The guy you are going to protect is from the Great Heaven Divine race. Is his status very high? How does he compare to Yin Tianyi from the Great Yin Divine race? Qinyan asked. Yin Tianyi's body being destroyed by Qinyan caused a great commotion among the non-human race. After all, Yin Tianyi came from the powerful Great Yin Divine race and was also one of the top young powerhouses in the 9 Sun Holy Ground. Yet he was defeated by Qinyan, it was a great humiliation. Of course, some people say that because they fought inside the 4 Divine Sons, Qinyan had a great advantage and defeated Yin Tianyi miserably. should be on par with Yin Tianyi. I suspect that this person has a very good relationship with the heavenly secret sect's upper echelons. That's why they sent a king-level heavenly secret assassin to protect him. Chu Wuxing said, the heavenly secret sect not only sent me, they also sent 2 other king-level heavenly secret assassins. Qin Yan said in amazement, wow. What kind of treatment is this? Is that guy so afraid of death? Chu Wuxing said with smile, maybe the heavenly secret sect is showing goodwill to the great heaven divine race. Or maybe that guy is really facing a threat. The great heaven divine race came out of the 9 sun holy ground not long ago and they have a very good relationship with the law enforcers. I will go when the time comes, let's keep in touch. Qin Yan said. Alright, we will discuss it when the time comes. Chu Wuxing said. He only hoped that Qin Yan would go and mess up the gathering so that he could complete his mission earlier. Chu Wuxing immediately left for the greatest heaven sect to meet the person he wants to protect. Qin Yan took out the magic mirror and contacted several big shots to ask if they would like to go to the non-human race gathering. Like the Sun Dragon race, Heavenly Lion race and Divine Sun Elves, they were all invited. The Wild Sun Tiger race was also invited. The Mad Sun Tiger Emperor did not go. The Sun Dragon race only sent young people. Qin Yan wanted to follow the big boss because he was not familiar with those youths. It would be easy for him to be exposed. The Purple Sun Elf race was invited, but Zhao did not go. Instead, he sent a young man. Qin Yan contacted a few friends and finally learned that a non-human bigwig was going. It was Three-Eye King of Three-Eye Heaven City. Qin Yan had directly told Three-Eye King that he wanted to join in and stir up trouble. Three-Eye King did not even think about it before agreeing. Furthermore, he looked like he was looking forward to it. The Three-Eyed King immediately left the Three-Eyed Heaven City and headed for the Divine Court Heaven City. He arrived at the Yunhua brothel. Qin Yan waited for less than an hour before Three-Eyed King arrived. He could not help but sigh at how convenient the teleportation array was. The Three-Eye Heavenly City's attire was very comical. He wore a pair of sunglasses and had a cigarette in his mouth. However, there was a vertical eye on his forehead. The funniest thing was that the Three-Eyed King was still wearing a pair of shorts, revealing 2 hairy legs. His face shape was also very different from before, with oily hair and powdered face, making him look like a pretty boy. This fool. Qin Yan felt very speechless in his heart. If he did not sense that familiar aura, he would not believe that this is the Three-Eyed King. It is already very good that Yunhua brothel allowed him to enter. Three-Eyed King, how did you become like this? Qin Yan felt that this is very funny and asked. Isn't this kind of attire very popular now? Young and fashionable. Three-Eyed King handed over a cigarette to Qin Yan and said with smile, Uncle Qin, this is the best Yunhua cigarette. It was very difficult for me to get my hands on it. Yunhua brothel not only sells cigarettes, it also has suites and rooms. It is a comprehensive hotel. Qin Yan staying in Yunhua brothel did not cause Three-Eyed King to suspect anything. I don't smoke. Qin Yan waved his hand and said with smile, this thing is very addictive, I am very resistant to it. But it is very refreshing. What is this addiction? Our lifespan is so long, if we don't find some happiness, wouldn't we have lived in vain? It's fine, everyone smokes. Even the Bright Moon sect who invented this thing is very infatuated with this thing. There is no harm. Qin Yan shook his head with smile. The Yunhua cigarette was invented by him and he has always adhered to the principle of not smoking. Uncle Qin, you are truly a great uncle now, you can't keep up with the times. Now is the great era of heaven's divine desolate, new things are changing with each passing day, you are just an old antique, you can't do this. Three-Eyed King laughed loudly and put away the cigarette. Three-Eyed King, I want to sneak into the gathering of non-human race, can you smoothly bring me in? Qin Yan asked. I guarantee that there will be no problem, I will definitely bring you in. But you have to promise me one thing. Don't let anyone suspect me. Also, before you make a move, remember to let me know secretly. I'll hide first. Three-Eyed King said with mischievous smile, when you attack, remember to be a bit ruthless, this way I will be able to pick up many good things. Qin Yan laughed involuntarily, he did not expect Three-Eyed King to have this kind of idea, He wants to take advantage of the chaos to pick up good things. All right. Xianxia said with mischievous smile, then took out a box of cigarettes and gave it to Three-Eyed King. This is a special supply cigarette, it is much better than the one in Three-Eyed King's hand. Three-Eyed King took it and said in amazement, Uncle Qian, where did you get this? This is a limited edition elegant smoke, it is very hard to get. He hastily took out a cigarette and sniffed it, then let out a sigh of admiration. It is just a box of cigarettes, how can I not get it? Xianxia said with smile. That's right, after all you are Uncle Qian. Three-Eyed King said with mischievous smile, oh that's right, I gave you a few heavenly law inheritance beads before, what did the 5 seeds inside grow? Not yet. Xianxia shook his head and said with sigh, those seeds are very strange, they require a very long time to mature. Xianxia also wants to know what exactly those seeds are, what use they have and why they are inside heavenly law inheritance beads. Soon after, Three-Eyed King took out a round eyeball and stuffed it into Xianxia's forehead. This way, Xianxia has one more eye on his forehead. Uncle Qian, change your appearance again, don't let anyone recognize you. Three-Eyed King said. Changing his appearance is a piece of cake for Xianxia. He changed his appearance to that of a young man with an ordinary appearance. Three-Eyed King looked at Xianxia's disguise and nodded in satisfaction. He said with smile, all right, no one will recognize you like this. Three-Eyed King, I feel that you are no different from a human, why do they consider you as a non-human? Xianxia believed that many of the non-human races were human variants. Even if they were beasts, they would take human form to participate in the competition. Actually, as long as one is born and raised in Heavenly God Desolate, they are considered as human. To put it simply, Heavenly God Desolate's native humans are the main race here, they are also the most numerous race here. That is why all the other races joined hands to suppress the humans. Even those from other divine realm joined the non-human race faction. Three-Eyed King said. Xianxia said, then who was the first to give me the nickname of Rat King? This. Let me think, I think it was the 6-arm race, they have 6 arms. Three-Eyed King said with smile, Uncle Qian, actually it is because you are too strong, that is why they gave you such an ugly nickname, don't mind it. Xianxia said with smile, of course I don't mind it, I just feel that it is very funny. Oh that's right, there must be some non-human races that do not discriminate against humans, right? Of course there are many. We are going to participate in this gathering, it is also very lively. We will not join them and will not suppress humans. Three-Eyed King said with smile, let's go, we can go now. Xianxia and Three-Eyed King immediately set off. The organizer of this gathering is actually the Sun Divine Race. Sun Divine Race came out from 9 Sun Holy Ground with 2 leaders, one of them is Xianxia. This group is made up of young people and the other group is made up of elders. This gathering was organized by the elders of the Sun Moon Divine Tribe. From Divine Court Heavenly City, one can teleport to Sunin Heavenly Island. That is a huge island floating above the clouds. The entire island looks like it is formed from a large number of white clouds, it is very beautiful and fantastical. After Xianxia arrived at Sunin Heavenly Island with Three-Eyed King, he immediately sensed powerful auras coming from various places. Three-Eyed King has an invitation letter in his hand, he led Xianxia to a city gate and smoothly passed through. Just after passing through the city gate, they heard a very loud voice. Welcome Bright Moon Saintess Mingyue, Wang Jiaojiao. Bright Moon sect actually came to join in the fun and even sent 2 saintess. Xianxia immediately looked outside the city gate, there is a very large white carriage, Mingyue and Wang Jiaojiao are inside. Whenever a famous person arrives, the guards at the city gate will loudly announce who has arrived. A small character like Three-Eyed King will not attract any attention. Not long after Mingyue and Wang Jiaojiao entered the city, the guards loudly shouted, Welcome 18th sect leader, Leng Chuankuan. This immediately caused a great commotion. The 18 sects of the law enforcement realm are very famous, among them the 18th sect is also the strongest. As the 18th sect leader, he is naturally the leader of the entire 18 sections. However, the 18 sects suffered many losses before, it was mainly caused by Xianxia and then by the other space race, and even though the 18 sects suffered great losses, it did not affect their position. The people of the law enforcement realm who operate outside are mainly from the 18 sects, so the 18 sects are very famous. On the other hand, mysterious organizations like the Heavenly Secret Sect have no fame at all. However, the Heavenly Secret Sect is definitely stronger than the 18 sections. Qin Yan looked at Ling Chuanquan. He plans to start with Ling Chuanquan later. Alright, let's quickly go to the meeting place. Three-Eyed King is worried that Qin Yan will start fighting here. He hastily pulled him along the street towards the plaza in the center of the city. There are many people entering the city and all of them have quite a bit of status. Their strength is naturally not weak. Qin Yan followed Three-Eyed King. While walking on the street, he suddenly sensed a very dreadful pressure coming from outside the city. Imperial Yao Yao directly released the Kuanping to participate in this non-human race gathering in such a high-profile manner. This caused a great commotion. Now many people with status are rushing to the city gate to see the legendary Dark Kuanping. 3. I King also wanted to see, but he is worried that something might happen outside the city. So he quickly brought Qin Yan to the gathering place. On the road, Three-Eyed King secretly transmitted his voice to Qin Yan. Uncle Qin, you can take out the eye I gave you. When you move, don't go with 3 eyes. Three-Eyed King only brought Qin Yan here. He doesn't want others to know that the people causing chaos in this gathering are people of his 3-Eye divine world. Although Three-Eyed King can't represent the entire 3-Eye divine world, it will more or less affect him. Then I will find a place to properly dress up. Qin Yan said with smile. Divine Universe Golden Stone is used here, you should have it right? Three-Eyed King is quite generous. He is about to take out a Divine Universe Golden Stone and give it to Qin Yan. I do. You can go play. Qin Yan waved his hand and immediately left. After he dug the eye out of his forehead, he quickly rushed into a hotel. Inside the hotel, he thought about how he should dress up. Yuner, help me think of an idea. Qin Yan stroked his chin and said, actually, even if I don't dress up in a strange shape, nothing will happen if I go in human form. Ming Yunyuan and Wang Jiaojiao, as well as many other people who came to the gathering, are all in human form. It is impossible to tell that they are not human. After Ling Yuna ran out, she said with smile, I think you can dress up as a mouse, after all you are the Mouse King. Great beauty Yuner, don't tell me I have to walk around with a big mouse head? I might get beaten up. Qin Yan shook his head and said with smile. Ling Yuner took out a few very thin hard threads and stuck them under Qin Yan's nose, making it look like a mouse's beard. She said with smile, you should think of a way to connect these fake mustaches to the flesh, it will be more realistic. Qin Yan took out a mirror and stroked the mouse's beard. He said with smile, this is pretty good. From now on, you are the Mouse King of the Heavenly Mouse race. You are proficient in alchemy, medicine, inscription, formation etc. Ling Yuner giggled and said, also, you should dress up properly. Qin Yan immediately changed into a set of blue inscription master robes and dressed himself in a slightly noble manner. The Rat King that they're talking about is going to perform well in this gathering of non-humans today. Qin Yan chuckled and walked out of the hotel. He walked on the street and headed towards the very spacious plaza in the middle. After Yu Yao Yao arrived outside the Taiyin Heavenly Island, she kept her dark Kuanping, and the terrifying pressure also disappeared. Many non-humans in the city were discussing Yu Yao and the dark Kuanping. It was said that the elders of the Sun-Yin divine tribe had personally gone out to welcome Yu Yao Yao. Yu Yao Yao's dark Kuanping could easily devour the entire Great Yin Heavenly Island. Yin Tianyi of the Sun-Moon divine tribe knew Yu Yao Yao and the elders of the Sun-Moon divine tribe had personally gone out to welcome Yu Yao Yao. This meant that even those elders had taken special care of Yu Yao Yao. I wonder if the talisman in my hand is related to the ancient Yu clan. Qin Yan also wanted to ask Yao Yao, but it is not suitable now because he is pretending to be the Mouse King of the Heavenly Mouse race. Qin Yan walked on the street and saw many strange non-humans. More than half of them are normal humans. Most of them are beasts. At this moment, he was looking at a charming woman with 9 fox tails on her waist. This fox girl was indeed very charming, and the way she walked was very captivating. No matter what kind of expression she had on her thin and pointy face, she was extremely charming. There is no need to talk about her eyes. Especially when she blinks, it is as if she can hook away a person's soul at any time. Qin Yan's mental fortitude is very good. He is able to remain calm even when he is being seduced by many demons. But after seeing the fox girl, a trace of evil thoughts rose up in his heart and he immediately extinguished it. The fox girl is wearing a white dress. She is wearing a very short skirt, showing off her pair of slender jade legs. 9 fluffy white tails fluttered behind her waist. It is very beautiful. She walked on the street and kept winking at people, causing many non-human males to have difficulty breathing and howl. This kind of demon dares to come out and wander around, she is simply a scourge. Qin Yan cursed in his heart. Xiao Yun, why don't you go and take care of this demon? Ling Yin'er said with charming smile, this fox girl is not simple. Her mental power must be very strong. She can use charming mental attack to confuse the mind. Qin Yan is unmoved. He sped up and walked towards the center of the venue. When the fox girl saw Qin Yan walking as if he is flying and did not put her in his eyes, she could not help but feel anxious. She quickly walked over and hugged Qin Yan's arm. She said in a sweet voice, little brother, wait for me. Qin Yan cursed in his heart. He has disguised himself to be very ordinary. Moreover, he is wearing a mouse face but he is being targeted by this fox girl. You are a fox and I am a mouse. You are my natural enemy. Qin Yan pretended to be frightened to death and immediately pulled his hand out with great force. Then, he fled in panic. I like little mice. The fox girl's charming laughter made all the non-human males around stare blankly. The fox girl caught up with Qin Yan. She is swaggering on the street to see if she can meet someone who can resist her charming mental power. If they can do it, then most of them are very capable. After the fox girl caught up, she quickly took out a veil to cover her charming face. Then she took out a white robe and put it on so that she is not so conspicuous. Little mouse, you are not afraid of me at all. I can see it. The fox girl and Qin Yan walked side by side and said with a charming smile, I am from the Heavenly Fox clan. Go away, I am afraid of you. Qin Yan waved. Little brother, are you from the Mouse clan? The fox girl smiled and said, you are not afraid of me at all. I am the Mouse King of the Heavenly Mouse clan. Qin Yan said, you Heavenly Fox clan, don't even think about knowing where my Heavenly Mouse clan is hiding. The fox girl's charming eyes flashed with curiosity and said with a smile, Heavenly Mouse clan? I didn't expect the Mouse clan to really exist. Don't worry, our Heavenly Fox clan has not eaten mice for a long time, they are not delicious. There are many delicious fruits in the Divine Desolate, why do we eat dirty mice, why do we eat dirty mice? I am a dirty mouse, then hurry up and go away. Qin Yan felt a headache. He kept speeding up and entered an alley. He wants to get rid of the fox girl. The fox girl has been following him for some unknown reason. Qin Yan secretly cursed his bad luck. Why did he meet such a pestering fox? He is in an alley and there is no one around. He coldly snorted and said, enough, what is your purpose? I don't have any treasures on me. Even if you kill me, you won't get anything. Little brother, I just think you are interesting and want to get to know you. I really don't have any ill intentions. The fox girl flipped her long hair, her posture is very charming. Alright, I am Shuao Yin, the 18th generation Mouse King of the Heavenly Mouse clan. My nickname is Jade-Faced Mouse King. What is your name? Qin Yan said. Nonsense is what Qin Yan is best at. He can only beat her at her own game and pretend to know her. I am Hu Mei in the Heavenly Fox clan. I am also the strongest. Hu Mei chuckled and said, little brother, your mouse clan rarely appears. Because you rarely show your face, the title of Mouse King has been snatched away by humans. Qin Yan is speechless. The Mouse King is him and the Mouse King is also him. Then let's go to the venue. Oh right, when the time comes, stay away from me. We foxes and mice are different, it's best if no one knows that we know each other. Qin Yan only wants to stay away from this coquettish fox to prevent her from causing all kinds of trouble. Qin Yan's experience is rich. With a glance, he can tell that this fox Mayor is a top-level femme fatale. Moreover, she is the kind of person who takes the initiative to cause trouble. Some women like to deliberately provoke men to fight. Then, she will watch from the side and eat melon seeds. It is very hateful. He saw Hu Mei swagger in front of everyone earlier, so he is so sure. Little brother, I say, what are you afraid of? You won't be charmed by me, I definitely won't be able to take advantage of you. I just want to make friends with you. After all, it's very rare to see someone as pure as you these days. Humayr said with smile. I'm not pure at all, I have a big harem. Qin curled his lips and said, then walked quickly. You are the Mouse King, it's normal for you to have a harem. Humayr laughed. Qin is speechless, he can only walk towards the large plaza. Finally, he arrived at the large plaza. In the middle of the plaza, there is a very well-arranged platform. The platform is circular and very spacious. It is more than 2 meters high and it is filled with luxurious seats. Only guests with status can sit on the platform. The others can only stand below or float in the air to watch the main venue. Big brother Mouse King, you are the Mouse King. Didn't you get invited to the seats above? Humayr saw Qin standing outside and asked in low voice. I am just a small character. Qin said in low voice, Little Sister Fox, can you enter the seats? N. Humayr took out a very luxurious-looking jade token and said in low voice, I've been invited to the seats. This is the number, I'm sitting on the outermost seat. That's pretty good. Hurry up and take a seat. Qin said with smile. He can finally get rid of this fox girl. Humayr pulled Qin's hand and said with smile, let's go, I'll go with you. I can take you to a seat, it's allowed. No need, I know my own limits. I'll just watch from outside. Qin said with smile, I can see more clearly from here. Then I'll accompany you. Humayr smiled gently, she really doesn't plan to leave. Just as Qin is having a headache, he suddenly saw a very familiar woman flying towards the seats. It is actually Divine Moonrace's Mujin. After Mujin, Li Shuang, Luo Yaofeng and Yu Yaoyao followed. It's Yu Yaoyao, why is she so close to Divine Moonrace woman? Could it be that Yu Yaoyao wants to join Divine Moonrace? Humayr muttered. Do you know Yu Yaoyao? That's great. I have something to discuss with her. Qin said. When Humayr heard Qin say that he wants to walk the dark Kunpeng, she immediately rolled her eyes. When she rolled her eyes, she looked very charming. What? Didn't you say you knew Yu Yaoyao? Little Sister Fox, you look so capable, you can definitely help me borrow it. Qin said with smile. Stop joking. How can Yu Yaoyao's dark Kunpeng be lent out so casually? Humayr tenderly smiled and said, how about this, I'll bring you in to sit, maybe you can have a few words with her. You want me to borrow the Kunpeng from her? Alright, let's go. Qin said with mischievous smile. Humayr panicked and whispered, Brother Rat King, don't play around, something bad will happen. She was truly worried that Qin would ask Imperial Yaoyao to borrow the Kunpeng for a stroll. If Imperial Yaoyao heard this, he would definitely be very angry. Then you go by yourself, I will watch from here. Qin said with smile, I am a country bumpkin, it is very easy for me to make a fool of myself in a big occasion. Alright, let's leave our contact information. Humayr took out her magic mirror and smiled, you should have a magic mirror, right? Yes. Qin also took out his magic mirror, he sensed Humayr's magic mirror and added it. Qin's magic mirror made a ding sound. Humayr gave him a lot of authority, he can browse her private page. There are many pictures of her, they are all very hot and sexy. Is it nice? When Humayr saw Qin looking at her private page, she giggled and said, look more, there are a lot of them. I'll shoot some more in the future. I'm going over, we'll contact each other again. Qin also waved goodbye to the beautiful fox sister. He sighed inwardly, what a vixen. What's her motive? Does she know that I'm Qin? Ling Yin'er smiled and said, maybe she wants to eat you, Brother Rat King? Qin put away the magic mirror and said with curled lips, she already said that she doesn't eat meat, she only eats things like divine fruits, she approached me because she really wants to be friends with me, right? After Humayr wrapped herself up tightly, she was still very eye-catching. The main thing was that her eyes were very charming, even if she covered her face, as long as one saw her pair of captivating eyes, they would be attracted by her. Like many non-humans, Qin floated around the platform and looked at the center. Only those with a certain status could sit on that platform. There were only a few thousand seats in total, arranged in a circle, and in the middle of the platform was a large and spacious stage. This kind of gathering would usually have some entertainment programs, such as singing and dancing, auctions, or competitions. There would also be some big shots going up to chat. Qinyan used the magic mirror to secretly contact Three-Eyed King and learned that he had a seat, but it was rather far back. Qinyan opened his heavenly eye and looked at the platform 100 meters in front of him. He looked at the guests one by one, searching for people he knew. This little sister fox is not being honest. She said that her seat was near the back. I didn't expect her to be in the front row. Qinyan saw Humayr. She is actually sitting at the same table with Yu Yaoyao. Moreover, they are talking and laughing. It is clear that their relationship is not ordinary. Mu Jin, Luo Yaofeng, Li Shuang, as well as a few other beautiful women from Divine Moon Race are also sitting at the same table with Yu Yaoyao. Ming Yinyu and Wang Jiaojiao are not sitting at the same table with them. Qinyan continued paying attention to other seats. What caused him to be amazed is that he actually saw Yin Tianyi. Didn't Yin Tianyi's body explode because of me? Why did he appear again? Qinyan is very amazed and thought, could it be that great Yin Divine Race's body can grow up very quickly? Xiao Yun, if you are not inside the 4 divine sons, can you win against Yin Tianyi? Ling Yunar asked. I can win, but it won't be easy. Qinyan said, if it is a sneak attack, I can still easily kill him. Qinyan very quickly found Xu Wuxing. He is sitting at the same table with a few old men. At this table, there is also a handsome man with an extraordinary bearing. He must be the person from the great heaven divine race that Xu Wuxing wants to protect. Not long after, he finally found the 18th sect leader Lin Chuankuan. He is also sitting at the front row, together with many old men. He is talking and boisterous. It is clear that his position is very high. Even the old men from Great Yin Divine Race and Great Heaven Divine Race are very polite when talking to Ling Chuankuan. The law enforcers actually have this kind of status in front of the big powers of Nine Sun Holy Ground. Qinyan previously thought that the law enforcers would be loyal to the big powers of Nine Sun Holy Ground, but now it seems that they are only cooperating. After finding out where Lin Chuankuan is, Qinyan began paying attention to other relatively strong non-human race people. 9 Sun Tiger race people, I wonder if they are from the White Tiger Royal race. Qinyan saw the 9 Sun Tiger race people. After they transform into human form, it is still very difficult to see the difference between them and humans. Qinyan can also see through their eyes that they are from the tiger race. He has come into contact with the violent Sun Divine Tiger and the White Tiger Lady by sea, so he is very familiar with the eyes of the tiger race. This time, the Sun Yin Divine Race is the host, so the speaker on the stage is also an elder from the Sun Yin Divine Race. The main purpose of this gathering is to announce the start of the gathering. Those who are not seated can also eat and drink outside for free. After that, a few tall women went up on the stage to dance and play some music. Qinyan is currently observing. He needs to make sufficient preparations before he can start causing trouble. This way, things will go more smoothly. Not only does he want to cause trouble, he also wants to target Ling Chuankuan, the 18th sect leader. After the song and dance ended, the auction began. The auction items are all very good. There are pills, divine weapons, divine tools, and all kinds of relatively strong talismans. The highest value is tens of millions and the lowest is more than 1 million. They are all things that Qinyan does not care about. Of course, to many non-human race people who are unable to sit, the items that were just auctioned are things that they covet. Every time an item is auctioned, it will set off waves of exclamations. Even those non-human race people who are sitting in the seats are competing for the items. From what Qinyan can see, the best item that was auctioned is an ancient sword. It was bought by Yu Yaoyao for 20 million. He suspects that there are bloodline heavenly runes on the ancient sword. Because when he looked at it from afar, the ancient sword gave him a very strange feeling. It is similar to the mysterious ancient talisman. This made Qinyan even more curious. Does Yu Yaoyao really know the origin of the talisman? And the next segment is what Qinyan is most interested in. It is pill refining competition. Very good, I can take this opportunity to see the pill refining skills of these non-human race people. Qin Yun is very expectant in his heart. An elder from the Sun Yin divine race went up on the stage and said loudly, "Pill refining competition, anyone can participate. Only 1 million divine universe golden stones as registration fee. If you can get the first place, you will get the divine medicine created by my Sun Yin divine race, stage transformation purple ginseng. Stage transformation purple ginseng can only be grown by my Sun Yin divine race. Its effect is very great. Whether it is consumed by Shen Tianjun or after him, it can greatly increase one's cultivation." The elder took out a crystal ball, and inside the crystal ball is a ginseng that is flickering with purple light. The ginseng is not small, it is as big as a child. It is not only rolling around inside the crystal ball, it is filled with spirituality. When the stage transformation purple ginseng appeared, the whole audience went crazy and cried out in alarm. Qin Yun immediately took out the magic mirror and contacted Chu Wuxing to ask about the stage transformation purple ginseng. "Boss, stage transformation purple ginseng is indeed very effective. Only the Sun Yin divine race has this kind of divine medicine." Chu Wuxing injected his mind into the magic mirror and used his mind to reply to Qin Yun. Qin Yun also has an idea in his heart. He wants to compete for the stage transformation purple ginseng. "Boss, it is said that most of the participants are from the Sun Yin divine race, the Great Heaven divine race, and the law enforcement world. Look at those old men on the stage, they are all old pill gods of the three factions." Chu Wuxing sent voice transmission to Qin Yun. "Boss, do you have an idea?" "I'll give it a try." Qin Yun immediately flew towards the platform. There is a special registration area there. Generally speaking, the alchemists who had the ability to participate were all seated. There were only a few like Qin Yun who flew in from the outside to register. What surprised Qin Yun is that Humayr also wants to participate and is queuing up to register. Humayr naturally saw Qin Yun. She is also very surprised because she originally thought that Qin Yun was an inscription master. She never expected that he would also know how to refine pills. Qin Yun immediately transmitted his voice to her. "Little sister Fox, I have a lot of enemies. It's better if we pretend we don't know each other so that I don't cause trouble for you if I'm exposed." "Is that so? What enemies do you have?" "I'm not afraid." Humayr also asked via voice transmission. "The Sun Yin divine tribe and the law enforcer world." Qin Yun answered honestly. He did not want this seductress to get too close to him, lest he harmed her. "Is it true?" Humayr also realized that Qin Yun is serious. "It's true." Qin Yun did not lie. "Alright, during the competition, please give way to me." Humayr smiled and transmitted her voice to Qin Yun. "I won't give way to you. I paid 1 million divine universe golden stones to register. That's all I have, I must win." Qin Yun said, "Little sister Fox, it's better if you don't participate. It's a waste of divine universe golden stones. You might as well give them to me." Humayr is completely speechless. She rolled her eyes and transmitted her voice. "Brother Rat King, where did your confidence come from? I wanted to advise you not to participate. Those who came to register are all the best alchemists of the various races. Especially the Tai Yin divine race, Tai Tian divine race, and the law enforcement world. They had all sent out several old pill gods. They have sent out a few old pill gods, and I am also a very strong alchemist. I will definitely obtain that purple ginseng. Little Fox, don't look down on your brother Rat King. I will make you cry in a moment." Qin Yun chatted with Humayr while queuing up. Although Qin Yun is not a professional alchemist, if he becomes serious, he can immediately become one. Humayr looked very strong, but she did not look like the Heavenly Fox Empress at all. "I am really the Heavenly Fox Empress, I am not lying to you." Humayr was not convinced and immediately sent a sound transmission to Qin Yun. "If you listen to me, quickly withdraw or you will waste 1 million divine universe golden stones. This is not a small amount for you. If you are really the Heavenly Fox Empress, you would have been recognized when you were flirting on the street, but no one recognized you at that time." Qin Yun gave Humayr a look of disdain and sent a sound transmission to her. Humayr was somewhat angry. She gritted her teeth and sent a sound transmission. "Brother Rat King, I am really not lying to you. They did not recognize me because they have never seen me before. I am usually very low-key, even the leaders of the other races have not seen my face. So what if you are the Heavenly Fox Empress? It does not mean that you are invincible. I, Jade Face Rat King, am not boasting. My alchemy skills are so high that you cannot even imagine it. You are far inferior to me. I am not targeting you, I am saying that all the alchemists here are trash. Qinyan said confidently. Humayr lightly stamped her feet. She wanted to go over and pinch Qinyan's ear. She was really impressed by this Jade Face Rat King, he was so good at boasting. I am doing this for your own good, I do not want you to waste Divine Universe golden stones. My good intentions are not repaid, humph. Humph, I am ignoring you. Humayr's coquettish voice entered Qinyan's mind, then she turned her head and did not look at Qinyan anymore. Qinyan curled his lips, touched his fake mustache and sent a sound transmission. I am also doing this for your own good, I do not want you to waste Divine Universe golden stones. Humayr indeed did not care about Qinyan anymore. Qinyan nodded his head in satisfaction. He deliberately wanted to anger this little fox so that she would not pester him anymore. There were 2 teams in the queue and soon it was Qinyan's turn. He paid 1,000,000 Divine Universe golden stones and received a jade token. The organizer of the competition, the Sunin Divine Tribe, was very welcoming to participate in the alchemy competition so that they could obtain more Divine Universe golden stones. Even if their alchemist did not obtain the stage of perfection purple ginseng, they would not suffer any loss from the registration fee. If their alchemist won, then they would make a huge profit. Qinyan has seen this kind of method many times. After he ascended the spacious stage in the middle, he scanned the people below. No one could recognize him. Even a king-level assassin like Chu Wuxing could not see through it. Only Luo Yaofeng could tell something. After all, she was the wind god and had a special connection with Qinyan. Then there was the special cultivation method that she cultivated the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, which made her miss her lover very much. As long as she was close to her lover, she would have a strange feeling in her heart. Luo Yaofeng quickly confirmed that the person with the mustache was Qinyan. However, she did not say it out loud, nor did she find it strange. When she came, she had guessed that Qinyan would come. After all, he couldn't be absent from such a grand event. After Qinyan ascended the stage, Humayr unexpectedly stood beside him and even lightly stepped on his foot. Qinyan was not to be outdone. He immediately stepped back, leaving a black footprint on Humayr's white boots. Sister Yao Yao, look at that mustache, he stepped on Sister Mayr's foot. Mujin lightly groaned and said, he did it on purpose. Yu Yao Yao and Luo Yaofeng saw it. That should be Mayr's friend, they know each other. It was Mayr who stepped on him first. Yu Yao Yao slightly frowned and said, when did Mayr know such a strange friend? Luo Yaofeng is also somewhat astonished. Qinyan actually hooked up with another beauty. Moreover, he did it under the condition of concealing his identity and hooking up with such a charming fox spirit. Xiao, your Yu family is an alchemist in the Sunin divine race, right? Go and investigate the background of that mustache. A woman sitting at the same table said to a woman in pink skirt beside her. Yu Xiao said, that mustache is not seated, you can tell just by looking at his clothes. He must be an outsider. As she spoke, she took out her magic mirror to contact people to help investigate the identity of that old mustache. After all, they are all women and are rather gossipy. They all want to know who the mustache next to Humayr is. Very quickly, Yu Xiao got the result and said in low voice, when this person registered, he filled in the information that he is the 18th generation Rat King of the Heavenly Mouse race. His name is Shu Outyan and his nickname is Jade-Faced Rat King. He is proficient in alchemy and inscription. Luo Yaofeng almost laughed out loud. She did not expect that Qinyan would really pretend to be a rat king to participate in this non-human race gathering. Moreover, he even called himself Shu Outyan and what Jade-Faced Rat King. Shu Outyan? What a bad name. Mujin murmured, but he looks like a jade, his eyes are very beautiful, they don't look like rat eyes at all. Qinyan is on the stage, paying attention to the alchemists of the Sunin divine race, law enforcement realm and extreme heaven divine race. These 3 great forces each sent 10 old alchemy gods out. Qinyan carefully observed those old pill gods, each of them has a strong medicinal fragrance, they are calmly sitting cross-legged in the air and meditating. Other than these 30 old pill gods, the other 100+ alchemists are also very high level. They are obviously the top alchemists of those powerful races. After waiting for 2 hours, the registration ended. A total of 150 alchemists participated. The Sun divine race made a lot of money just by collecting the Divine Universe golden stones. Xianxia secretly sighed. The number of Divine Universe golden stones in the Divine Desolate is really increasing. One must know that in the past, a single Divine Universe golden stone was enough to make many top experts beat their brains out. Back then, because of a single Divine Universe golden stone, he was chased by a large group of experts. That scene was very spectacular and he still has a deep impression of it. The alchemy competition is about to begin. Let's first talk about the rules of the preliminary round. We will release 500 iron crystal divine fruits, and these 500 iron crystal divine fruits do not have their shells removed. No one knows if there is a core inside. You will need to rely on your ability to choose the iron crystal divine fruit with a core. Each alchemist can only choose one. If the chosen iron crystal divine fruit does not have a core, you will be eliminated and will not be able to enter the next round. This is because the next round requires the core of the iron crystal divine fruit. The old man from the Sun divine race started to announce the rules. After he finished his announcement, he released a large pile of iron crystal divine fruits. The iron crystal divine fruits are like large black durians. Their shells are sharp and hard. The black shell can prevent mental strength from penetrating into it. Therefore, in order to choose the iron crystal divine fruit with a core, one must have a very strong innate ability to sense the medicinal ingredients. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye to take a look and cursed in his heart. There are only 30 iron crystal divine fruits with a core. Xianxia did not expect the Sun divine race to eliminate a large number of alchemists in this round. After all, if he did so, he would definitely be scolded. Only he could tell at a glance. The other alchemists looked at the pile of iron crystal divine fruits and felt a headache coming on. Sister Hu, Brother Shu, let me help you pick one. Do you want it? After Xianxia sent a sound transmission to Hu Mei, he walked towards the pile of fruits and dug out a medium-sized iron crystal divine fruit. Hu Mei squinted her charming eyes and stared at the pile of iron crystal divine fruits, then walked over and touched them one by one. The other alchemists also did the same. Even the old pill gods of the 3 major factions had to touch them one by one. Can you really pick one? Hu Mei saw that Xianxia is so confident and asked. Everyone could see that Xianxia was the first one to grab an iron crystal divine fruit. He did not even look at it. There are only 30 iron crystal divine fruits with a core, hee. I have already taken one. Xianxia replied. Good, quickly help me pick one. Hu Mei hastily sent a sound transmission to Xianxia. Under Xianxia's secret guidance, Hu Mei dug out a very small iron crystal divine fruit. Originally, when she saw that the iron crystal divine fruit was very small, she thought that Xianxia was teasing her. Just when she was angry, she suddenly sensed that there was something inside the iron crystal divine fruit. This feeling is very subtle. After coming into contact with many medicinal ingredients, one will naturally develop this kind of perception, so she immediately confirmed that there is a core inside the iron crystal divine fruit. Hu Mei is secretly shocked. She did not expect that this jade-faced rat king who likes to brag is actually so amazing. Without even touching it, he can directly see which one has a core inside the pile of fruits. She suddenly thought that this brother rat king might have some kind of ability to see through things. She could not help but tighten her white robe. After Hu Mei finished choosing, she came to Xianxia's side and paid attention to those old pill gods. She secretly sent a sound transmission to Xianxia and asked, "Did the old pill gods choose correctly?" Most of them chose correctly. Their ability in this aspect is stronger than the other pill masters. Xianxia smiled faintly. Out of the 30 old pill gods, 25 of them chose correctly. The other pill masters are still in a daze. They just gave 1,000,000 divine universe golden stones to the Sun divine tribe. If they did not choose the iron crystal divine fruit with a core, they will be directly eliminated. They do not even need to refine the pill. How convenient. Hu Mei suddenly regretted participating. She felt that she and Xianxia will most likely not last more than a few rounds. This is because in this competition, it is obvious that the Sun divine tribe wants their own tribe to win, or to let the law enforcement world win. After all the choices were made, they started to cut the iron crystal divine fruit. The cutting of the fruit was also done by the Sun Yin divine tribe. The shell of the iron crystal divine fruit is very hard, it is really difficult to cut it. Xianxia did not try to cut it, in fact, he has never heard of this iron crystal divine fruit, this is the first time he saw it. After cutting it, it is exactly as Xianxia said, out of the 30 old pill gods, 25 of them chose correctly. After Humei and Xianxia cut it, there are cores inside, and they are the bigger ones. This made Humei secretly admire Xianxia, she is very envious of Xianxia's ability. This result made the Sun Yin divine tribe somewhat unhappy, because 5 old pill gods were eliminated. Most of the people who are dissatisfied with the result are the pill masters who were eliminated, they all scolded that there is a shady deal. They handed over 1,000,000 divine universe golden stones, in the end, they got a rotten fruit without a core and were eliminated, it is a huge loss, they did not even refine the pill. After the rules of the second round were announced, a lot of noise came from outside. The 100 or so alchemists who were eliminated are now complaining non-stop. Some of them with bad temper even started cursing loudly. However, this was the territory of the Sun Moon Divine Tribe and there were many experts of the Sun Moon Divine Tribe in the seats. With just a look from them and a wave of mental strength, the alchemists were scared into silence. Xianxia is speechless. He did not expect that these great powers would be so unsightly. The non-human races are obviously in the same camp but now the Sun Yin divine race has earned so much in one go. The main reason is that the Sun Yin divine race did it too crudely. They did not even put in enough effort on the surface and kicked the other alchemists out in the first round. Through this incident, many non-human races have seen the true faces of the Sun Yin divine race, the Great Sky divine race and the law enforcement world. In the non-human camp, these 3 powers are very powerful and they do not really put the other non-human races in their eyes. Although Humei entered the second round, she is very angry in her heart. If not for Xianxia's help, she would have definitely been eliminated. Xianxia previously thought that the old pill gods of the Great Sky divine race, Sun Yin divine race and the law enforcement world had relied on their own abilities to see that the iron crystal divine fruit has a core. But when he heard the curses of the eliminated alchemists, he knew that there was a problem, because the outer shell of the iron crystal divine fruit is very special. Even if someone could see through the outer shell to sense the iron crystal divine fruit, it would not be very clear. No matter how powerful the old pill god is, he should not have picked out 25 iron crystal divine fruits with a core. In other words, the old pill god must have known something in advance. Originally, the 30 iron crystal divine fruits with a core were prepared for the 30 old pill gods. Xianxia, Humei and the other 3 alchemists rushed ahead to pick the iron crystal divine fruits, so they could enter the next round. After the noisy curses were suppressed, the second round was about to begin. Humei and Xianxia are together. She secretly sent a voice transmission to Xianxia, Brother Rat King, do you have the confidence to pass this round? This? I don't know. This is the first time I have come in contact with this iron crystal divine fruit, I have never heard of this thing before. Xianxia looked at the black fruit core in his hand, it is a black crystal, it is very heavy. The strange thing was that when the fruit core was shelled, it was relatively light. But after removing the thick shell, it was actually twice as heavy. What? Is this your first time touching an iron crystal divine fruit? Then how did you know there was a core inside? Humei was shocked and quickly asked, Brother Rat King, do you have some kind of supernatural power that allows you to see through things? I have a very strong perception that allows me to sense the presence of fruit cores. This is an inherited ability that only the Rat King of our heavenly rat clan has. Xianxia spouted nonsense. He did have the ability to see through things, but he never used it to do bad things. Humei was much more at ease, and sent a sound transmission. Refining the iron crystal divine fruit into medicinal powder is still rather difficult. I'll take this opportunity to tell you the process now. She doesn't expect to win now because the law enforcement realm, Great Yin divine race and Great Heaven divine race's old pill gods are not to be trifled with. Moreover, there is also the dark curtain that cannot be seen, so it is very difficult to obtain first place. Humei very carefully explained the process of refining the fruit core into medicinal powder to Xianxia through sound transmission. The main point is to use flame to heat it. When it is hot enough, the black fruit core will turn white. Finally, the pit of the fruit must be taken out from the stove, and then crushed and ground. The grinding process is the most difficult because after heating the fruit core, it will become even sturdier. Moreover, it will be very hot and very unstable. If one is not careful, the fruit core will produce a very powerful energy surge. If it is serious, the fruit core might even explode. The second round began. The fastest 15 pill masters to refine the fruit core into medicinal powder will be able to enter the third round. Therefore, in the second round, it means that some old pill gods will be eliminated. And the main purpose of the organizer is to eliminate the pill masters that are not part of the three factions and let the three factions fight for the championship. Xianxia took out a furnace. He did not immediately put it into the furnace to burn, instead he looked at those old pill gods. Those who checked the furnace earlier were all grading divine race elders. If they wanted to cheat, it would be very easy. Xianxia immediately sent a sound transmission to Hu, little sister Hu, don't start immediately. I feel that something is strange. Hu only poured her flame into the furnace and did not throw the fruit core in. What's strange? Hu asked. There is a problem with their furnace, I will go take a look. Xianxia secretly opened his heavenly eye and saw through the furnace of those old pill gods. He saw that there is a kind of white liquid inside their furnace. The white liquid is emitting scorching hot divine power, it should be a kind of fire liquid. Only the furnace of the 25 old pill gods has it, the other pill masters don't have it. Xianxia immediately told Hu about this discovery. Is this true? They are too excessive. It's fine if the three factions compete, why do they want us to sign up? Aren't they trying to cheat us of our divine universe golden stones? Hu is very angry but she did not say it out loud. After all, it is not wise to become enemies with the three major factions. Grading divine race is indeed very sinister. Xianxia said with sound transmission, little sister Hu, I suspect that there is a problem with the fruit core, don't start yet. Just as Xianxia finished speaking, the furnace of an alchemist not far from him suddenly vibrated. Bang, at the same time, the furnace burst into flames. Fortunately, all the pill masters present are quite strong. They immediately released their divine power to block the shockwave. These guys, they are indeed manipulating the competition and they are so ruthless. Xianxia is secretly shocked. He thought that the non-human race would be more united. Especially the strongest non-human race, they should be more generous in uniting other non-human race. But now they are so ruthless, not only are they manipulating the competition, they are also injuring those pill masters. The power of the explosion just now is not too great but being hit at close range will definitely injure them. The core of the iron crystal divine fruit contains extremely strong energy. Once it explodes, the power will be astonishing. During the process of refining the iron crystal divine fruit into powder, there is a possibility that it will explode. However, those who dare to use 1 million divine universe golden stones to participate in the competition are not low level and will not make such a low level mistake. Xianxia opened his heavenly eye and saw that the other 25 old pill gods all have white flame liquid inside their furnaces. It is very likely that they are used to prevent explosion. If those three pill masters' furnaces exploded, then there is definitely a problem. Hu said with sound transmission, if that is the case, we should forfeit the competition. Hu does not dare to bring up this matter. After all, this is the territory of the grading divine race. Even if she wants to talk about it, she will have to wait until they leave the grading heavenly island. Xianxia said with sound transmission, forfeit the competition? What a joke. I can't waste my divine universe golden stones, they are my family's property. Brother Mouse King, do you still not understand them? The three of them are building up momentum. They want to use this competition to let the entire non-human race know that they are the strongest in the Tao of alchemy and other races are not as good as them. Hu hastily said, I will give you the million you lost, forfeit the competition. Anyway, it is fine as long as I can reach the end. Their building up momentum is their business, I want to win, I want that perfection purple ginseng. Xianxia originally came here to destroy the competition, if he can obtain that perfection purple ginseng, it can be considered as destroying the competition. You still don't understand? If you stop them, they will use even more despicable methods. Hu is very anxious, she tried to persuade him again. Brother Mouse King, your mind is so simple, how did you become Mouse King? Qin Yan has seen many schemes but he is too lazy to analyze them. Because in front of absolute power, all schemes are like floating clouds. Humayur became the Heavenly Fox Empress because she has experienced all kinds of struggles, so she can see through it in a short while. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and looked at the fruit core in his hand. However, not long after, another explosion sound came out. Another alchemist's pill furnace exploded. Strange, this old man has been refining this kind of fruit core for many years and has never failed. Why did I suddenly fail now? An old man who has been blasted into a very sorry state muttered with a confused expression. He shook his head and sighed, then walked down the competition stage with a dejected expression. Humayur is very angry, her charming eyes are filled with cold light. She has been tricked by the Sunin divine race, she is very unhappy but there is nothing she can do. Qin Yan opened his heavenly eye and suddenly discovered a golden energy flowing inside the fruit core. This golden energy is incompatible with the white energy inside the fruit core. He doesn't know whether this is normal or not. He secretly took out the devil mirror and contacted Nangong Shuiru. Shuiru, there is a golden energy flowing inside the iron crystal divine fruit core. Is it part of the fruit core? Qin Yan asked. Ah? Xiao Yun, are you participating in the pill refining competition in the Sunin Heavenly Island? I am watching the competition right now. We can see it through the devil mirror. Qin Yan is very surprised but after thinking about what Humayur said, he doesn't find it strange anymore. Sunin divine race, great heavenly divine race and law enforcement world are helping their old pill god. I am participating in the competition, there is something wrong with the fruit core. Qin Yan said. Normally speaking, the energy inside the fruit core is black. After being heated, it becomes white. But the golden energy, it is definitely not part of the fruit core. Xiao Yun, there is something wrong with the fruit core, it must have been tampered with. Nangong Shuiru said. Alright, thank you. Qin Yan let out a long sigh. Be careful. Nangong Shuiru warned. Qin Yan put away the devil mirror and told Humayur what he found. After Humayur heard this, she became even more determined to withdraw. She immediately got up and yelled, my condition is not good, I withdraw. This caused Qin Yan to be startled, he did not expect Humayur to withdraw so decisively. Many non-human race people outside the competition stage cried out in alarm. After all, Humayur is the only female pill master and she has already reached the second round. She has not even started refining the fruit core yet she suddenly withdrew. After Humayur withdrew from the competition stage, the third explosion arrived. Apart from Humayur, Qin Yan and the 25 old pill gods, the other 3 pill masters also exploded. Qin Yan could not withdraw from the competition. He was participating for the transcendent purple ginseng. As long as there was a chance, he would not give up. After all, he was Qin Yan, not an ordinary person. This little trick was not enough to scare him away. After withdrawing from the competition, Humayur thought that Qin Yan would also withdraw from the competition. However, Qin Yan was still sitting on the ground, staring blankly at the fruit core in his hand. The 25 old alchemy gods had already entered the refining stage. They placed the fruit core into the furnace and burned it. This round was a test of their abilities. After all, only 15 could enter the next round. Even if the fruit core was tampered with, they still needed their own abilities to refine the fruit core into powder. Humayur returned to her seat after leaving the stage. She was still very angry. She hated the Sunin divine tribe to the core. Mayor, what's wrong with you? Logically speaking, your alchemy skills should be more than this. Why did you withdraw from the competition? Yu Yaoyao asked doubtfully. It's all because of the Sunin divine tribe. The fruit core cannot be refined. Did you see those 3 alchemists? Continuous furnace explosions. If I were to refine it, it would definitely explode too. Humayur gritted her teeth and said. Really? Yu Yaoyao frowned slightly. She could not believe it. Yes, that's right. They cheated from the first round. Humayur scolded softly. These bastards are not good people. Sister Yaoyao, if I had a dark Kuan Peng like you, I would definitely let it out and swallow this broken island. Luo Yaofeng curled his lips and said, Yao Yao, don't you know the character of the Sun Yin divine tribe? Don't forget how excessive they were within the 4 divine sons. That's why they were taken care of by sacred master Qin. They deserved to be taken care of. Humayr naturally knew about Yin Tiany's crushing defeat. She glanced at Yu Qiao and snorted. Qiao, you are from the Sun Yin divine tribe. Your Yu family is also an alchemist. What do you think of this competition? Yu Qiao lowered her head and did not dare to raise it. She could see some clues. She shook her head and said softly, Sister Yao Yao, I really did not know about this. It must have been planned by the elders. I also feel embarrassed. Sister Yao Yao, who is that rat head? Is he your friend? Or your boyfriend? Mu Jin asked curiously, didn't he withdraw from the competition with you? The furnace will explode later. He's the heavenly rat race's jade-faced rat king, a friend I just met not long ago. He's pretty good, just a little stupid and a little honest. Humayr said, tell him to come down, if he still doesn't come down, then his beard will explode. She was quite worried about her brother Rat King. He's pretty awesome. He found an iron crystal divine fruit with a core right from the start. Yu Qiao said in a low voice. My iron crystal divine fruit was also secretly guided by him to find it. Otherwise, I really wouldn't have been able to find it so quickly. If I were to touch it one by one, it would have been snatched away by the old pill god before I could even find it. Humayr curled her lips and said. Li Shuang asked, what's wrong with the fruit core? Why did it cause the furnace to explode? But the old pill god doesn't? The jade-faced rat king said that there is a special fire liquid in the old pill god's furnace. Humayr looked at Yu Qiao and asked, Qiao, tell me, what kind of trick is this? I really don't know. Yu Qiao's expression is filled with guilt as she shook her head and said, Sister Mayor, I really didn't know that the elders are so shameless. Forget it, I don't blame you. Humayr waved her hand and said, in short, I want to take back my 1,000,000 divine universe golden stones. I will inform the elders. Yu Qiao also guessed something. She grew up in the Sun Yin divine race, even if she doesn't know anything about this matter, she is very clear about the shamelessness of the elders. She has seen all kinds of open and veiled struggles in the clan since she was a child. She has also personally experienced it. Qin looked at the fruit core for a while and poured in his divine power to probe it. After being very careful, he finally completely devoured the golden energy inside the fruit core. This way, there is only pure white energy inside the fruit core. Nangong Shuiru said before that the energy inside the fruit core is black, after being heated, it will turn white. The fruit core in Qin Yan's hand has just been cut but now it has turned white. Could it be that it has already been heated? Qin Yan curiously looked at the furnaces of those old pill gods. He can see through the furnaces and carefully observed the situation inside. He discovered that the white flame liquid inside the furnace is gradually turning golden. Qin Yan suddenly realized that the white flame liquid is absorbing the golden energy that can cause explosions. So it is like this. Then as long as I heat up the fruit core until it turns white, I can immediately grind it. Qin Yan immediately placed the fruit core inside the furnace. His flame is very strong, moreover, he has mastered many kinds of formidable flames, divine universe purple sun fire, heavenly universe divine sun fire and so on. Not long after, the black crystal-like fruit core turned white. The energy within it had already been heated to a white color. Although he doesn't know how the Sun Yin divine race did it, he can now enter the stage of grinding and grinding. Not long after, he took out a white fruit core from the furnace. Seeing the white fruit core, all the spectators let out a burst of cry of alarm. The first one to take out the fruit core and grind it was a nameless nobody and not those old pill gods. Humayr is also dumbfounded. She did not expect Qin Yan to be so outstanding. Not only did he see through the Sun Yin divine race's trick, he can also smoothly enter the stage. The Sun Yin divine race is even more shocked because they know that it is very troublesome to get rid of the golden energy. Even those old pill gods have to cooperate with the white flame liquid. But Shuoyan of the heavenly mouse race completed it so quickly, they are puzzled. In fact, the Sun Yin divine race had already discovered that Shuoyan of the heavenly mouse race is very powerful. Previously, he was the first to select the iron crystal divine fruit with a core, and now he is the first to enter the stage of grinding the fruit core. The process of grinding is too simple for Qin Yun. He controlled a gravitational force to envelop the white fruit core and then poured in a vibration power, directly shaking the white fruit core into many small pieces. Then, in the small gravitational space, he used the gravitational force to form an invisible millstone and completely crushed the small pieces into powder. Qin Yun completed it very quickly, and this scene caused those old alchemy gods to be dumbstruck. After Hu Mei recovered from her shock, she said in a low voice, "This guy. Doesn't he know that crushing the fruit core is very difficult? Those that required the use of tools, he actually crushed them with his god power. His divine power is really terrifying. Qin Yun's gravitational force is very special. It is squeezing and attacking the round fruit core at many points. Combined with the violent vibration, it is as if 1 or 2,000 kilograms of force, easily crushing the solid fruit core. This is the use of gravity to an extremely high level. When Qin Yun uses it, it is done naturally. There is no need for any precise control. The current him has reached the acme of perfection in the use of gravity. He can use it as he pleases. As a result, the old pill gods present do not dare to underestimate the Rat King because in their opinion, the Rat King's divine power is not ordinary. Even those experts who have surpassed the Shantian monarch can at most shatter the fruit core. Moreover, they can create a very big commotion. It is impossible to not shatter a few mountains and tear the earth. To quietly shatter the fruit core like Qin Yun and even grind the fragments into powder, from beginning to end, all the experts present believe that they can't do it. From Qin Yun's point of view, this is nothing. He will do it as soon as he thinks about it. Shuoutyan, we suspect that there is a problem with your fruit core. The old man who was in charge of the competition from the Sunyin divine race walked over and said, "Can you shatter another one for us to see? This time, use our fruit core." The old man said and took out a white fruit core. It is even bigger. On the surface of the white fruit core, there is a thick layer of transparent crystal. Hu Mei can't stand it anymore. She slammed the table and shouted, "The bigger the fruit core, the harder it is. Furthermore, the fruit core you gave me has been tempered at an extremely high temperature. Even if I use refining tools, I won't be able to shatter it. Only a very strong divine weapon and divine tool can shatter the fruit core. But if I do that, I won't be able to obtain the medicinal powder. If you want to test whether he is cheating or not, you should give him a normal fruit core." Those alchemists who were eliminated in the first round all chimed in and said that the Sunyin divine race should not give such a fruit core for the test. "Don't worry about it." Qin Yun stretched out his hand to receive it. The large white fruit core floated in front of Qin Yun, trembled a bit and suddenly cracked. Seeing this scene, the whole audience burst into exclamations and many experts revealed a look of shock. This kind of fruit core that is too hard to be destroyed was actually easily crushed by Qin Yun's divine power. After the fruit core was crushed into many pieces, it suddenly started spinning very quickly. During the spinning process, it turned into powder and then fell into a plate. "Is it done?" Qin Yun said indifferently. To him, this is like doing something insignificant. Moreover, he doesn't look tired at all. The old man is also stunned. He doesn't dare to suspect that Qin Yun is cheating anymore. In other words, Qin Yun is the champion of this round and will enter the next round. Hu Mei knew that she did not misjudge Qin Yun. When she saw Qin Yun on the street, she knew that Qin Yun's ability is not small. These bastards want to bully my brother Rat King? No way. Just wait and see, my brother Rat King will definitely beat you bunch of despicable bastards. Hu Mei gritted her teeth and cursed. Brother Rat King? Luo Yaofeng raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Sister Mayor, your brother Rat King is quite handsome. Can you introduce him to me? He is the Rat King. He will definitely have a harem." "It won't be your turn." Hu Mei laughed. On the competition stage, what made those old pill gods tremble the most was that they were unable to catch a trace of divine power from Qin Yun. Qin Yun didn't want the big shots to sense his aura, so he entered this state and hid his aura. In this state, unless someone was very close to him or he was accumulating powerful divine power to attack, no one would be able to sense his divine power aura. Otherwise, no one would be able to sense his divine power aura. Only a few people who were familiar with Qin Yun knew that Shu Outyan was Qin Yun. Chu Wuxing had already guessed that it was Qin Yun, followed by Three-Eye King and Luo Yaofeng. Because they couldn't sense Qin Yun's aura, the big shots didn't dare to underestimate the jade-faced rat king of the heavenly mouse tribe. Not only was he good at alchemy, but he also had unfathomable cultivation and divine power. The process of him crushing the fruit core so easily shocked the big shots. At least they couldn't do it, so they all thought that Qin Yun's divine power was stronger than theirs. Qin Yun's supergravity was very strong, but it couldn't be much stronger than those who surpassed Shen Tianjun. It was mainly because of the special nature of supergravity and the power of vibration that he could crush the core. If Qin Yun really had to fight with those big shots, he wouldn't be able to last long. That was the difference in cultivation. However, this didn't stop him from pretending to be an unfathomable expert, especially after he showed off his skills. Because they saw that the process of Qin Yun grinding the fruit core was very easy, the audience present felt that these old pill gods were extremely weak when they saw that the other old pill gods had to use tools to grind the fruit core. Especially those who didn't know alchemy, they felt that the old pill gods were nothing. Aren't the Sun Yin divine tribe, Great Heaven divine tribe, and the law enforcement world very strong? Why are the old pill gods they were bragging about so weak? The jade-faced rat king easily crushed the core into powder. Look at those old pill gods, they still have to use tools and it took so long. They're just SOSO. The jade-faced rat king is awesome. Shu Outyan of the heavenly mouse tribe is indeed a famous expert. The other non-humans heard someone say that Shu Outyan was famous and immediately looked over. Shu Outyan had only become famous recently. Is Shu Outyan famous? The heavenly mouse tribe has never been famous, a middle-aged man asked doubtfully. That's because you're ignorant. The three-eyed monarch immediately added, this Shu Outyan has been famous since 3,000 years ago. Just like the heavenly ghost ancestor, he is also an expert from the ancient era. I see. Brother, please tell me more about the Rat King. The middle-aged man hurried to the three-eyed king's side. The other non-humans all pricked up their ears to listen. Following that, the three-eyed king started to spout nonsense, spittle flying all over the place. He made up many stories as if they were real. It was a competition that could be seen on the magic mirror, so Shu Outyan's name quickly spread. The non-humans who used the magic mirror also posted on the magic mirror platform after hearing about Shu Outyan's legendary deeds from the three-eyed king. The funny thing was that there were all kinds of rumors spreading on the magic mirror. There were also many beautiful and flirtatious women who posted their own selfies, saying that they were one of the jade-faced rat king's girlfriends to attract attention. Luo Yaofeng took out the magic mirror and looked at all kinds of rumors. She cannot help but shake her head and laugh because even Shu Outyan's 18th son has appeared. Sister Mei, your brother Rat King is truly a person who hides his strength. Luo Yaofeng said with smile. Hu Mei also saw many rumors about Shu Outyan through the magic mirror and became speechless. She lightly groaned and said, these are all nonsense, some people just want to see the world in chaos. Luo Yaofeng secretly contacted Qin Yun through the magic mirror to let him know about this matter. Qin Yun, who is currently resting with his eyes closed, took out the magic mirror to take a look and jumped in fright. He did not expect that all kinds of nonsense would spread so fast. He immediately contacted the outsider race's clan emperor in Wukong and asked him to delete all kinds of negative news about Shu Outyan. Although in Wukong doesn't know why Qin Yun wants to delete it, he immediately did as he was told. He guessed that Shu Outyan is Qin Yun's friend. Not long after, all kinds of outrageous rumors disappeared from the magic mirror platform. It seems that this jade-face rat king is really capable. He can actually delete so many messages at once. Yu Yaoyao looked at the magic mirror and frowned. It's very simple. As long as you give me enough divine universe golden stones, it can be deleted. Luo Yaofeng laughed. The magic mirror was sold from Heaven City of the Divine Palace. Many people did not know that it was made by the outsider race. They all thought that it was made and run by the Divine Palace of the Myriad Realms. In fact, even the Divine Palace of the Myriad Realms did not have much control over it. However, the Divine Judge promised Qin Yun that he would not deny that the magic mirror was produced by the Divine Palace of the Myriad Realms. Not long after, the second round of the alchemy competition ended. Xianxia was the first to finish, so he smoothly entered the third round. 14 old alchemy gods and Xianxia entered the third round together. What surprised Xianxia was that among the 14 old alchemy gods, 8 of them were from the Great Heaven Divine race. The Law Enforcers and the Tying Divine race only had 3 each. This meant that the Great Heaven Divine race was stronger overall. The Greatest Heaven sect was founded by the Great Heaven Divine race and the Law Enforcers. Moreover, the Greatest Heaven sect mainly used elixirs to attract people to join. Why is the Tying Divine race and the Law Enforcers so weak? They are so far behind the Great Heaven Divine race. Humayer is also very surprised and looked at Xianxia. Xianxia sighed and said, "Alchemy is the Great Heaven Divine race's strong point. Our Tying Divine race is strong in curse techniques. And in the inscription aspect, the Great Heaven Divine race is evenly matched with us." Is that so? Then will there be a curse and inscription competition? Luo Yafeng asked. I don't know yet. Xianxia shook her head and said, not in the plan. But if the first place of the alchemy competition is not the Tying Divine race's old alchemy god, then there might be. The old alchemy god said loudly, "Alchemists, please take out your alchemy cauldrons for inspection." The old alchemy gods took out their alchemy cauldrons one after another. Next, it is time to start alchemy. Xianxia also took out his pill transformation heavenly cauldron. After his pill transformation heavenly cauldron fused with the heavenly universe Yuan body, it is now a heaven divine tool. Of course, under Xianxia's control, the pill transformation heavenly cauldron will be the same as other alchemy cauldrons. No one will be able to tell that it is a heavenly universe divine tool. Chu Wuxing, who was sitting in the front row, saw Xianxia take out the pill transformation heavenly cauldron. He is secretly worried that the cauldron will be discovered. During the inspection, several Tying Divine race elders went to inspect the cauldron. Xianxia's cauldron has been disguised as a black and swarthy cauldron. It looks very ordinary, but the Tying Divine race elders did not relax their vigilance. They inspected Xianxia's cauldron very carefully and spent a very long time but did not discover anything. The third round is alchemy and also the last round. After refining the core of the iron crystal divine fruit into a pill, it will have the effect of strengthening the body. So long as you eat it, your muscles and bones will become very firm for a certain period of time, the old man said. After you refine the iron crystal divine pill, eat it yourself. Hearing the old man's words, the audience burst into exclamations because they are actually going to let the alchemists test the effect of the pill. After you eat the iron crystal divine pill, whoever can maintain the iron crystal divine pill for the longest time will be the winner. The old man said with smile, after entering the iron crystal divine pill, one's skin will become very white, so it is very easy to see that there is no cheating. Xianxia feels that this matter is not so simple because the first 2 rounds were tampered with in advance. If an alchemist eats the iron crystal divine pill in advance and uses a technique to seal the pill in his body, then when needed, he can remove the seal. This way he can maintain the iron crystal divine pill for a very long time, an old man asked. Don't worry, we have a tool that can detect whether or not there is an iron crystal divine pill sealed in his body, the old man said with smile. We will start the test now. Next, the 15 alchemists will be tested and confirmed that there is no iron crystal divine pill sealed in their body. And Xianxia believes that those old pill gods must have eaten the iron crystal divine pill in advance because after the end of the second round, they must have left the competition stage to eat the pill. The third round is very crucial. The Sun Yin divine race will definitely do something again. These old ghosts want to trick me? No way. Xianxia sneered in his heart. Xiaoyun, as long as the quality of the iron crystal divine pill you refine is high enough and you can maintain the iron crystal divine pill for a long time, you will win. This shouldn't be difficult for you, right? Ling Yin'er said. It's not difficult. Xianxia also has a way to make the quality of his pills extremely high. The third round has begun. The process of refining pills is the easiest for Xianxia. As long as he puts the medicinal powder into the pill transformation heavenly furnace and injects energy into it, the pill transformation heavenly furnace will complete everything. Of course, in order to guarantee his victory, Xianxia has to use some tricks in the third round. He used his nether sun's duplication ability to duplicate the medicinal energy of the iron crystal fruit core. This way, he can obtain a large amount of iron crystal energy. Combined with the medicinal powder from before, this amount is enough. Finally, the pills refined by the pill transformation heavenly furnace are of very high quality. One pill is equivalent to 2 or 3 pills of others. The energy of this iron crystal divine fruit is very easy to duplicate. Xianxia duplicated a lot to ensure that the quality of the iron crystal divine pill he refined is high enough so that he can maintain the iron crystal divine pill for a longer period of time. In order to not be so astonishing, Xianxia deliberately slowed down the time. Otherwise, he would have refined it long ago. He waited for 4 to 6 hours, and only after the 10 old pill gods had finished refining the pills did he open the lid and take out his own iron crystal dan. It looked no different from the other old pill gods, and it was even a little smaller. When using the pill transformation heavenly furnace to refine pills, the materials inside the furnace will be pressed by that kind of terrifying power. Therefore, the pills will be smaller but the quality will be frighteningly high. Although Xianxia was able to pass 3 rounds in a row, he was still very unhappy. After all, this pill refining competition was open to the public and they had collected so many Divine Universe Golden Stones as registration fee. However, the Sun-Ean Divine Race had secretly done this again and again. It was obvious that the Sun-Ean Divine Race was too greedy and despicable. Not only did they earn a lot of Divine Universe Golden Stones, they still did not want to give up on the purple ginseng. Not only Xianxia, even the alchemists who had registered for the competition did not have a good impression of the Sun-Ean Divine Race. Although those alchemists had been in seclusion all year round, they had lived for a long time and they were not fools. They could naturally guess that there was something shady going on. Therefore, they admired the jade-faced Rat King for being able to pass all the rounds. If Xianxia had obtained first place, those alchemists would have been very happy. At least the purple ginseng did not fall into the hands of the 3 major factions. In addition, the reputation of the old pill gods of the 3 major factions had also plummeted because of this competition. After the 15 alchemists had refined the iron crystal divine pill, everyone ate the divine pill that they had refined. Just as they ate it, their skin started to turn white. Xianxia's skin turned white the fastest and it was pure white. It could be seen that the quality of his iron crystal divine pill was the best. The other 14 old pill gods were much slower than Xianxia after their skin turned pure white. As expected of the jade-faced Rat King. After turning white, he is still so good-looking. Mu Jin's eyes were filled with admiration as she looked at Xianxia. Although Xianxia had changed his appearance, he made his appearance more ordinary. However, for some reason, no matter how ordinary his appearance was, coupled with his pair of eyes and the formless aura on his body, it made him look extraordinary. Especially now that he had entered the iron crystal state, in comparison, he was even more imposing than those old pill gods. After entering the iron crystal state, the body would become very strong. How long one could last mainly depended on the quality of the iron crystal divine pill. If the quality of the divine pill was good enough, the duration would be even longer. Generally, the iron crystal divine pills that could be bought in the market did not last long. Most of them only lasted for half an incense stick of time. To be able to last for the time of an incense stick of time was already extremely good. Very quickly, the time it takes for an incense stick to burn passed. The old pill god and Xianxia were still in their iron crystal state, and there were no signs of them fading away. This meant that this state would continue for some time. Xianxia never expected that the effects of the iron crystal divine pill would be so peculiar. He originally thought that his physical body was very strong and that it would not have too good of an effect. But now, it seemed that the effect of his pill was very good. After his body entered the iron crystal state, it became very strong. His whole body was as hard as iron crystal. After entering the iron crystal state, his muscles and bones would become very hard. Even some powerful divine weapons would not be able to injure him in the slightest. Of course, entering the iron crystal state also had its drawbacks. His body's movements would become slower. After all, he was stiff. Taking this pill was mainly for escaping or for defense. It was impossible to be as nimble as a monkey after entering the iron crystal state. Otherwise, such a pill would be too heaven-defying. After the effect subsided, there would not be any side effects, so whether it was a non-human or a human, as long as they could afford it, they would buy 1 or 2 pills and carry them with them. If they could not win, they could eat 1 pill and wait for reinforcements to arrive. Sun in Divine Race's side is somewhat anxious because they can see that the quality of the iron crystal divine pill refined by Xianxia is very good. Otherwise, the effect would not have subsided for an incense stick worth of time. Just now, Xianxia used his heavenly eye and saw that there are indeed 2 iron crystal divine pills sealed inside the bodies of those old men. These guys are indeed cheating. Xianxia cursed in his heart. He is also very worried. If his current state was not as good as those old pill gods, he would lose. Wait a minute, why did they only seal 2 pills inside their bodies? If they sealed more, wouldn't it be even better and last longer? Xianxia's understanding of the iron crystal divine pill is still too little. Xianxia told Ling Yuner to use the devil mirror to ask Nangong Shuiru. After asking, he found out that if one eats iron crystal divine pill continuously, the body's sturdiness will decrease by a lot. Generally speaking, after eating the second pill, the body's sturdiness will begin to decrease, and after eating the third pill, it will decrease by a lot. After eating the 4th pill, although the body will be white, it can be clearly seen that the body is very soft. These guys are also afraid of being exposed. Xianxia laughed in his heart. After all, there are many outstanding alchemists here. If Sun in Divine Race goes too far and is seen through, they will be screwed up. It seems like they are also afraid of being exposed. Very quickly, 2 incense stick worth of time passed. Xianxia can already see that the sturdiness of other old pill gods' body has clearly decreased. It seems like their iron crystal divine pill can only last for a little more than an incense stick worth of time. Xianxia sneered in his heart, they ate a total of 3 pills, will they be able to last for 3 incense stick worth of time? And the sturdiness of Xianxia's body has not decreased at all. There are many alchemists below the stage, especially those who have been eliminated. They are now very suspicious and started discussing one after another. The devil mirror also began discussing, saying that iron crystal divine pill can last for 1.5 incense stick worth of time is already the limit. But now that 2 incense stick worth of time has passed, there is still no sign of the iron crystal divine pill disappearing. After the public discussion, they came to a conclusion, that is, all the alchemists on the stage are cheating and eating many iron crystal divine pills. The big shots of the 3 major powers are also very shocked in their hearts. They know that those old pill gods are cheating. Because this is their territory, they can arrange it extremely well. But that jade-faced rat king of unknown origin is not the same. Not to mention that he has passed 3 rounds of shady competition in a row, he is even so strong at the final stage of testing the iron crystal divine pill, they are worried that they will encounter some hidden expert. They do not believe the rumors circulating in the devil mirror because they have never heard of any heavenly mouse clan. In their opinion, even if there is a mouse clan, they should be hiding in a cave and not participating in the competition in such an ostentatious manner. The old man in charge of supervising the competition suddenly said, I know that everyone has questions and so do I. How about this, let's test the sturdiness of their bodies. If they eat too many iron crystal divine pills, the sturdiness of their bodies will definitely drop. Xianxia cursed in his heart, but he is not worried because the sturdiness of his body did not drop. Tianni, use our great divine sword to stab their bodies. If you can stab them, it means that they cheated. The old man shouted. The handsome Tianni immediately jumped onto the stage and pulled out a cold, dark green longsword from its scabbard. After the sword was unsheathed, the entire venue immediately became gloomy and cold. The tens of thousands of non-human race spectators were also alarmed by the sword. Everyone, devil desolate, this sword is only an imitation of the great divine sword, it is not the real great divine sword. An old man from the sun divine race laughed, the real great divine sword is inside the 9 sun sacred grounds. It's just an imitation and it's already so terrifying. Then what's the real deal? After Tianni went up, he stabbed at those old pill gods one by one. Before stabbing, he even asked them if they were cheating. If they admitted to it, he wouldn't have stabbed them. Those old pill gods naturally wouldn't admit it, so Tianni used his sword to stab them. Tianni seems to have used a lot of strength to stab the sword, but he was unable to pierce through the bodies of those old pill gods. Every time he stabbed the sword, there would be a burst of cries from below the stage. They were worried that the sword would pierce through the old pill god's body. Qinyan secretly opened his heavenly eye. He could see that although the divine power released by Xianxia was very strong, that divine power would eventually be absorbed by the imitation grading divine sword. However, that divine power would eventually be absorbed by the fake grading divine sword, causing Xianxia's body's power to be the only thing left when he stabbed out. This kind of divine weapon would lose the support of divine power and its power would be greatly reduced. Naturally, it would not be able to pierce through the bodies of those old pill gods. And when it was Qinyan's turn, Xianxia's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness. He did not even ask if Qinyan cheated or not. He injected an extremely strong divine power and stabbed with extreme force. Xianxia, that damned bastard. When Humayr saw this, she also felt that it was strange and cursed softly. Luo Yaofeng is not worried because that is something Qinyan can definitely resolve. Qinyan only frowned slightly. After his body was stabbed, he was pushed back more than 10 steps but his body was not pierced. However, everyone could tell that when Xianxia stabbed the Jade Face Rat King, the divine power he used was even stronger than before. As long as one is not a fool, they could tell that there was such an obvious difference in treatment. This immediately caused many non-human spectators to burst into a heated discussion. What they did not know was that when Xianxia stabbed those old pill gods, he controlled the grading divine sword to restrain his divine power. But when he stabbed Qinyan, he did not restrain it. I wasn't ready just now, so it doesn't count. I'll do it again. As Xianxia spoke, he had already taken a step forward and once again stabbed at Qinyan. This is something that no one expected. They could tell that Xianxia treated the Jade Face Rat King differently but they never expected him to be so excessive. He actually wanted to stab him again. You guys are going too far. Qinyan said in a deep voice. After eating the iron crystal divine pill, his body became extremely sluggish. However, he was Qinyan after all. He could still dodge with his footsteps. Of course, he was unable to completely dodge Xianxia's stab but he could control his body's movements, allowing Xianxia's sword to stab under his armpit. Then, he used his arm to clamp the sword. The sword actually did not stab him. There are many experts present and they can tell that Qinyan's movements are sluggish. However, he still accurately controlled his body and allowed Xianxia's sword to stab under his armpit. The most shocking thing is that after the grading divine sword was clamped, it could not be pulled out. Xianxia's expression changed. Only now did he suddenly recall that Shu Outyan is the leader of a clan. He is not that easy to deal with. Humayr suddenly shouted, "We should have let us, the alchemists who have been eliminated, go up and take the test." She immediately took out her sword and jumped onto the stage. She said, "My sword is not a good sword. Seniors, don't be afraid." As she spoke, her sword was unsheathed and stabbed at an old pill god. Humayr is really angry. Since the Sunning divine race is too much, she will also go all out and directly rush onto the stage to teach the Sunning divine race a lesson. After all, she is the Heavenly Fox Empress. Not only is she a pill master, she is also very strong. After she got on the stage, she immediately stabbed her sword. The Sunning divine race did not even have time to block her attack. When her figure floated to the arena, she had already stabbed her sword into the abdomen of an old alchemy deity from the Sunning divine tribe. She did manage to stab the old alchemy deity's abdomen, but she did not manage to pierce through the old man's body. From this, it can be seen that the old man's body has become very sturdy. This means that he ate many iron crystal divine pills. Seeing this scene, the audience burst into an uproar. "Not just one, I want to stab them one by one," Humayr said coldly and looked at another old pill god. The old pill god was trembling. Although Humayr's sword was unable to pierce through their bodies, if they were to be exposed as cheating, they would be extremely embarrassed. After all, this was an open competition, and they could see it on the magic mirror. The faces of the Sunning divine race's elders became very ugly. They cursed at Xianxia for being so excessive, otherwise, this would not have happened. Xianxia's grading divine sword is actually clamped under Qinyan's armpit. No matter how much strength he exerted, he was unable to pull it out. He wanted to kick Qinyan but after seeing Humayr's rage, he immediately gave up. "Why did you stab me twice?" Qin Yan asked coldly. At this moment, everyone's attention is immediately focused on Qin Yan and Yin Tianyi. You quickly let go of my sword. Yin Tianyi shouted anxiously, what are you trying to do? Qin Yan has already extended his hand and grabbed Yin Tianyi's shoulder. Yin Tianyi shouted in alarm and then kicked Qin Yan's body a few times. However, it is as if he is kicking a hard object, he is unable to do anything to Qin Yan. Even Qin Yan is very surprised by the effect of the iron crystal divine pill. Yin Tianyi is not a weakling. Qin Yan's body was kicked a few times by Yin Tianyi but he did not feel anything. Furthermore, after entering the iron crystal state, although his body was stiff, his strength was extremely great. He used his armpit to easily clamp the celestial Yin divine sword, and when he grabbed onto Yin Tianyi's shoulder, he only needed to slightly control his fingers, and he could easily crush Yin Tianyi's shoulder bones. Yin Tianyi let out a blood-curdling screech, his shoulder has been forcibly crushed by Qin Yan's claw. Blood, flesh and bones flew out from the gap between Qin Yan's fingers, it is extremely terrifying. It's our fault. Please forgive us, Your Excellency. The old man in charge of hosting also knew that this jade-face rat king of unknown origins wasn't to be trifled with, so he could only immediately admit his mistake. Qin Yan let go of Yin Tianyi. He has already given Yin Tianyi enough punishment. If this continues, he might not be able to obtain the transformation stage purple ginseng. Yin Tianyi was in so much pain that his face was filled with resentment. In order to stop him from causing trouble, a few middle-aged men from the Sun Moon Divine tribe immediately went over to take him away. And the old pill god who was stabbed by Humayr was also taken away. A few old men from the Sun Moon Divine tribe went over to persuade Humayr to leave, quickly settling the matter. Otherwise, if this matter were to blow up and expose the shady dealings of the 3 rounds of competition, the reputation of the Sun Moon Divine tribe would be completely ruined. At that time even the law enforcement world and the great heavenly divine tribe would be affected. After all, this was a non-human pill refining competition, and it was even publicized. If they didn't get along well, they would definitely be laughed at. Next, they could only continue to wait for the pill refining masters in the iron crystal state to subside. Whoever could last until the end would be the winner. The pill refining masters at the scene had already seen through some tricks and knew that the old pill gods were not clean. In fact, when they were eliminated in the first round, they had already thought of something. However, they didn't expect the 3 superpowers to be so excessive. Of course. What surprised them the most was the mysterious Jade-Face Rat King. He actually relied on his own ability to pass the round in the midst of the shady dealings, and now there was a high chance that he would be the champion. The sturdiness of the other old pill gods' bodies had decreased significantly, but only Qin Yan was still standing strong. The quality of the iron crystal divine pill that he had refined was beyond common sense. Even Humayr found it unbelievable. She knew that this was the first time that Brother Rat King had refined an iron crystal divine pill, but he had already reached such a level. Below the competition stage, the other non-human pill refining masters planned to spend more divine universe goldstones to purchase an iron crystal divine pill from the Jade-Face Rat King. This was because the Jade-Face Rat King had personally demonstrated the effects of the iron crystal divine pill. Most terrifying of all, he was still holding the Tai Yin divine sword. The Sun Moon divine tribe did not retrieve the sword just now. Even the older generations could not guarantee that they could pull the Tai Yin divine sword out. Although the Tai Yin divine sword was an imitation, it was still very precious. From the aura when it was unsheathed, one could tell that the sword was very powerful. They had also planned to get it back after the competition. To them, this was the territory of the Sun Moon divine tribe, and the Jade-Face Rat King would not snatch the Tai Yin divine sword away. Qin Yan was very angry when he was stabbed by Yin Tianyi for the second time. Although he had crushed Yin Tianyi's shoulder, he was still angry. Especially when he thought about how the Sun Moon Divine tribe had cheated in the first 3 rounds of the competition and even wanted to get rid of him. This made him very angry. Therefore, he immediately increased his strength and used his armpit to clamp the Tai Yin divine sword tightly. At this moment, his body was as hard as an iron crystal. Although his movements had become slow, he could still move. He secretly increased his own divine power and urged his sturdy arm to clamp the great Yin divine sword's blade. No one could see this at all. Just as everyone was patiently waiting for the results of the competition, they suddenly heard a crisp caw-caw-caw sound. This sound came from Qin Yan's side. When they looked over, they heard a quang-dang sound. The Tying divine sword had actually been clamped by Qin Yan's armpit. The broken pieces of the sword fell to the ground, shocking everyone. Even if it was an imitation of the Tying divine sword, it was still a rare divine sword. But now, it had been forcibly clamped by Qin Yan's flesh and blood. At this moment, the big shots in the audience wanted to buy an iron crystal divine pill refined by the jade-faced Rat King to experience the feeling of having their body become so strong. The elders of the Sun Moon divine tribe were heartbroken. While they were cursing the jade-faced Rat King in their hearts, they were also cursing Yin Tianyi. If Yin Tianyi had not taken the initiative to stab the second time, this would not have happened. It was the Sun Moon divine tribe's fault. Therefore, even if their swords were to be clamped in half, they could not say anything. They did not dare to have a conflict with the mysterious jade-faced Rat King because they could not tell how strong he was. If a fight broke out on the Sun Moon Heavenly Island, the entire island would be destroyed. Moreover, they were not from the human race and they would be ridiculed for fighting during the gathering. Moreover, it was caused by the Sun Moon divine tribe. More than 6 hours had passed. The other old pill god's iron crystal divine pills had gradually disappeared. It was the same for Qin Yun. However, he was the last one to completely disappear. This meant that his iron crystal divine pill was the highest quality. The elder who was in charge of the competition walked over and picked up the broken Sun Moon divine sword. Then, with a stiff smile, he handed a stage perfection purple ginseng to Qin Yun. The stage perfection purple ginseng was very small. It was only the size of a thumb. Seeing the stage perfection purple ginseng, many of the alchemists felt that it was not worth it for Qin Yun. They started to ridicule the Sun Moon divine tribe. This is a 3,000-year-old stage perfection purple ginseng. It can be used to refine pills. This is a very precious divine medicine. Although it looks small, it is enough to refine a pill. The elder said shamelessly. Qin Yan took it and looked at it carefully. It was a small purple ginseng. It emitted a special energy. It was indeed very helpful to Shintian monarchs and those whose cultivation surpassed Shintian monarchs. After he looked at it, he confirmed that the stage perfection purple ginseng did not have any hidden diseases. Then, he put it away and walked off the competition stage. The Sun Moon divine race hates this jade-faced Rat King to death. It seems like they are not taking any action now, but it is hard to say in the future. Just as Qin Yun walked off the stage, a group of big shots immediately surrounded him. They shouted that they want to buy his iron crystal divine pills. Moreover, they kept handing him their name cards. Qin Yun did not even look at them. His figure flashed and flew away from the seating area. Humayr immediately went over and sent away all the people who were pestering Qin Yun. Then, she flew towards Qin Yun. It is currently night time. The sun in Heavenly Island is floating in the sky. It is being illuminated by the heavenly divine moon. Qin Yun did not leave the plaza. He still wants to stay here and find an opportunity to cause trouble. He came here to destroy this gathering and then teach the 18th sect leader Lin Quan Kuan a lesson. While he was staring at Lin Quan Kuan, Humayr already flew to his side. She floated with him at the edge of the incomparably spacious plaza and looked at the seating area in the center. Big Brother Rat King, congratulations on obtaining the stage perfection purple ginseng. You are truly amazing. You can even win in that kind of situation. Although Humayr is wearing a veil, her charming eyes are very captivating. Thank you for just now. Qin Yun said with smile. Then how are you going to thank me? Humayr said with smile, you can't just say it verbally. In that kind of situation, Humayr suddenly went up on stage. It can be said that she is very loyal. I will give you a few iron crystal divine pills. Qin Yun said with smile, the iron crystal divine pills I refined should be very valuable now. Alright. Humayr is also very happy. But when she thought about how Qin Yun injured Yin Tianyi and broke the sword of the Sun Yin divine race, her expression immediately became solemn. She said in low voice, Big Brother Rat King, the Sun Yin divine race will definitely not let this go. You must be careful. I am not afraid. They can't do anything to me. I am worried about you. Qin Yan said. Humayr lightly groaned and said, I am not afraid of them. If they dare to come, I will make them suffer. At this moment, Lung Quan Kuan, who Qin Yan is staring at, suddenly jumped up from his seat and flew into the night sky. He shouted loudly, Welcome, North Tianzuan. The Heavenly Secrets Sect's Northern Heavenly Lord Xianxia had a very high status. Lung Quan, the 18th sect master of the law enforcement world, was in charge of the 18 sects of the law enforcement world. He was also a very powerful person. But now, he was so respectful to the Northern Heavenly Lord. Qin Yan was surprised. He had thought that the Heavenly Venerables of the Heavenly Secrets sect would keep a low profile. After all, the Heavenly Secrets sect had to remain mysterious. But the Northern Heavenly Lord Xianxia had chosen to appear in front of so many people. Moreover, Lung Quan had welcomed him in such a high-profile manner. It meant that the Northern Heavenly Lord Xianxia had deliberately made a high-profile appearance. Qin Yan secretly suspected that the Heavenly Secrets sect was about to surface. In the past, the Heavenly Secrets sect had always been hidden behind the scenes in the law enforcement world. Even the higher-ups of the law enforcement world had never heard of the Heavenly Secrets sect. In the eyes of many big shots in the divine wilderness, Lung Quan was one of the most powerful big shots in the law enforcement world. But now, Lung Quan was bowing and kneeling to greet the so-called Northern Heavenly Venerate Xianxia. This caused many big shots of the non-human race to be stunned. This Lung Quan is in charge of the 18 sections. Within the law enforcement world, he should be one of the few with the highest status. Even Humayr was astonished. She said, Exactly what is the origin of this Northern Tianzuan? Why haven't I heard of him before? Sister Hu, how much do you know about Lung Quan? Qin Yan asked. Lung Quan was not the only one. The big shots of the Sun In divine race and the Extreme Sky divine race had also flown into the sky to welcome a huge palace that was flying over from afar. He is one of the 18 sect masters and he is in charge of 18 sects. Aren't the 18 sects of the law enforcement world very powerful? Humayr said, Lung Quan is a very arrogant guy. I wanted to talk to him and ask him to withdraw his people from the Fox Mountain Range. Fox Mountain Range, but this guy doesn't even bother with me. Humayr was very angry when she mentioned this. Are you really the Sky Fox Empress? Qin Yan still did not believe it. Of course I am. Why would I lie to you? Humayr snorted, Brother Rat King, do I look like the kind of woman who likes to lie? More and more powerful races have appeared in the Divine Desolate. Qin Yan did not have a detailed understanding of them, so he had never heard of the Heavenly Fox race. Then how did you get to know that Imperial Yao Yao? Asked Qin Yan. She passed by the Heavenly Fox Mountain Range. I thought she was going to invade, so I went out and fought with her. Later on, if we don't fight, we won't get to know each other. That's how we got to know each other. Humayr said, she originally wanted to take me away and make me her follower. Reject her. Qin Yan never expected the Imperial Demon to be that sick. He wanted to recruit anyone he met as a follower. What are the law enforcers doing in your Skyfox Mountain Range? Qin Yan asked. My Celestial Fox Mountain Range is a very good treasure land. The Celestial Fox Mountain Range has a total of 81 peaks. Every 9 mountain peaks had a main peak, and the main peak could absorb the essence of the sun and moon, condensing it into a waterfall that fell to the ground, converging into a river of sun and moon in the mountain range. The Sun-Moon Galaxy only flows within our Celestial Fox Mountain Range. There are a total of 81 big and small rivers. In this way, the mountains and rivers formed a natural formation. Because of the Sun-Moon Galaxy, our Celestial Fox Mountain Range is rich in many kinds of divine medicines and divine fruits. It is a very fertile treasure land. Humayr spoke about her territory and is very proud of it. Sounds like a really good place. I must go take a look if I have the chance. Qin Yan said with a smile, since it has formed a natural formation, I believe you can control the formation to defend, right? We can control it. But the law enforcers said that our Heavenly Fox clan should not monopolize the Celestial Fox Mountain Range and should contribute it. Humayr gritted her teeth and said, these greedy bastards, they just want to stick a foot in and snatch our divine medicines and divine fruits. Qin Yan said with a frown, what happened after that? Did they make any moves? Hu Meier looked at the distant Lin Quan Kuan and said with a sneer, they attacked but they didn't attack. They want us to hand over a certain amount of divine medicines and divine fruits to them every year, otherwise they will punish us. Then did you hand them over? Qinyan never expected that the law enforcers would be so despicable. They actually specialized in robbing those treasure lands. I didn't hand them over. I wanted to talk to Lin Quan Kuan but he ignored me. Later on, it was Sister Yao Yao who helped me, so the 18 sects didn't come looking for trouble with us again. Hu Meier sighed and said, Sister Yao Yao is pretty good to me. I don't know how to repay her. In the future, I won't be the Heavenly Fox Empress, so I'll go hang out with her. Qinyan said, it's good to have a dark Kuan Peng. Now even the law enforcers are afraid of her. Sister Yao Yao's dark Kuan Peng was once sealed by the law enforcers. Moreover, it was abused during that time. The law enforcers are now powerless to seal the dark Kuan Peng, so they are somewhat afraid of Sister Yao Yao. Hu Meier said. When Qinyan thought of this matter, he felt somewhat unhappy. He was the one who released Imperial Yao Yao's dark Kuan Peng but she didn't let him take a stroll. Brother Mouse King, what is your Heavenly Mouse Clan's territory like? Hu Meier asked, no one seems to know where your territory is. Are you hiding it so deeply? Everywhere. Qinyan said with smile, if there's a chance, I'll take you around. My territory is not small. Through Heaven Sword Formation, Imperial Heaven Pawnshop and 4 Divine Sons, they are all considered his territory. Awesome, there are actually so many treasure lands. Hu Meier said with envy. They are all rat nests, not any treasure lands. Qinyan shook his head and smiled. Northern Heavenly Venerable Xianxia's flying palace slowly stopped above the plaza. It is a dazzling golden palace. When it flew over, it created a burst of strong gale. After it stopped, Lin Quan Kuan brought a group of big shots to the entrance of the palace. This guy's extravagance is really big. Could it be that there are experts in the law enforcers that we don't know about? Hu Meier doubtfully said. Of course. Qinyan opened his heavenly eye and stared at the entrance of the flying palace. Many non-human race people wanted to get close to take a look but were driven away by Sun Yin Divine Race and Great Heaven Divine Race people. This caused a lot of dissatisfaction. At this time, Chu Wuxing contacted Qinyan. Boss, Xianxia is here. Don't be reckless, this guy is really strong, you can't fight against him now. Chu Wuxing originally told Qinyan to come here to cause trouble but he did not expect that Xianxia would come. You didn't know that Xianxia would come here? Qinyan asked Chu Wuxing through the magic mirror. I really didn't know. If I knew, I wouldn't have let you come to this gathering. Chu Wuxing is somewhat regretful. Relax, I won't do anything stupid. Qinyan comforted Chu Wuxing and then asked, Old Chu, do you know why this guy came here? According to reason, your Heaven Secret Sect should not be so high profile. I also don't know, I am just a king-level secret agent. Xianxia belongs to the upper echelons of Heaven Secret Sect, I can't figure out what they are thinking. Chu Wuxing sighed and said, maybe something unexpected happened. Xianxia is inside the palace and has not come out. The big shots outside are very humble and bowing to greet Xianxia. Majority of these big shots don't know who Xianxia is, they are just following Ling Chuankuan. Moreover, the 2 old men from Sun Yin Divine Race and Extreme Heaven Divine Race clearly know about Xianxia's existence. That is why they ordered their subordinates to drive away all the non-human race people who tried to approach. Ling Chuankuan, I contacted you before and told you that I am coming here. Do you know why? Xianxia's voice can be heard. It is an old man's voice, it is very deep but very powerful. Just the voice alone was filled with a sharp aura. Furthermore, it came from within the palace. I don't know. Ling Chuankuan immediately replied. Take a guess, you are the chief sect master of 18 sects, it is impossible for you to not know anything. Xianxia said with bright smile, in front of me, you must be a bit honest. Alright, subordinate received information that some bloodline heavenly rune has reached the transformation stage and become a very powerful living being. Lord North Tianzuan must have come for this matter. Ling Chuankuan said. Qinyan's heart violently trembled, bloodline heavenly rune has reached the transformation stage, moreover it has become a living being. He also doesn't know whether or not it is the Bloodline Heavenly Rune box because Lin Chuanquan only mentioned Bloodline Heavenly Rune and did not mention the word box. Not bad, finally a Bloodline Heavenly Rune has reached fruition, it has appeared in the transformation stage. This Bloodline Heavenly Rune also belongs to the non-human race. As long as we subdue it, it will become the race spirit of our non-human race. We absolutely cannot let it fall into the hands of those despicable humans. Xianxia's voice spread out, causing all the big shots present to be emotionally moved. All the experts present know about the existence of the Bloodline Heavenly Rune box. Back then, all the Heaven's sovereign emperors and Heaven Creation Divine Palace bitterly searched for it but they could not find it. Qin Yun has a purple Bloodline Heavenly Rune box, it was gifted by the Purple Sun Fairy race, this is also known by everyone. Lord North Tianzuan, I only received information and understand a bit, I don't know where the spirit of the Bloodline Heavenly Rune is. Lung Chuanquan said. I'm here to lead the non-humans to subdue that stubborn evil spirit. Xianxia said, I will lead the way to the place where the evil spirit is. That place is a rich and fertile land. Although it is slightly dangerous, there are a lot of treasures inside. Rare treasures and divine medicines and divine fruits. Hearing Xianxia's words, many of the non-humans present were stirred up. As for Qin Yun, he was secretly sneering. Xianxia was clearly unable to deal with him. Therefore, he was sending a bunch of non-humans to their deaths to exhaust the evil spirit. Luo Yaofeng sent a voice transmission to Qin Yun and asked, Brother Yun, can Bloodline Heavenly Runes manifest themselves in the manifestation realm? What's going on? I don't know yet, let's go and take a look. Qin Yun replied. There are a total of 9 Bloodline Heavenly Runes. Qin Yun has 6 of them and the last one is still on Ming Yunyue. Ming Yunyue also promised that she would return the Bloodline Heavenly Rune once it left her body. None of the non-humans present were fools, especially the powerful big shots. They heard that Xianxia wants to take them to that treasure land and immediately realized that this place is filled with danger. Otherwise, a figure of Master Xian's level wouldn't have so easily given up a treasure land. He even said that he wanted to capture the evil spirit formed from the Bloodline Heavenly pattern. It was obvious that he wanted them to explore the way. Earlier, Xianxia only said that it is a bit dangerous. Many big shots don't believe this. If it was only a bit dangerous, the law enforcers would have already monopolized that treasure land. That place must be filled with danger. Humayer lightly groaned and said, Law enforcers always say that non-humans should be united but they secretly want to trick us. Humayer can naturally see through Xianxia's ulterior motives. Many big shots of powerful races can also see through it. However, they still want to go and take a look. After all, they don't really want to enter that dangerous place. They will go and take a look first. If there is truly danger, it won't be too late to retreat. Qin Yun must go. He wants to see what happens after the Bloodline Heavenly Rune transformation realm. He wants to know whether or not the Bloodline Heavenly Rune broke out of the box by itself. If it belongs to one of the 9 Bloodline Heavenly Rune boxes, he must obtain it. He cannot let it fall into the law enforcers' hands. Soon, Xianxia's huge palace opened and a few old men walked out. Those old men were Xianxi's subordinates. They would be the ones to decide who would be allowed to enter the palace and subdue the Bloodline Heavenly Rune spirit body. Brother Mouse King, they will definitely not invite us. It seems like we can only fly behind their palace. Humayer said. Not only Qin Yun wants to understand the situation of the Bloodline Heavenly Rune, he also wants to find a way to talk to Xianxia alone and ask about the Terminator profound killing curse. If he has the chance, he wants to quickly undo the curse and wake up Fengyu and the others. Now is the Divine Desolate Era. After the Divine Moon transformation realm, Divine Moon rays entered the Moon's heart and can be said to be in control of the Divine Moon. And Fengyu and the others have already missed the opportunity to enter the Divine Moon's heart, causing them to fall behind. If this continues, they will fall behind even more in the future. Qin Yun is very worried about this matter, so he has been very anxious. He wants to quickly help them remove the curse. Although Yu Shangyun told him not to be too anxious, he did not listen to her. Furthermore, he was currently very close to Xianxia, so he did not need to enter the mysterious Heaven Secrets sect. Of course, even if he managed to undo the Terminator profound kill curse, he still needed to find a way to enter the Heaven's Secrets sect. He would definitely not let the Heaven's Secrets sect go. With the help of Lin Quan Kuan and the elders from the Great Sky Divine Tribe and the Sun Yin Divine Tribe, the elders from the palace selected a large group of non-human clans that they recognized and allowed them to enter the palace. Naturally, Yu Yaoyao was also invited in. She could bring a few people in. Although Luo Yaofeng and Hu Mei'er were not invited, they could follow her in. Hu Mei'er did not follow them. She wanted to follow behind the palace with Qin Yun. As for Yu Yaoyao, she brought Luo Yaofeng and a few other women that she knew into the palace. After the gate of the palace was closed, it began to fly at a very fast speed. Such a large palace flew through the air at high speed, producing a loud whistling sound. Tens of thousands of non-humans followed closely behind. Those with low strength found it very strenuous to keep up with the palace. This matter has also been spread on the magic mirror. Since Xianxia announced this matter in public, it means that he is not afraid of it being leaked. Clearly, he wants to attract more people to the treasure land. Big Brother Rat King, can you fight? Hu Mei'er followed beside Qin Yun and asked in low voice. I can't, I am not good at fighting. Qin Yun shook his head and said. Alright, I will protect you. Hu Mei'er said with light smile, I am very good at fighting. Qin Yun and Hu Mei'er's journey attracted many people's attention. After all, one is the seductive heavenly fox woman and the other is the jade-faced rat king who just won first place in the alchemy competition. The fox and rat actually came together, this caused people to sigh in amazement. Chu Wuxing also entered the palace. But Three-Eye King did not go to the treasure land. Qin Yun asked him why he did not go and Three-Eye King directly said that he is afraid of death, so he did not go. On the way, Qin Yun's friends contacted him one after another. They all talked about the mysterious treasure land. And regarding the matter of Xianxia, many people on the magic mirror also asked about him, they all want to know what kind of background he has. Moreover, originally only a few experts knew about Bloodline Heavenly Rune but now the entire Divine Desolate knows about it. Therefore, it caused many people to speculate about the usage of Bloodline Heavenly Rune. After Bloodline Heavenly Rune reached the transformation realm, it would become a very powerful creature. Even the mysterious law enforcement experts are helpless against it. Old cousin, you are that jade-faced rat king, right? Ming Yunue contacted Qin Yun through the magic mirror. Although she was invited to enter the palace, she did not go in and instead flew behind. Qin Yun also knows that she is nearby. He also knows that the reason why she did not enter the palace is because she is afraid that her bloodline heavenly rune would be discovered. Yunue, where is Jiao Jiao? Qin Yun asked. She returned to Bright Moon Sect Palace. She is not suitable to take risks, sect leader will arrive very soon. How did you know the Heavenly Fox Empress? Ming Yunue said. Qin Yun is now finally certain that Hu Mei'er is indeed the Heavenly Fox Empress. I met her by chance, she doesn't know my identity. While Qin Yun is secretly talking with Ming Yunue through the magic mirror, Ming Yunue also flew over. Hu Mei'er saw Ming Yunue flying over and hastily said to Qin Yun in low voice, Big Brother Rat King, look, there is a great beauty flying over. She is Bright Moon Saintess, what is she doing here? Is she looking for you to refine pills? Ming Yunue's jet black long wavy hair fluttered in the wind. She is wearing a silver dress, her eyes are silver and ice cold, her body is emitting a cold and powerful aura. After she arrived, a faint smile appeared on her originally ice-cold and beautiful face. She said to Hu Mei'er, Heavenly Fox Empress, hello, I am Ming Yunue from Divine Moon Sect. I know, you are Bright Moon Sect's great saintess. Don't call me Heavenly Fox Empress, my name is Hu Mei'er, you can just call me Mei'er. Hu Mei'er's smile is charming and amiable, she also likes to make friends. I am younger than you, so I will call you Sister Mei'er. Ming Yunue also politely smiled and asked, Sister Mei'er, can I travel with you? Hu Mei'er understands the Bright Moon Sect's great saintess. She knows that she is a businesswoman and also a woman who can fight. She has wanted to get to know her for a long time but never had the chance. Therefore, she is very willing and nodded, of course you can. Oh that's right, Yunue, I saw them invite you to enter the palace, why didn't you go in? I don't want to go in. Law Enforcer Realm, Great Een Divine Race and Great Heaven Divine Race, they are not good people. In the alchemy competition, Sister Mayor should have experienced their despicableness and shamelessness. That's right, these guys are too bad. Hu Mayor quickly introduced Qin Yun to Ming Yunyue and said with smile, Yunyue, this is Jade-Faced Rat King, you should know him, right? I know him. Ming Yunyue said to Qin Yun. Ah? You know each other? Hu Mayor is very surprised. We have business dealings, it's just that, we rarely meet. Ming Yunyue said, what she said is also the truth. Qin Yun said with smile, Yunyue, how's business recently? Ming Yunyue nodded and said, not bad. Steadily rising. Hu Mayor pulled Ming Yunyue's hand and said with smile, Yunyue, the elegant smoke sold by your Yunyue house is really great, much better than those unfettered smoke. You also smoke? Qin Yun said with some surprise. That's right. What's wrong? Hu Mayor said with smile, Big Brother Rat King, don't tell me you don't smoke. Ming Yunyue said with smile, this guy never smokes but he has a lot of good cigarettes in his hands. They are specially used to give to people. Ming Yunyue is very clear that the elegant smoke in Yunyue house was made by Qin Yun and not by the Bright Moon sect. And Wang Haoyue of the Bright Moon sect also asked Ming Yunyue if she made the elegant smoke in Yunyue house. Ming Yunyue admitted that she made it mainly to help Qin Yun cover up. Therefore, not only did she make the Yunyue house hang her name, she also made Wang Haoyue think that she made the elegant smoke. Qin Yun can only take out a box of high-grade special supply cigarettes and give it to Hu Mayor. Now that they are flying at high speed, Hu Mayor can only endure and not smoke. Ming Yunyue looked at the glittering golden palace ahead and said in a deep voice, this trip will definitely be filled with danger. You must be extra careful. Yunyue, will your sect master come? Hu Mayor asked. Of course he will come. He should be here soon. Ming Yunyue looked at the divine moon in the sky and said, not only the sect master will come, the divine moon clan's empress will also come. Is that so? I have long admired the divine moon clan's empress, I really want to meet her. Hu Mayor also looked at the huge bright divine moon in the sky. Through the magic mirror, Qin Yun also learned that the Wild Sun Tiger Emperor and the Purple Sun Fairy Emperor Zao would go to the Treasure Land to see the creature formed by the Bloodline Heavenly Rune. Zao and the Wild Sun Tiger Emperor both had the Bloodline Heavenly Rune box before but they didn't know what use it had. Therefore, even if Qin Yun didn't go, they themselves wanted to see the creature formed by the Bloodline Heavenly Rune, and Ming Yunyue herself has the Bloodline Heavenly Rune and it even fused with her body. Even she herself is unable to completely understand the Bloodline Heavenly Rune. When Qin Yun learned that Yu Xiangyun is coming, many thoughts surged in his mind. Yu Xiangyun is very strong and Xianxia is also here. He is considering whether or not he should let Yu Xiangyun take action and surround Xianxia. Qin Yun contacted Xia Wufeng and learned that he and the ghost god Heavenly Ghost Ancestor are going to the Treasure Land to take a look. If he can capture Xianxia, Xian Rujing and the others will wake up very quickly. After Qin Yun helps them remove the Terminator Xian Kill curse, the pressure in his heart will not be that big. Next, he only needs to enter the Heaven Secret Sect and bring back Shuiyu and Shuiyu. If he can capture Xianxia, Qin Yun is confident that he can control him just like how he controlled Chu Wuxing. This way, entering the Heaven Secret Sect will be even easier and he will be able to understand this situation inside the Heaven Secret Sect. Qin Yun feels that this is a great opportunity. Although he promised Chu Wuxing that he would not act recklessly, he carefully thought about it and decided to give it a try. After all, he is not going to do it alone. Ming Yunyue and Hu Mayor are flying hand in hand. The two of them are chatting very happily, mainly about the cooperation. Hu Mayor has many divine medicines and divine fruits in the Heavenly Fox Mountain range but she doesn't know how to sell them. Ming Yunyue is the Bright Moon Saintess, she knows Yu Xiangyun and the others on Heavenly Divine Moon. Therefore, she developed very well in Heavenly Divine Moon. Later on, she expanded to Heavenly Divine Desolates through Heaven Sword Formation and Divine Quartz Heavenly City. Hu Mayor found out that Ming Yunyue has many shops and decided to cooperate. Therefore, she discussed this matter with Ming Yunyue in detail. And Qin Yun used the Devil Mirror to contact Chu Wuxing. Chu Wuxing is inside Xianxia's flying palace. He wants to protect a youngster from the extreme Heaven Divine race. Moreover, he is a king-level secret agent, so he can enter the palace. Qin Yan told Chu Wuxing about his plan to attack Xianxia. Chu Wuxing is very amazed after hearing this, but after thinking about it carefully, he feels that this is a very good opportunity. Boss, if you fail and let Xianxia escape, your friends will be implicated. Chu Wuxing analyzed the situation in his heart and then told Qin Yan what he needs to consider. No need to worry about this, when the time comes, I will have my friends change their appearance and hide their identity. They won't be exposed. Qin Yan said. Sword God Xia Wufeng, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, Wild Sun Tiger Emperor and Zao, sneak attacking Xianxia and his secret agent will not be a problem. As for Xianxia, Qin Yan and Yu Shangyun would deal with him. If it was not possible, Qin Yan could call Luo Yaofeng. After Luo Yaofeng cultivated the new chapter of the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, although he would suffer from lovesickness, his strength increased extremely quickly and he became very strong now. Alright, we can give it a try. I'll do my best to investigate the assassin of heavenly secrets by Xianxia's side, said Chu Wuxing. Old Chu, I will leave it to you. Qin Yan felt relieved. He was afraid that Chu Wuxing would not agree. You're welcome. Oh, by the way, if you make a move, try your best to only target Xianxia. It's best if you don't mess with the great heaven and greating God. Race. Xianxia warned. This was because Chu Wuxing was still rather afraid of the Northern Heavenly Lord, Killer Xian. He had repeatedly exhorted Qin Yan to not attack Killer Xian. But now, after Chu Wuxing's analysis, he believed that even if Qin Yan failed, the loss would not be too great. At most, it would only provoke Xianxia. Because Qin Yan said that he will not act alone, he will call his friends. He also said that Divine Moon Race's Empress Yu Shangyun will participate. This made Chu Wuxing feel relieved. After Qin Yan contacted Chu Wuxing, he discovered that An Wukong left him a message. He wants to talk to him. Qin Yan immediately contacted An Wukong and used mental power to talk to him. Brethren, I just talked to a friend, is there something urgent? Qin Yan asked. I am rushing to the Xianqiu treasure land. I saw the 18th sect master Lin Chuankuan on the magic mirror. He is bowing and scraping to Xianxia, just like a dog. The big boss behind those bastards from the law enforcement world has finally appeared. I want to go and kill them. The alien race has been sealed by the law enforcement world for so many years, their hatred towards them has already been deeply branded into their souls. They were born from their mother's womb and immediately awakened their inherited memories. They know that the law enforcement world is their enemy. And Wukong and Qin Yan both felt that this is a good opportunity to make a move. After all, after going to the Xianqiu treasure land, it is impossible for all the alien race to gather together. Because the treasure land was discovered by Xianxia, it was also named Xianqiu treasure land. Brethren, Xianxia is one of the 5 great Empyreans of the Heavenly Mystery sect, Empyrean Bay. He is also my target this time. I am chasing after that palace. Qin Yan said. And Wukong said with smile, several of my alien race's spies have gone to the gathering and are now following that palace. We can lock onto their position at any time. I am guessing that the Jade Face Rat King is you, brother? And Wukong said with smile, you are really capable, you actually defeated those bastards. These bastards, haha. And Wukong also knew that Qin Yan was following the palace, so he immediately connected the dots. Brethren, if you want to make a move, it would be best if you let me know in advance. I have a few powerful friends, they will be able to help when the time comes. Qin Yan said. Alright. And Wukong is very happy to know that Qin Yan is also going to make a move. After Qin Yan cut off contact with An Wukong, he let out a sigh of relief in his heart. Because another powerful friend is coming. An Wukong is the clan emperor of the alien race. With the help of his spatial technique, he will be able to get twice the result with half the effort. Hu Meier is originally a very talkative and very passionate woman. She is now chatting non-stop with Ming Yunue. They have already discussed the matter of cooperation. Hu Meier is now asking many questions about Heaven's divine moon. Qin Yan is also calmly listening from the side, maintaining sufficient speed to keep up with the flying palace. Hu Meier was originally chatting happily, but her expression suddenly changed. She immediately took out a divine sword, poured in formidable divine power and vigilantly looked behind. What happened? Ming Yunhui hastily asked. Someone is flying towards us. Moreover, their speed is very fast, their strength is also not weak. Qin Yun said. Hu Meier said in low voice, it's a dragon, a very powerful dragon. We beast race are most afraid of being targeted by the dragon race, so our perception towards dragon race is very sharp. If it's a dragon race, then there's nothing to be afraid of. Qin Yun said. There are many powerful dragons inside the dragon palace of the Nine-Yang Divine Palace. For example, Dragon Ju, Azure Dragon, Divine Universe Heavenly Dragon and Divine Universe Ice Dragon. They are all very powerful dragons now. And the Sun Dragon race inside the ancestral god Sun, whether it is the Sun Dragon Emperor or the Elders, they all have to give Qin Yun face. Big Brother Mouse King, those dragons are very powerful, we should be careful. Hu Meier is very cautious, after all, dragons are divine beasts among the beast race. Two people are flying over, one man and one woman, both are dragons in human form. That man is handsome, delicate and refined, his skin is fair, he is wearing light golden luxurious clothes. Although his body doesn't have a tyrannical dragon power, it has a very strong scorching aura. This man is indeed Long Tianyan, a royal member of the Nine Sun Dragon race, he is from the Nine Sun Holy Land. Beside Long Tianyan is a woman wearing a blue dress. Her eyes are long and slender, her jade face is ice cold, her pupils are blue, her messy hair is flickering with blue light, her lips are also light blue. With one look, Qin Yun realized that this is a blue dragon lady, a rather rare dragon. After Long Tianyan saw Qin Yun, he said with smile, Brother Mouse King, I did not expect it to be you. He did not expose Qin Yun's identity. Hu Meier and Ming Yunhui are both startled, Qin Yun actually knows such powerful dragons. Especially Hu Meier, she can feel that these two dragons are giving her a lot of pressure. Long Tianyan, are you also going to the Shan killing treasure land? Qin Yun asked. Truth be told, the bloodline heavenly rune inside the treasure land can transform into a living being, it is very likely that it will become a dragon. I naturally want to go take a look. Long Tianyan said. The blue-haired woman beside Long Tianyan said in low voice, Brother Tianyan, when did you meet this jade-faced Mouse King? He is a friend I met before, you will also meet many friends in the Divine Desolate in the future. Long Tianyan laughed and then said to Qin Yun, this is my little sister, her name is Long Jilan. Hello. Qin Yun greeted Long Jilan. Heavenly Mouse King, the iron crystal divine pill you ate during the competition, was it a flash in the pan? Will you be able to refine it in the future? Long Jilan asked curiously. Although her beautiful jade-like face is ice-cold, her voice is quite amiable. Of course I can. Qin Yun said with smile, oh that's right, these two beside me are Heavenly Fox Empress and Bright Moon Sex Great Saintess. Young Lady Long just came out of the Nine Sun Sacred Ground, she really needs to make some friends. They are all very good, very suitable to be your friends. One is Heavenly Fox Empress and the other is Bright Moon Sex Great Saintess. Even Long Tianyan feels that Qin Yun's luck with women is not shallow, he is surrounded by such outstanding women. Of course, when he thought about how Qin Yun is a young divine king and how he possesses unfathomable strength, he felt that it is very normal. Hu Meier saw that they are all acquaintances, she immediately put away her weapon and said with smile, Jilan, I thought someone was going to sneak attack us, so I was very vigilant. Hu Meier is a very friendly person, she immediately flew over and grabbed Long Jilan's hand, then pulled her to Ming Yunhui's side. Together, they chased after the palace and started chatting. Qin Yun and Long Tianyan are flying not far away. Brother Long, are you sure that the bloodline heavenly rune transformed into a dragon? Qin Yun asked. It might not be a dragon at all. In short, me and my sister sensed a formidable dragon spirit fluctuation over there. Long Tianyan's expression became slightly serious, if it is a dragon transformed from bloodline heavenly rune, then its strength must be very strong. And inside the Xian killing treasure land, it might be even more dangerous. The sky has just brightened, the heavenly divine moon is still in the sky but the moonlight has dimmed a lot. Gradually, the heavenly divine moon was covered up by the intense light of the four divine suns. After it disappeared from the sky has completely brightened. The flying palace in front of them suddenly stopped. Everyone is high up in the sky, they can see the ground in front of them is a boundless ancient forest. That forest looks very fantastical. The trees have all turned into beautiful crystals. Especially under the intense sunlight, those dark green crystal leaves flickered with gorgeous crystal splendor. Seeing this forest, everyone exclaimed in admiration. On the magic mirror, many people expressed that they passed through this forest before, but it was not like this at that time. In other words, this forest has only recently become this fantastical and beautiful. Could it be that after the bloodline heavenly rune reached the transformation realm, it caused this forest to become like this? What kind of energy can cause such a vast forest to become like this? Ming Yunhui exclaimed in admiration. Long Tianyan said, there are indeed very strong dragons inside and there are many of them. Long Jilan also slightly nodded, her expression is very serious as she said, Brother Tianyan, those dragons are very different from us. They are not Sun Dragon race's dragons, they are also not Heavenly God Desolate's native dragons, they are also not Variant Dragon race's dragons. The dragon race is very large and has many branches. As long as one has more than half of the dragon bloodline, they are a member of the dragon race. Different dragons had different auras, and their dragon might was different as well. Therefore, the members of the dragon race can easily distinguish the different types of dragons. If they are not the dragons you are familiar with, then what kind of dragons are they? Qin Yan asked curiously. He has come into contact with many dragons. Near him is the fire dragon god, it is a fire dragon and his first life's mother is a primal chaos divine dragon. I don't know, the dragons inside are not weak. Long Tianyan shook his head, I originally thought that our 9 Sun Holy Land's 9 Sun dragon race is the strongest dragon race in Heavenly God Desolate, so I was not afraid to go in. But now I am a bit afraid. He looked at Long Jilan and saw her nodding her head. Her face is filled with fear. This is the fear of unknown power. In Heavenly God Desolate Great Era, there are currently only 4 myriad realms divine suns and they have already given birth to so many powerful races. In the future, even more powerful races will appear one after another. Currently, the strongest race in the deity Desolate has yet to appear. Ming Yin said. Ming Yin said. Our Heavenly Fox race was born after the appearance of the 2 divine suns. Of course, the Heavenly Fox race originally had many very old Heavenly Foxes. These old foxes joined our Heavenly Fox race later. Hu Meier said. So you are such a young race. Qin Yan said with some surprise. Ming Yunhui said, our Bright Moon clan only appeared when the Myriad Heaven's Divine Moon Transformation Realm appeared. Of course, the time in the Divine Moon of the Heavens we were in was different from the outside world. We spent a long period of growth inside before time began to change with the gods. Heavenly God Desolate is synchronized. The flow of time in the 9 Sun sacred ground is different from that of the outside world. Furthermore, it hasn't completely synchronized with the divine wilderness yet. The gap is gradually narrowing, and it should be synchronized with the divine wilderness soon. Long Tianyan said. Ming Yunhui suddenly said, look, that palace seems to have encountered something. We can't continue flying in. It's a barrier. Qin Yan secretly opened his heavenly eye and saw several layers of invisible barriers enveloping the vast forest. Could it be that Xianxia was unable to enter earlier? Long Jilan said, he suddenly gathered everyone here. Is it to break through the barrier? The Xianxia treasure land was named after Xianxia. It was mainly because Xianxia discovered it. But now, even Xianxia's palace can't break through the barrier. This is embarrassing. Through his heavenly eye, Qin Yan can see that there are many barriers. There are dozens of them inside and outside. He is still unable to completely count how many there are. What a terrifying barrier. Qin Yan carefully looked at it and said in a low voice, it will be very difficult to break through. Is it a naturally formed barrier? The natural formation barrier of our Heavenly Fox mountain range is also very difficult to break through. Hu Meier doesn't find it strange. Some are naturally formed but some appeared later. Qin Yan shook his head and said with a serious expression, currently, I can sense at least 50 barriers and each one is very strong. Is this true? Long Tianyan jumped in fright. 50 barriers. Then how can we break through? Humayur cried out in alarm, Big Brother Mouse King, are you mistaken? I'm not mistaken. Moreover, the barrier is constantly increasing. It doesn't look like it's formed naturally. Instead, there is a very strong energy inside that is weaving runes to form a barrier. At first, Qin also thought that he was mistaken. But later on, he carefully confirmed and discovered that a new barrier is being formed. Moreover, the formation speed is very fast. Many experts came out of the palace one after another. Very quickly, some inscription masters discovered that there is a large number of barriers blocking them. They are layer upon layer, they are very sturdy. The large group has actually been blocked by the barrier. This caused people to become even more excited. With such a powerful barrier protecting them, there must be many strange treasures inside. Humayur said, this is the birth of a strong race. This is their race's territory. If we go in, we will be trespassing on their territory. There are many treasure lands in the heavenly god desolate. If they can naturally form a powerful barrier, then these treasure lands will most likely give birth to a strong race. At the entrance of the palace, a long red-haired imperial demon Yao walked out. Beside her are Li Shuang, Mu Jin, and Yu Xiaoqiao. And beside them, there is a grey-robed green-haired old man. This green-haired old man has a kind smile on his face. He is chatting and laughing with imperial demon Yao. The 18th sect master, Lin Chuankuan, is nodding and bowing at the side with a smile. His attitude is very humble and respectful. It can be seen that the grey-robed green-haired old man is Xianxia. Sister Yao Yao's origin is indeed mysterious. Even that heavenly venerable northern Xianxia gives her face. Humayur looked at the palace entrance with admiration and looked at the long red-haired woman. One must know that Imperial Demon Yao helped Humayur before. She made their heavenly fox clan not have to pay tribute to the law enforcement realm. Therefore, she admires Imperial Demon Yao very much. Long Tianyan can't help but glance at Qin Yun because within the 4 divine sons, this jade-faced rat king doesn't give Imperial Demon Yao any face. What is that green-haired old man talking about? Is he that heavenly venerable northern? Ming Yunwei touched Qin Yun's shoulder and asked softly. Correct, that is Xianxia. He told Imperial Demon Yao to release the dark Kunpeng to tear apart the barrier of the Xian-killing treasure land. Qin Yun said. If the dark Kunpeng comes out, it might really be able to tear apart the barrier. Long Tianyan is slightly alarmed and then nodded. You are all dragons, are you also afraid of the dark Kunpeng? Ming Yunwei said with smile because she saw Long Tianyan and Long Jilan jump in fright. Of course I'm afraid. The dark Kunpeng is very powerful, especially after receiving the favor of the myriad realm's divine sons. Previously, it absorbed divine power from outside the 4 divine sons and now it has become even stronger. Long Jilan also admitted that she is very afraid of the dark Kunpeng. Qin Yin once entered the dark Kunpeng's body. At that time, he didn't even know that he was swallowed by the dark Kunpeng. The main reason was that the dark Kunpeng was too big. After swallowing the 9-cloud heaven city, the inside was still empty. Look, Imperial Demon Yao took out a mirror. The dark Kunpeng is inside the mirror. Qin Yin said hastily, she really promised Xianxia to release the dark Kunpeng. Brother Mouse King, how did you know that the dark Kunpeng is inside the mirror? Long Tianyan asked in astonishment. I heard, when Qin Yin came out of the dark Kunpeng's body, it was Imperial Demon Yao who brought him out. After Imperial Demon Yao brought him out, she stood on the back of the dark Kunpeng and used the mirror to quickly store the huge dark Kunpeng inside. At that time, Qin Yin wanted to steal the law enforcer realm's little divine sons. Imperial Demon Yao did not believe that he would succeed. She even said that as long as Qin Yin could steal one, she would take off a piece of clothing. Later on, he stole 2,000 and Imperial Demon Yao did not take off a single piece of clothing. Qin Yin still remembers this matter even now. He just did not let Imperial Demon Yao fulfill her promise. After Imperial Demon Yao released the mirror is facing the sky. It means that she wants to release the dark Kunpeng into the sky. If such a huge dark Kunpeng appeared in the sky, the surroundings would definitely become pitch black. At this moment, everyone is staring at Imperial Demon Yao. They also know that she wants to release the dark Kunpeng to tear apart the barrier of the Xian-killing treasure land. After she released her mirror, she started chanting an incantation. After she finished chanting the incantation, the entire world became quiet. Everyone quietly waited, but after a while, the sky is still quiet, there is no movement at all. What's going on? Where's the dark Kunpeng? Humayr looked at the sky and then looked all around and said in low voice, could it be very high up in the sky? No, she didn't succeed. Qinyan said. What do you mean didn't succeed? Humayr looked at Qinyan doubtfully. Won't you know if you ask her? She is your good sister. Qinyan said with a smile. Imperial Demon Yao tried again, but she still did not succeed. Everyone began to discuss fervently. This Imperial Demon Yao actually failed to release her Kunpeng. My dark Kunpeng refused to come out. It said it was very scared and even told me not to go inside. Although Imperial Demon Yao's voice is very soft, everyone can hear it. Even the dark Kunpeng is so scared that it doesn't dare to come out. What exactly is inside the Xian-killing treasure land? It actually made the dark Kunpeng so scared that it refused to cooperate with its master. Miss Yu, it doesn't matter. Your ancient Yu clan's elder will arrive very soon. At that time, with his help, we will be able to smoothly enter. Xianxia said with smile, we will wait patiently. Our ancient Yu clan's elder? Who is it? Imperial Demon Yao's eyebrows are slightly knitted as she asked. When Xianxia mentioned the Yu ancient clan, Qin Yan recalled the mysterious purple talisman in his hand. On it was written a very ancient Yu character. Qin Yan wanted to talk to Yu Yaoyao alone and ask her if she knows the use of that talisman. Because the Xian-kill treasure land is enveloped by a very strong barrier, even experts like Xianxia are unable to break the barrier and enter. So everyone can only wait outside for the elders of the Yu ancient clan to come. When Xianxia mentioned the Yu ancient clan, many humans and non-humans present are very curious. Because they have never heard of the Yu ancient clan, but they can guess that it is Yu Yaoyao's family. For such a powerful race to be so unknown, it was very surprising. When Qinyan learned about the Yu ancient clan, he also knew that not many people know about it. After all, it is a very mysterious and powerful clan. Of course, now is the divine desolate era. Maybe people will gradually know about the Yu ancient clan. Just like Heaven's Secrets Sect's North Lord Xianxia, he also appeared in the public's view. Qinyan secretly released his heavenly eye avatar and floated high above the forest. He wanted to take in the entire forest, but he was unable to do so. This mystical ancient forest is very spacious. Even with Shen Tianjuan's flying speed, he might need to fly for a day to cross it. Through the heavenly eye in the sky, Qin Yan can see many things. He can see that the huge trees in the forest are arranged in a regular pattern and then formed a natural formation. Also, under the forest, there are crisscrossing energy veins that run through all the tree roots. And in the forest, there are many rivers and streams. There are also some big and small lakes. They are all connected by the energy veins. After seeing this, Qin Yan can roughly guess the temperament of the living beings in this treasure land. They should be inclined towards flowers and trees and have a lot of affinity towards natural plants. What kind of environment will have what kind of living beings? Within this extremely vast ancient forest, there were a large number of divine fruits. The creatures that were born from this kind of treasure land would often eat mainly vegetarian food, and they would be able to obtain powerful energy. For example, in the Heaven Fox mountain range where Humayr is, there are large amounts of divine fruits. They can eat divine fruits there to be full. If they weren't carnivorous creatures, then most of them would be gentle, as long as you didn't provoke them. This made Qin Yan even more curious. Because Long Tianyan and Long Jilan can sense that there is a powerful race inside the forest, it belongs to the dragon race. Qin Yan knew the dragon race very well, but he never knew of any dragons that were vegetarians. Most dragons had fiery temperaments. A weak and delicate dragon like Long Tianyan was rather rare. He released several heavenly eye clones that floated in the air above the forest. He wanted to find the creatures in the forest, but he couldn't find them. That's strange. Why can't I see even a bird? Qin Yan was very puzzled. Although his heavenly eye was high up in the sky, it could still penetrate the dense ancient trees and capture living beings. He carefully observed for a period of time, but found nothing. Could it be that the creatures inside are all soul bodies? No energy on your body? Ling Yin'er said. Qin Yan's heavenly eye could capture the flow of energy. If it was a powerful creature, it would definitely have energy in its body and he could see it. There is another possibility. The branches and leaves of those ancient trees are protecting them so that they can't be seen by the outside world. Qin Yan said. But didn't you see through the dense branches and leaves that there is an energy vein flowing underground? Ling Yin'er said, although those leaves and branches have turned into crystals, it should be very easy to see through them. Qin Yan suddenly thought of something and said in his heart, wait a minute, those branches and tree trunks don't have any energy flowing, but this is simply impossible. The entire tree has turned into crystals, there must be energy inside. Invisible energy? Ling Yin'er said, all the creatures inside this forest have energy inside their bodies that you can't capture. Indeed, it might be because they are affected by the bloodline heavenly rune. So after they absorb the energy from the underground energy vein, they can transform it into an invisible energy. Qin Yun is secretly apprehensive. Xiao Yun, I think the creatures inside are very gentle. If we really attack, with the viciousness of those law enforcers, they will surely cause great harm to them. Ling Yin'er is very worried. Indeed. Qin Yun heard from Xianxia that after the bloodline heavenly rune manifests its spirit, it will turn into an evil spirit. Therefore, he thought that this treasure land has given birth to a vicious race. But now it seems like Xianxia deliberately misled everyone. Once they enter the treasure land, they will think that the creatures inside are evil and savage and immediately start killing them. This way, Xianxia can enter the treasure land with peace of mind and then capture the creature transformed from the bloodline heavenly rune. These vicious bastards, they truly deserve to die. I was almost deceived by them. Qin Yan cursed in his heart, we cannot let them go in and commit crimes. He immediately released the latest news through the devil mirror, saying that the creatures inside the Xianxia treasure land are gentle vegetarians. Xianxia deliberately misled everyone. His goal is very malicious, he wants to slaughter a new race and then seize the bloodline heavenly rune. Qin Yun is the divine king of myriad heavens divine desolate. Although he is called young divine king, if the great divine king of nine sun holy ground doesn't come out, he has the qualifications to maintain the order of divine desolate. A new powerful race has appeared in divine desolate. Now that they are facing a threat, he can't just sit and watch. After Qin Yun released the news, he immediately contacted An Wukong and asked him to control the Devil Mirror's formation base to let as many people as possible see his news. An Wukong is from the other space race, he has been suppressed by the law enforcement world for various reasons. Therefore, he sympathizes with those races that are targeted by the law enforcement world. Now he also agrees with Qin Yun's words. Originally, An Wukong came here to deal with the law enforcement world. Now he wants to take action even more. Little sister Hu, contact Yu Yao Yao and tell her to come here. Don't let her mix with those scoundrels. Tell her that I, Jade-faced Rat King, have something to discuss with her. Qin Yun said. Hu Mei'er took out the devil mirror and said, I can't guarantee that she will come, I will try my best. Many people saw Qin Yun's news on the devil mirror, especially the people outside the Xianxia treasure land. They are all discussing spiritedly. Xianxia is also very angry, he kept explaining this matter to Yu Yao Yao and other big shots. Moreover, he guaranteed that there are powerful evil spirits inside the forest. He said that the creature transformed from the bloodline heavenly rune is a non-human race beast. Brother Rat King, are you the one who sent that news? Long Tianyan asked in low voice because he saw that Qin Yun is very serious and didn't say a single word. Clearly, he is investigating the forest. Yes. Qin Yun nodded and said, the races inside are very gentle but very strong. As long as we don't provoke them, there won't be any conflict. Long Tianyan let out a long sigh, nodded and said, that's good. Sister Yao Yao said she will come over. Brother Rat King, she might not talk to you alone, I can't guarantee. Hu Mei'er said in low voice. Don't worry, she will talk to me. Qin Yun looked at Yu Yao Yao who was flying over. Yu Yao Yao flew over, Li Shuang, Mu Jin, Yu Qiao and other women also followed behind her. Qin Yun released a several dozen meter long flying ship in the sky. He wants to bring Yu Yaoyao inside to talk. Yu Yaoyao arrived, her bright red long hair fluttered in the wind, making her look even more gorgeous. Her light pink beautiful eyes are looking at Qin Yun. She still can't tell that this is Qin Yun. What do you want to talk to me alone? Yu Yaoyao is also considered polite, she said with a smile. Let's talk here. Yu Xiaoqiao said in low voice, Sister Yaoyao, does this jade-face rat king want to confess to you? This woman from Sun Yin divine race's Yu family is truly astonishing. One must know that many people are staring at this red-haired beautiful Yu Yaoyao. She is very eye-catching. One divine son takes off one piece of clothing. When are you going to take it off? Qin Yun directly said. Yu Yaoyao's expression changed, her face is filled with astonishment. She didn't expect that this jade-face rat king is actually Qin Yun. Qin Yun has always been jokingly called Rat King by the non-human race. She never thought that Qin Yun would really become a rat king and infiltrate the non-human race. Let's go, get on my ship. Qin Yun pulled the astonished Yu Yaoyao and flew towards the large ship. The women present are all dumbstruck. Especially the words Qin Yun said before, one divine son takes off one piece of clothing, when are you going to take it off? This is very easy to let people's imagination run wild. There are 4 divine sons in the sky, Sister Yaoyao should be able to wear 4 pieces of clothing, right? Yu Xiaoqiao muttered. Fortunately, the 9 divine sons haven't all come out, otherwise Sister Yaoyao wouldn't have enough clothes to take off. Mu Jin said in a low voice, what's going on with this jade-face rat king? How does he know Sister Yaoyao? And so familiar. Hu Meier's face is also filled with astonishment. She knows more because the brother rat king she spoke of also knows big shots like Ming Yunwei and Long Tianyan. Now, with just a few words, he brought Yu Yaoyao into a large ship. Who knows what he is going to do inside? There is a very comfortable hall inside the ship. After Qin Yun brought Yu Yaoyao in, he took out some tea to serve her. Qin Yun, you really know how to play. You actually pretended to be a rat king. Yu Yaoyao crossed her arms in front of her chest, her beautiful face is filled with displeasure. Just now, you said something about a divine son taking off one piece of clothing and then you brought me in, drink my tea. Qin Yun curled his lips and said, I let your kuan pung out and you still haven't thanked me. Previously, when I was being scolded by that tramping Tianny in the 4 divine sons, you didn't even help me. When Yu Yaoyao was in front of everyone, she gave people a feeling that she was beautiful, intelligent, decent and magnanimous, and had an extraordinary temperament. And in Qin Yun's eyes, she is just a silly girl, and a rather mischievous one at that. When Yu Yaoyao heard about the beast collar, she couldn't help but touch her beautiful neck. She snorted, what are you trying to do? Let me tell you, I, Yu Yaoyao, am Heavenly Lord Yu Yaoyao. It's more like I'm the one controlling you. I am not a beast. Qin Yun touched the fake beard on his face and said with a smile. You're the jade-faced rat king, why aren't you a beast? Yu Yaoyao smiled and then became serious again. Qin Yun, let me tell you this. Whether it is the Great Sky Divine Clan or the Sun Yin Divine Clan, they are not to be trifled with. The other is that Xianxia. That's because he's from the heavenly mystery sect of the law enforcement world. He's even more powerful. Qin Yun walked to the back of the royal demon chair and stroked her long red hair. It was soft to the touch and he laughed, Yin Tianny, that bastard, couldn't do anything to me. Could it be that when I attacked the Sun Yin divine tribe, I killed Yin Tianny and his men? The physical bodies of these Sun Yin divine tribesmen are not considered as provoking them? The mention of the 4 divine sons infuriated Imperial Yaoyao. She snorted and said, Qin Yun, why are you speaking to me in such a manner in the 4 divine sons? You made me lose face. Who told you to be together with Yin Tianny and not help me? Qin Yun said unhappily, you are already like this, why should I give you face? Oh, I know, you are. Jealous. You can't bear to see me and Yin Tianny together, right? Yu Yaoyao's beautiful pink eyes twinkled with amusement. Qin Yun was originally playing with Yu Yaoyao's long hair. When he heard what she said, he immediately covered her beautiful jade-like cheeks from behind and rubbed them. What are you doing? Let go of me. Yu Yaoyao's sexy and beautiful pink lips pouted as she shouted. The Imperial Yaoyao's face was quite meaty. Furthermore, it was very smooth and soft. To a face-kneading demon like Qin Yun, kneading it gave him quite a good feeling. After Qin Yun released her, he laughed and said, "Yao Yao, I heard from Princess Luo that you want to subdue me, is that right?" "That's right, I want to subdue you and make you my follower." Imperial Demon Yao touched her face and then tidied up her messy bright red long hair. Qin Yun sat on the chair opposite to Imperial Demon Yao, crossed his legs and looked at her. He said with smile, "You want to subdue me, it seems like I have to think of a way to subdue you and make you my concubine. Get lost." Yu Yao Yao curled his lips and said, "You? Why should I, this Empyrean imperial beast, be your concubine?" "Then what right do you have to make me your follower?" said Qin Yun with a smile. "Because I am Imperial Demon. Imperial Demon delicately shouted, "Qin Yun, one day I will capture you. Let's not talk about this first. Remember, don't fool around with Xianxia and his group." Qin Yun said, "Those guys are not good people. Don't help them break through the barrier and enter. The new races that appeared in the treasure land are all relatively gentle." Speaking of this matter, Imperial Demon Yao's expression became serious and said, "Are you sure? That Xianxia swore to me that all the living beings in the treasure land are very evil and need to be subdued. If what he said is true, then I, Qin Yun, am willing to be subdued by you." Qin Yun spread out his hands and said, "If he lied, then you will be my concubine, how about it?" Naive, how could I use that guy Xianxia's words to make a bet? Alright, I won't help him. Imperial Demon Yao also promised Qin Yun and said, "I also won't be together with them in the future. Sunny Divine Race and Great Heaven Divine Race people are all very bad. These guys will most likely become my formidable enemies." Qin Yun said. Imperial Demon Yao said with smile, "It seems like you really want to fight them to the end. Good, as expected of someone I admire. I want to subdue you even more now. Yao Yao, you come from Yu ancient clan. Your clan should be very strong, right?" Qin Yun asked. "When your elder comes down, if he wants to open the barrier, I will absolutely not allow it." Hearing Qin Yun's words, Imperial Demon Yao's expression immediately became solemn. Because Qin Yun is very likely to have a conflict with their Yu ancient clan elders, Imperial Demon Yao knows that Qin Yun's strength is not weak. She also knows that their Yu ancient clan elders are very strong. If you fight with them, you will be the one who will suffer. Imperial Demon Yao said with certainty, not to mention that Great Heaven Divine Race, Sunny Divine Race and Law Enforcement Realm will help, just my elder's strength alone will be enough to defeat you. Let's wait and see." Qin Yun originally wanted to take out the mysterious purple talisman, but after thinking about it, he decided not to. He doesn't want Imperial Demon Yao to leak the matter of the talisman. Imperial Demon Yao took out her devil mirror and said to Qin Yun, "Come, add me. After adding you, will you often post nice selfies?" Qin Yun also took out the devil mirror and added Imperial Demon Yao. "Do you want to see those who wear very little clothes?" Imperial Demon Yao tenderly groaned and said, "I really didn't expect that a jade-faced rat king like you would be able to pick up Mei so quickly. Even though this little fox is very charming, she is very smart. How could she be bewitched by you?" Qin Yun said with mischievous smile, "This is where my charm lies. To be honest, you are not as good-looking as little sister fox. Look at her selfies, she is much better looking than you. Your level is clearly not as good as her. Go away." Imperial Demon Yao groaned in a very bad mood. "Oh, that's right, you said before that as long as I steal a little divine sun, you will take off a piece of clothing. I stole a lot of little divine suns." Qin Yun giggled and said, "Yao Yao, as heavenly venerable imperial beast, you can't go back on your words." Imperial Demon Yao clenched her teeth, immediately stretched out her hand and ruthlessly pinched Qin Yun's waist. She said in low voice, "You bastard, didn't you say that it would hurt your eyes?" "I only said that you hurt my eyes, I didn't say that I wouldn't let you take it off." Qin Yun pushed away Imperial Demon Yao's hand and said with smile, "Go away. Just treat it as if my words don't count." Imperial Demon Yao originally did not believe that Qin Yun could steal those little divine suns. And now, even if Qin Yun said that he could pluck a myriad realms divine sun, she would more or less believe it. After Qin Yun finished talking with Imperial Demon Yao, he felt a lot more at ease. He is still rather worried that Imperial Demon Yao would help the law enforcement world. Oh, that's right, does your dark Kunpeng really not dare to come out? Qin Yan asked. Of course not, if the Kunpeng wants to come out, it's fine. But it is truly afraid of the energy inside the treasure land. That's why I didn't let it come out, I pretended to be afraid. Imperial Demon Yao said. Qin Yan nodded and said, that's good, otherwise if the dark Kunpeng came out, it might really be able to tear apart that barrier. Imperial Demon Yao shook her head and said, you are wrong, that barrier is very difficult to break, I am very sure of it. Oh? Why? Qin Yan hastily asked, don't tell me you understand that barrier very well? It's the bloodline heavenly rune that caused the formation of the barrier. The energy of the bloodline heavenly rune is very dreadful, the barrier formed is naturally very sturdy. Imperial Demon Yao said, I went to the vicinity of the Through Heaven sword formation before and understood how sturdy it is. That Xian, treasure land's barrier is even more sturdy than the Through Heaven sword formation. You can see it? Qin Yan is very doubtful, how did you see it? Imperial Demon Yao took out a mirror, this mirror is used to store the dark Kunpeng. She said with smile, I will use this mirror to look at the barrier, the Kunpeng will know if it can break it or not. Then can your dark Kunpeng break the Through Heaven sword formation? Qin Yan's brows are raised and he asked. It can. Imperial Demon Yao put away her mirror, her jade face is flushed red as she said, alright, let's quickly go out so that they don't have any wild thoughts. Especially that Xianxia, she always shoots her mouth off. Qin Yan immediately left the ship with Imperial Demon Yao and stored the ship. After going out, Xianxia, Mu Jin, Hu Mei'er and the other girls all looked at Imperial Demon Yao and Qin Yan who is all smiles with a strange expression. It's been a long time. Xianxia said with a calm expression, Sister Yao Yao, is Jade-faced Rat King controlling you or are you controlling him? Controlling your head. Imperial Demon Yao knew that Xianxia is talking nonsense, she immediately went over and pinched her waist. Long Tianyan coughed dryly and said, you ancient clan's elders are about to arrive, if they open the barrier, what should we do? Qin Yan said, I will stop him. Imperial Demon Yao is now worried about this, she doesn't want Qin Yan to have any conflict with you. Ancient clan's elders. Moreover, she doesn't know which elder will arrive. Qin Yan took out the magic mirror and contacted An Wukong, Xia Wufeng and others. He found out that they are still on the way. An Wukong is currently using multiple teleportation, he will arrive very quickly, Xia Wufeng and Heavenly Ghost Ancestor will be a lot slower. Mad Sun Tiger Emperor also needs time to rush over from 4 Divine Sunday Zao set off from Through Heaven sword formation, he is very far from here, he should be the last to arrive. And the fastest to arrive is Yu Shangyun, she arrived with Xiao Xianqin. Qin Yan immediately contacted Xiao Xianqin through the magic mirror and asked her to give the magic mirror to Yu Shangyun. Yu Shangyun found out that Qin Yan is Jade-faced Rat King, she is quite surprised. After receiving the magic mirror, she immediately used mental power to talk to Qin Yan and said, Qin Yan, why are you so restless? You sneaked into a non-human race gathering, it's too dangerous. That realm perfection purple ginseng is very useful, Sister Shangyun, you are also an alchemist, you should know how useful it is, right? Qin Yan immediately said. This caused Yu Shangyun to not say anything more. Alright, I will find some time to study that realm perfection purple ginseng with you. Seeing that Qin Yan is fine, Yu Shangyun no longer blamed him for being reckless. Sister Rujing, Feng Yue and others are all hit by Terminator Xian killing curse, it was done by that Xian killer. Sister Shangyun, is it convenient for you to go out and fight? I plan to take down that Xian killer before you ancient clan's elders arrive. Qin Yan asked. Of course it's convenient, we will immediately take action. Yu Shangyun has always been worried about Feng Yue and others. After knowing that Xian killer is right in front of them, she can no longer wait. In this kind of matter, she is even more irrational than Qin Yan. Qin Yan is very surprised that Yu Shangyun is so anxious to take action. Because she has always been cautious, especially when facing the law enforcement world. Furthermore, she is facing Xianxia from the Heaven Mystery Sect. Sister Shangyun, that Xianxia is not easy to deal with. Furthermore, there are also people from the Great Heaven Divine Race and the Great Yin Divine Race. Qin Yan transmitted his voice through the magic mirror. Wait patiently. After all, Xianxia is an Empyrean from the Heaven Mystery sect. Wait for my friends to come, I will attack together. If it is really his curse that harmed Fengyu and the others, I will definitely not let him off easy. Even if he did not personally cast the curse, I will still make him look good. Although Yu Shangyun's voice came from the magic mirror, Qin Yin could feel the anger in her voice. Qin Yin understood that Yu Shangyun is angry, that is why she became so impulsive. After all, her enemy is right in front of her. Xianxia's Terminator Xian killing curse caused her good sisters to fall into a deep sleep. Aren't you afraid of the Heaven Mystery sect's revenge? Qin Yin asked, didn't you tell me not to interfere in this matter? Don't worry about it, are you going to make a move or not? This is a good opportunity. If we wait any longer, what if even more powerful experts from the Heaven's Secrets sect come over, or if he has even more helpers? Yu Shangyun said, I also have my own considerations, I am not reckless and impulsive. Qin Yin thought about it and felt that Yu Shangyun's consideration was not without reason. Among his friends, the one who could arrive the fastest was An Wukong. He was strong enough and could use powerful spatial techniques. Alright, you better not let them recognize you as the Emperor of the Divine Moon Clan. Can you do it? Qin Yin also decided to take action. It's not difficult for me, you can rest assured. I also don't want to implicate the Divine Moon Clan. Yu Shangyun said, I will use a new outfit to fight, we will contact each other again. She asked for Xiao Xianqin's magic mirror, then let Xiao Xianqin fly to Imperial Demon Yao's side and then flew far away. Qin Yin secretly transmitted his voice to Luo Yaofeng beside him, telling her about the operation and telling her to prepare. If any other situation occurs, she can decisively take action. After making the arrangements, Qin Yin used an urgent matter as an excuse and flew away. Long Tianyan and Long Jilan didn't notice anything wrong with his sudden departure. As for Imperial Yao Yao, she felt that something was amiss. Because Qin Yin had previously said that he would stop anyone from opening the enchantment of the treasure land. Now that he had suddenly left, how could they stop him, who may or didn't notice anything? She just felt that it was a little sudden. Ming Yunue and Imperial Yao Yao are the same. They believe that Qin Yin's sudden departure is very strange. After Qin Yin flew far away, he saw a small silver boat. The cabin of the boat was about the size of a room. It was Yu Shangyun's boat. Come in. When Qin Yin approached, Yu Shangyun's voice sounded in his mind. After Qin Yin entered, he saw that Yu Shangyun had already taken off her armor. The cabin was filled with a strange fragrance. Once again, Qin Yin breathed in the incomparably wonderful fragrance. He felt like he was instantly intoxicated. It was as though he had fallen into a very warm and comfortable state of tenderness. Yu Shangyun took off her armor, revealing her mesmerizing and fragrant body, outlining her perfect curves. Her snow-white jade-like skin was faintly discernible under the thin veil. It was filled with a dreamy and blurred beauty. Coupled with the fragrance of her jade body, she was so beautiful that it was suffocating. Qin Yin stared at Yu Shangyun's heroic and domineering beautiful face. He felt that he had gotten to know this divine moon beauty in a new light. Sister Shangyun, you've changed a lot. It took Qin Yin a long while to calm down the various emotions that surged in his heart and said. Yu Shangyun's eyes flickered, seemingly carrying traces of tenderness but even more coldness and majesty. She said in a low voice, now is not the time to talk about this. How do you think I should dress up? Qin Yin immediately took out a set of silver armor. Furthermore, the helmet that came with the armor was a very powerful dragon head sculpture. On both shoulders of the armor, there were 2 dragon heads and the entire body was covered with dragon carvings. Put on this armor. Qin Yin said, even if you reveal a very strong divine moon power during battle, when you release it through the armor, there will be even stronger dragon power that can cover up most of your divine moon aura. Alright. Yu Shangyun promptly took it and said, help me put it on. Qin Yin immediately touched the armor on her body. The armor flickered with silver light and then as if it had fused with her body, it stuck closely to her body and very easily put on. The defense is not bad. The stronger your divine power, the stronger the armor's defense. Qin Yin said. When Qin Yin had time, he would also make some defensive equipment. For example, these armors were originally made for Zi Qingqing and the others to wear. And this set of silver dragon armor was made according to Long Tianji's request. However, she has only worn it a few times. When Qinyan borrowed it from her, it was still very new. Qinyan took out a smiling face mask and put it on his head. He said, "Sister Shangyun, you must pay attention to that Xianxia. He is very good at cursing. When the time comes, let me take the lead and you can support me from the side. Follow me closely, I won't let anyone harm you." Yu Shangyun held Qinyan's hand and said, "Qinyan, what you need to do is capture Xianxia and don't let his soul escape. Qinyan is very worried because this time he is moving together with you. Shangyun. He is afraid that she will be injured." I understand." Qinyan is also prepared and nodded. "Let's go." Yu Shangyun brought Qinyan and flew out of the boat. Then she stored the boat and flew towards the palace ahead. While flying, Qinyan used invisibility technique to make him and Yu Shangyun invisible. Very soon, they arrived at the crowd. There are tens of thousands of people around Xianxia's palace. Therefore, the aura is rather chaotic. After flying into this area, it is still very safe. Xianxia is outside the palace, talking and laughing with the elders of Great Heaven Divine Race and Great Yin Divine Race. 18th sect leader Lin Chuankuan also laughed from time to time but did not interrupt. Yin Tianyi is also beside a Great Yin Divine Race elder. His shoulder was crushed by Qinyan earlier but now it is recovering very quickly. "Qinyan, did you cheat when you were refining the iron crystal divine pill in the alchemy competition?" Yu Shangyun asked with a voice transmission. "I didn't? What's wrong?" Qinyan did not expect Yu Shangyun to also pay attention to that competition. "Why is the quality of your iron crystal divine pill so high?" Yu Shangyun is very curious about this. She is an alchemist, so she is even more puzzled. "Because I can copy the medicinal energy. With a large amount of medicinal energy, I can refine it and the quality is naturally very high." Qinyan replied. Originally, Qinyan was somewhat nervous but after talking to Yu Shangyun about pill refining, he unknowingly relaxed a lot. He also suddenly realized that Yu Shangyun deliberately helped him relax. Luo Yaofeng is currently paying attention to Xianxia. She is also very nervous because Qinyan and Yu Shangyun are going to directly attack. Xianxia is wearing gray robes and green hair, he is very conspicuous in the crowd. Qinyan used invisibility technique and gradually approached with Yu Shangyun. Ling Yuner is also incomparably serious at this moment, she used her little nether son to cooperate with Qinyan. Qinyan's own nether son, Ling Yuner's little nether son and 9 sun divine spirits nether Sunday. Now 3 nether sons are devouring his and Yu Shangyun's aura together. In this way, they won't have any aura approaching at all. Qinyan secretly communicated with Yu Shangyun and told her that he would do his best to bring her over. As long as the distance is right, he would decisively attack. The distance is getting closer and closer, Qinyan suddenly stopped. They are now only a few dozen meters away from Xianxia and the group of big shots. To Yu Shangyun, this distance is enough for her to succeed in an instant. "I'm going to make my move." Yu Shangyun did not immediately take action and instead asked Qinyan. "All right." Qinyan replied. When Yu Shangyun came, the divine power in her body was constantly surging. It was mainly because Qinyan helped her restrain it. This is also thanks to the Sun and Moon Heart Sutra, the two of them can cooperate very well. Yu Shangyun has been preparing her divine power for a long time. At this moment, she suddenly released her divine power. That terrifying might instantly filled the world. A series of whistling sounds followed the violent wind and brazenly rose from all directions. This kind of terrifying divine power pressure made even Qinyan secretly feel fear. Fortunately, the armor he gave Yu Shangyun could transform her divine power aura into dragon power aura. Therefore, within this aura, there is a very strong aura of dragon power and not the aura of divine moon power. Yu Shangyun instantly arrived beside Xianxia. The longsword in her hand moved as fast as lightning, ruthlessly and steadily as it pierced into Xianxia's forehead. Whoosh, the longsword swung and the sword cry was like a dragon's roar. A boundless divine moon power accompanied by a dragon's might spread out in all directions. That power has an extremely strong destructive power towards the mind and soul, causing the surrounding experts to feel a sharp pain in their souls. After Xianxia's head was stabbed, his soul immediately left his body. However, because of the sword's might, it was unable to quickly fly away. Qin Yan had already followed closely behind. He took out the soul creation heavenly cauldron and quickly placed it on Xianxia's soul. Success. Qin Yan never thought that it would go so smoothly. Who are you? Leng Chuanquan said angrily. Yu Shangyun directly used her sword to respond to him. With a sweep of her sword, the sword wind was like a huge wave formed from lightning. It surged forward and enveloped Leng Chuanquan's body. Her tyrannical aura was completely fused with her divine power, giving off a very strong mental pressure. Let's go. Qin Yan immediately sent a sound transmission to Yu Shangyun. Yu Shangyun listened to Qin Yan and flashed to Qin Yan's side. She grabbed his wrist and swept her sword a few times in all directions, releasing waves of fierce silver sword wind that repelled the enemies from all directions. That damned Leng Chuanquan, he scolded me when I was at the Four Divine Sunday. I'll take care of him in the future. When Qin Yan was taken away by Yu Shangyun, he transmitted his voice to her. I'll kill him once now. Yu Shangyun was also at the Four Divine Sun back then, so she naturally knew that Leng Chuanquan had scolded Qin Yan. Furthermore, she was infuriated because of this. Yu Shangyun, who was originally about to leave, immediately brought Qin Yan to Leng Chuanquan's side. With a few swift and violent slashes, the berserk divine moon power transformed into countless lightning sword images that pierced through Leng Chuanquan's body. After being pierced by thousands of lightning swords, Leng Chuanquan's body was torn into countless small pieces. An expert of Xianxia's level was actually assassinated in front of so many people. There are many heavenly secret assassins present. They were all scared out of their wits by what just happened. Not only Xianxia was killed, even the 18th sect leader Leng Chuanquan's body was destroyed in one move. Chu Wuxing knows that it was Qin Yan and his friend who attacked, but he is still very shocked. He thought that many people attacked together, but it seems that there were only two. Furthermore, the main culprit was only one person. Xianxia brought everyone here thinking that they would enter the treasure land to subdue the bloodline heavenly rune evil spirit. He never expected that he would be killed before even entering the treasure land. After Qin Yan was taken away by Yu Shangyun, no one dared to chase after them. Someone who can kill Xianxia in one move is naturally very powerful. Although the elders of Great Heaven Divine Race and Great Yin Divine Race are very strong, they are not confident that they can defeat that mysterious assassin. Luo Yaofeng saw that Qin Yan and Yu Shangyun have safely left and let out a sigh of relief. She is not too surprised because she is very clear about Yu Shangyun's strength. Long Tianyan suspects that it was Qin Yan, but just now they all sensed a very strong dragon aura from the assassin's body. It is not Qin Yan's aura. Yu Yaoyao also thought that it might be Qin Yan, so she immediately took out the magic mirror and sent a message to Qin Yan. And Wukong also arrived at this time. He found out that Xianxia and Leng Chuanquan have been killed and secretly cursed himself for being too slow. Brother, why didn't you wait for me? And Wukong contacted Qin Yan through the magic mirror and scolded, you are really something, making me happy for nothing. I thought that I could take this opportunity to teach those bastards a lesson. Brethren, it was not me, it was my other friend. She hates the law enforcers, so she could not help but attack. I was only responsible for bringing her over. Qin Yan immediately replied and then contacted Xia Wufeng, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor and Zao to tell them not to fight anymore. He did not reply to Yu Yaoyao and told her to wait for a while. Yu Shangyun tightly grabbed Qin Yan's arm and brought him to a very far place. They arrived at a place filled with steep mountains. Only after arriving here did she ask Qin Yan to take out the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda and place it in a very wide and deep crevice. After entering the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, Qin Yan immediately took out the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and said with smile, Sister Shangyun, you are truly awesome. You are much stronger than I imagined. You took care of this guy so quickly. This guy doesn't have any defense at all. I also overestimated his strength. Yu Shangyun controlled the silver dragon armor to leave her body, revealing her soft and fragrant body that was wrapped in a light muslin. Qin Yan secretly took a deep breath as he greedily sucked in the beauty's fragrance. Yu Shangyun did not immediately change into her black armor. Instead, she took out a long robe and put it on. Her dignified and beautiful eyes revealed a faint gentleness as she said to Qin Yun, "We have already captured Xianxia. How are you going to get him to help you remove the curse?" Yu Shangyun would be very happy if 3 out of the 5 kings came back. There are also Xian Rujing and Yi Yaoshua, she is very fond of him. Especially Yi Yaoshua's mysterious fusion heavenly rune, it can help her concoct pills and refine tools. During this period of time, every time she concocted pills, she missed Yi Yaoshua very much. "I will give it a try, I will control him first." Qin Yan patted the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and yelled, "Xianxia, do you know who I am? I don't care who you are, you will be finished sooner or later. Don't think that your broken toy can imprison me. I will be able to rush out in less than 10 years. Xianxia's furious voice echoed. Then the spirit creation heavenly cauldron also issued trembling sounds. Xianxia only has a soul left, but his soul is still very strong. It can collide with the spirit creation heavenly cauldron and cause trembling sounds. "Xianxia, I am Qin Yun, I have soul lost nectar in my hand. With your position, you should know what it is, right?" Qin Yun said with mischievous smile. You wretched bastard, don't think you can scare me." Xianxia was scared at first, but then he thought about how crafty Qin Yun is. He laughed loudly and said, "Qin Yun, you pitiful worm, so what if you killed heavenly venerables and protected your god position? And you are just a little divine king, the great divine king of 9 Sun Holy Land is the true divine king." Qin Yun immediately released a soul that has been dripped with soul-lost nectar and floated to Xianxia's side. Xianxia, who was laughing loudly just now, immediately calmed down. Soon after, Qin Yun informed Yu Shangyun about the soul-lost nectar. Soul-lost nectar can deal with undying and imperishable souls, but the quantity is too little. It is not enough to destroy the souls of divine sun descendants on a large scale. Yu Shangyun lightly sighed and said, "Indeed, but it is very useful to deal with trash like Xianxia." Qin Yun patted the spirit creation heavenly cauldron again and said with smile, "Xianxia, I am indeed a pitiful worm, but I will soon destroy your memories and consciousness. At that time, you will not even be a pitiful worm." "Qin Yun, state your conditions." Xianxia's tone softened a bit. He directly asked Qin Yun to state his conditions, indicating that he has already wisely admitted defeat. Qin Yun revealed a trace of a smile towards Yu Shangyun and said, "Sister Shangyun, look, this guy only has this much ability." Yu Shangyun is secretly apprehensive. Qin Yun easily dealt with an Empyrean of the Heaven Mystery Sect. Moreover, it seems like he is very experienced. Clearly, he has used this method frequently before. Only now did she realize that Qin Yun had already secretly infiltrated the Heaven Mystery Sect. "Sign a master and servant contract with me. You will be my servant and then help me remove a few Terminator profound killing curse." Qin Yun said. "You are delusional. How can I, the Grand Northern Empyrean Xianxia, be your servant?" Xianxia loudly rebuked. "You being my servant is better than being a pitiful worm. What's more, if I use soul-lost nectar on you, you won't even be a pitiful worm." Qin Yun said with smile, Xianxia, do you think you have a choice? You devil." Xianxia loudly shouted, "The one who set up a trap for you and the Divine Moon Clan was not me. I only provided the Terminator profound killing curse. I did not participate in this matter from beginning to end. But your Terminator profound killing curse caused my sisters to suffer and fall into deep sleep. You even almost caused them to die." Yu Shangyun's ice-cold and angry voice came. "Tianshi Xiang, have you not finished with Qin Yun yet? You actually joined forces again." Xianxia said with sneer, "It seems like everything the Heaven Mystery Sect did before was in vain. They did not make you turn against each other. Qin Yun is already Yu Shangyun's man. Do you think I don't understand my man? Your Heaven Mystery Sect is delusional enough to provoke us." Yu Shangyun shouted coldly. Qin Yun's heart secretly warmed. Yu Shangyun indeed did not misunderstand him. She said that they would sever all ties and not interact with each other. Maybe she only needed a place to vent. "Xianxia, you should be glad that you did not participate. So I can let you go and not use soul-lost nectar on you. As for the other upper echelons of the Heaven Mystery Sect, once I catch them, I will not give them this chance. I will very decisively use soul-lost nectar on them." Qin Yun said. Qin Yun, I can promise you that I will help you remove the Terminator profound killing curse. Moreover, I will not look into what happened today and will not mention it to anyone. I can sign a soul contract with you as a guarantee. Xianxia said, but I am not willing to be your servant. You have no choice. Qin Yun said, you must become my servant. Xianxia said with sneer, Tian Shixiang, Qin Yun can be considered powerful to be able to save 3 Divine Moon Clan's King Ju. However, they are currently in deep sleep. Without me, Xianxia, it is impossible for them to wake up. You better advise your man to take a step back. This way, your good sisters can wake up quickly. Otherwise, after he erases my memories, no one will be able to remove the Terminator profound killing curse. Without you, he will definitely be able to remove it. It is only a matter of time. Yu Xiangyun is very confident in Qin Yun's ability. She said with sneer, Xianxia, I advise you to agree to my man's condition. Otherwise, the one who will regret it will be you. Xianxia immediately became silent. He did not expect Yu Xiangyun to have such blind trust in Qin Yun. It is clear that their relationship is very good. Xianxia, you are now inside the soul creation heavenly cauldron. I can use it to refine your soul and extract your memories. I will be able to learn the method to remove the curse. Qin Yun said with smile, don't force me to use this move. Xianxia panicked a little and shouted, Qin Yun, even if you use the soul creation heavenly cauldron to refine my soul, as long as my soul resists, you might not be able to extract my memories. I can dilute the soul lost nectar into water and then soak your soul in the water. It will cause your soul to fall into a muddled state. The more Qin Yun spoke, the more excited he became. He said with smile, I really want to try it immediately. I have never tried it before. Even if I fail, I won't lose anything. No, you will definitely fail. Xianxia shouted loudly, don't act recklessly. Yu Xiangyun said to Qin Yun, do it. He didn't cherish the opportunity one gave him, he reaped what he sowed. Qin Yun, I am willing to sign master and servant contract with you, but I want equal rights. Xianxia can only cower. All right. Qin Yun said with smile, he also heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. Soon after, Qin Yun and Xianxia completed the master and servant contract and released Xianxia's soul. After Xianxia came out, he immediately released a body. It is the same body as the gray-clothed green-haired old man from before. His face is filled with displeasure. After all, he is the high and mighty North Heavenly Venerable Xianxia, but now he has become someone else's slave. Where did you get your body? Yu Xiangyun asked. My soul fused with a special spatial magic tool, it can store 2 bodies. Xianxia said, alright, where are they? I will help them remove the Terminator Shan kill curse. Qin Yun immediately let Ling Yuner come out and let her bring Yu Xiangyun and Xianxia to the vicinity of his nether Sunday. With Yu Xiangyun here, he can feel a lot more at ease. His nether sun Dao image is very important to him. Although Xianxia is already his slave, it is better to guard against the unexpected. So long as they can remove the curse, even if it takes time, Qin Yun and Yu Xiangyun can afford to wait. What they are most worried about is that Xian Rujing and the others will have a great negative impact on them. It will lead to problems in their cultivation in the future. It would be best if they can solve it as soon as possible. How long will it take? Qin Yun asked. 2 months at most. I will help them remove the curse, it won't take long. Xianxia said. At this time, Ling Yuner has already brought Xianxia and Yu Xiangyun into a sacred tribulation gate. After the gate opened, Xianxia and Yu Xiangyun realized that there is a very dreadful nether sun inside the gate. Qin Yun's nether sun is a very dreadful existence in other people's eyes, it is just that Qin Yun cannot sense it. So it is like this, time stops near the nether sun. The Terminator Shan kill curse produces curse power as time passes. As long as time is stopped, the Terminator profound killing curse can be stopped. After entering the sacred tribulation gate, Xianxia understood why Qin Yun was able to stall for so long. Xianxia, who is the one who set up this trap? Yu Xiangyun asked. You must have participated in the planning, what kind of role did she play in the planning team? I can't say. Xianxia said, even though I am one of the Heavenly Secrets Sect's heavenly venerables, I really can't say anything about this matter. Is it the power of the contract? Qinyan followed behind and asked. Not at all. I can't say anything. Xianxia said, Boss Qin, if you don't want to lose me as your servant, you better not force me. Qinyan also did not ask about this matter again. Finally, they arrived near the incomparably huge nether Sunday. Seeing that black and huge sphere, Yu Shangyun and Xianxia felt an unsuppressible fear in their hearts. Not to mention that the nether sun is very huge, it looks like a sphere but it also looks like a bottomless hole, it looks like it can swallow them at any time. Xian Rujing and the other women floating near the nether sun look like tiny grains of sand. Following Qinyan's control, a gravitational force wrapped around them and then slowly brought them over. Yu Shangyun saw her good sisters and promptly walked over and gently caressed their faces. Struck by the Terminator profound kill curse, black energy flowed beneath their skin, causing their skin to turn black. Xianxia cast a new curse on them one by one, using the curse to dispel the curse. His incantation patterns were white, and after he entered their bodies, the black incantation patterns on their skin gradually disappeared. Next, we need to wait patiently. Using a curse to break a curse is a confrontation between two kinds of curse techniques. This requires time. As expected, Xianxia completed it very quickly. Are the Dark Moon and Blood Moon still alive? Qinyan asked. Xianxia nodded his head, they are still alive, but they are very different from the women of the Divine Moon clan. What's the difference? Yu Shangyun hurriedly asked. Their souls are all based on the souls of Divine Sun descendants, they have been modified by us and Mother Moon. Of course, they are now sealed. Xianxia said. I will save them. Qinyan patted Yu Shangyun's shoulder. I'll go too. Yu Shangyun grabbed Qinyan's hand. Xianxia shook his head and said, none of you can go because even I don't know where the Heavenly Mystery Sect is, I also don't know where they are sealed. Qinyan already gave Chu Wuxing a tracking tool. So long as Chu Wuxing goes to the Heavenly Mystery Sect again, Qinyan will be able to locate the location of the Heavenly Mystery Sect. I will go. Qinyan said. Up to you, you won't be able to find them. Xianxia looked at Fengyu and the others and said, we can't let them stay here, otherwise we won't be able to proceed. Fengyu and the others are only sleeping, they won't be affected by this place. If experts like Yu Shangyun and Xianxia were near the nether sun, Qinyan's nether sun wouldn't be able to move them. Even Qinyan himself did not dare to stay here for too long. It would affect him. Yu Shangyun gently caressed the faces of Yi Yashui and the others and said to Qinyan, I will leave them to you. Qinyan said with frown, Sister Shangyun, you should bring them back to Divine Moon Clan. Yu Shangyun shook her head and said, this won't do, I can't guarantee that there are no traitors in Divine Moon Clan. I can't bring them back, even if they wake up, we can't let the clan know. Xianxia nodded and said, you are doing the right thing. Although Divine Moon is in Transformation Realm, it is under your control. However, Mother Moon doesn't want to let go of Divine Moon and Divine Moon Clan. I won't let her succeed. Yu Shangyun said, also, she is not the real Muyu. In my opinion, she should be called Evil Moon, but no matter what, she knows your Divine Moon Clan like the back of her hand, she knows your character very well, knows your weakness and also knows the situation of Divine Moon. Therefore, you should give up on Divine Moon as soon as possible. Xianxia said. Qinyan stored Fengyu and others into the 9-Sun Divine Soul and handed them over to Zi Qingqing and others to take care of. We can't give up on Divine Moon, this is the guarantee of our strength. Once we give up on Divine Moon, our cultivation speed will become very slow and we won't be able to keep up with the pace of Divine Desolate Great Era. We will be killed and our lives will be used as sacrifice. Yu Shangyun said in cold voice. They walked out of the sacred tribulation gate and returned to the 9-Sun heaven-raising pagoda. Ling Yin'er also left. What I mean is, we don't need this Divine Moon, think of a way to create another one. After all, the current Divine Moon is inextricably linked to the demonic moon. Xianxia looked at Qinyan and said, since Boss Qin can create 4 Divine Suns, it won't be a problem for you to join hands with him to create Divine Moon. Qinyan spread his hands and said, I only participated in the creation of 4 Divine Suns. Let's talk about it later. Yu Xiangyun also had this kind of thought in her heart. If Qin Yan's cultivation was a bit higher, she would definitely consider it as soon as possible. Xianxia suddenly extended his hand towards Qin Yan and said with smile, "Boss, give me a devil mirror. I want to see what everyone thinks about me being exterminated." Qin Yan immediately took out a devil mirror and gave it to him. Xianxia looked at the message on the devil mirror, his brows tightly wrinkled, and he cursed in low voice, "These guys, they actually looked down on me and said I am a weak chicken. And that bastard hiding in the dark, he said I want to slaughter a new race, I want to create him. That bastard is me." Qin Yan stroked his mouse-like beard and said with curled lips. Xianxia also knows that Qin Yan is impersonating Jade Face Rat King and cursed a few times in his heart. Now that he knows that Qin Yan wants to slaughter a new race, he very unhappily said, "Boss, no one knows what is going on inside the Xian-killing treasure land, how can we not go in and take a look? I have already investigated, I also said that the new race inside is mainly vegetarian. So it is better not to disturb them." Qin Yan said. "But, if we don't go in, someone else will. For example, the ancient Yu clan. If they come and open the bounded domain, they will definitely bring the Tai Tian God clan and Tai Yin God clan in. Don't look at how polite those two fellows are to me. They are just using me. Once they don't rely on me, I'm nothing in their eyes." Xianxia was anxious. His hands were making exaggerated gestures. Qin Yan said, "I will stop them." Xianxia shook his head, "You can't stop the ancient Yu clan, I'm not underestimating you, but the ancient Yu clan is just that strong." Xianxia, are there really living beings formed from bloodline heavenly patterns inside? Have you seen it with your own eyes? Asked Yu Xiangyun. She had once possessed a bloodline heavenly pattern box, so she was very interested in it. "Yes, I saw it with my own eyes. At that time, this forest hadn't formed a barrier yet. It's only been a few days and the barrier appeared. I can't open it, so I announced this matter." Xianxia said, "Boss, Lady Boss, don't miss this opportunity. How much do you know about bloodline heavenly runes?" Yu Xiangyun asked. "It's because I don't know much that I want to go in and take a look. Lady Boss, when you tried to assassinate me, those bastards from Great Heaven Divine Race and Great Yin Divine Race only pretended to save me, they didn't use their full strength, otherwise you wouldn't have succeeded so easily." Xianxia said. Qin Yan said, "You mean, they want nothing more than for you to die?" Xianxia said with sneer, "Isn't it obvious? Boss, you are also a Jianghu veteran, do you really think that these two powerful races are afraid of law enforcers and heavenly secret sect? The clan emperors of these two races are great divine king's disciples, they want nothing more than to take over the heavenly rules and Tao orthodoxy. Then we will first go and wait. If the ancient Yu clan truly comes, I will use all my strength to stop them." Qin Yan said. "Boss, don't stop them. You better think of a way to enter as soon as possible, then communicate with the living beings inside and work with them to fight against the enemies. This is the best way." Xianxia said sternly, "The elders of the ancient Yu clan are really strong." Yu Xiangyun asked, "How strong are they? How are they compared to Imperial Demon Yao?" "Yu Yao Yao is just a little girl and the strength of those seniors are at least several times stronger than this little girl," Xianxia said while looking at the devil mirror. Then he suddenly yelled, "They are here, they are here. Ancient Yu clan's elders are here." Qin Yan immediately took out the magic mirror and saw many pictures and videos being posted on the platform. He saw a few middle-aged and old men dressed in luxurious clothes. They are releasing a dark red energy to attack the barrier of the mysterious Death Treasure Land. "Let's go, we will immediately go over," Qin Yan said anxiously. Yu Xiangyun immediately changed into the black armor and flew out of the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda. Xianxia also followed her out. His speed is very fast, in a short while he disappeared without a trace. After Qin Yan stored away the 9-sun heaven-raising pagoda, he used Void Step and immediately chased after them. At the same time, he used the devil mirror to contact An Wukong and others, telling them that he will arrive soon. "Yao Yao, how is your relationship with those elders?" Qin Yan asked. "Two of them are my uncle and uncle." Imperial Demon Yao asked, "Qin Yan, did you attack Xianxia just now?" No, I didn't do it. Qin Yan firmly denied and asked, then what about your father? Did he not come? Not only Yu Yaoyao advised Qin Yan, Xianxia also said that the elders of Yu ancient clan are very strong, even more dreadful than Yu Yaoyao. While flying towards Xianxia treasure land, Qin Yan took out the devil mirror and looked at the people of Yu ancient clan. At the same time, he contacted Yu Yaoyao. Yaoyao, how is your relationship with those people? Is it good? My uncles are among them, but my relationship with them is not very good. In short, when I see them, I am just a junior and they are elders. Normally they are very strict. Yu Yaoyao said, also, my relationship with their children is very ordinary. In big families, competition is very serious, so you understand. If your relationship with them is good, then there is still room for discussion. Now it seems like there is no room for discussion. Qin Yan said. Qin Yan, even if you want to attack, you must tell me in advance. Also, if you can't beat them, don't try to be brave, run if you can. Yu Yaoyao said, if you fall into their hands, it will be very difficult for me. Qin Yan said with smile, don't worry, I am not stupid, if I can't beat them, I can run. It must be said that Xianxia treasure land's barrier is very strong. Even the elders of Yu ancient clan can't easily break it. But the dark red energy released by them is indeed very strong. It can penetrate through layer after layer of barrier and reach the Xianxia treasure land. It can also touch those crystallized ancient trees inside. From this, it can be seen that they can truly break this kind of formidable barrier. Qin Yan was secretly alarmed. If the ancient Yu clan's elders were to attack the Tong Tian sword array, they would definitely be able to break it open. Xianxia sent voice transmission to Qin Yan, boss, after you go over, you must calmly observe the situation, don't be in a rush to attack. Got it. Qin Yan replied. He is constantly using void step, his speed is much faster than Yu Shunyun and Xianxia, so he can rush over first. After Qin Yan arrived near the Xianxia treasure land, he is together with Yu Yaoyao and others. He is now using the identity of Jade Face Rat King. Where did you go? Humayr saw Qin Yan return and felt a lot relieved. She is very worried that something might have happened to Qin Yan. Just a small matter. Qin Yan said, how long have those Yu ancient clan people been going on? It's been almost 2 hours. Humayr said in low voice, Brother Rat King, you missed a great show just now. A mysterious expert appeared and killed Xianxia. Even the 18th sect leader Lung Quan Kuan was killed on the spot. I saw it from the magic mirror. It was indeed very scary. Actually, if you think about it, it's not that strange. These guys are usually so arrogant, it's normal for them to provoke experts. Qin Yan said. When Luo Yaofeng saw Qin Yan return, he knew that Qin Yan had most likely succeeded. Just as everyone was watching the elders of the ancient Yu clan attack the barrier, Xianxia suddenly appeared. Lord Heavenly Venerate, are you alright? An elder from the great sky god tribe asked in surprise as he watched the grey-robed, green-haired elder fly over. How could something happen to me? Xianxia said calmly, a mere scoundrel. He only had a slight advantage in sneak attacks. He's not my match at all. The sudden appearance of Xianxia caused a commotion at the scene. Because before, everyone saw Xianxia's physical body being destroyed, his soul captured, but now, he ran back. As expected of Lord North Heavenly Venerate. An elder from the Sun Moon Divine tribe flew over with a smile and asked, may I know who did it? From the remnant aura, it seems to be from the Dragon tribe. Could it be the 9 Sun Dragon tribe? Long Tianyan's face changed and he immediately flew over with Long Jilan. Sun Moon Divine tribe, don't talk nonsense. We, the 9 Sun Dragon tribe, would never do such a thing. Long Tianyan, who had a weak and delicate appearance, shouted angrily. Io, 9 Sun Dragon tribe brat, I'm just guessing. Why are you reacting so strongly? Did you really do it? The elder from the Sun Moon Divine tribe sneered. Old bastard, shut up. Long Jilan shouted coldly. Junior of the Dragon tribe, it's not your turn to be presumptuous. Since you are disrespectful to your elders, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of the elders of the Dragon tribe. The elder from the Sun Moon Divine tribe sneered and raised his hand to attack. Xianxia immediately flew over and said with smile, forget it, you are an elder. How can you lower yourself to the same level as the younger generation? The ones who sneak attacked me were not from the 9-Sun Dragon tribe but 2 guys from the Demon Dragon tribe. I killed them. Demon Dragon tribe. When the elders of the non-human race heard this, their faces changed and they are filled with fear. This is a race that can cause people to tremble in fear, however, Qin Yan has never heard of it before. Is it really the Demon Dragon tribe? Even the elder from the Sun Moon Divine tribe's face became extremely grave. At this moment, the middle-aged man from the ancient Yu clan said, most likely. Only the Demon Dragon tribe is good at this kind of thing. 9-Sun Dragon tribe? Hee, they are not brave enough. Long Tianyan groaned but he could not refute. Qin Yan pinched the frightened Hu Meier and said in low voice, little sister Hu, what is the origin of the Demon Dragon tribe? Ah? You don't know? Brother Rat King, have you been hiding in the cave for too long? You actually don't know about the Demon Dragon tribe. Hu Meier is even more shocked. Yu Yaoyao's eyes are filled with disdain, she said with smile, Brother Rat King, is your mouse hole very deep? Indeed. Do you want to go and have a seat? Qin Yan said. The beautiful woman beside Yu Yaoyao said, the Demon Dragon tribe is a very vicious and ruthless race. They are all dragons, very dreadful demon dragons. Is that so? In my opinion, the Law Enforcement Realm, Suning Divine Tribe and Great Heaven Divine Tribe are also very vicious. Furthermore, the ancient Yu clan wants to intrude into the territory of other races. What is the difference between them and the Demon Dragon tribe? Qin Yan curled his lips and said. This caused Yu Xiaoqiao to become speechless. After all, she knows that the Suning Divine Tribe is not a good race. Brother Rat King, you only need to know that the Demon Dragon tribe is very dreadful. If you meet them, you must hide far away. Hu Meier warned. Then have you seen the dragons of the Demon Dragon tribe? Qin Yan asked. Yu Yaoyao and Hu Meier shook their heads. What they know about the Demon Dragon tribe is only hearsay. At this time, Long Tianyan and Long Jilan also flew back. Jilan, I never expected that the Demon Dragon tribe would come. Furthermore, they are so daring to openly attack us. Your 9-Sun Dragon race will definitely not sit and watch, right? Yu Qiaoqiao said. Long Jilan shook her head, if it was truly done by the Demon Dragon tribe, we will not be able to do anything to them. Long Tianyan said with frown, the Demon Dragon tribe very rarely come out. Their atrocities are only rumors and not many people have seen them with their own eyes. Although many people have seen Xianxia and Ling Chuanquan being sneak attacked, no one has seen the Demon Dragon tribe's people show themselves. Xianxia said that it was done by the Demon Dragon tribe's dragons, there should be no mistake. Mu Jin said, Big Brother Tianyan, don't tell me that you don't think so? Long Tianyan shook his head and said, I don't know. I just feel that the Demon Dragon tribe's dragon might should not be like this. How should I put it, the dragon might from earlier contained a very strong divine moon power. That's very normal. After all, the divine moon's divine power can be absorbed by the various races of the divine desolate. The Demon Dragon tribe's dragons can also devour a great amount of divine moon power. Luo Yaofeng said. She is from the divine moon and she knows that the one who attacked earlier was Yu Shengyun. Long Tianyan nodded and said, that might be the case. In short, we must not face the Demon Dragon tribe's dragons head-on. Xianxia said that the Demon Dragon tribe's dragons sneak attacked him and they have already been killed by him. This matter immediately spread through the Devil Mirror. Qin Yan suddenly felt that the situation was far from good. If the Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan's dragon was truly drawn over, it would definitely become even more lively. Because Xianxia was sneak attacked and his body was instantly destroyed, he was ridiculed as a weak chicken on the Devil Mirror. Now that he has appeared, he naturally wants to regain his face. Then he will bring out the Demon Dragon tribe's name. Now that he has appeared, many of the powerful race's big shots feel admiration towards Xianxia. Even the ancient Yu clan's elders have a trace of fear in their eyes when they look at Xianxia. Xianxia has a proud expression, his hands are behind his back. He is looking at the ancient Yu clan's elders opening the barrier. He feels that his acting was very good and now he is secretly enjoying the joy of it. Qin Yan is watching from far away, he truly wants to go over and kick Xianxia. If the demon dragon tribe is drawn over, he, the northern heavenly venerate, might lose all his standing and reputation. Boss, what's going on with Xianxia? Didn't you capture him? Chu Wuxing, the king-level secret agent, sent voice transmission to Qin Yun. I captured him. He is the same as you, my servant. Qin Yun replied. Is that so? Hee, boss, you are truly awesome. Chu Wuxing is extremely happy because even the Grand Northern Heavenly Venerate Xianxia ended up the same as him, becoming Qin Yun's servant. Now everyone is paying close attention to the ancient Yu clan because only they can open the barrier. Xianxia is also looking forward to it. But just at this moment, black clouds suddenly covered the sky. Pitch-black clouds rolled over and in a short period of time, they enveloped the sky above the Xianxia treasure land and blocked the intense light from the 4 myriad realms' divine suns. The most frightening thing is that the dreadful dragon might accompanying the black clouds is so oppressive that people can't even breathe. Roar, the dragon roar seems to be coming from the black clouds. The black clouds are crazily churning, it is as if there is a huge dragon rolling about in the clouds. It's the demon dragon tribe's dragon. Long Tianyan's expression greatly changed, he said with urgency, Zhilan, quickly leave. Humayr also tightly held Qin Yan's hand. Her charming eyes are filled with fear as she said in low voice, Big Brother Mouse King, let's go. Yu Yaoyao immediately took out her mirror, she can release her darkness Kuan Peng at any time. She said with deep voice, Mayor, don't be afraid, I am here. Xianxia is holding the devil mirror in his hand, he is completely dumbfounded. He is experienced and knowledgeable, naturally he knows that the demon dragon heavenly race has arrived. Dragon roars unceasingly resounded in the sky, black clouds churned, dreadful dragon might rush down wave after wave like a huge wave. Most of the humans and non-humans present are shivering in fear, especially the non-human beasts, they are very afraid of this dreadful dragon race. At this time An Wukong contacted Qin Yun through the devil mirror and said, Old boy, this demon dragon heavenly race is very dreadful. You should just watch the show. If they did not offend you, there is no need to provoke them. Old brotherin, do you know about these demon dragons? Qin Yun asked. Back then when the law enforcement world wanted to seal our race, they also wanted to deal with the demon dragon heavenly race. The demon dragon heavenly race is very difficult to seal. That's why the law enforcement world gave up and decided to seal us. Then is the demon dragon heavenly race truly as deranged as the rumors say? Qin Yun asked. And Wukong sighed and said, it was not like this before and now I am also not sure. In short, they are a variant of the dragon race, they have a certain amount of heavenly devil bloodline. In other words, they were born from the heavenly devil divine Sunday. It can be said that they were born from the heavenly devil divine sun, that means they must have experience fighting against the descendants of the divine sun. Qin Yun said in amazement. Most of the races born from the divine sun were born from the divine sun to fight against the descendants of the divine sun. And this kind of race will eventually wither away along with the destruction of the divine sun. For example, the purple sun fairy race is such a race. Even now, they are still not very powerful. Indeed, that is why they fought against the law enforcement world. At that time, we also wanted to ally with them to fight against the law enforcement world. But the dragon race is very arrogant and ignored us. And Wukong said. In that case, after so many years, the demon dragon heavenly race must have become even more powerful. The devil dragon heavenly race must be even more powerful. Qin Yun now has a certain understanding of the devil dragon heavenly race. If they still had the same temperament as before, they would not be as terrifying as the rumors say. And Wukong said, after all, we haven't seen them with our own eyes. So, rumors can only be rumors. Oh that's right, old brotherin, do you have a way to pass through the barrier of the Shan-killing treasure land? Qin Yun asked. If the ancient Yu clan could really open an entrance, they would definitely not allow anyone else to enter. At that moment, Qin Yun needed to think of a way to enter. He had wanted to stop the elders from the ancient Yu clan, but after a quick scan, he realized that the elders were indeed very powerful, so he gave up on the idea. I haven't tried it before, but it shouldn't be difficult for me. And Wukong said, let's wait and see what the demon dragon heavenly clan will do next. Humayr tightly held Qin Yan's hand. She bit her lips and stared at the pitch-black clouds in the sky. She was worried that the demon dragon Heavenly Clan would attack and massacre them. The dragon's roar continued for a moment before it suddenly quieted down. Suddenly, a red light flashed in the sky. A red lightning fiercely fell down and struck the profound Death Treasure Land. Boom! An incomparably terrifying shockwave suddenly rippled out from the profound Death Treasure Land. To be more precise, after the barrier of the profound Death Treasured Land was forcefully attacked, it had a huge reaction, and that was why such intense ripples were created. The experts outside the profound Death Treasure Land's barrier were all thrown off their feet by the shockwave produced by the barrier. Even the elders of the ancient Yu clan had no choice but to stop and release their divine power to resist the shockwave. Qin Yan and the others were also blown thousands of meters away. The sky was pitch black, and black mist was churning. And in the thick black clouds, there seemed to be a blood-colored divine sun, releasing an intense red glow, and actually dyed the thick black clouds red. And that bolt of lightning just now seemed to have struck down from that intense red light. Not long after everyone was blown away, a huge blood-colored beam of light suddenly fell from the red light in the distant sky and shot into the profound killing treasure land. The demon dragon Heavenly Clan that suddenly appeared is not here to cause trouble for Xianxia. Instead, they are here to break through the barrier and enter the profound Death Treasure Land. Qin Yan looked at the disheveled Long Tianyan and asked, "Brother Long, it seems like the demon dragon Heavenly Clan is also here to enter the profound Death Treasure Land." The mysterious race inside the profound Death Treasure Land is related to dragons, but it is not the dragon race that Long Tianyan and others are familiar with. Indeed, it seems like they also sensed that the dragons inside the profound Death Treasure Land are very strong. That's why they want to enter. Long Tianyan's expression is grave as he said, "They seem to have already entered." The black clouds in the sky also gradually scattered. A small blood-red divine sun can be seen floating in the sky. The red light beam came from that small divine sunday. It's a heavenly devil divine sun. Yu Yaoyao said in deep voice, "The demon dragon Heavenly Clan actually created a heavenly devil divine sun. It might be more than one." Qin Yan completely opened his heavenly eye. He can see and sense even more. Inside that blood-red heavenly devil divine sun, there is a dark red divine sun. This is the fusion of two divine suns. Qin Yan secretly guessed that it is very likely the fusion of a heavenly devil divine sun and a heavenly evil divine sunday. One must know that heavenly devil divine sun and heavenly evil divine sun are very rare. Almost all of them have been exterminated by the law enforcement world. However, a heavenly devil divine sun has appeared again. Moreover, it is possessed by the demon dragon Heavenly Clan. This matter is very serious. The law enforcement world will have a headache. Luo Yaofeng said. Qin Yan has the heavenly devil divine sun and heavenly evil divine sun seeds. He also plans to create these two divine suns inside his 9-sun divine soul. Because the power of these two divine suns is indeed very dreadful. He entered the extreme evil devil state to use the divine power of these two divine suns. That is why he became so strong. Xianxia contacted Qin Yan through the devil mirror and very anxiously said, "Boss, do you still think you can stop them from entering the Xian killing treasure land? If we don't go in, the good things inside will be snatched away by them." Xianxia, do you really think that the good things inside the Xian killing treasure land are easy to obtain? If you want to take the things inside, you will have to pay the price. The races inside the Xian killing treasure land are not easy to deal with. Qin Yan said. Those few ancient Yu clan elders continued to release their divine power and joined hands to open a passage. They only need to create an opening that is big enough for 1 or 2 people to pass through. Then they need to make sure that the opening is not closed. After Devil Dragon Heavenly Race arrived, they can immediately enter the Xian killing treasure land. This is mainly because of the assistance of their formidable Heavenly Devil Divine Sun's divine power. What's going on with that Heavenly Devil Divine Sun? Didn't they say that Heavenly Devil Divine Sun has been completely annihilated? Qin Yan asked. They say that, but Devil Dragon Heavenly Race has a sun seed in their hands. They can recreate Heavenly Devil Divine Sun. Luckily, this is the matter of law enforcement world's 18 sects. Our Heavenly Secret sect doesn't care about this kind of headache. Xianxia said, "Boss. If they open the passage, I will go in immediately. I'm going in right now. I won't wait for you." Alright, after you go in, be careful. Qin Yun said. Rest assured, I won't die. Xianxia knows that Qin Yun still wants to use him to cause trouble in Heavenly Secrets sect, so he doesn't want him to die. Those few ancient Yu clan elders finally opened a passage. It looks like a very big red circle. Coincidentally, the divine power they released is also red, same as Devil Dragon Heavenly Race. If you want to go in, you have to pay 30 million divine space golden stones, an old man from ancient Yu clan yelled. 30 million divine universe metal stones. This was a huge sum, and only those big shots could afford it. If the big shots had storage Dharma treasures that could hide people, they could also bring a lot of people in. This was also allowed. The first to go in is Xianxia. He very decisively paid 30 million divine space golden stones. Even for Xianxia, 30 million divine space golden stones is very painful for him. Xianxia, why are you so anxious? Can't you just give me this amount of divine space golden stones? Qin Yun contacted Xianxia but discovered that after entering the Xianqiu treasure land, Xianxia is unable to receive his message. In other words, the Devil Mirror Formation Foundation is unable to cover the Xianqiu treasure land. And Wukong also discovered this, so he became even more interested. He immediately contacted Qin Yun and asked him to wait patiently. Qin Yun's friends are all contacting him through the Devil Mirror, asking whether or not he can create an entrance. At this time, many non-human big shots are paying divine space golden stones and lining up to enter the Xianqiu treasure land. And Wukong immediately flew to the barrier of the Xianqiu treasure land. Although there is some distance between him and the ancient Yu clan's passageway, everyone can see him. Qin Yun used the Devil Mirror to contact his friends, asking them to wait patiently. If Wukong succeeds, they can all enter. Yu Xiaoqiao and a few other women are beside her. They are all from the Sun Yin Divine Clan and the Great Heaven Divine Clan. They all entered the magic tools of their elders and followed them in. After Yu Yaoyao flew over, she thought that she can enter for free but she was stopped. Uncle, can't you let me in? Yu Yaoyao asked anxiously. You saw it earlier, this passageway is not opened by the two of us, there are other elders. So we can't make the decision, a middle-aged man said coldly. Another middle-aged man also said coldly, you can enter, pay 30 million divine space golden stones. You have been fooling around outside for so many years, you must have a lot of divine space golden stones in your hands, right? Yu Yaoyao bit her lips and took out a storage box. Qin Yun immediately used the Devil Mirror to contact her. Fool, give me 10 million divine space golden stones and I can bring you in. After receiving Qin Yun's message, Yu Yaoyao immediately kept the storage box and flew back to Qin Yun's side. Yu Shangyun is also not in a hurry, she is together with Xiao Xianqin, Mu Jin and Li Shuang, patiently waiting for Wukong. At this time, Xia Wufeng, Heavenly Ghost Ancestor, Zao, Bright Moon Sex Wang Haoyue and Mad Sun Tiger Emperor have all arrived. They are all big shots, they have divine space golden stones in their hands, but they all know that Qin Yun is here, so they are waiting for his news. The person under Chu Wuxing's protection had a higher status than Xianxia and could enter for free. It was obvious that he had a powerful background. Even Xianxia had to pay a large sum of divine universe golden stones to enter. Even Yu Yaoyao from the ancient Yu clan couldn't enter for free. She could enter for free. Yaoyao, why can that guy from the Great Sky God clan enter for free? Qin Yun asked in a low voice. I don't know either. I've been paying attention to him before. He has many experts protecting him and he doesn't talk much. During the previous gathering, he only looked around. When people wanted to talk to him, they were all blocked by his bodyguards. Yu Yaoyao shook her head. She was very unhappy that her elders were charging her. And Wukong was alone but his progress wasn't slow. The technique he used was different from the ancient Yu clan. The ancient Yu clan used their powerful strength to force an opening in the barrier while Wukong used his spatial power to open a spatial passage. This way, he didn't need to destroy the sturdy barrier. An elder from the ancient Yu clan looked at Wukong and sneered. That guy from the foreign void race is very naive. He thinks he can open a spatial passage. How could it be so easy? There were many races in the divine wilderness and many of them were strong. However, there weren't many races with outstanding abilities. The foreign void race was one of them. They had a profound understanding of the space profound meaning. The ancient Yu clan knew that it was the foreign void race, but they still thought that it was just SOSO. What they didn't know was that it was the emperor of the foreign void race, and Wukong. Just because you can't do it doesn't mean that others can't. And Wukong sneered. You guys worked together and it took you so long to open a passage. I'll definitely be faster than you guys. Plus, I did it alone. The people from the ancient Yu clan all laughed and shook their heads. They all thought that An Wukong was bragging. It wasn't just the ancient Yu clan that could open a passage. And Wukong was also doing it. Therefore, most of the big shots of the powerful races were waiting patiently. The three elders from the ancient Yu clan had already entered the Xianxia treasure ground. Only two middle-aged men, Yu Yaoyao's uncle and uncle, were left guarding the place. And Wukong did not disappoint them. He had really created a space tunnel. The elders of the powerful clans who had been waiting patiently were all pleasantly surprised. Take our passage. I only charge 5 million Divine Universe golden stones. And Wukong shouted. If the big shot who took the ancient Yu clan's passageway knew about this, he would definitely be heartbroken. Many big shots flew towards An Wukong's direction. The ancient Yu clan also wanted to lower the price, but the three elders weren't around, so the two middle-aged men couldn't decide on their own. They could only watch An Wukong anxiously. Qin secretly informed An Wukong to let his friend in for free. Xia Wukong and Z clan's group. Xia Wufeng's group. Naturally, Yu Yaoyao could enter as well. When she entered, she even showed off to her two elders. Although many experts entered the Xianxia treasure land, the Xianxia treasure land was very big. After entering, they all went their separate ways to explore this mysterious treasure land. Tian Qin. Tian Wu clan. Ancestor Tian. Wu. Tian, heave. Heavenly Ghost Ancestor nodded, good, no problem. Yu Xiangyun had also secretly discussed with Qin earlier that they would enter the Xianxia treasure land to explore peacefully. They would use the name of the Divine Moon clan to communicate with the strong clans here. Ming Yingyue and Wang Haoyue represented the Bright Moon School. As for Yu Yaoyao and Hu Meier, they were invited by Yu Xiangyun to join them, so they naturally agreed. Hu Meier was somewhat reluctant to part with Qin and wanted to stay with him. However, Qin said he wanted to act alone, so she could only go to the Divine Moon clan's side. She had always admired Yu Xiangyun, the emperor of the Divine Moon clan, and this was a good opportunity to get in touch with Yu Xiangyun. Zhao, the Mad Sun Tiger Emperor, and Long Tianyan formed a team and set off. And Wukong did not plan to explore deeper. What he wanted to do next was to use the space linkage ability of the demonic mirror to cover the entire Xianxia treasure ground. This would allow the information to circulate faster. The reason why Qin wanted to act alone was because he wanted to find Xianxia Z. He also collected Xianxia Z's soul power before. He quickly made a soul-chasing talisman and immediately went to find Xianxia Z. This guy Xianxia Z ran in like a monkey, he must know something. Qin held the soul-chasing talisman and flew in the sky. Although Qin and Xianxia Z signed a master-servant contract, after Xianxia Z became Qin's servant, he still has a certain amount of authority. For example, he can avoid many questions that he doesn't want to answer. As Qin's servant, Xianxia Z cannot kill Qin, he cannot betray Qin, but hiding some things is not a problem. He can even refuse to do things that Qin wants him to do. If Qin acts alone, even if he meets Xianxia Z, no one will discover anything. In the future, he still needs Xianxia Z to infiltrate the Heaven Secrets sect. He cannot let Xianxia Z be exposed. Currently, only Yu Xiangyun and Qu Wuxing know that Xianxia Z has been captured by him. Yu Xiangyun is trustworthy and Qu Wuxing will not speak of this matter to anyone. In order to not let the Heaven Secrets sect discover any clues, the less people know that Xianxia Z has been captured by him, the better. Qin madly chased all the way, flying above this forest filled with crystal transformation trees. He released the heavenly eye avatar, it is always floating in the sky. Not only it can pay attention to whether or not someone is approaching, it can also probe below. He did not enter the forest. In his opinion, it is very dangerous inside the forest. These trees are very large, moreover, they are all crystal transformation. Some of the tree trunks are big enough to hide a giant beast. It can be said that this forest is filled with danger. In addition, there might be many natural traps in the forest. Xiaoyun, Long Jilan is with Sister Xiangyun and the others. Will she bring you Xiangyun and the others to find the mysterious dragon race? Ling Yuner was a little worried. What if that dragon race is very powerful? No need to worry about that. Princess Luo, Yu Yaoyao, and Sister Xiangyun are all very strong women. They will surely be able to deal with it. Qin Yan said with smile. There is also that fox sister. Don't look at how timid she is. When she is ruthless, she is not weak. Since Xian Rujing and others' Terminator Shan kill curse is about to be removed, Qin Yan's mood is not that heavy. As long as he patiently wait, they will wake up. Qin Yan flew for less than half an hour with the spirit-chasing talisman. He said with frown, this forest is really big, it will take at least a day to fly across. I wonder how Xianxia can determine the direction. What is he looking for? While flying, Qin Yan discovered that Xianxia changed direction several times. Xianxia arrived more than half an hour earlier than him, plus his speed is very fast. It is very strenuous for Qin Yan to catch up. He can only use transcending void step and shuttle through space from time to time to barely shorten the distance. More than half an hour after entering the Xianxia treasure land, Qin Yan used transcending void step to quickly catch up to Xianxia. When he approached Xianxia, he saw that in the sky and on the ground of the forest, there is a region flickering with lightning. What's going on? Could it be that someone is fighting? Qin Yan immediately used Heavenly Eye to look at the lightning region ahead. After carefully observing for a while, Qin Yan discovered to his astonishment that those lightning are very special. When they flashed, they transformed into many complicated runes that interweaved together. Those are not lightning, they are formed by powerful energy-activating runes. After Qin Yan recovered from his shock, he immediately realized that this is most likely a barrier. Xianxia is just ahead. Qin Yan can confirm this through the spirit-chasing talisman. Could it be that this guy is trapped? Qin Yan feels that it is impossible. Although Xianxia was successfully sneak attacked by Yu Xiangyun, without Qin Yan, Yu Xiangyun would not have been able to succeed so easily. Even if Yu Xiangyun destroyed Xianxia's body, it would be very difficult for her to capture his soul. Therefore, as a northern heavenly venerable, Xianxia is still very strong. Xiaoyun, could it be that the Devil Dragon Heavenly Clan is fighting with Xianxia? Ling Yuner asked. There is no aura of the Devil Dragon Heavenly Clan in the vicinity. Qin Yan shook his head. The Devil Dragon Heavenly Clan with Heavenly Devil Divine Sun was the first to enter the Xianxia treasure land. Qin Yan can only approach and investigate. If Xianxia needs help, he can quickly take action. After approaching, he saw through his heavenly eye that a grey-robed green-haired old man is floating in the middle of the lightning area. Xianxia is in the middle of the lightning area. His expression is very grave, divine power is unceasingly gushing out from his body. Could it be that those lightning-like runes were created by Xianxia? Qin Yan is extremely apprehensive. Xianxia is unceasingly casting magic arts. More and more runes are flickering in the area ahead. They are like bursts of lightning exploding and revolving around Xianxia. What is this guy doing? Qin Yan feels more and more that Xianxia is very familiar with the situation inside the treasure land. Otherwise, he would not have rushed in like a monkey. Moreover, he was the first to discover the situation here. This should be his curse technique. Ling Yuner said, is Xianxia defending? Qin Yan nodded and said, he is using curse technique to defend. If others attack him, they will be devoured by his curse technique. This guy is quite something. He is neither far nor close to Xianxia. Moreover, he is concealing himself, it is very difficult for others to detect him. Before he is clear about the situation, he cannot barge in so as to not ruin Xianxia's plan. Trees have legs and can even walk. To the experienced and knowledgeable Qin Yan, this is not a strange thing. What surprised Qin Yan is that the legs of these crystal-level ancient trees are very similar to dragon claws. Furthermore, the entire tree gives people the feeling that it is a powerful ferocious beast. Long Tianyan previously said that the creatures inside the Xian-killing treasure land are related to dragons and they have very powerful dragon might. However, he did not know what kind of dragon it is. Qin Yan previously investigated the Xian-killing treasure land and concluded that the creatures inside are vegetarian. It is not that there are no vegetarian dragons, so he believed that the dragons here mainly eat flowers, plants, and divine fruits. Now it seems that his guess is very different. It is true that the creatures here have dragon bloodline, but they are very different from dragons. Moreover, they are not common beasts but trees. What the hell is this? Ancient trees transforming into dragons? Tree dragons? Qin Yan felt his scalp tingle. There are so many ancient trees in the Xian-killing treasure land that it seems endless. If every giant tree is a tree dragon beast, then how many are there? This is the most terrifying part. This race is very special and also very powerful. Their numbers are innumerable. This sudden discovery caused Qin Yan to jump in fright. His body could not help but float backwards. Perhaps it is out of instinct, he unconsciously distanced himself from those tree dragons. The trees inside the Xian-killing treasure land are all crystal level. Their leaves, branches and thick trunks are all very solid crystals. In this way, this kind of ancient tree itself has very strong defense. After the leaves fall to the ground, they turn into energy and then seep into the tree roots and return to the tree. Qin Yan saw that the crystal leaves that fell are all the size of a wash basin. Some are even bigger. After falling to the ground, they suddenly flashed and turned into energy. Lost. Qin Yan suddenly recalled that he also grasped tree totem. Moreover, he fused tree totem and dragon totem together and turned them into dragon tree totem. This dragon tree totem allows him to release tree vines and tree roots that are like dragon claws that can easily grab people. The dozens of tree dragons in front of Qin Yan suddenly stood up from the ground. After moving, they formed a formation to fight against Xianxia. He did not know how Xianxia had gotten into a conflict with this group of tree dragons. This place was filled with these ancient trees, and he had not sensed anything along the way. Qin Yan now understood why he had not been able to find any living beings with his heavenly eye. It turned out that these trees were living beings. Xiaoyun, don't forget, this treasure land wasn't like this before. The main reason is because of the bloodline heavenly rune. It can be seen how dreadful the ability of bloodline heavenly rune is. Right. Qin Yan also wants to take this opportunity to see how strong these tree dragons are and whether they can take down Xianxia. Xianxia's incantation was not weak either. The incantation patterns were like lightning, forming a formless barrier around him. This was a spell with offensive and defensive capabilities. Xianxia suddenly shouted. A bolt of lightning suddenly descended and struck the body of a tree dragon. The spell was imprinted on the trunk of the tree dragon. The crystal on the surface of the tree looked like it was covered with a layer of electric wire. Xianxia was proficient in curse techniques. During battle, he mainly condensed such curse techniques and then injected them into the enemy's body. Different curse techniques have different ability. Qin Yan guessed that the curse technique Xianxia is using now is most likely thunder and lightning attribute. This is wood, it is not afraid of lightning. Qin Yan said in his heart, Xianxia should be using fire. Xianxia is indeed an extremely strong heavenly venerable north. It is as if he can control lightning. Under his control, many lightning bolts frantically descended and struck the body of those tree dragons, imprinting the curse technique on them. What caused Qin Yan to feel puzzled is that there are only 50 or so tree dragons that can move. The other trees are still firmly rooted in the ground. Could it be that these trees have not completely transformed into dragons? Qin Yan guessed in his heart. If they all transform into dragons, wouldn't it be even worse? Xianxia will definitely run for his life. Ling Yin'er said, these tree dragons have not completely transformed into dragons, they have only grown 4 limbs. I wonder if Xianxia can deal with these tree dragons. Qin Yan thought about how these tree dragons have such formidable power and defense even though they have not completely transformed. He felt even more astonished in his heart. After Xianxia placed the curse technique on those tree dragons, they suddenly stopped moving. It seems like they have become a lot quieter and their aura is also not as strong as before. Just now, these tree dragons kept releasing formidable dragon aura. Their dragon aura is a bit weak because they have not completely evolved. Once they completely evolve, they will definitely become very strong. These guys are definitely stronger than 9 Sun Dragon race and Sun Dragon race. Qin Yan said in his heart, just a race that is still in the process of being born is already so dreadful. What kind of things will be born in Divine Desolate in the future? Ling Yaner said with smile, this is a good thing. It means that Law Enforcement Realm, Great Heaven Divine Race and Great Een Divine Race will not be able to dominate Divine Desolate. Even the descendants of Divine Sun might be suppressed by the powerful races that will appear in the future. Yuner, do you think that 9 Sun Law Spirit knows about the appearance of these powerful races? Qin Yan is very doubtful about this. Normally speaking, most of the powerful races in Divine Desolate are protected by 9 Sun Law Spirit. They shouldn't know. 9 Sun Law Spirit is only the spirit of Myriad Realms Divine Sunday. Most of the Divine Desolate's operation is formed naturally. Ling Yuner said, there must be a lot of variables that the 9 Yang Dharma spirit can't predict. For example, the 4 divine suns you created. Xianxia seems to have already suppressed the dozens of tree dragons. He is still floating in the air and unceasingly casting spells. It is unknown what he is going to do. After the dozens of tree dragons calmed down, not long after, they began moving again. Their bodies violently shook and released a powerful dragon power that formed a gale that blew in all directions. Xianxia loudly shouted again. Both of his hands quickly formed hand seals. During the process of hand seals changing, red rays of light flashed out and entered the body of the tree dragons below. The tree dragon's huge tree trunk originally had white lightning runes flickering on it. Now there are also red runes. It is unknown what kind of runes they are. These red runes have very good effect. After they entered the tree dragon's body, they actually stabilized. I have no malice, I am just passing by, I have no intention of offending you. Xianxia's eyes suddenly turned white. He did not open his mouth to speak, instead he used his mental power to convey his thoughts. Qin Yan can hear it, he now understands that Xianxia is communicating with the tree dragons. After those tree dragons heard, it seems like they understood. The crystal transformation green leaves on their body flickered with green light. Xianxia waved his hand, dispelling the runes, and the tree dragons immediately returned to their original positions, quietly remaining as trees. Xianxia let out a long sigh and looked towards the direction of the faint red light. Just as he was about to go over, Qin Yan suddenly shouted, wait. After Xianxia heard Qin Yan's voice, he is extremely shocked and promptly said, Rat King, you also came in? They let you in? Xianxia saw that Qin Yan is still using the identity of Jade Face Rat King, so he called Qin Yan that to avoid exposing anything. They opened a space passage for 5 million. Qin Yan said with mischievous smile. What? Xianxia loudly shouted, he has a pained expression and cursed in low voice, this damned you ancient clan, they are truly fucking black-hearted. After Qin Yan flew over, he sent sound transmission, Xianxia, what happened just now? The creatures here are these ancient trees, they will become powerful tree dragons in the future. Xianxia also used mental power to communicate with Qin Yan and then flew towards the direction he just saw. How did you fight with them? Qin Yan also saw a faint red light appear in the direction Xianxia is flying towards. It is very likely that Devil Dragon Heavenly Race is there. I kept flying, then suddenly a large number of leaves flew up, it looks like countless throwing knives. Those guys attacked me first, then I fought with them. These guys have some intelligence. Xianxia sighed and said, I kept flying, then a large number of leaves suddenly shot up from below, it looks like countless throwing knives. Once they completely evolve, Divine Desolate will have another powerful race that will be very difficult to deal with. Xianxia is from the law enforcement world's heavenly mystery sect. Originally, they could punish any race and any creature. But now, many powerful races have appeared in Divine Desolate, they are not people they can punish. Where are you going now? Is the Devil Dragon Heavenly Race over there? Qin Yan asked. I'm not sure, after I came in, I sensed that the Bloodline Heavenly Rune is over there. If my guess is not wrong, the Bloodline Heavenly Rune should be a Dragon Bloodline Heavenly Rune, it is very closely related to dragons. Maybe it is the origin of dragons, where? Qin Yan's heart is moved, he has many bloodline heavenly rune in his hands. If that is the case, maybe the bloodline heavenly rune is the origin of a race. Wang Haoyue used Yu Shangyun's bloodline heavenly rune box to create a large number of bright moon sect disciples. So the devil dragon heavenly race appeared here for the bloodline heavenly rune? They did not come for you, Qin Yan said with smile. Xianxia was scared by the devil dragon heavenly race before, he thought they came to cause trouble for him. He did not expect that the devil dragon heavenly race would immediately enter the Xian-killing treasure land and even release a heavenly devil divine Sunday. The guys from the Great Sky divine race and the Greating divine race are already there. Those bastards, they have very fast flying divine tools, they are ahead of me. Xianxia is very unhappy, he cursed in low voice, it's all because of those bastards from Yu ancient clan. They cheated me so many divine space golden stones that I don't have enough to use my flying divine tools. What made Xianxia vomit blood the most is that the people who entered later only needed 5 million divine space golden stones. If you had waited for me, you would have been able to enter for free. Qin Yan said with sound transmission, those people from the other void race are my friends, I brought my friends to enter for free. Don't say any more, you are deliberately provoking me, right? Xianxia has a look of deep hatred. The appearance of the demonic dragon heavenly clan's heavenly demon divine sun in the profound kill treasure ground placed enormous pressure on the experts that entered the treasure ground. According to the legends of the non-human clans, the demon dragon heavenly clan was a very ferocious dragon clan. Even many non-human big shots were filled with fear toward the demon dragon heavenly clan. Now that they saw the heaven demon divine sun, many of the non-human experts immediately changed directions, not daring to go over. Xianxia, Long Tianyan and the others were all planning to go over to see what the demon dragon heavenly clan was doing. The demon dragon heavenly clansmen were the first to enter the profound death treasure ground. Furthermore, they immediately took action the moment they appeared in the vicinity of the profound death treasure ground, and opened a passageway to enter. Thus, they must have come for something. The people from the Great Sky Divine Clan and the Greating Divine Clan didn't know much about the demonic dragon heavenly clan. They had only heard of their evil reputation. They were very cautious when facing the demonic dragon heavenly clan. After all, they had a very powerful heavenly demon divine Sunday. It could be said that those who dared to fly towards the heavenly demon sun god were all powerful big shots and powerhouses of their own forces. The magic mirror could not be used here. It would be very difficult for Qin Yan to contact his friends. He could only wait for An Wukong to finish modifying the mirror. Xianxia, they seem to know more about the demonic dragon heavenly clan than you do. Qin Yan followed beside Xianxia and said with a smile, you are also hiding many things regarding this treasure land from me. Don't you plan on telling me? Xianxia shook his head and said, it's useless even if you know. I didn't come here for the bloodline heavenly runes. If not for bloodline heavenly patterns, then what are they after? Qin Yan is very surprised because Xianxia said that the bloodline heavenly rune is very special. The demon dragon heavenly clan might be the same as me. They're all here for the mysterious energy inside. Xianxia said, the reason why so many tree dragons appeared here is not only because of bloodline heavenly runes but also because of a mysterious power. Through his heavenly eye, Qin Yan could see that there are many energy veins hidden deep underground in this forest. It was those energy veins that flowed deep underground, releasing powerful energy that formed this forest. What use does that mysterious energy have? Qin Yan asked. I'm not sure yet, but I'm guessing that it's energy that can be used to cultivate a strong body. Xianxia said, in the law enforcement world, many descendants of the divine sun god don't have a real body. Their souls can only live in puppets. Yes, and so am I. Do you think that the energy hidden in this treasured land can help you cultivate your true body? Qin Yan asked in astonishment. The descendants of the divine sun could only form their true bodies within the divine sun. They relied on their puppet bodies to move freely in the gods desolate. The puppet body also restricted their true strength. It was difficult for their divine power to fuse with the puppet body. That mysterious energy can't help us cultivate our true bodies. However, it can make our souls even stronger. When our souls are powerful to a certain degree, then we don't need any fleshly body. Xianxia said with a smile. Qin Yan jumped in fright. The souls of the descendants of the divine sun god were immortal. If their souls could be stronger, they wouldn't need a physical body. Their souls have very strong penetrating power. They can even use their souls to enter other people's body and wreak havoc. Just thinking about it makes one feel very scared. During this period of time, Xianxia had come into contact with many powerful races, especially those from the Nine Sun sacred ground. Their souls were also undying and indestructible. If their souls were strong enough, then the humans of the gods desolate would have no place to live. The humans in deity desolate will not have any place to live. They will definitely be enslaved by them. Xianxia's expression gradually became grave when he thought about this dreadful thing happening. Don't worry, I am only guessing that this kind of energy exists, I am not sure. In short, the Xianxia treasure land must have good things, otherwise the devil dragon heavenly race would not have come in so urgently. Xianxia said. After flying for a while, they are getting closer and closer to the heavenly devil Sunday. At this time, Xianxia told Xianxia to keep some distance from him. He doesn't want anyone to see him flying together with the jade-faced rat king. The heavenly devil sun is floating in the sky. From a distance, it looks like it is emitting blood-colored light. But after getting closer, it doesn't look very red, on the contrary, it is very bright. It is already evening, the 4 myriad realms' divine suns have already descended the mountain. And this region is very brightly illuminated by the heavenly devil Sunday. There are no trees below the heavenly devil sun, there is a very large circular lake here. This large lake is very calm, the lake water looks like milky white milk. After being illuminated by the heavenly devil sun, it released white light. Strangely enough, the white light released by the lake seems to carry a faint fragrance. It is floating all around, giving off a very different feeling. Is this the kind of energy Xianxia talked about? Xianxia looked at the large lake. He used his heavenly eye to observe it, but he can only see white energy. The devil dragon heavenly race has already arrived here. There is a large group of devil dragon people on the shore of the lake. After Xianxia flew over, he also landed on the other side of the lake, maintaining some distance from the devil dragon people. Those devil dragons in human form have already discovered Xianxia's arrival. However, they only took a look and did not have any reaction. It is completely different from the rumors. According to the rumors, when these devil dragons see other living beings, they will surround them like a pack of wolves and then eat their prey alive. They will take out their prey's flesh and internal organs and eat them. It is a very cruel way of doing things. Xianxia did not approach. He must be very careful when facing the mysterious devil dragon heavenly race. The extreme heaven divine race and the extreme yin divine race also arrived very early. They are all standing on the shore of the lake and looking at the milky white lake water. Xianxia paid attention and discovered that the devil dragon heavenly race's devil dragon is completely ignoring other people, it is as if they did not see anything. These devil dragons are different from the legends. Xianxia slowly flew over and landed on the shore by himself. After he took out a basin of water, he is very shocked. Because the basin of water is incomparably clear, it is not milky white at all. Standing on the shore of the lake, Xianxia placed his hand into the water and stirred it. He can feel that the water is very thick. But once the water leaves the basin and is taken away by the container, it immediately becomes very clear. Xianxia looked at the others and discovered that they are all discussing. Xianxia also ran over to the extreme heaven divine race and the extreme yin divine race's side and discussed this matter with them. The 3 elders of the Yu ancient clan also flew over to the extreme heaven divine race's side and discussed this matter with them. Xianxia is alone, he also wants to discuss this matter with others. He wants to know what other people have discovered. Forget it, I will taste it and see what exactly it tastes like. Xianxia dipped his finger into the basin of water and licked it with his tongue. There is no taste. Xianxia said with frown, what is so special about this water? Xianxia drank another mouthful and discovered that it is no different from ordinary water. Then he thought that the water he drank is clear, it is definitely different from the milky white water in the lake. Then he lied down on the shore of the lake and licked the milky white water. He discovered that the water is actually somewhat sweet. At this time, the devil dragon of the devil dragon heavenly race and the extreme yin divine race's people immediately looked over. Jade-faced Rat King, do you want to drink this water? An elder of the extreme Yin divine race asked. Xianxia participated in the alchemy competition and won. Therefore, his reputation as the Jade-faced Rat King is not small. I want to drink a mouthful and test it out. Have you tried it before? Xianxia asked. I thought you were all cowardly heavenly rats. I did not expect you to have such big guts and dare to drink this water. An elder of the extreme heaven divine race said with smile, you can give it a try. We also want to know what will happen after drinking this water. At this time, a middle-aged man of the demon dragon heavenly race shouted, little brother, you cannot drink this water. If you are not careful, you might lose your life. Is that so? What will happen after drinking it? The elder of the extreme Yin divine race asked. Won't you know after drinking it? The middle-aged man of the demon dragon heavenly race said with sneer. Xianxia suddenly felt that this is very interesting. The demon dragon of the demon dragon heavenly race warned him not to drink. It is clear that he has good intentions. However, they did not give the extreme Yin divine race any face. Have you drunk it before? Xianxia looked at the middle-aged man of the demon dragon heavenly race and asked. We have not drunk it, but we know that it is very dangerous. It is not dangerous to touch it on the shore, but once you drink it, it is hard to say, the middle-aged man replied. The demon dragon heavenly race clearly knows about the situation here, but they are not saying anything. Xianxia has always been a very bold person. Even though the demon dragon heavenly race warned him, he still wanted to drink a mouthful. While Xianxia is hesitating, the extreme Yin divine race elder walked over and said, Jade-faced Rat King, try drinking it. I won't drink it. Xianxia originally wanted to drink it, but after seeing that the extreme Yin divine race is using him as a test subject, he gave up on the idea. How about this, we will give you 1 million divine universe golden stones and you drink it, the elder said again. Give me 10 million and I will drink it. Xianxia thought for a bit and said. The extreme Yin divine race collected a lot of divine universe golden stones during the alchemy competition and now they are overflowing with wealth. Alright, the condition is that you must drink enough to let us know whether this water is harmful to human body or not. The extreme Yin divine race elder, extreme heaven divine race elder and ancient Yu clan elder seem to have just discussed this matter. Not all of the divine universe golden stones are from the extreme Yin divine race, other people also have a share. Xianxia signed a contract with the old man and then received 10 million divine universe gold stones. Then, he lay on the shore of the lake and gulped down a lot of wine in front of everyone. It's really sweet. It's very tasty. Not long after drinking the water, Xianxia's expression changed. He felt a stabbing pain coming from his abdomen. Xianxia was in excruciating pain and his facial muscles were contorted from the pain. Everyone could see that his eyes were bloodshot and his eyeballs looked like they were about to explode. Xianxia, who was in excruciating pain, kept tearing his clothes so that everyone could see the horrifying scene of his abdomen twisting and shrinking. Xianxia never expected that this strange white lake water would be so painful to drink even though it did not seem to be poisonous. Fortunately, his endurance was very strong. Although it was painful, he did not lose consciousness. Instead, he was very clear-headed and knew the condition of his body like the back of his hand. Ayaya, it's really not easy to earn these 10 million divine universe golden stones. Jade-face Rat King, you are finished. The elder of the Sun Yin divine tribe said with a smile, how about this, give me the transcendent purple ginseng you obtained previously and I will let you die a quick death. Xianxia had won the transcendent purple ginseng and injured Yin Tianyi, which made the elders of the Sun Yin divine tribe gnash their teeth in hatred. Yin Tianyi was also here and he sneered, this greedy guy, why did he come out to show off when he was hiding in a rat hole? Oh right, where did he get the 30 million divine universe golden stones? To enter the Xianxia treasure land, you need to pay 30 million divine universe golden stones. The elder of the ancient Yu clan said, without our orders, we will not lower the price, he must have snuck in. After all, he is from the heavenly rat tribe. This kind of scoundrel has his ways. Xianxia endured the pain and said through gritted teeth, later on, the alien void tribe opened a passage and only needed 5 million divine universe golden stones to enter. You guys who spent 30 million to enter are all fools. Hearing Xianxia's words, the big shots who spent 30 million divine universe golden stones to enter suddenly felt unwell. Their faces turned ugly as this meant that they had lost more than 20 million divine universe golden stones. The elders of the ancient Yu clan also had ugly faces. The alien void tribe dared to steal their business. Qin Yan had just finished speaking when he let out a painful scream. He felt that something was wriggling in his abdomen. This scared him so much that he broke out in cold sweat. He gathered all his mental power to look inside his abdomen and found a white energy wriggling. Damn it, is there going to be a baby in my stomach? After Qin Yan looked inwardly, he was shocked to discover that the blob of energy was frantically devouring his blood and divine power, forming new blood for itself. Damn it. Am I going to have a baby? Furthermore, it doesn't look like a human baby. Qin Yan looked at the outline formed by the energy. It looked like it was curled up together. Ling Yun hurriedly shouted, "Xiao Yun, don't give birth. Hurry up and get rid of this thing before it condenses into a life form. The thing in your stomach is most likely a dragon. Or other monsters." F***ck. Qin Yan immediately channeled the Nether Sun divine power into his abdomen. The Nether Sun divine power roared within his body and instantly filled his entire abdomen. It was like releasing the power of dissolution, melting the white energy, and then refining and devouring the energy. This process wasn't long, but it was extremely painful. It was like cutting flesh and breaking bones. Everyone watched as Qin Yan rolled on the ground and screamed. They were horrified. Chu Wuxing and Xianxia are also very worried. They feared that Qin Yan would die here. They wanted to attack several times, but Qin Yan sent them a sound transmission telling them not to attack. The fact that Qin Yan is still clear-headed enough to send them sound transmission means that the problem isn't too big. Dozens of demon dragon heavenly clans people are looking at Qin Yan with grave expression. They are all very astonished because Qin Yan didn't do what they expected. They, the demon dragon heavenly clan, know the consequences of drinking the lake water. They didn't say anything because they didn't want the extreme heaven divine race to know this secret. Of course, this secret can't be kept for long. As long as more people and non-human race people come here, sooner or later, this secret will be leaked out. Qin Yan's endurance caused the demon dragon heavenly clan to be very astonished. They are beginning to doubt whether or not Qin Yan is a real heavenly mouse. Qin Yan wants to exterminate the monster that has appeared in his abdomen. He can't confirm whether or not it is a dragon, he only knows that it looks very strange. He believes that if he wanted to give birth to a dragon, it should be an egg or something like that. It should be born and then incubated, not a monster that has appeared in his abdomen. What caused him the most fear is that the monster that has appeared in his abdomen has formed a connection with his body and soul. One can well imagine the pain of having to cut himself off. If one doesn't have enough willpower, it is simply impossible to do. If one is unable to endure the initial pain and drinks the white lake water, they will immediately faint from the pain. After fainting, their abdomen will quickly condense into a monster fetus, the kind that can be given birth. If it is truly formed, it might not even need to give birth on its own, it might just rip open its belly and run out. Thinking of this, Qin Yan's heart became even more fearful. If it wasn't for his rich experience in resisting pain, an unknown damned thing might have run out of his belly. Fortunately, he is now in complete control of everything. He can dissolve, refine, and devour the energy in his abdomen. Even though he is using his Nether Sun divine power, it still took him a very long time to slowly whittle away the energy. If someone else were to drink it, without Qin Yan's condition, they would definitely give birth to a big fat little monster. Qin Yan screamed and screamed as if his heart is tearing and lung is splitting. Only after more than an hour did he stop screaming and the pain on his body became much weaker. Now everyone can see that a layer of white energy has appeared on his body. The smell of that energy is actually the same as the white water in the lake. Not only that, the white light around Qin Yan's body is also releasing a very strong aura. Qin Yan is also very surprised. He did not expect that after devouring the white energy in his abdomen, his body would have such a great change. My heavenly body is becoming stronger. Qin Yan can clearly sense that his heavenly bone and heavenly blood are becoming stronger at an astonishing speed. Ancient Yu clan's old man cried out in alarm. His body is becoming stronger very quickly. This aura of flesh and blood is reaching the limit of heavenly body. No, it will surpass heavenly body. Maybe it will become super heaven divine body. Devil Dragon Heavenly Clan's middle-aged man said in deep voice, strange, drinking that water will have this kind of effect? It's impossible, right? Super Heaven Divine Body? This is something that requires many years to cultivate to great success. This guy has cultivated it so quickly, it seems like the pain he suffered before was worth it. Ancient Yu Clan's old man's expression is filled with incomparable envy. Don't jump to conclusions too early, we still can't be sure whether it is Super Heaven Divine Body or not. Great Heaven Divine Clan's middle-aged man said with sneer, his body has indeed become stronger, but without testing it, no one knows how strong it is. Yin Tianyi groaned, why don't we just go over and hack him a few times? Sun Yin Divine Clan's old man really took out a large saber and walked over. Don't go too far. Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan's middle-aged man shouted, it won't be too late to hack him after he has succeeded. You are taking advantage of his current state to attack him, what is the meaning of this? Qin Yan is sitting cross-legged on the ground, circulating his cultivation technique to coordinate with the mystical power inside his body to cultivate his body. He did not expect that at this time, the one to speak up for him is the rumored cruel and evil Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan. As for Great Heaven Divine Clan, Great Yin Divine Clan and Ancient Yu Clan, these so-called righteous clans, they want to take advantage of this time to kill him. He accepted 10 million Divine Universe Golden Stones from us to help us test the lake water. We are going to hack him to test it. Great Yin Divine Clan's old man said with sneer, Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan, don't tell me you want to help this jade-faced rat king? You are dragons, why are you helping a little rat? The contract you signed didn't say that I can hack him, right? Demon Dragon Heavenly Clan's old man said with sneer, so your non-human race's gathering is not to unite but to cheat each other. How can you form a non-human race alliance like this? Xianxia said in a clear voice, Jade-faced Rat King is a famous person. If something happens to him here, it won't be good if it spreads out. Your Grading Divine Clan will also have to stay in the Divine Desolate in the future. Moreover, as one of the leaders of the non-human race, you should think about the future. Great Heaven Divine Clan's middle-aged man nodded, North Tianzuan is right. The old man who wanted to hack Qin Yan snorted and put away his saber. Cut me, but only at the shoulder area. I also want to see how strong my body is. I can feel that my body is becoming stronger very quickly. Qin Yan suddenly said. Really? Then I will hack you. Grading Divine Clan's old man excitedly took out his saber and said with smile, this is his own request. Everyone is very shocked, they did not expect that Jade-faced Rat King would make such a request. They all secretly felt that Jade-faced Rat King's body must be very strong to the point that he is so confident. If you hack me with your saber, can you really test the strength of my body? Qin Yan asked. Of course. The old man walked over and hacked down with his saber. He poured his divine power into the saber and released a whistling sound, it is very dreadful. Boom, the saber landed on Qin Yan's shoulder, divine power burst out and the sharp blade fiercely hacked down. Qin Yan's upper body is bare, white energy can be seen flowing on his robust muscles. When the blade landed on his shoulder muscles, it is as if it landed on a very tough and soft object. The saber is very heavy and fierce, but it did not cut through the skin, it only made Qin Yan's shoulder crooked. Qin Yan slightly frowned, it seems like he is not in any pain at all, this caused everyone to be dumbstruck. They are very clear about the power of the saber. It must be known that Qin Yan used his flesh and bones to block the saber, but he only frowned. This is absolutely not eating the iron crystal divine pill. The old man who hacked Qin Yan shouted in shock, just now it was a bit elastic. After eating the iron crystal divine pill, it is very hard and firm. I can feel it. His body is very strong. Drinking that kind of lake water can really cultivate such a strong body. Those old men are now looking at the white water in the huge lake with fanatical eyes. Qin Yan is sitting on the ground, cultivating with his eyes closed. He is refining the pure white energy. He has only refined half of it and his body has already improved greatly. If he completely refines it, his body will definitely become even stronger. Jade-faced Rat King, what is going on? Hurry up and tell us. The old man from the Sun Yin Divine tribe shouted in a commanding tone. I also don't know. I just drank the lake water and then my stomach started to hurt. I muddle-headedly endured it and then I became like this. You all saw the whole process with your own eyes. Xianxia said. What he said is also the truth, but he concealed the fact that he will give birth to a child. Of course, in order to prevent the demon dragon heavenly race people from talking too much, he immediately sent a sound transmission to the demon dragon heavenly race's middle-aged leader. Big brother, don't talk too much, I want to trick them into drinking the lake water. The demon dragon heavenly race's middle-aged leader is secretly shocked. He is still very puzzled as to why Xianxia did not give birth to a child and instead his body became stronger. Several Sun divine races middle-aged and old men walked over and vigorously pinched the muscles and bones of Xianxia's arm. After examining for a while, they confirmed that Xianxia's body has suddenly become a lot stronger. Will it be fine to directly drink the lake water? The Sun divine race elder is very excited. He also very much desires to have a strong body. Xianxia shook his head and said, I don't know. In short, drinking it will be very painful. If I could choose, I would rather not have a strong body than endure that kind of pain. Just now, everyone saw Xianxia rolling on the ground, hovering between life and death and pain, so they did not doubt his words. A great heaven divine race's middle-aged man took out a very sharp dagger and vigorously cut Xianxia's shoulder. He wanted to cut open the skin on Xianxia's shoulder, but no matter how hard he tried, he was unable to do so. Even Xianxia himself feels that the strength of his body is inconceivable. He suspects that only he can succeed. If other people drank the lake water, it would be very difficult to transform the energy into body strengthening. The great heaven divine race and Sun divine race's elders are discussing whether or not they should drink the lake water. Although Xianxia has successfully cultivated a strong body, they do not dare to guarantee that they will also succeed. However, when they saw that Xianxia's body was so powerful that even divine weapons could do nothing to him, they felt extremely envious. For the great sky divine tribe and the Sun divine tribe, it would be extremely difficult to defeat them in battle after they had strong bodies. They originally had immortal souls and their bodies were impenetrable. Weren't they invincible? Such a huge temptation was enough for them to take the risk and not be afraid of pain. My body isn't weak to begin with, so I drank the lake's water in order to survive. I don't know if you can survive after drinking the lake water. Xianxia said. Humph. Even a mere heavenly mouse like you can endure it, so why can't we? Are you looking down on us? Xianxia said with sneer, just you wait, after we drink the lake water, our bodies will be much stronger than yours. Xianxia shook his head and said, although I am a heavenly mouse, I am the heavenly mouse race's mouse king. Don't look down on me. If your fleshly body isn't strong enough, drinking that lake water might tear your body apart. I'm not trying to scare you. I experienced it myself. It's really funny, only a heavenly mouse like you would think that way. Although our Sun divine tribe's body is formed very quickly, it's still 100 times stronger than your heavenly mouse body. Xianxia said very proudly. He doesn't want to be looked down upon by a mouse. Then go and drink it. If something happens, don't blame me. Xianxia curled his lips and said. Then he took out a white robe and put it on. He has already refined most of the energy in his body. He still doesn't understand what the white energy is, he only knows that it must have a great effect. Many people from the great sky divine tribe and the Sun divine tribe came in. They discussed and decided to drink the lake water in batches. 3 old men, 3 middle-aged men and 3 young men from each of the 2 races are lying on the side of the lake and drinking the lake water in big mouthfuls. Xianxia is also among them and he is drinking very enthusiastically. Xianxia laughed in his heart. He had experienced the fierceness of the lake water. If not for his great ability, he would have already become the father of a little monster. Thinking about how his stomach was almost torn apart by a little monster, Xianxia still has lingering fear. The demon dragon heavenly clan's demon dragons all know that drinking the lake water will cause pregnancy. But what made them puzzled is that not only did Xianxia not get pregnant, he even became stronger. What made them most apprehensive is Xianxia's method. He actually tricked the great sky divine tribe and the Sun divine tribe. The 3 old men from the Yu ancient clan are very vigilant, so they didn't try it and decided to wait and see. A total of 18 people from the great sky divine tribe and the Sun divine tribe drank the lake water. 6 old men, 6 middle-aged men and 6 young men. After drinking, their faces gradually changed as the pain suddenly arrived. The first to scream were the 6 young men. Their screams were much more terrifying than Qin Yun's. Then the 6 middle-aged men screamed as they couldn't bear the pain anymore. They rolled and jumped on the ground as if they were possessed by evil spirits. It was very scary. Finally, it was the 6 old men. Even though they looked like a bag of old bones, at this moment, they were in so much pain that they were jumping up and down like prawns, screaming non-stop. This place has suddenly turned into a slaughterhouse. It is as if a dozen pigs are being slaughtered. When Qin Yun was enduring the pain before, he still looked like a human. But these 10 people in front of him are in so much pain that they don't look like humans, they look like devils in hell. Qin Yun calmly looked at them. Earlier, he almost gave birth. Fortunately, the embryo was refined by him before it was formed. Although it didn't come out, he is very curious about what kind of thing it will give birth. That is why he tricked those 2 clans to drink the lake water. Those 10 people are in so much pain that their clothes are torn apart. Their hands are constantly grabbing at their skin. Seeing them in so much pain, other people from their clan went up to check. But just as they approached, they were blasted away by brute force. Their current brute force is very strong. Even people with similar strength to them are unable to approach them. Their power has become even stronger. Xianxia said in shock. But they are not as patient as the jade-faced rat king. Look at them now, they are all hurting themselves and can't even speak, an old man from the Yu ancient clan said in low voice. When Qin Yun was enduring the pain, he was able to speak. From this, it can be seen that the great heaven divine race and sun yin divine race people have underestimated the intensity of the pain. Most importantly, they do not know that Qin Yun is not afraid of pain. Therefore, it seems that the pain he is enduring is just ordinary. Those 10 people who drank the lake water, their stomachs are also contracting and twisting into a spiral shape. Seeing this scene, Qin Yun knows that the embryo is starting to exert strength. Soon after, even more miserable screams can be heard. It seems like those 6 young men can no longer endure, they started spitting out white foam and blood, their eyes turned white and fainted. Their bodies are still twitching. Next, those middle-aged men also fainted. Those old men are very strong, they are still able to endure. Moreover, they also discovered that something is wrong with their stomachs. What is going on? Why did they faint? Sun Yin divine race people immediately rushed over to check the situation of those people who fainted. It is also at this time that those 6 old men finally could no longer endure and fainted. They laid on the ground and twitched. A dreadful thing happened, the abdomen of those people who fainted due to pain suddenly swelled up. Qin Yun knows that if they cannot endure it, they will definitely faint. He cannot help but look at the devil dragon heavenly race people and saw that their expressions are grave. Jade-faced rat king, prepare yourselves. After those things come out, they will be very strong. The leader of the devil dragon heavenly race secretly sent sound transmission to Qin Yun. Big brother, what kind of things will come out of their stomachs? Will they be dragons? Qin Yun asked. If the creatures who drank the lake water are from the dragon race, then their stomachs will form dragon eggs and they will not feel any pain. If other creatures drink the lake water, we do not know what will be born, the leader of the devil dragon heavenly race said. Wah! Qin Yun cannot help but be secretly alarmed. He also does not know what kind of things will be born. Fortunately, he stopped them in advance. Those 3 old men from the Yu ancient clan are very experienced and knowledgeable. They immediately took out tools to probe. After probing, they cried out in fear. Quickly get out of the way, there are very strong creatures in their stomachs, they don't look like babies, an old man from the Yu ancient clan suddenly shouted, quickly get away from them. The stomachs of the 18 people lying on the ground are becoming more and more swollen. Moreover, something can be seen wriggling inside their stomachs, it is as if they are 10 months pregnant. Sun Yin divine race and Great Heaven divine race people immediately moved to the side. One of them furiously glared at Qin Yun and loudly roared, damned mouse, why are you fine? How should I know? Qin Yun spread out his hands and said. It is precisely because his body became stronger after drinking the lake water that the 2 races sent people to drink the lake water. I will take care of you later. Great Heaven Divine Race people furiously rebuked Xianxia. Don't be so angry. Look at the good side, maybe they will give birth to a big fat boy. Xianxia said with smile. Just as Xianxia finished speaking, a young man's stomach was suddenly torn open. A black and swarthy thing ran out. It looked like a tortoise. It had a black shell, for limbs that looked like human hands and feet, and its head was very big. It is a snake head. Soon after, the other people who fainted also had their stomachs ripped open, and the thing that ran out is exactly the same as the one before. Congratulations, congratulations. They are all big fat boys, they are just a bit dark but they are very strong. Xianxia jumped in fright, he did not expect that they would give birth to this kind of strange thing. Not only did 18 black unknown creatures burst open their stomachs and ran out, they also let out very strange cries. Their aura is also not weak and is rather scary. Everyone present is an expert, the weakest is a 1 or 2 star divine heaven monarch. They are only apprehensive and not scared by these little monsters. Hey, manage your big fat brats, they look very strong. Xianxia shouted. He opened his heavenly eye and saw that the divine power within these little monsters is not weak and their bodies are very strong. Furthermore, these little monsters have very sharp nails on their 4 limbs. They look like very sharp weapons. If they are hit, it will be terrible. After Xianxia drank the lake water, his body became very strong. And after the 18 people from the 2 races drank the lake water, they gave birth to these powerful little monsters. Although these little monsters have just been born, they have a certain level of consciousness and are very vigilant towards their surroundings. Everyone is also looking at these little black monsters, they did not attack. After all, they just came out from people's stomachs. If they really are the flesh and blood of those people, it would not be good to just kill them. Just when they are planning to wait and see, these little black monsters suddenly bit the throats of those people lying on the ground. Gulu gulu, these little monsters bit the throats of the people who gave birth to them and crazily sucked their blood. Quickly kill them, an old man shouted. The people who gave birth to these little monsters, their bodies and souls are now in a state of unconsciousness, they have entered a deep coma. Xianxia is also very alarmed seeing this. These little monsters actually want to eat the people who gave birth to them. 10 people from Great Heaven Divine Race and Great Een Divine Race rushed over and took out their weapons to stab the little monsters. When they attacked, they also had some misgivings. They did not dare to use too much power, but they are definitely not weak either. However, the weapons in their hands are still unable to pierce the bodies of these little monsters. Some of these little monsters have very long snake heads that were chopped by sharp blades but were unable to be cut off. The black turtle shells on their backs are even more solid. When they are chopped, crisp sounds can be heard. Did you guys see that? These little monsters' bodies are very strong. Xianxia shouted, after drinking the lake water, my body suddenly became strong, it must be related to this. Everyone immediately thought of this. Xianxia could refine the lake's energy and transform it into his body, allowing his body to absorb it. Meanwhile, those 18 powerful clans people couldn't, and they even fainted a long time ago, causing the little monster to take form, and then break out of their stomachs. After all, they were from the 2 races of the 9 Sun Sacred Ground. Their strength was not bad. Their seniors immediately used their powerful divine power to force the little monsters to release their mouths and escape. Then, they quickly protected the bodies of the 18 people. The 18 little monsters had also become very violent at this moment. They would pounce and bite anyone they saw, and their sharp nails would scratch out crazily. If they were scratched, their muscles would definitely be scratched deeply. Among them were several small monsters that pounced toward the demonic dragon Heavenly Clan's demonic dragons. The group of demon dragons were not weaklings. When the demon dragons were attacked by the small monsters, their arms suddenly flashed with a black and red glow. Then, with a powerful slap, their arms turned into powerful red and black dragon claws. The little monster happened to be caught by their dragon claws, squeezing it so hard that it let out a sharp cry. Big brothers demon dragons, this is a big fat boy that someone just gave birth to, don't pinch it to death. Xianxia said with mischievous smile. Shut up, an old man from the Great Heaven Divine Race furiously roared. The 18 people who gave birth to these little monsters were not only tortured half to death during pregnancy, they also had more than half of their blood sucked out by these little monsters. It can be said that their vitality was greatly damaged. And they all believed that it was the jade-faced Rat King's fault, especially now, when they saw Qin Yan's mischievous smile, they believed that he did it on purpose. Pow! The demon dragon Heavenly Clan's middle-aged leader suddenly crushed a little monster with his dragon claws, causing black blood to splash out. When the blood fell on the ground, it seems as if it's boiling, melting the stone and soil on the ground and forming a small pit. This is a very vicious poisonous blood. Fortunately, the demon dragon Heavenly Clan's leader is very strong. The poisonous blood did not cause any harm to him. These 18 little monsters are very ferocious, but they were just born. Although their bodies are very strong, their divine power is still too weak and their speed is also not fast enough. The older generation divine heavenly lords quickly beat up these small monsters, causing black poisonous blood to spurt out from their wounds. The 18 little monsters have finally been killed. The scene suddenly became calm. Everyone's mind is still flashing with the scene of the little monsters ripping open their stomachs and running out dripping with blood. Jade-faced Rat King, you bastard! The great heaven divine race's old man's eyes are completely red, as if they are spewing fire. He loudly roared, I will kill you. Come, if you can kill me, consider it my loss. Qin Yan immediately rolled up his sleeves and yelled, do you really think I am easy to bully? Although Qin Yan is alone, he is not afraid of the great heaven divine race and great Yin divine race's elders. Everyone immediately realized that his body is very strong and his strength is also unfathomable. Otherwise, it would be impossible for him to drink the white lake water and survive. It is clearly you who are arrogant and yet you are blaming me. Qin Yan said with sneer, I told you before, if you don't have a strong enough body, don't try. But some of you said that your body is 100 times stronger than mine. Everyone indeed remembered Qin Yan's warning, but Yin Tianyi did not take it to heart. He thought that if this heavenly Rat King can do it, they can also do it. Did you already know that there would be danger? The great Yin divine race's old man's face is ashen as he angrily said. What do you mean, did I already know that there would be danger? Are all of you blind? Didn't you see that I drank the lake water and was in so much pain? It was only because I was born with a cheap bone that I was able to endure it. It is because you are too pampered and can't endure this kind of pain. Qin Yan curled his lips and said. The demon dragon Heavenly Clan's demon dragon is only quietly watching. They did not say anything, they only feel that this jade-faced Rat King is very interesting. The great heaven divine race and great Yin divine race's elders are also unable to refute Qin Yan's words. They are still angrily glaring at him. Qin Yan said, I think it should be like this. If you can't endure it and faint, that energy will condense into a fetus in your abdomen. Why didn't you say so earlier? The great heaven divine race's old man furiously shouted. I also didn't know before, but I warned you that you must have a strong enough body to try it. Qin Yan also loudly shouted, it was clearly you who didn't listen to my advice. Xianxia sighed and said, forget it, luckily no one died. Sir North Tianzuan, you are a person of virtue and prestige, your strength is also very high. Do you want to try drinking a few mouthfuls? After you try, maybe you can let us understand even more? Qin Yan said with smile. Fuck off. Xianxia lightly groaned. He is deliberately scolding Qin Yan so that others won't suspect that he is speaking up for Qin Yan. Qin Yan curled his lips and said, anyway, I drank the lake water and cultivated a strong body. You all saw it with your own eyes. Now no one dares to try it. Who knows what will come out of their abdomen? At this moment, Qin Yan suddenly sensed that the magic mirror is vibrating. He immediately took out the magic mirror and said with laugh, very good, the magic mirror can be used. There are many people present who have magic mirror in their hands. They also took out their magic mirror and sure enough, it can be used. Qin Yan immediately posted the video he recorded on the magic mirror's platform. He also briefly explained the dreadfulness of the lake water. He did not mention a single word about his body becoming very strong. The video that he posted immediately caused a large number of discussions and reposts, becoming very popular. The great heaven divine race and great Yin divine race elders wished they could smash the magic mirror in Qin Yan's hand. This is a great loss of face for their two races. Now many people are saying on the magic mirror that the Great Heaven Divine Race and Great Yin Divine Race are killing their own descendants. The title of the video Xianxia posted is also very interesting. It reads, Great Yin and Great Heaven Divine Race 18 males gave birth to 18 black and fat turtle sons. Jade-faced Rat King, I will tear you apart. An elder of the Great Heaven Divine Race pointed at Xianxia and roared. Xianxia stroked his rat beard and said with smile, Come on, don't forget that I am the strongest heavenly rat of the Heavenly Rat clan. Do you think you are my match? Even if your Great Heaven Divine Race Emperor comes, he may not be my match. Bullshit, if our Great Heaven Divine Race Emperor comes, he can kill you with a sneeze. A youth of the Great Heaven Divine Race immediately shouted. The people of the Great Heaven Divine Race don't dare to attack Xianxia. After all, they have seen how strong Xianxia's body is. If they fight, they will be the ones to suffer. Xianxia immediately used the magic mirror to contact his friends and tell them not to drink the White Lake water. An elder of the Yu ancient clan suddenly said, There is a situation, look at the lake. This huge lake was filled with white water. It was very calm before, but now there were suddenly waves. Is there something coming out from the bottom of the lake? Xianxia said and immediately took out a tool to probe the situation in front of him. The other elders also immediately took out their tools. Xianxia opened the heavenly eye avatar above the lake and looked at the center of the lake. Suddenly, he saw a huge black shadow slowly floating up. What is that? An island? Xianxia looked at the black shadow and felt very amazed in his heart. The people of the demon dragon heavenly race suddenly soared into the sky and floated in the sky. Xianxia also immediately flew up. Seeing this, the others also flew up. Just as they left the shore of the lake, a huge wave suddenly appeared and submerged the shore where they were just standing. If they were hit by that berserk wave and accidentally drank a mouthful of the lake water, it would cause people to tremble with fear. Crash! Seeing this tortoiseshell island, everyone took out their devil mirror to check the video Xianxia released earlier and compared it with the back of those black monsters. After comparing, they found that it is indeed very similar. This caused them to suck in a mouthful of cold air. They believe that the Black Island is the appearance of those black monsters after they grow up. Xianxia was also startled at first, but when he looked with his heavenly eye, he did not see any head or limbs. It is just a tortoise shell. Could it be dead? After careful observation, Xianxia discovered that there is a small round hole in the middle of the tortoise shell. It is emitting a strong white light. It looks like an entrance. Seeing this entrance, Xianxia immediately flew over. It can be said that he is the first to fly over, followed by the Devil Dragon Heavenly Race's Devil Dragon. The Great Heaven Divine Races group also immediately followed. That island should be formed by a huge tortoise shell. Maybe a huge monster was killed there. Xianxia said, That kind of little monster can grow up. Its body became so strong and huge, its strength must be very strong, but it was still killed. Hearing Xianxia's words, everyone secretly raised their guard. That kind of small monster was very strong when it was just born. Now that it has grown so big, it must be even stronger in all aspects. The strength of something that can kill such a huge monster can be well imagined. Everyone agreed that it is very likely that the creature formed from the bloodline Heavenly Rune killed the black monster. Xianxia was originally flying at the front, but at this moment, the people of the Sun Yin Divine Tribe and the Great Sky Divine Tribe were fighting to be the first to fly over. Seeing that they are so anxious to investigate, Xianxia quietly slowed down and let them go first. Even if there is any danger, they will be the first to die. Originally, Xianxia was the first to fly over, but now, he suddenly slowed down and fell behind by a lot. In an instant, he was behind everyone. Someone noticed that Xianxia has slowed down and is flying at the very back, so he shouted back, Jade-faced Rat King, why are you flying so slowly? I am afraid of death. Your souls are undying and indestructible, of course you will not know what death is. Xianxia shouted back. Everyone also understood that the Jade-faced Rat King wanted them to go first to test if there is any danger. They were not afraid because their souls were immortal. Even if their bodies were destroyed, they would only need a bit more time to rebuild their bodies. You're so far behind. If there really is something good, you won't be able to get anything. The people from the Great Yin Spirit teased. If I can't get it, then I can't. It's better than losing my life. Qin Yan said with a smile, I'll have to trouble everyone to open a path for me. Everyone only felt that this jade-faced rat king was very cowardly. It had a powerful physical body, yet it was still so afraid of death. They secretly despised the nature of rats. Qin Yan is truly terrified because his heavenly eye is unable to see what is inside the turtle shell. This made him feel extremely uneasy. There was a hole in the center of the tortoise shell, which should lead to the inside of the tortoise shell. The hole released a white glow, and from afar, it looked like a shining stone. The hole was not very big, about 2 meters wide. Compared to the huge black tortoise shell, it was very small. Because the hole emitted a strong light, it attracted the attention of many people. Qin Yan felt that this huge tortoise shell is not simple. He secretly sent sound transmission to Xianxia and Chu Wuxing, telling them to be vigilant. At this time, Yu Shangyun told Qin Yan that they found a mine inside the forest of the Xian-killing treasure land. There might be a lot of good materials there. Long Tianyan and others originally wanted to come, but he sensed a dragon aura in a certain direction, so they immediately flew over there. They all learned about the White Lake in the middle of the Xian-killing treasure land through the Devil Mirror. Because the Great Heavenly Divine Race, Great Yin Divine Race and Devil Dragon Heavenly Race are here, they did not come over. Otherwise, even if there were good things, they would have been obtained by those two races. Therefore, they must take advantage of this time to find as many good treasures as possible. Old cousin, I am going over with sect leader. The bloodline heavenly rune on my body is giving me a strong consciousness, it wants me to fly to the center of the lake. Ming Yunue contacted Qin Yan through the Devil Mirror. Who else did you tell about this? Qin Yan hastily asked. He is very astonished that the bloodline heavenly rune Ming Yunue fused with is actually reacting. Only you and Sister Shangyun. Ming Yunue said, Sister Shangyun also doesn't know what's going on, she told me to discuss it with you. Qin Yan suddenly suspects that there might be something related to the bloodline heavenly rune inside the huge turtle shell. You come over first, I will slow down and wait for you. Qin Yan said, don't tell your sect leader about this matter for now. Alright. Ming Yunue replied. After the bloodline heavenly rune fused with her body, it never left her body. She can leave it in the future, but she doesn't know when. The bloodline heavenly rune box fused with her body was originally lent by Ming Yunue to Wang Haoyue to create her race. Therefore, the bloodline heavenly rune box still belongs to Yu Shangyun. Ming Yunue immediately contacted Yu Shangyun to find out what's going on. In order to wait for Ming Yunue, Qin Yan slowed down even more. The distance between him and the group of people in front of him is getting farther and farther. Not long after, Wang Haoyue and Ming Yunue arrived. Wang Haoyue naturally knew that the jade-faced rat king is Qin Yan. He didn't say much and let Ming Yunue and Qin Yan go together. Then, he increased his speed and flew forward. Yunue, do you feel anything now? Qin Yan asked. They are currently flying above the lake. I have a very strong feeling, as if something over there is calling me over. Ming Yunue looked at the direction of the huge black turtle shell and said in a low voice, what about you? Qin Yan shook his head, I don't feel anything. Those things haven't fused with my body and I don't dare to take them out right now in case I get discovered. After I entered the Xian-killing treasure land, I felt that I've improved even faster. As Ming Yunue spoke, she looked at the lake water below and said in a low voice, I only feel that my body is yearning for the water below. Don't act recklessly. If you drink that water, you will give birth to strange things. Moreover, they will be very fierce and terrifying. Qin Yan hurriedly shouted. It's not drinking, it's absorbing. Ming Yunue looked ahead and said, why don't you go down with me and let me touch the White Lake water? Because Ming Yunue has bloodline heavenly rune in her body, her cultivation has increased very quickly. Previously, by absorbing the incomplete Sun Soul, she had already surpassed Shen Tian Lord's cultivation. It can be said that her current cultivation is about the same as the vast majority of the older generation. It's just that others can't see it. Only Qin Yan can feel that there is a very powerful power within Ming Yunue's body. However, that power seems to be sleeping. Alright. Qin Yan pulled Ming Yunue's hand and slowly descended. From time to time, waves would rise on the surface of the lake. After Ming Yunue descended with Qin Yun, her pair of jade-like feet gently stepped on the white lake water. What caused Qin Yun to be astonished is that the white lake water actually seeped into Ming Yunue's beautiful feet and then entered her calves. Not long after, Ming Yunue's originally beautiful jade-like skin became even more beautiful. Soft white light lingered around it. "Yunue, are you alright?" Qin Yun hurriedly asked, "Do you feel any discomfort?" "No." Ming Yunue gently shook her head and said in a low voice, "Alright, let's hurry up and go up." Qin Yun also saw that when Ming Yunue touched the white lake water and absorbed the lake water's energy, it didn't last long before it stopped. He immediately pulled Ming Yunue and flew into the sky. He is still very worried. "What is it? Are you afraid that I will give birth to those little monsters?" Ming Yunue said with a laugh. "This is not a joke." Qin Yun curled his lips and said. Then, he talked about how he drank the white lake water. After Ming Yunue heard this, she is also extremely shocked. However, after knowing that Qin Yun was fine in the end, she said with a smile, "In that case, you almost became a father." "I don't want to be this kind of father." Qin Yun looked at Ming Yunue, his eyes are still filled with worry. "Come, touch my stomach and see if there's any problem." Ming Yunue grabbed his hand and lifted the clothes on her abdomen, letting Qin Yun place his hand on her abdomen. When Qin Yun touched the snow-white and smooth skin on her abdomen, he could not help but secretly rub it a few times. The more he touched, the better it felt. He could not help but take a light breath. Then, he looked at Ming Yunue and felt that this oval-faced beauty has a different kind of charm. Especially when paired with her long wavy hair and beautiful silver eyes. "Did you discover something?" Ming Yunue also knew that Qin Yun was looking at her face. She said with a smile, "Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something dirty on my face?" "No, you seem to have changed a lot." "You suddenly changed." Qin Yun said with a frown, "This feeling is very strange. I can't explain it either." He retracted his hand. He felt very reluctant in his heart because touching Ming Yunue's skin now gave him a very indescribable wonderful feeling. "Just now, I absorbed that white lake water." Ming Yunue said in a low voice, "Maybe it's because of this, I feel that my body has suddenly become much stronger." "Is that so?" Qin Yun said in surprise. He suspected that Ming Yunue's bloodline heavenly rune helped her absorb the energy in the lake. "Let's go, we'll study it later." Ming Yunue combed her jet-black wavy hair and smiled beautifully. Then, she pulled Qin Yun and flew forward. Qin Yun is very certain that Ming Yunue is different from before. When he held Ming Yunue's hand before, the feeling was different from now. What the hell is going on? Her skin must have changed, otherwise it would not give me this kind of feeling. Qin Yun thought to himself. When Qin Yun and Ming Yunue arrived, they wanted to get close but they discovered that there are many formation pillars erected around the hole. It was unknown who released the array pillar, but it sealed off the area around the glowing hole, not allowing anyone to enter. Great Heaven Divine Race, Great Een Divine Race, Ancient Yu Clan, as well as a few big shots of the law enforcement world are inside the barrier and studying the hole. What Qin Yun finds strange is that the Devil Dragon Heavenly Clan's Devil Dragons are only flying over to take a look. They don't seem to be very interested in the hole, they are all floating in the sky and looking down. Wang Haoyue did not go in, he is also looking from the sky. After all, he is alone, there is no need for him to get involved in this matter. He only came here to broaden his knowledge. Ming Yunue is different, she wants to enter the white hole but now she is blocked. Qin Yun pulled her back, shook his head and said, "Don't go over first." Ming Yunue seems to be very anxious, she is constantly looking at the white hole in the ground. Qin Yun took out the devil mirror and contacted Xianxia to inquire about the situation. "We can't go in, there is a very strong seal on the hole. Ancient Yu Clan people are trying to open it." Xianxia secretly replied to Qin Yun through the devil mirror, "I really didn't expect that this hole is so small but the barrier is so strong. I don't think Ancient Yu Clan people can open it. 3 old men from Ancient Yu Clan are releasing red energy to enter the white hole. However, the red energy kept bouncing back, making it impossible for them to enter. This white lake is very strange, drinking the lake water can allow one to quickly conceive and give birth to a powerful fetus. And now, this huge black turtle shell is floating up from the lake. There must be some secret hidden inside, but they are unable to enter. It must be known that this lake is the center area of the Xianxia treasure land. Moreover, there is no powerful thing blocking them here. It means that this area is temporarily uninhabited. The appearance of the Xianxia treasure land is closely related to bloodline heavenly runes. Experts like them have come here mainly for the bloodline heavenly runes. But they did not expect that they would not encounter any bloodline heavenly rune creatures along the way. I want to go in. Ming Yunhua looked at Qin Yun and said. Let's wait and see. Qin Yun said with voice transmission, don't worry, we will definitely be able to enter in the end. Qin Yun believes that Ming Yunhua will be able to easily enter because she has a bloodline heavenly rune. Furthermore, it was the bloodline heavenly rune that guided her here and instructed her to enter that cave. The barrier formed by the array pillars was not very strong. After all, it was a temporary barrier. Qin Yun secretly tested it and found that spatial divine powers could penetrate it. This meant that as long as he used void transcending steps, he would be able to traverse through space. Qin Yun did not take action immediately. He wanted to see if there would be any sudden reaction from the cave. As long as no one else could enter, Qin Yun was in no hurry to let Ming Yunhua go. Everyone, the white lake water I drank previously allowed me to accidentally cultivate a powerful body. Maybe because of this, I can easily enter that cave? Qin Yun chuckled and shouted, open this barrier and let me enter. Go in and give it a try. All the more reason why I can't let you in. The Sun Moon Celestial tribesman snorted. Go away. There's no place for you to speak. If you are the only one who can enter, what's the point? Doesn't that mean that everything inside will be taken away by you? The Sun Moon Celestial tribesman voiced out the worry in his heart. This was also what many of the big shots present were worried about. They had come all the way here, it was impossible for them to helplessly watch others reap the benefits while they return empty-handed. In addition, they had been tricked by Qin Yun before, causing many of them to be injured. Regarding this matter, they took it to heart and it was even more impossible for them to let Qin Yun enter. Qin Yun is still smiling. He is not in a hurry. If this group of people can't enter, then they can only watch in the end. He originally thought that he would patiently wait and see if anything else would happen. He did not expect that Ming Yunhua's body would suddenly have a problem. Silver runes appeared on Ming Yunhua's skin. It is very obvious and the movement is not small. Not good. Qin Yun is secretly alarmed. He immediately took out a robe and wanted to cover Ming Yunhua. Even if Qin Yun's reaction is fast and he immediately covered Ming Yunhua, those people have already seen Ming Yunhua's situation. Ming Yunhua's body is currently enveloped by silver light and waves of energy surged out. Under her skin, the silver runes are faintly discernible, making her look like a sacred beauty. The robe that Qin Yun used to cover Ming Yunhua's head was blown away by the energy surging out from her body. When everyone saw the runes on Ming Yunhua's face, they all turned pale with fright and found it hard to believe. That is a bloodline heavenly rune. How can there be a bloodline heavenly rune on her body? Someone shouted. The eyes of the Sun Yin divine race and the Sun Moon celestial tribesmen are filled with excitement and greed. Their sinister and ruthless eyes are staring at Ming Yunhua like a pair of savage hungry wolves. Qin Yun immediately said, this is because she accidentally drank the lake water. The lake water here is definitely related to the bloodline heavenly rune. You guys quickly go and try it. You bastard, don't try to deceive us again. The Sun Yin divine race elder angrily shouted. Seeing Ming Yunhua's reaction, Wang Haoyue immediately landed beside Ming Yunhua. Everyone, this woman is my bright moon sect saintess Ming Yunhua. Wang Haoyue said. Wang Haoyue, your mystic moon alliance is the subordinate of our Sun Yin divine race. Quickly tell this saintess about her situation. It would be best if you hand over her bloodline heavenly rune. The Sun Yin divine race elder said excitedly, we will definitely reward you. We will make your bright moon sect the leader of the Mystic Moon Alliance. Wang Haoyue secretly cursed these idiots. The leader of the Mystic Moon Alliance can only be the Divine Moon Clan. Without the Divine Moon Clan, the Mystic Moon Alliance would have no fart meaning. If the leader of the Mystic Moon Alliance was not the Divine Moon Clan, then there would be no need to establish the Mystic Moon Alliance. We have no right to ask the saintess to do anything, Wang Haoyue coldly said. Qin Yan immediately grabbed Ming Yunyue's wrist and used the transcending void steps. He brought her through the barrier and arrived at the top of the cave. There is a layer of white light barrier around the cave. The light it emits is exactly the same as the one on Ming Yunyue's body. Qin Yan pulled Ming Yunyue down from the top and was about to fall into the white light hole. However, only Ming Yunyue fell down. When Qin Yan touched the white light, he was bounced back. Just as Qin Yan was sent flying into the air, the group of bigwigs attacked Qin Yan. At this moment, many white light ribbons suddenly flew out from the white light hole. Those are the bloodline heavenly runes. They flew out and wrapped around Qin Yan. It is obvious that after Ming Yunyue went in and discovered that Qin Yan did not come in, she immediately controlled her bloodline heavenly runes to fly out and wrap around Qin Yan. Then she dragged him into the white light hole. The elders' attacks on Qin Yan missed and they could only watch helplessly as Qin Yan fell into the white light hole. This damn jade face rat king, what is his background? Why is the relationship between Bright Moon Saintess and him? An elder of the Sun Yin divine race cursed. Wang Haoyue, what the hell are you doing? You don't want to mix with our Sun Yin divine race anymore, do you? A middle-aged man of the Sun Yin divine race angrily rebuked. Fine, fine. Even without you, our Mystic Moon Alliance can still be strong. Wang Haoyue is also very angry because in the eyes of the Sun Yin divine race, the Mystic Moon Alliance is like a dog. Xianxia and Xu Wuxing secretly used the magic mirror to contact Qin Yan but they could not reach him. Wang Haoyue also used the magic mirror to contact Ming Yunyue. When he could not reach Ming Yunyue, he immediately reported the situation to Yu Shengyun. After Qin Yan was dragged into the white hole by Ming Yunyue's bloodline heavenly runes, he felt as if he had fallen into a whirlpool and his body started to spin crazily. When he felt that everything had calmed down, he found that he had fallen into a warm pool. He looked around and found that it was like a cave. However, the cave walls were white and beautiful like white jade. They were also emitting white light. Ming Yunyue was sitting on a rock by the pool, leisurely smoking a cigarette. Yunyue, what is going on? Qin Yan immediately climbed out of the water. My bloodline heavenly runes suddenly appeared and allowed me to pass through the hole. Otherwise, I would not have been able to bring you in. Ming Yunyue let out a mouthful of air and said with light smile, don't worry, this place is very safe, I can guarantee it. Qin Yan also jumped in fright. After he came out of the pool, he walked over and took the cigarette from Ming Yunyue's mouth and took a puff. Didn't you say you don't smoke? Ming Yunyue took the cigarette from Qin Yan's hand, took a puff, then handed it back to Qin Yan and said with smile, do you want more? I am just trying, I won't get addicted. Qin Yan smiled and took a puff. Then just like this, the two of them took a puff, I took a puff. After smoking, they began exploring the cave. There are many passages in the cave and they are also very messy. After Ming Yunyue and Qin Yan walked through a few passages, she said with charming smile, it looks like a mouse hole. It seems like this place was prepared for you, the Mouse King. Qin Yan let Long Tianji come out and let her release many small lightning dragons to explore the path. Long Tianji released a lot of small lightning dragons, they randomly scurried through many passages, trying to find a stone room that might have something hidden. Less than half an hour later, Long Tianji, who is wearing skimpy clothes and has a hot body, found something. Master, Miss Ming, follow me. Long Tianji wanted to lead the way but Qin Yan pulled her back. Qin Yan said with vigilant expression, Tianji, let me go in front, you and Yunyue stay behind me. This is the first time Ming Yunyue has seen Long Tianji, she can see that she is Qin Yan's little slave. However, she did not expect Qin Yan to be so good to her and his ability is also very good. Under Long Tianji's guidance, Qin Yan and Ming Yunyue finally found a very large stone room. Qin Yan and Ming Yunyue are very amazed seeing this egg. They really did not expect that the bloodline heavenly rune would turn into an egg and be placed here just like that. Xianxia said before that the bloodline heavenly rune here has already turned into a living being and is hiding inside the Xiankil treasure land. But now it has turned into an egg. Qin Yan is now very certain that the egg is a bloodline heavenly rune box but it has turned into an egg. Yunyue, did this thing attract you here? Qin Yan asked. Ming Yunyue shook her head, I don't feel anything right now, it shouldn't be this egg. Maybe something else is calling me. When Qin walked over, Ming Yunhui hastily pulled him back and warned repeatedly, "Don't rush over, first probe it, what if there is danger?" "There shouldn't be any danger, I can feel it." Qin opened his heavenly eye and can't see what is inside the egg. However, he has a very familiar feeling. He has many bloodline heavenly runes in his hands, so he has a very familiar feeling towards them. It is the same now. Qin still listened to Ming Yunhui and released his mental power to probe. Moreover, he used his mental power to envelop the egg. The heavenly rune egg was moved by Qin's mental power and floated in the air without any movement. "You see, it's fine," Qin said with smile and then controlled the egg to float over. However, at this moment, the egg shook. Qin suddenly sensed that he can no longer control the egg. He immediately placed Long Tianji inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. Not good. Qin pulled Ming Yunhui and moved to the side. Boom, the Snow White heavenly rune egg suddenly rushed towards Qin but hit empty air. It hit the stone wall and produced a burst of explosion. "Are you all right?" Ming Yunhui is also very scared and said, "Is there something inside the egg?" Qin shook his head and said, "This bloodline heavenly rune is similar to the ones I saw before, it shouldn't be like this. The bloodline heavenly rune you saw before were all boxes, this is an egg." Just as Ming Yunhui finished speaking, the egg shook again. This time the egg is aimed at Ming Yunhui. The egg shot toward Ming Yunhui's heart like a beam of white light. Ming Yunhui and Qin immediately jumped to the sides to avoid the heavenly pattern egg's attack. "What's going on? Why is it attacking people?" Ming Yunhui hurriedly said to Qin, "Should we fight back?" Qin said with a frown, "I'll give it a try." He released the Sun Heaven Shield, approached it, and used Shield Bash on the heaven-patterned egg. Bang, the Sun Heavenly Shield covered the heavenly rune egg and burst out a burst of intense white light. The heavenly rune egg can actually release very strong divine power and block Qin's shield attack. The heavenly rune egg is floating in the air, but after being ruthlessly smashed by Qin's Sun Heavenly Shield, it did not move at all. It is steadily floating there and releasing white light rays. What the hell is this? Could it be that this bloodline heavenly pattern egg has a spirit? Qin immediately took out the soul creation heavenly cauldron and covered the egg. The heavenly pattern egg seemed to have sensed that the soul creation heaven cauldron was very strong, so it quickly dodged. Qin failed to cover the heavenly rune egg. When he saw the heavenly rune egg dodge and rush towards Ming Yunhui, he immediately released supergravity and pressed down on the egg. The heaven-patterned egg suddenly slowed down. Qin took 2 steps forward and used the soul creation heaven cauldron to cover the egg. The heavenly rune egg quickly counterattacked. Intense white light burst out and a powerful shockwave rushed out and blew Qin away. Qin further increased his supergravity and released his supergravity domain that covered the entire stone chamber. Under his control, Ming Yunhui was not affected by his gravity domain. The heavenly rune egg's speed has greatly decreased. Qin rushed over again and at the same time, he pushed his palm and released vibration power to disperse the intense light and divine power released by the heavenly rune egg. This time, Qin's soul creation heaven cauldron finally covered the egg and trapped it inside the soul creation heaven cauldron. Qin immediately communicated with cauldron spirit and released his strongest soul power to refine the heavenly rune egg. He wanted to erase the heavenly rune egg's consciousness. Clearly, the heavenly rune egg had developed a certain level of consciousness and knew how to resist. "How is it now?" Ming Yunhui asked. "It's going well." Qin sat cross-legged on the ground and pressed his hands on the soul creation heaven cauldron. He kept pouring soul power into it and said with frown, "It's a bloodline heavenly rune, but it has undergone a very strange transformation. That's why it turned into an egg. But it doesn't seem to be the egg that led me here." Ming Yunhui shook her head. Qin released Long Tianji again and said, "Tianji, cooperate with Yunhui and continue exploring this place." "Yes." Long Tianji nodded, then arrived beside Ming Yunhui and asked her which direction they want to explore. Ming Yunhui closed her eyes and earnestly sensed for a moment. Then she pointed towards a direction. Long Tianji immediately released a large group of small lightning dragons and flew out of the spacious stone chamber. Then they began exploring the direction Ming Yunhui pointed towards. Qin Yan is still refining the heavenly rune egg. He is cooperating with Cauldron Spirit and releasing formidable soul-refining power to erase the consciousness inside the egg. Ming Yingyue saw Qin Yan's forehead is beaded with sweat and hastily asked, "What happened?" "It's nothing, the spirit inside the heavenly rune egg is very strong, it can actually resist me." Qin Yan said with frown, "If this continues, I can only use soul lost due." At this time, the heavenly rune egg inside the spirit creation heavenly cauldron fiercely trembled. Then a ball of silver light floated out of the egg. After the ball of silver light floated out, it began randomly bumping around inside the cauldron. "Let me out, let me out." The silver light ball is a very strong soul. Through mental power, it congealed into voice and loudly shouted. From the voice, it seems to be the voice of a little girl. "Who are you? What is your relationship with that egg?" Qin Yan asked, "Is that egg yours?" He did not expect that the spirit inside the heavenly rune egg would have evolved to such a mature level that it can already communicate with humans. If the heavenly rune egg is the spirit's, then what he is doing is wrong. So he wants to clarify. "It's not mine, I am just passing by and sleeping inside. Quickly let me out." The silver light ball inside the spirit creation heavenly cauldron seems to be somewhat afraid that it will be trapped inside forever. "Oh? Then who are you? I have to make sure that you are not in danger before I dare to let you out." Qin Yan asked. "I am a tree dragon fairy, this forest is my home. I accidentally entered this maze and found this place. Then I entered the egg to sleep," the voice came out again. "Tree dragon fairy?" Qin Yan is very surprised, he did not expect that there would be fairies within the tree dragon race. "Can you tell me about the situation of the tree dragon race? I am very curious." "Don't worry, I will let you out, I also have many fairy friends," Qin Yan said with smile. "The tree dragon race has not completely evolved. And our tree dragon fairy is also the same, currently we only have soul, we have not cultivated body. We need the help of tree dragon's blood to cultivate body," the tree dragon fairy said. Qin Yan also released the tree dragon fairy. After the silver light ball came out, Long Tianji felt a lot more relieved. It even flew around Long Tianji a few times. After all, Long Tianji has dragon blood inside her body, so she has a very familiar feeling. Qin Yan also took out the egg and asked, "Little guy, do you know what's going on with this egg?" "It was born by Granny Tree Dragon. Granny Tree Dragon is still in the forest, she was the first to transform into a tree dragon. She said that this egg is a dead egg." Qin Yan and Ming Yingyue are very suspicious because this egg has bloodline heavenly rune inside. It is very similar to the bloodline heavenly rune box, but it has just been born. Granny Tree Dragon must have been formed from bloodline heavenly rune. Then she drank the lake water and gave birth to this egg. Qin Yan guessed. "Little fairy, you slept inside the egg, do you know what is inside?" Ming Yingyue asked. "I don't know, I am only attached to the outside of the egg, I can't enter the core." The silver light ball flew around Ming Yingyue a few times and said in amazement, "Big sister, you are very similar to Granny Tree Dragon." Qin Yan stored the egg. "No matter what, this is a bloodline heavenly rune box. Little fairy, how many tree dragon fairies do you have? How did you come in here by yourself? The other tree dragon fairies must be very worried about you." Ming Yingyue is very concerned about this little thing. She opened her palm and the silver light ball landed on her palm. There are only a few dozen tree dragon fairies so far. Whoever has a body first will be the fairy emperor. I will surely have a body first. At that time I will be the tree dragon fairy empress. Hee hee, the tree dragon fairy charmingly laughed and said, "Big sister, can you bring me along? I want to be together with you." "Little fairy, what's your name?" Ming Yingyue asked with gentle smile. "My name is Long Sulin, you can call me Lin Lin." Long Sulin said with smile, "Wait until I become the fairy empress, I will invite big sister to the forest and introduce you to tree dragons." "All right." Ming Yingyue nodded with smile. Long Tianji suddenly said, "I found something. My little lightning dragon found a very big stone room, and there was a silver moon in it. Let's go." Qin Yan said, "Maybe the silver moon is calling out to Yingyue, just like before, Qin Yan is at the front, Long Tianji and Ming Yunyue are at the back. Now there is only one more tree dragon fairy, Long Sulan. Sister Yunyue, is that man your boyfriend? Long Sulan said in low voice, he is very strong. I am a bit afraid of him. What do I have to be afraid of? Qin Yan said with smile. You almost killed me before and even trapped me. Long Sulan said in low voice, you took away that egg, you must be careful of Granny Tree Dragon. If she finds out, she will fight you to the death. Qin Yan is not afraid. He has already obtained the thing he wanted after coming here. Bloodline Heavenly Rune is something that many big shots outside are looking for. After Qin Yan saw this, he quickened his pace and rushed towards Silvermoon's stone room. Don't worry, this is a maze. Even if they come in, it will be very difficult for them to find this place immediately. Ming Yunyue said. She learned from Long Tianji that there are many passages inside this huge turtle shell. If Long Tianji did not release a large number of small lightning dragons, who knows how long it would take for them to find this place. Basically, they would encounter a crossroad every few dozen steps. Some of them have many holes on both sides of the road. These holes lead to upper or lower levels or even lower 2 levels. Qin Yan now doesn't know how to find the correct exit. Fortunately, he discovered that the space here is not very firm. If he uses strong enough space divine power, he can penetrate through it, but it will be very strenuous. I have been trapped here for a long time. With Big Sister Tianji here, we will definitely be able to find the exit smoothly. Although Long Sulan is a ball of silver light, she is currently very lively. She often flies around Long Tianji and Ming Yunyue. Long Tianji is also very fond of the tree dragon fairies. On the road, she told her about Momo and Little Ant Queen's fairies. Since this place is not safe, Qin Yan cannot let Momo come out, so he did not let her meet Long Sulan. Did Great Heaven Divine Race and Great Een Divine Race people come in? What about Devil Dragon Heavenly Race and Sect Leader? Ming Yunyue asked. Devil Dragon Heavenly Race and Bright Moon Sect Leader did not come in. They are still at the back of the turtle shell. Qin Yan said. Following Long Tianji's guidance, Qin Yan passed through a very complicated passage. All the passages inside seem to be the same. Even Qin Yan thinks that it will be very difficult to find the pool they came down from. Lin, who built this place? Ming Yunyue asked. The guy who built this place must be a very bored guy, right? It was built by Granny Tree Dragon. She didn't spend too much time and finished this place very quickly. Long Sulan said with smile, dragons love treasures, this place can be considered as Granny Tree Dragon's treasury. Ah? Then if we take her things and she finds out later, won't we be hunted down by her? Ming Yunyue suddenly pulled Qin Yan and said, I think we should forget about it, we can't steal other people's things. Long Sulan laughed delicately, Sister Yunyue, I allow you to take that silver moon. Grandmother Tree Dragon loves me dearly. I'll tell her that I gave it to you. She definitely won't blame you. What about me? Asked Qin Yan hurriedly. Big brother Yun, I can't help you. Because you took away her egg, which was something she treasured very much. Long Sulan sighed and said, but I can put in a good word for you when the time comes, so that she won't be in a hurry to act. Alright, then I'll thank you in advance. Qin Yan said with a smile, Lin, since Granny Tree Dragon treats you very well, why didn't she give you some blood to condense your body? Her blood is not suitable for me. I need the blood of other dryads. Long Sulan asked, Big brother Yun, when you came in, did you see a tree dragon that had completed its evolution? I've seen some walking trees. Qin Yan told Long Sulan what he had discovered. Yeah, that's fast. It's all my fault, I ran in here, my fairy empress position is gone. Long Sulan said in vexation, maybe some dryads have already successfully evolved. The silver moon is located quite far away. Qin Yan and the others circled around for less than half an hour before arriving at the stone room. After opening the door and entering, they saw a small silver moon floating in the middle of the stone room. What is this? Why did it summon you here? Qin Yan looked at Ming Yunyue and asked. Ming Yunyue shook her head with frown and said, I also don't know, it should have something to do with my bloodline heavenly rune. She looked at the small silver moon, silver heavenly rune unknowingly appeared on her body and emerged from her jade white skin. Qin Yan suddenly had a bad premonition and hastily placed Long Tianji inside the Nine Sun Divine Soul. The silver moon is neither big nor small, just enough for one person to enter. After Ming Yunhua sensed a change in her body, she suddenly rushed towards the silver moon and her entire body entered it. In that instant, many runes appeared on the surface of the silver moon. Those runes are snow-white like jade and they are coiling around the entire silver moon. Looking carefully, each of those runes is as thick as an arm, they are weaved together by countless hair-like tiny runes. This is Bloodline Heavenly Rune. Qin Yan can sense a very dense blood energy rushing out. He shouted loudly, Yunhua, what happened to you? Are you alright? I'm fine, I'll be fine very soon. I don't know what's going on but I won't need the Bloodline Heavenly Rune box very soon. Very soon, the silver moon began to change, it gradually turned red and then transformed into a heart shape and started throbbing. The heavenly runes coiling around the heart-shaped moon, blood energy is flowing inside, it is silver blood. Along with the throbbing of the heart-shaped moon, the blood energy inside the stone room became denser and denser, it is a very strong blood energy. At this time, Ming Yunhua also came out of the heart-shaped moon. The heart-shaped moon gradually became smaller and then entered into Ming Yunhua's heart. She opened her palm and a round box appeared in her palm. This box looks like a flattened moon, it is Yu Shangyun's Bloodline Heavenly Rune box. So strange. Ming Yunhua exclaimed in admiration and said, there is a new Bloodline Heavenly Rune inside my body. I don't need this box anymore. She also fulfilled her promise and gave the Bloodline Heavenly Rune box to Qin Yan. Yu Shangyun also told her before that if she doesn't need this box in the future, she will give it to Qin Yan. Then what's going on? Do you have any new discoveries regarding Bloodline Heavenly Rune? Qin Yan hastily asked. He cares about this the most and he did not take the box. Ming Yunhua shook her head, I also don't know. In short, my heart is now a Bloodline Heavenly Rune. This kind of feeling, it should be an inheritance. Why is there a silver moon here? Ask Granny Tree Dragon and you will know. Long Sulin said, Granny Tree Dragon said that she is a Bloodline Heavenly Rune. Qin Yan walked over and held Ming Yunhua's hand. He immediately jumped in fright because the divine power inside Ming Yunhua's body is very dreadful. Qin Yan can't help but feel fear. What's wrong? Ming Yunhua's beautiful silver eyes looked at Qin Yan with doubt. Qin Yan stared at her eyes, it is as if he is looking at two sacred and formidable silver moons. And when Ming Yunhua's heart beats, the formidable divine power aura fluctuated, causing Qin Yan to feel great pressure. You have become a lot stronger. Qin Yan sighed with emotion, when you were outside absorbing the white lake water, your body became as strong as mine. And now, your divine power has increased by another level. Isn't this very good? So don't be afraid of those guys outside, I will protect you. Ming Yunhua smiled lightly and elegantly. The current her is not only beautiful, she is also giving off a very powerful pressure. She took out a cigarette, opened her red lips slightly and elegantly held the cigarette holder in her mouth. She lit up a cigarette and smoked, making her look even more charming. After Ming Yunhua took a puff, she handed the cigarette holder to Qin Yan and said with smile, Boss Qin who never smokes, you have already smoked a few puffs before, why don't you try again? Qin Yan took it and took a puff. After suppressing his shock, he returned it to Ming Yunhua and said with smile, don't give it to me again in the future, I really don't want to smoke anymore. Let's go, let's quickly go find Granny Tree Dragon. Long Sulin shouted, those scoundrels might be coming over soon. Yun, this is for you. Ming Yunhua handed over the Bloodline Heavenly Rune box to Qin Yan and said, this belongs to you. Don't give it to me now, you have to give it to me in front of those guys. This way they won't think that you have Bloodline Heavenly Rune in your hands anymore, otherwise they will annoy you to death in the future. Qin Yan said with smile. I'm not afraid of them. Ming Yunhua can naturally feel that she has become a lot stronger, so she is truly not afraid. Just as Qin Yan was about to speak, he suddenly felt a strange power attack them. He saw their bodies suddenly float up. The four white walls suddenly began to fluctuate like a white water wall. Just like this, they were sucked up by a power, penetrated through layer after layer of walls and finally arrived on the back of the huge black tortoise. Not only them, dozens of people from the Sun Yin divine race, Great Heaven divine race and Ancient Yu clan were also sucked up from the underground maze and returned to the back of the tortoise. It's you, what did you get from down there? And you, Saintess, why do you have bloodline heavenly rune? The Sun Yin divine race elder suddenly shouted, the box in your hand is the bloodline heavenly rune box. Qin Yin immediately snatched the box from Ming Yunyua's hand and said with smile, from now on, this bloodline heavenly rune box is mine. Jade-faced Rat King, I will kill you. The elder of the Sun Moon Divine tribe shouted anxiously, that belongs to the Sun Moon Divine tribe. Wang Haoyue is also very surprised because the box that Qin Yin took was the one that he borrowed from Yu Shengyun. Later on, it entered Ming Yunyua's body and could not be taken out. When Yu Shengyun saw Ming Yunyue, she did not immediately take it back. Instead, she wanted to wait for the box to leave Ming Yunyua's body. Sun Yin divine race, then take a look, does this thing also belong to your Sun Yin divine race? Qin Yin sneered and waved his hand to release a huge golden seal. The huge seal's head is a statue of Qin Yun, it has a powerful and overbearing aura. The moment the huge seal appeared, the 4 divine suns in the sky slightly trembled and the light they released became even stronger. End of chapter 2663. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.